Chapter 1. The Wind's Embrace. Boruto, with merely a month left until the Chunin Exams, how can you afford to be idle instead of honing your jutsu? From atop a speeding lightning carriage, Rokata leapt down to sit beside Boruto, offering him one of the two lightning burgers he held. Thanks, Rokata, Boruto replied, taking a hearty bite and swallowing before adding, I practice sufficiently that a month of training won't yield significant improvement. It's better to relax and rejuvenate. Rokata, resigned to Boruto's lackadaisical attitude, chose not to press the matter further and lay down beside him. Gazing at the clouds as they raced past, Boruto's emotions were a tumultuous blend. It had been 3 years since he arrived in this world of the Hokage, his soul having traversed into the vessel of Naruto's son, Boruto. Was this fate a stroke of fortune or misfortune? The impending Chunin Exams loomed, alongside the ominous descent of the Otsutsuki, Kinshiki, and Momoshiki. What course of action lay before him then? Even Naruto, the chosen one, had been ensnared by the Otsutsuki. Was he truly to await the onset of a narrative tragedy to extricate himself from peril? Despite devoting 3 years to rigorous training under Sasuke, the 13th Hokage, Boruto found himself unable to best even a diminished version of Sasuke. A profound sense of helplessness welled within him, the very catalyst for his desire to abandon effort. Boruto, I must take my leave. My father awaits me for dinner. You should return home as well. Rokuta's voice broke through Boruto's reverie. Ah, see you later, Rokata, Boruto called back, watching as Rokata leaped onto a nearby street lamp, waving farewell. As he observed Rokuta's receding figure, Boruto reclined once more. The system activation protocol has commenced, successfully binding host. The dual gateway to the Wind's legacy has been established, commencing host transmission. Just as Boruto closed his eyes, an abrupt voice resonated within his mind, startling him into wide-eyed alertness. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by a blinding light at the end of the lightning carriage. When Boruto opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a verdant forest. Where am I? He was momentarily disoriented until a realization struck him. Wait, was that voice in my head the system? For 3 years, he had fantasized about the arrival of a system, yet was met with day after day of disappointment, to the point where he had nearly forgotten the notion. System? System? Boruto called out repeatedly in his mind, yet received no response. What's happening? Is the system ignoring me? He lamented internally. However, where exactly is this place? Boruto glanced around, aimlessly wandering like a headless chicken. He vaguely recalled the system mentioning the Wind's legacy. Boruto was convinced he had arrived in the realm of the Wind, the territory of Naruto, his illustrious father, though he lacked knowledge of his precise location. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, hunger struck him with a fervent protest. I'm so hungry. Boruto clutched his stomach, only to be met with the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air. That smells delicious. Boruto followed the tantalizing aroma. He found himself beside a stream, where a solitary figure was grilling fish. That Naruto from his childhood. Boruto paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the small, golden-haired boy before him, instantly recognizing that this was indeed his father in his youth. It appeared to be during his early school days. Ding! The system detected the current child of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki, and began extracting relevant entries. The sudden notification from the system jolted Boruto back to reality, and relevant entries appeared before him. Rasengan, Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken, Nine-Tails Chakra. Yang Release, Super Duper Rasengan. Rasengan Basic Attack, Summoning Jutsu. Toad, Mouth Release, Harem Jutsu. Last Minute. Effort, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sage Technique. Boruto gazed at the translucent azure wheel before him. With its numerous evenly distributed entries, he felt overwhelmed. Each one was an iconic jutsu of his father. However, upon a cursory glance, he raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon something unsavory. That last-minute effort? What on earth is that? Just as Boruto pondered this, a prompt panel appeared before him. 1. Since the host has activated this system for the first time, there will be one opportunity to extract an entry. Subsequently, this system will issue relevant tasks, and completing these tasks will grant opportunities for further extraction and other rewards. Note, the host can alter the course of the storyline, allowing for chances to enhance abilities. Please strive diligently. Point 2. Note, altering the original storyline will not affect the existing timeline. 3. This system's traversal portal opens once a month. Note, the extraction target is randomly designated by the system, and the right to interpret belongs solely to the system. Upon comprehending all the important details, a look of realization washed over Boruto as he spoke. System, I understand the basic information, but why didn't you respond when I called you just now? Please refrain from unnecessary banter. Host. Focus on becoming stronger. The system replied, curtly. Boruto was taken aback. This system certainly had a personality of its own. All right then. Let's proceed with the extraction. Boruto pressed the start button in the center of the wheel. As the wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, his heart raced with anticipation. Nine Tails Chakra. Yang release. Sage technique? Undoubtedly, both Nine Tails Chakra and Sage technique were highly coveted by Boruto, particularly as he was soon to confront the Otsutsuki clan in a month's time. As he watched anxiously, the pointer finally came to a stop, and Boruto was left in a state of shock, stammering as he gazed at the result. Mouth release. Boruto was at a loss for words in the next moment. An attribute panel appeared before him. Host, Boruto. Age, 10. Strength, Chunin. Chakra, 1 card. Ninjutsu. SS rank, Clear Eyes passive. S rank. A rank, Lightning release. Rasengan vanishing Rasengan. Rasengan regular, Shadow clone, Jutsu, B rank. Wind release. Gale Palm, Seduction technique, Harem Jutsu. Lightning release, Water release, C rank. Body flicker technique, Mouth release. As Boruto concluded his status check, he noticed Naruto by the riverbank. Ah, who are you over there? Discovered. Boruto tensed, locking eyes with Naruto, and, clutching his stomach, replied, Hello, I seem to have lost my way and followed the delightful aroma here. Since he had not been recognized, Boruto confidently approached Naruto, standing beside him with a somewhat sheepish expression. Oh, is that so? Naruto, ever affable, immediately offered him a skewer of grilled fish. Here, take it, don't be shy. The fish was modest in size, 1 would hardly suffice, and 2 would barely satisfy his hunger. Yet Naruto displayed no hesitation. Thank you, Boruto said, reaching out to accept the grilled fish. My name is Boruto, and what about you? Boruto took a bite of the fish, his words slightly muffled. What brings you here to grill fish alone? Ah, am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned widely. As for why I'm alone, it's to diligently train to become Hokage. I got hungry and decided to grill fish. Despite Naruto's carefree demeanor, Boruto could sense an underlying loneliness in his words. Boruto was well aware of the reason behind it. He had been shunned by the villagers since childhood due to the fox demon, often resorting to pranks for validation, consuming expired milk, and so forth. Yet he pondered, where was the third Hokage? Boruto vaguely recalled that the third would never allow Naruto to venture out of the village alone. There must be Umbu lurking in the shadows to prevent any mishaps. Fortunately, Boruto had wisely concealed his headband earlier, knowing that if a Konoha ninja were to spot him, it would raise questions about his existence. He guessed the third Hokage had already become aware of his presence. As if on cue, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated behind Boruto and Naruto. Hey Naruto, why are you out here alone? Chapter 2. The Art of Deception, Bewildering the Third Hokage. Ah, it's you, Grandpa Third. Naruto cheerfully waved to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, Boruto felt the scrutinizing gaze of Hiruzen directed at him, imbued with 7 parts vigilance and 3 parts scrutiny. He was convinced that any misstep on his part would prompt the surrounding Umbu to swiftly bring him down, especially under the watchful eye of Hiruzen. Little Naruto, who is this beside you? Grandpa Third, this is my new friend, Boruto. He got lost in the forest. Naruto introduced him candidly, his tone infused with the joy of newfound companionship. Oh, I see. I never expected you, little Naruto, to make a friend, Hiruzen remarked, his smile lacking warmth, and then turned his attention to Boruto. Young Boruto, how did you happen to get lost in the forest? Young Boruto? Noticing Boruto's momentary distraction, Hiruzen gently prompted him. Boruto snapped back to reality, realizing he had spaced out due to the system issuing a task. Task issued. Gain the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen and successfully join Konoha. Oh, my dear third Hokage, I am an orphan. A tumultuous upheaval occurred in my village, and amidst the chaos, I managed to escape, only to find myself here, utterly lost. The art of deception was activated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intelligence diminished by 40. The art of deception was activated. Uzumaki Boruto's intelligence diminished by 60. Boruto paused for a moment, reflecting on the unexpected utility of such deception. Naruto, on the other hand, felt a stirring within him upon learning that Boruto was an orphan, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite the effects of the deception, was not so easily swayed. However, Boruto discerned a hint of relaxation in Hiruzen's gaze. It was only natural. What malice could a mere child possess? Moreover, even if there were ulterior motives, Naruto's surrounding Umbu were not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, a decrease in intelligence did not equate To outright foolishness, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have lowered his guard, but the protocols of suspicion and investigation remained. I see, young Boruto. Do you recall which village you hail from? Hiruzen inquired. Indeed, the third is truly a cunning fox, attempting to extract information and then dispatching someone to investigate, Boruto thought to himself, though outwardly he replied truthfully. Grandfather Third, I am from the Rain Village. The Rain Village, the stronghold of pain from the Akatsuki, was certainly a place worth investigating. Ah, the Rain Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed mild surprise, having recently received intelligence about the unrest there, linked to an organization known as Akatsuki. Grandfather Third, could you allow Boruto to join Kanagakur? At this moment, Naruto spoke up. Boruto felt a surge of joy, silently giving a thumbs up to his somewhat negligent father for his timely support, as he had been pondering how to broach the subject with the third. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly asked, Young Naruto, could you enlighten me as to why you feel this way? Because I cannot quite fathom why. Naruto responded, lowering his gaze shyly, but the moment I laid eyes on Boruto, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and like me, he is also an orphan that I wish to befriend him. Naruto's voice dwindled to a whisper as he dared not meet Boruto's or the third's gaze, fearing the implications of his confession. Both the third and Boruto observed this exchange, with Boruto feeling an inexplicable tug at his heart, a sensation that could only be described as bittersweet. Meanwhile, the third was touched by a pang of guilt. After much reflection, he exhaled in relief and turned to Boruto with a serious demeanor, asking, Young Boruto, do you wish to be Naruto's friend? The atmosphere hung in silence for a brief moment. I do, came Boruto's simple yet resounding affirmation, echoing in Naruto's ears. Really? Naruto gazed at Boruto in disbelief, his eyes filled with anticipation. Boruto, are you truly willing to be my friend? Boruto patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto, you just said it yourself, we are friends. Besides, your grilled fish is so delicious, I would love to have more. I finally have a friend, Naruto exclaimed with joy, leaping into the air. No problem, Boruto, if you want to eat, I will grill it for you. Welcome to the grand family of Konoha, little Boruto, the third. Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remarked, feeling a slight alleviation of his guilt upon witnessing Naruto's radiant smile. Naruto, make sure to have fun with your friends, but don't stay out too late. Grandfather Sarutobi will take his leave now. After imparting his advice to Naruto, Hiruzen vanished from their sight. Third Hokage in the shadows. Hiruzen had not strayed far from Naruto, and Boruto, his gaze remained fixed upon them as a figure emerged quietly behind him. Go to the Rain Village and gather all intelligence regarding this Boruto, Hiruzen commanded, his tone devoid of any emotion. Understood. Once the Umbu departed, Hiruzen glanced in another direction, muttering to himself, it seems I must warn Danzo. Boruto, come, I will take you to Konoha. Having finished grilling fish, Naruto eagerly led Boruto towards the direction of Konoha. It is often said that when the Hokage intervenes, one can accomplish much with the third's prior notification. Boruto was granted smooth passage through the gates of Konoha. The architecture of Konoha differed significantly from what he had previously known, having not witnessed the village's two destructions. The terrain remained elevated, and the overall design was distinctly antiquated. Look, it's the Nine-Tails brat. How unfortunate encountering that fox spirit right upon exiting. Let's hurry away. Look, this fox spirit is accompanied by a child. Whose kid is this? They must not understand the danger if that fox spirit goes berserk. The child will be the first victim. Amidst the surrounding scorn and accusations, the once bustling street, teeming with life, parted for the duo. Naruto, usually vibrant, fell silent, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Noticing Naruto's distress, Boruto felt a pang of sympathy, placing his hand reassuringly on Naruto's shoulder. Boruto? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. He had anticipated that Boruto might distance himself due to the villagers' comments. Yet the outcome was entirely the opposite. No need for explanations. If you consider me a friend, then this bond shall not be severed easily, Boruto declared, tilting his head with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by Naruto's emotional response. All right, it's too noisy here. Let's leave quickly and discuss things in a quieter place. The two hurried away, sprinting until they reached Naruto's home, panting heavily. Boruto, my room is a bit messy, if you don't mind. You can squeeze in with me from today onward, Naruto said, feeling embarrassed as he glanced at the expired milk scattered around his room. That's fine, I'm just happy to have a place to stay, Boruto replied. That evening, after casually sharing a bowl of instant noodles, the two reclined comfortably on the bed. Boruto, aren't you curious why the villagers treated me that way today? Naruto's tone was somewhat despondent, Boruto withdrew his gaze from the twilight sky and focused it on Naruto's face. You speak, and I shall listen. Chapter 3. How frustrating. I've crossed over and still have to study. Have you clarified the situation? That little brat who appeared beside the Nine Tails? In the route, Danzo, seated in a position of authority, questioned a ninja from the foundation below. Elder Danzo, the situation in the Rain Village has escalated. The salamander has been ousted and completely controlled by an organization known as Akatsuki. We are unable to infiltrate. The ninja elucidated. Very well. Danzo sighed quietly. Well aware of the upheaval occurring there, his inquiry was merely a reflection of a lingering hope. Let us set that matter aside for now. Instead, bring that child to me. Bang! The gates of the foundation were suddenly thrust open, and a figure emerged. Danzo, I, as Hokage, command you to refrain from harboring any intentions towards that child. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. I cannot permit anyone to approach the Nine Tails. I have already informed you that only by entrusting the Nine Tails to the Foundation can we truly safeguard Konoha. Now look at the situation. You have allowed others to draw near to the Nine Tails. Hiruzen, you are failing miserably as Hokage. Toanzo's fury ignited upon encountering Sarutobi. Hiruzen. Toanzo, you lack the standing to judge my successes or failures. Should you dare to lay a hand on that child, I shall sever your supply lines, Sarutobi proclaimed with unwavering conviction. You shall come to regret this, Hiruzen. Toanzo's expression twisted with malice. I am the Hokage, Sarutobi declared, pausing momentarily before vanishing from the root stronghold. The following day, a bewildered voice exclaimed, What? I too wish to pursue my studies. Boruto pointed to himself, questioning Iruka before him with a look of confusion. Indeed, that's correct. Iruka nodded in affirmation. This was personally requested by the third Hokage. Even after traversing through time, I still have to attend school. Boruto initially accompanied Naruto to school, but now, alas, he finds himself unable to return home, all thanks to that treacherous third Hokage. Yosh, Boruto shall attend school with me. In contrast to Boruto's speechlessness, Naruto's face radiated excitement. Boruto, your enrollment procedures have been completed. Shortly, you shall introduce yourself. After briefly outlining the necessary details, Iruka led Boruto to the classroom. Boruto, I must inform you. Shortly I shall introduce you to a rather arrogant fellow who happens to be my rival. All the while, Naruto chattered incessantly, brimming with impatience. Boruto gazed at Naruto, who was brimming with enthusiasm, and revealed a faint smile of exasperation. Soon, the trio arrived at the classroom, with Naruto hastily returning to his seat. Upon entering, the other students exchanged perplexed glances, sensing something unusual about Naruto today. Naruto, what's up? You seem quite cheerful, Shikamaru inquired as he approached. Ah, you'll find out soon enough. Naruto teased, leaving Shikamaru somewhat frustrated. Meanwhile, Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke, donning an air of mystery, and whispered, Sasuke, do you want to know? No. And please don't come so close, Sasuke retorted. TCH, how boring, Naruto muttered, dismissing Sasuke's disinterest. At that moment, Iruka entered the classroom, closely followed by Boruto. As Boruto stepped inside, dozens of eyes fixed upon him. Class, I have an important announcement. Today, a new student will be joining our class, Iruka declared. Boruto, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Stepping aside, Iruka allowed Boruto to take the spotlight. Scanning the room, Boruto recognized many familiar faces, including his mother from his childhood. Hello everyone, my name is Boruto, and I am a friend of Naruto Uzumaki. I hope to get along well with you all, he introduced himself. The mention of Naruto's friend sent ripples through the room, causing all eyes to turn toward Naruto. Everyone knew Naruto's situation, due to his identity as the Nine Tails host. Very few in the village dared to befriend him, except for a select few like Shikamaru, who maintained a distant camaraderie. All right, Boruto, please find a seat, Iruka instructed. Unsurprisingly, Boruto chose to sit beside Naruto. Now everyone, in a month, you will be assessed on the transformation technique, an important milestone as you prepare to graduate and become ninjas. Today, we will review the transformation technique, Iruka announced. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices filled with excitement and trepidation. Particularly, Naruto felt overwhelmed. The transformation technique was his greatest weakness. Ding. Task issued. Teach Naruto Uzumaki the transformation technique within 1 week. Task reward. Randomly draw from the other S attributes. 0, 5 chakra. Boruto was momentarily taken aback by the task announced by the system. Once he regained his composure, He cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who was slumped over the desk, and a wry smile crept across his face. Naruto is learning the body replacement technique. Are you serious, system? Subsequently, Boruto concealed his presence effectively and focused intently on Iruka as he diligently instructed the class on the body replacement technique. As the school day drew to a close, Iruka suddenly spoke up. Students, I will now conduct a random assessment of your mastery of the body replacement technique. Let us gauge your progress. A chorus of groans erupted throughout the classroom. Boruto observed the scene, while the common folk expressed their grievances. The scions of esteemed clans radiated an air of confidence. It was evident they had engaged in prior study at home, perhaps even delving into the intricacies of ninjutsu. Shikamaru. Step forward, Iruka called, indicating the Nara clan. It was rather bothersome. Shikamaru sighed and ambled up lazily. As expected, his transformation technique was executed flawlessly. With Shikamaru setting the precedent, the subsequent demonstrations unfolded seamlessly. Boruto's predictions proved accurate. The members of the great clans succeeded without fail, while the commoners displayed a mixed performance. Naruto, your turn, Iruka announced. Under Boruto's watchful gaze, Naruto confidently approached the stage. As anticipated, he conjured a rather lackluster shadow clone, provoking uproarious laughter from the audience. Boruto, it's your turn to give it a try, Iruka said, reluctantly conceding to Naruto's shortcomings and turning his attention to Boruto. He added with concern, Boruto, since today marks your entrance into the academy, utilize whatever you can from what the teacher just taught you. Even if you struggle, the teacher will not hold it against you. Understood, Iruka-sensei. Unlike his father's lackluster performance, Boruto was astute. He found the basic technique of the shadow clone to be second nature. However, he still feigned the appearance of grappling with its complexity. Boruto was not inclined to reveal himself so soon. As Boruto formed hand seals, a low command escaped his lips, and with a resounding crash, a shadow clone materialized on the scene. The astonishment was palpable. Everyone, including Iruka, was momentarily rendered speechless. They had not anticipated that a new transfer student could master the shadow clone technique after merely attending a single class. Under the astonished gazes of his peers, Boruto skillfully executed the body replacement technique and the transformation technique. Unsurprisingly, he succeeded in both endeavors. The expressions of his classmates transformed entirely. If mastering one shadow clone was merely fortuitous, what could be said of his consecutive successes with the other two techniques? Genius. This singular word flashed through Iruka's mind. Naturally, the one whose emotions were most tumultuous was the usually silent Sasuke, whose self-proclaimed title of genius now seemed precariously perched. Chapter 3. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Teacher, am I learning this correctly? Boruto chuckled awkwardly. Boruto, have you ever learned the shadow clone technique? Iruka approached Boruto, his voice tinged with excitement. Huh? No, I haven't, Boruto explained. Iruka-sensei, I'm an orphan. No one taught me ninjutsu. I merely read the book and, thanks to your detailed explanations, my mind felt much clearer. I just tried it out based on your guidance. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. All right, I understand now. Please return to your seat. Iruka, after overcoming his shock, felt compelled to report this to the third Hokage, recognizing Boruto as a candidate for focused training. The shadow clone technique, even in its most basic form, had never been mastered so swiftly. The fastest recorded in the history of the Ninja Academy was the first Hokage, who had learned it in just one day. As Boruto returned to his seat, Naruto immediately approached him, exclaiming, Boruto, I never expected you to be so impressive. After all my time at school, I couldn't master the shadow clone technique, yet you managed to learn the three-body technique on your very first day? Naruto, would you like to learn it? Boruto whispered to Naruto, leaning closer. Naruto nodded fervently. Let's meet at the back mountain after school. At that moment, Boruto inadvertently caught sight of an aggressive gaze, belonging to none other than Sasuke Uchiha, his unofficial mentor. Sasuke, could it be that he has set his sights on me already? Hello, Boruto greeted Sasuke politely. You are Boruto, correct? I challenge you. Sasuke ignored Boruto's greeting and directly issued a challenge. Naruto, hearing Sasuke's words, shouted, Sasuke, if you wish to challenge Boruto, then you must first challenge me. I will definitely defeat you. You're not even worthy to challenge me, Sasuke retorted. Naruto and Sasuke became embroiled in a dispute, completely oblivious to Iruka's darkening expression. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are speaking loudly in my classroom. Do you not regard me? Go stand outside. In the training ground at the back mountain of the ninja school. Boruto and Naruto appeared, followed closely by Sasuke Uchiha. I say, Sasuke, why are you following us? Naruto questioned. I told you, I intend to challenge Boruto, Sasuke replied. Disregarding Naruto's inquiry, his gaze now fixed coldly on Boruto. The title of genius belongs to the Uchiha clan, and no one shall take it from us. Truly, how melodramatic. Boruto thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this point in the timeline, the Uchiha clan had long since been decimated by Itachi Uchiha, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor. Amid the accumulation of hatred, Sasuke's heart began to transform into something extreme. Beep. Scanning Uchiha Sasuke, generating entries. A-rank lightning release. Chidori, A-rank Chidori sharp spear. S-rank lightning release. Kirin, Rinnegan, One-Tomo Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, SS rank heavenly hand power. A-rank Uchiha swordsmanship. C-rank fire release. Great fireball technique, in power. D-rank technique of the 13 kings. Boruto's eyes lit up, clearly astonished by the impressive array of jutsu displayed by Sasuke. A genius is indeed a genius. As most of his techniques are classified as S-rank, as the pointer gradually slowed and finally came to a halt. Boruto's gaze fixated intensely on a specific area of the panel, lightning release, Kirin. The mere sight of those words made his breath grow heavy. The destructive power of this technique was astounding. He had once watched his esteemed mentor Sasuke execute it with envy. To his surprise, the system had proven to be quite benevolent this time. Boruto suddenly pondered the system's assertion that he would receive rewards upon altering the trajectory of this world's narrative. Since he had extracted gold from Sasuke, he contemplated whether revealing the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's demise to Sasuke might be an option. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished as it emerged. Given his current strength, Boruto believed that if he divulged the truth in its entirety, the third Hokage would undoubtedly seek him out, not to mention the ever-watchful Danzo Shimura. It seemed the most prudent course of action would be to guide Sasuke in his quest for the truth. Resolute in his decision, Boruto noticed Naruto and Sasuke were about to clash again and promptly intervened, urging, "Hold on, you two. Sasuke, if you wish to challenge him, that's fine. But I just started school today, and I've already promised Naruto to teach him the shadow clone technique. How about we postpone this challenge for 7 days? I will be at your disposal then." Upon hearing Boruto's proposal, Sasuke contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Yet, with a sidelong glance at Naruto, he scoffed. "You want to teach this laggard the shadow clone technique? I advise you to abandon that hope. It would be futile." Naruto, upon hearing this, became immediately displeased. "Sasuke, stop underestimating people. Once I master it, I will definitely take you down." Sasuke, uninterested in Naruto's outburst, chose to sit alone, prompting Boruto to focus his attention back on Naruto. "Naruto, try to sense the flow of chakra within you, distributing it evenly throughout your body," he instructed. Meanwhile, within the Hokage Tower. "Oh, Irika, are you suggesting that Boruto is a genius?" The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at Irika in astonishment. "Indeed, Lord Third," Irika replied. His expression filled with excitement, and proceeded to recount how Boruto had mastered the shadow clone technique in just one class. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was profoundly astonished. After enduring the Third Great Ninja War and witnessing the fall of the Uchiha, the overall strength of Konoha was staggering. The emergence of a talent like Boruto was something that needed safeguarding. He must be nurtured as a seed to protect Konoha. "I understand, Irika-sensei. The matter of Boruto shall be entrusted to you. Ensure that the will of fire is instilled within his mind." "Understood, Lord Third." As Irika departed from Hiruzen's line of sight, a white-haired Umbu appeared before him. "Lord Third," he said. "Speak," Hiruzen commanded, his gaze fixed upon the Umbu. The white-haired Umbu responded, "Boruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Uchiha Sasuke are currently at Training Ground 3. It appears that Boruto is instructing Naruto in the shadow clone technique, while Uchiha Sasuke is present to challenge him." Shadow clone technique. Hiruzen paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Very well, I am aware. Proceed with caution. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, allow them their freedom." "Yes." As only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Hokage office, he murmured, "It seems that this ninjutsu should be passed on to Naruto." Another failure. Boruto gazed at Naruto's lifeless shadow clone beside him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. His lips were nearly parched from the incessant attempts, yet success eluded him. Sasuke was right. In that moment, Boruto was compelled to concede to Sasuke's words. "Am I really that foolish?" he pondered. Naruto, perhaps aware of his role as a burden, had lost his earlier bravado and appeared somewhat sheepish. "It's all right. We'll resume after a brief rest, Boruto encouraged. Just as he was about to embark on the second round of training with Naruto, a figure emerged within their line of sight. Shinobi Mizuki, what brings you here? Naruto inquired with curiosity, as Boruto cast his gaze upon the appearance of a silver-haired man. He immediately recognized him as the very individual who had incited Naruto to pilfer the sealing techniques Shinobi. Shinobi merely glanced at Boruto and Sasuke before directing his attention to Naruto. Naruto, Sensei Shinobi wishes to speak with you. Are you available at this moment? Chapter 5. The shadow clone technique is still a clone technique ultimately. Boruto observed Naruto departing with Shinobi, undoubtedly with his own considerations in mind. Moreover, the umbu surrounding them were not to be underestimated. Boruto was confident that this matter would not escape the watchful eyes of the umbu and the third Hokage. Are you truly allowing this straggler to leave with Shinobi? Sasuke approached, offering a reminder. Isn't it quite normal for a teacher to seek out Naruto? How could I intervene? Boruto replied with a smile. Sasuke scoffed at Boruto's reasoning, yet his intuition whispered otherwise. I have a feeling that Shinobi is far from benevolent. Come now, are you being overly cautious? Boruto expressed his surprise at Sasuke's instincts. Believe what you will, Sasuke retorted, turning to leave. Why should I concern myself with that straggler? I have to go. Let us not forget our agreement. Rest assured, I shall not forget. After Boruto bid farewell to Sasuke, he remained in place, awaiting Naruto's return. As anticipated, when Naruto reappeared, Boruto could distinctly sense a disquiet in his demeanor, leading him to believe that Shin had successfully manipulated Naruto's mind. Naruto, what is troubling you? Boruto inquired, noticing his distracted state. Awakened from his reverie by Boruto's concern, Naruto replied, Oh, it's nothing, Boruto. Let's head back. All right, Boruto responded, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. If you ever find yourself in trouble, you must confide in me. Do not bear it alone. I will, Boruto. In the subsequent 2 days, Naruto appeared to be his usual self, attending school and returning home, with Boruto diligently instructing him in the art of the shadow clone technique. Yet, despite his efforts, Naruto remained unable to grasp it. One fateful night, however, Naruto opened his eyes, as if resolute about a certain decision. After casting a fleeting glance at the slumbering Boruto, he rose and vanished into the twilight. Yet, in the very next moment, Boruto also opened his eyes. It seemed that Naruto could not resist the allure of Shin's temptations. Boruto shook his head in resignation, subsequently vanishing into the twilight, maintaining a certain distance as he trailed Naruto. He followed Naruto all the way to the Hokage building. Yet he dared not advance further, relegating himself to a concealed spot outside the edifice, patiently waiting in silence. That place, permitted only by the third Hokage, was off limits to all others. Although it appeared deserted, numerous NBU operatives lurked in the shadows, observing closely. Before long, Naruto's figure reappeared within Boruto's line of sight. But this time, he bore an additional scroll. It was the Forbidden Techniques book chronicled by the successive Hokages. Watching the direction in which Naruto departed, Boruto followed closely behind. Yet simultaneously, the Hokage building was set ablaze with alarms. At last, Boruto spotted Naruto's silhouette in a secluded forest. At that moment, Naruto had already unsealed the Forbidden Book. The Book of Seals, which contained a plethora of forbidden ninjutsu, was treated like a treasure, even by Naruto, the seventh Hokage, who, despite being a son, was unable to glimpse its contents. Boruto claimed he wasn't envious, but that was a falsehood. Just as Naruto was captivated by the contents of the sealing technique, Shin was, as expected, appearing before him. Observing Shin launching a surprise attack on Naruto, Boruto realized that this situation could not persist. He swiftly hurled a Rasengan at Shin. Bang! The Rasengan struck true, sending Shin flying several meters away. Boruto swiftly appeared beside Naruto. Boruto? How did you end up here? We can discuss this later. There is no time to explain. We must leave. Boruto urged as he helped Naruto to his feet. That person should still be alive. We need to hurry back to Konoha. Understood. Naruto stowed away the Book of Seals. Wind release, Shuriken, just as they were about to depart. An angry voice echoed from behind them. You little brats, trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Hand over the Book of Seals. A massive shuriken sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as it hurtled toward the two. Naruto, quickly dodge. Boruto's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively pushed Naruto aside. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Naruto lost his balance and fell to the ground. The Book of Seals slipping from his grasp and revealing the techniques contained within. In a moment of inadvertent distraction, Boruto's right eye involuntarily opened, revealing its pure form. Of course, he was entirely unaware of this occurrence. All he comprehended was that his mind had been enriched with a plethora of new insights. However, there was no time for contemplation, for Shomu had already charged towards him. Astonishingly, Shomu's target was none other than Naruto, who was clutching the Book of Seals. "You foul fox demon, relinquish the Book of Seals." With that, a shuriken was once again hurled towards Naruto. In a moment of desperation, Boruto unleashed a power greater than ever before, transforming into a mere shadow, standing protectively in front of Naruto. The kunai pierced deeply into Boruto's back, causing a spray of crimson. Naruto, witnessing Boruto's selfless act, felt his pupils dilate in shock. Despite the agony, Boruto grinned through clenched teeth and said, "Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? We are friends. You little rascal, with a path to paradise before you. Why must you cling to this fox spirit? If that is your choice, then I shall honor it. Naruto is no mere fox spirit. He is one of my few friends. And this bond will not be easily severed." Boruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile breaking through. Beside him, Naruto was moved to tears. What a bond. Then carry that connection to the Pure Land. Suemu scoffed, spinning the kunai in his hand and launching it toward Boruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared before Boruto, skillfully kicking the kunai off its trajectory. "What?" Suemu exclaimed, then sneered. "What is this, fox spirit? Are you still resisting? I will not allow you to bully my friend." Naruto's expression darkened as he crossed his fingers to form a seal. "Huh? What's wrong with bullying? I could take on 10 of you brats single-handedly. Is that so? Then I shall repay you 100-fold. Naruto growled fiercely, invoking the shadow clone technique. In the next instant, a gentle orange chakra enveloped him, followed by the appearance of hundreds, even thousands of shadow clones surrounding Suemu. Witnessing this, Boruto felt a wave of relief, thinking, it doesn't even matter if I can't master the clone technique. Who says shadow clones aren't clones? Look, it has succeeded. From there, the situation became far simpler, as Suemu faced the onslaught of Naruto's clones. Within moments, the pursuing Umbu arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto succumbed to unconsciousness, as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. He had successfully replaced Irika, altering the course of events, and was rewarded with the upgrade of the A-rank technique, Rasengan, to S-rank. What a delightful sound it was. However, just as Naruto had dealt with Mizuki, the Umbu made their appearance. Such coincidences were hardly plausible, and the third Hokage was undoubtedly observing from the shadows. Yet, this was of little consequence. Boruto was confident that after today, the third would lower his guard. Thus, the hidden damage was significant. Chapter 6, Kakashi's Astonishment Ding. The successful teaching of the body flicker technique to Naruto Uzumaki was confirmed, completing the system's mission and granting access to the corresponding entry with a reward of 0.5 chakra. Listening to the enchanting voice of the system, Boruto felt like a heap of clay, utterly spent as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Thankfully, he fulfilled his duty, teaching Naruto the technique within 7 days, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. After the ordeal a few days prior, Boruto had spent 2 or 3 days recuperating in the hospital before being discharged. Following his release, he visited Hiruzen Sarutobi, where he could distinctly sense a change in the third Hokage, indicating that the old man was gradually lowering his defenses. Not only that, but he also received a reward, a set of B-rank wind release techniques. Yet, even the smallest mosquito was still a piece of meat. Naturally, the transmission of the third S-will of fire was unavoidable. Boruto silently grumbled about the third stinginess, receiving only a set of B-rank techniques. System, extract the entry. Boruto focused intently on Naruto's wheel, silently reciting in his heart. Extraction in progress. Watching the pointer of the wheel gradually slow, Boruto's heart raced. When it finally rested on the panel of the Toad Sage technique, his pupils widened in astonishment, and he sprang to his feet, unable to contain his excitement. What the hell? I got gold. Initially, Boruto had harbored no expectations of drawing any remarkable abilities, but the surprise the system bestowed upon him was indeed delightful. Boruto suddenly gasped, startling Naruto beside him. Huh? What do you mean by gold? Boruto, what are you talking about? It's nothing, Boruto replied with an awkward smile. After calming his emotions, he could distinctly sense the changes within his body. The natural energy, his comprehension of it had become remarkably clear. Gradually, Boruto's heart grew profoundly tranquil, and the shadows around his eyes flickered visibly. Boruto, I truly appreciate your help with that last incident, Naruto said, approaching him. Boruto felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, reluctantly pausing to absorb the natural energy. Alas, what words were spoken? We are, after all, friends. It is only natural to go to great lengths for a friend. Boruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that what was done was done. There was no need to bring it up again. However, if anything arises in the future, do inform me, and let it not be approached with the same recklessness as before. Certainly. The two lay there on the training ground in silence. Naruto. Boruto was the first to break the atmosphere. What is the matter? Do you wish to learn some impressive ninjutsu? Upon hearing the mention of remarkable ninjutsu, Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Boruto, what incredible ninjutsu do you speak of? It's a technique that doesn't require hand signs. I believe it would suit you well. However, it is quite challenging to master, Boruto replied. Indeed, what Boruto intended to teach was none other than the Rasengan. As for the reasons behind this choice, firstly, Naruto had already mastered the shadow clone technique, fulfilling one of the necessary conditions. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, it was time to reap the benefits from the system once again. Naturally, the sooner one learns, the sooner one can enjoy the rewards. Let it be said that today, Boruto would draw the prize of the Frog Sage technique from Naruto. Boruto, you underestimate me. I wouldn't bother with any ninjutsu that isn't impressive, Naruto declared with unwavering confidence. All right, since you possess such determination, let us begin, Boruto exclaimed, leaping to his feet. This technique is called the Rasengan. But you must keep its details a secret. After all, Uzumaki Naruto is known for his discretion. Boruto, why do I find it hard to believe? Naruto, gazing at the symbol of Konohagakure on his palm, along with a mere rubber ball, Naruto's expression darkened, tinged with skepticism. Boruto, is this truly the formidable ninjutsu you wished for me to master? Naturally, I expect you to devise a way to shatter this ball using chakra. Boruto, with no other option, resorted to personally demonstrating the power of the Rasengan, allowing Naruto to witness its might firsthand. Subsequently, Boruto summoned his shadow clone and swiftly formed a Rasengan. Originally, Boruto's Rasengan was merely the size of a palm, yet after enhancement, it has grown to twice its original volume, significantly amplifying its destructive power, though it still falls short of the S-class potency. Observing this, Naruto felt a flicker of anticipation. Subsequently, Boruto raised the Rasengan and aimed it at a tree, roughly the thickness of a water barrel, not far off. With a resounding boom, the immense destructive force instantly carved a large cavity in the center of the tree. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Boruto, I want to learn this technique. No problem. Boruto replied. However, mastering this technique is no simple feat. There are 3 steps. And for the first step, I need you to burst this ball with your chakra. That's easy. Just watch me. Naruto declared with unwavering confidence. Yet, reality soon delivered a harsh slap to Naruto's face. Boruto, why can you break it? But I cannot? Naruto pondered, staring at the intact ball in his hands. As Boruto instructed Naruto on the Rasengan, a pair of eyes in the shadows intently observed them, revealing a look of disbelief. Rasengan. How could that kid possibly know the Rasengan? It was evident that the technique Boruto had just executed did not escape the notice of this Umbu ninja, who was none other than Kakashi Hatake. The Rasengan, a signature technique of the 4th Hokage, who happened to be his mentor, was unmistakable. With the same golden hair and blue eyes as Naruto. The realization struck Kakashi deeply. Could it be? That boy named Boruto is not, perhaps, the child that my teacher lost? This small speculation truly astonished Kakashi. Yet he quickly dismissed the bizarre thought. Let us not entertain the idea of my teacher being that kind of person. Besides, his wife was present back then. He wouldn't have dared. He resolved, I must seize the opportunity to inquire about Boruto. Kakashi had no intention of revealing this matter to the 3rd Hokage, for he had his own reasons. If Boruto were indeed the orphan child of his mentor, he must ensure his protection. The misfortunes that befell his teacher's child were already profound. He would not allow another of his teacher's offspring to suffer. In this regard, one could only say that Kakashi's imagination was vividly rich. Boruto, under the pretext of training the Rasengan, dismissed Naruto to the side, while he leaned against a tree stump, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The reason for this was simple. Ever since Boruto had glimpsed the forbidden techniques detailed within the sealing book, those concepts seemed etched into his mind, necessitating clarity. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique, Edo Tensei, Spirit Transformation technique, the Mutual Exploding Tag, the 8 Gates, various formidable water release techniques, and more. Yet, the complexity of the hand seals rendered them difficult to comprehend, They were neither palatable nor easily discarded. In short, the allure of a systematic approach was undeniable. Mastering the ninjutsu contained within demanded not only exceptional understanding but also years of rigorous training. Of all the forbidden techniques, Boruto's most fervent desire was to master the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill that promised both life-saving capabilities and an air of superiority. Which young man would not yearn for such prowess? However, the difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God was notoriously formidable, requiring not only innate talent but also a profound affinity for space. Throughout the annals of ninja history, only the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage, his own grandfather, Minato Namikaze, had successfully acquired it. If his grandfather could achieve this feat, then so could he. As his grandson, it was his duty to elevate the reputation of the Yellow Flash. Chapter 7. The Challenge from the Second Pillar with a mindset of tentative exploration. Boruto swiftly revisited the principles and techniques of the Flying Thunder God in his mind. To his astonishment, what he anticipated to be convoluted was, instead, remarkably clear. Could it be that he was a genius, endowed with exceptional spatial talent? A spark of realization illuminated Boruto's thoughts, leading him to sit in stillness and attune himself to the fluctuations of space around him. Indeed, during his training, he sensed an ephemeral wave of spatial energy. Though fleeting, the sensation was undeniably real, offering him a delightful surprise. Overwhelmed with excitement, Boruto opened his status panel to verify whether he had truly begun to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. Host: Boruto. Age: 10. Strength: Chunin Chakra 1. 5 cards: Ninjutsu. SS rank: Sage Art. Toad transformation: Clear Sight. Passive. Flying Thunder God. Maturity: 1. S rank: Lightning Release. Kirin A rank: Lightning Nature Transformation. Enhanced Rasengan. Lost Rasengan. Rasengan. Standard. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. B rank: Wind Release. Gale Palm. Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. Seduction Technique. Harem Technique. C rank: Body Flicker Technique. Mouth Ninjutsu. Indeed, as Boruto gazed at the Flying Thunder God technique displayed on the panel, a smile crept upon his lips. To execute the Flying Thunder God technique, a medium is required, which could be a kunai or any other object. Thus, Boruto resolved to visit the ninja tool shop in hopes of luck. He interrupted Naruto's trainings, insisting on bringing him along. The reason for including Naruto was quite simple. He lacked funds, while Naruto possessed them. After all, Naruto received monthly assistance from the third Hokage, whereas Boruto aspired to earn money by becoming a ninja and undertaking missions, yet he had not yet attained the status of a ninja. A single ninja tool was not worth much, and besides, it was only natural for a father to purchase items for his son. With this thought, Boruto felt considerably more at ease. The two strolled through the streets of Konoha, enduring the disdainful glances directed at them, largely due to Naruto's reputation. Hinata, her cheeks flushed, glanced over. Unfazed by the peculiar stares surrounding them, they chose to ignore the judgment. Naruto had grown accustomed to it, and Boruto was even less concerned. Boruto, do you intend to buy ninja tools? But we are not ninjas yet. Such purchases would be futile, Naruto expressed, surprised at Boruto's intention. Please, do not inquire further. I simply require a ninja tool, Boruto interjected, dismissing Naruto's questions. However, as they continued their journey, each shop selling ninja tools displayed disdain upon seeing Naruto, refusing to sell to them altogether. After wandering for an indeterminate time, they finally arrived at a shop, pausing at its entrance. Naruto, this is the last one, Boruto remarked, casting a glance at the interior's arrangement. He sighed, pondering that if this shop did not accommodate their request, they would need to devise an alternative solution. Indeed, what a letdown, he mused. May I assist you, gentlemen? As they lingered, a girl with 2 bun-like hairdos emerged, politely greeting Boruto and Naruto. Tenten? Boruto recognized her immediately, though she did not reciprocate the recognition. Tenten, Niji, and Rock Lee were not part of Naruto's class at that time, and had yet to reach the stage of acquaintance. Could you sell me a ninja tool? Boruto inquired, mentioning either a kunai or shuriken as suitable options. That can be arranged, but is it for an adult at home? Tenten asked. No, it is for me, Boruto clarified, explaining that they had been turned away from nearly every shop they visited. If it's for you, that complicates matters. Tenten replied, her brow furrowing slightly. I assume you are still a student at the Ninja Academy, which explains why they refuse to sell to you. Only ninjas are permitted to purchase ninja tools, as they are classified as war materials and are strictly regulated. Even ninjas must register and report their purchases. Every day brings forth explanations. Implicitly, this suggests that one cannot sell to Boruto. Moreover, from Tintin's words, Boruto learns that even a mere ordinary kunai would command a staggering price of 300 ryo. Although Naruto possesses a small amount of money, it is insufficient for such an expense, especially considering that ninja tools are consumables. So that is the case. Boruto feels a twinge of disappointment and, with no other recourse, must bid farewell to Tintin and seek alternative solutions. As they wander aimlessly down the street, a voice calls out to them. Boruto, so this is where you are. It is Sasuke. Naruto waves his hand. Sasuke, what brings you here? Boruto inquires. What are you up to? I just went to the training grounds looking for you, but you weren't there. Sasuke scrutinizes the two. Boruto needs a ninja tool, and I accompanied him to purchase one, yet every shop refuses to sell to us. Naruto responds indignantly. A ninja tool? Why would one need to buy that? Sasuke explains. If you want one, I have plenty at home. Indeed, my humble master hails from the Uchiha clan. Even after the clan's annihilation, there remains a considerable legacy. Not to mention a single kunai. Boruto suddenly finds himself filled with joy at this revelation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to your house, Sasuke. Naruto urges, attempting to drag Sasuke towards the Uchiha compound. However, Sasuke remains unfazed, wearing a smug expression, and fixes his gaze on Boruto. Boruto, acquiring a ninja tool is simple enough, but you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? Oh. Boruto suddenly recalls that he had promised Sasuke a challenge. Evidently, he is eager to fulfill it. You mean the challenge? Good, you understand. Are you prepared? Sasuke slightly bows his head. Regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with a ninja tool. Boruto spread his arms, asserting his readiness at any moment. However, he swiftly shifted the tone of his discourse, adding, a duel is acceptable, but should you lose, do not display your frustration. I have no desire to engage in a contest with someone who cannot accept defeat. Who cannot accept defeat? Sasuke interjected, his face flushed with urgency. Furthermore, the outcome is not predetermined. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Very well, then let us meet at Training Ground 3, he declared. Kakashi, what did you say? Sasuke is challenging Boruto. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Kakashi, somewhat astonished by the report. Indeed, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. The situation arose when Boruto was in search of a ninja tool and, unable to procure one, fortuitously crossed paths with Sasuke. Subsequently, Kakashi recounted how Boruto required a ninja tool, accompanied by Naruto while facing obstacles in their quest, and how this led to the challenge against Sasuke. Relaying the details to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boruto requires a ninja tool? Hiruzen pondered, intrigued by this revelation, and then inquired, why was he accompanied by Naruto? Kakashi, feeling a bit awkward, clarified, Lord Third, have you forgotten? Boruto has no family, resulting in no income. For the time being, Naruto has been supporting him. Ah, I see. Hiruzen reflected, realizing the oversight. After a moment of contemplation, he added, from this point forward, until Boruto becomes a ninja, I shall cover his living expenses. Let it be set at 3,000 ryo. Please inform the finance department. Understood, Kakashi responded. Just as he was about to depart, Hiruzen called out, by the way, where have those three little rascals gone? Lord Third, they're at Training Ground 3. Chapter 8, The Flying Thunder God Technique. Boruto, unleash your full strength and fight me. I can sense your power. My eyes cannot be deceived. If I can defeat you, I shall be one step closer to overcoming that man. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, a single tomo spinning within his blood-red eye. In that case, I shall gladly oblige. Boruto picked up several stones nearby while simultaneously forming the Flying Thunder God seal. Since suitable ninja tools were not readily available, stones would have to suffice for the time being. Boruto, what are you doing? Sasuke queried, puzzled. It's nothing. I just learned a new technique and wish to give it a try, Boruto explained. Humph. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke scoffed at the technique Boruto had mentioned, his hands swiftly forming seals, before unleashing a fireball from his mouth. Bring it on. Boruto exclaimed as the fireball hurtled toward him. He leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile while hurling the stone marked with the Flying Thunder God seal at Sasuke. You think you can hit me with that stone? A fool's dream. I am Uchiha, blessed with the Sharingan. Sasuke smirked contemptuously, rotating his Sharingan and slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade Boruto's trivial antics. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, at the very moment he dodged, Boruto had already initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. However, due to it being his inaugural attempt, the endeavor culminated in failure. Boruto remained undeterred, as he had anticipated this outcome. In the subsequent rounds, during his exchanges with Sasuke, Boruto seized every opportunity to hurl stones at him. Each attempt, however, ended in failure. Fortunately, through numerous trials, his familiarity with the Flying Thunder God technique had significantly improved. Yet, as time passed, Boruto found his chakra nearly depleted due to the prolonged use of the technique. With one final effort, he gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. His gaze fixed intently on Sasuke. "What's the matter, Boruto? Are you unable to continue?" Sasuke smirked, his own expression grim, the Sharingan flickering ominously. "Who says I can't?" Boruto resolved to give it his all, expending the last remnants of his chakra to execute the Flying Thunder God. As he launched the stone towards Sasuke, he activated the technique. In the blink of an eye, Boruto vanished right before Sasuke's eyes, altering the latter's expression to one of alarm. "What is happening?" He disappeared? Sasuke frantically spun his Sharingan, attempting to discern Boruto's whereabouts, but despite scouring the arena, he could not locate him. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, who had arrived early and concealed himself in the shadows, witnessed the scene unfold, his face contorting in disbelief. It was unmistakable. He recognized the jutsu Boruto had just employed. The Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly familiar to him, having been created by his mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and later popularized by his disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato had earned the title of Yellow Flash during the Third Shinobi World War due to his prowess with this technique. Furthermore, the difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God was extraordinarily high. To date, only his teacher and Minato had succeeded in learning it. Amidst his astonishment, Sarutobi's expression turned contemplative. The first question that arose was how Boruto had acquired such a forbidden technique. The second question was whether he should be punished for clandestinely learning it, or if he could be integrated into the protection of Konohagakure. After a moment of reflection, Sarutobi seemed to settle on a course of action, his gaze fixed on Boruto, who had reappeared behind Sasuke. It appeared that a serious conversation with Boruto was in order. Just as the third contemplated Boruto's predicament, a mocking voice interrupted Sasuke's futile search. "Hey, Sasuke, what are you looking for?" Boruto suddenly materialized behind Sasuke, a grin playing on his lips. "Catch this. Body technique. 1,000 years of pain." As a blue figure soared into the air above training ground number 3, a furious roar echoed across the sky. "Boruto, I will kill you." Witnessing Sasuke's unfortunate predicament, everyone present felt a tightness in their chests. Kakashi remarked, "This jutsu is truly remarkable." Sarutobi declared, "This technique is far too dangerous. It must be classified as forbidden." Naruto chimed in, "I must have Boruto teach me this technique." "Hey, Sasuke, why are you still angry? It's said that fists have no eyes. I didn't do it on purpose," Boruto quipped. Observing Sasuke, who was still fuming, Boruto teased, "What's the matter? Can't you handle a loss?" The trio lay on the lush grass of training ground number 3, recuperating their chakra. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's mood soured, retorting, "Who says I can't handle it?" Rather than responding to Boruto's provocation, he inquired, "First, enlighten me on how you managed to appear behind me." Sasuke was genuinely curious about the ninjutsu Boruto had employed to best him. "Oh, that? It's the Flying Thunder God technique," Boruto replied candidly. "The Flying Thunder God?" Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock, recognizing it as the renowned signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage. "Indeed," Boruto nodded. "Though I'm not yet proficient, I still have significant room for improvement. My recent victory over you was merely due to the short distance." "Damn it." Sasuke's composure shattered as he glowered and demanded, "How did you learn the Flying Thunder God?" "It's a forbidden technique, as far as I know." "That's a secret," Boruto feigned mystery. "Humph. What of it? Once I become stronger, I shall defeat you regardless." All right. Sasuke is the greatest," Boruto chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Humph. Follow me," Sasuke declared, acting rather strangely as he led Boruto toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Naruto chimed in with a giggle, "Hee." Sasuke bellowed, "Naruto, you laggard. What are you laughing at?" "Not laughing at all, just surprised," Naruto responded. "Laugh again, and I'll take you down." With laughter and camaraderie, the trio arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. "Sasuke, is this your home? It's so vast," Naruto exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, Boruto was immediately taken aback by the vastness of the area. Indeed, it was impressive. Sasuke, with a sense of pride, lifted his chin and led Boruto to the depths of the Uchiha clan's treasury, a place even the third Hokage was unaware of. As they stepped inside, Boruto was astounded by the treasures contained within Sasuke's family vault. Sasuke, is this truly your family's treasury? His gaze was met with an array of dazzling ninja tools, including shuriken, kunai, scrolls, swords, and windmill shuriken, leaving him utterly mesmerized. Boruto pondered momentarily, thinking to himself, Sasuke, your clan has been annihilated, yet you possess such an abundance of ninja tools? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, wary of provoking Sasuke's wrath. Nonetheless, Boruto couldn't help but marvel at the Uchiha legacy. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. And their profound heritage is indeed remarkable. Was this truly surprising? With a slight smirk, Sasuke reminded him, do not forget that my family has always maintained a close relationship with the enduring clan of shinobi cats. Now, choose your weapon swiftly. After navigating through the dazzling array of ninja tools, Boruto ultimately discovered a ninja sword, slightly longer than a dagger, among the selections. Considering that the ninja sword might be too long to draw effectively, while a shorter blade lacks a sense of security, Boruto reflected on his options. As for the shuriken and kunai, they are merely commonplace tools of a ninja. Other alternatives could easily be acquired upon returning to his own time. The ninja sword, however, perfectly suited him, and coincidentally, his rather frugal master also wielded a sword, making it a fitting lineage to embrace. Sasuke, this is the one, Boruto declared as he picked up the sword. He examined it closely. The blade measured 7 inches, gleaming with a silvery sheen. And the hilt featured a pointed end resembling a kunai. A ninja sword? Yes, this is it. Boruto drew the sword, twirled it a few times, and with a smirk, he remarked, don't you think wielding a sword looks quite impressive? Naruto gazed enviously, his eyes sparkling. Sasuke, I want a ninja sword too. Sasuke rolled his eyes dismissively. You can't even defeat me. What makes you think you deserve a ninja sword? You truly are pathetic. How infuriating. Sasuke, don't underestimate me. One day, I will surpass you, Naruto exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. Just so you know, I'm practicing a very formidable jutsu. What jutsu? Sasuke inquired, intrigued. Oh, I want to tell you, Naruto replied playfully, sticking out his tongue. TCH, dead last, Sasuke muttered, choosing to ignore Naruto and turning his attention back to Boruto. Once you've made your choice, let us leave quickly. We can't linger here for too long. Chapter 9, The Third's Deception. A shock from the Hokage just as Boruto and his companions exited the Uchiha clan grounds. A figure appeared before them. An umbu? Boruto paused momentarily, fixing his gaze upon the umbu before him, inwardly astonished. The white-haired figure could be none other than Kakashi. Everyone, please hold on, Kakashi directed, his eyes now resting on Boruto. Boruto, the third Hokage wishes to speak with you. What does Grandpa Third want with me? Boruto inquired, maintaining a facade of indifference. I'm uncertain. Very well. Thus, Boruto bid farewell to Naruto and Sasuke, and followed Kakashi as they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Grandpa Third, you called for me? Upon entering the Hokage's office, Boruto beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen in a corner, his back turned as he fiddled with a crystal ball. At the sound of Boruto's voice, Hiruzen promptly ceased his activity, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Ah, young Boruto, you've arrived, he greeted. What can I assist you with, grandfather? Boruto inquired. Without beating around the bush, Hiruzen kindly asked, tell me, young Boruto, who has imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to you? Indeed. It seemed that the third Hokage had discerned the truth. Boruto felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he realized that being in Naruto's presence inevitably meant being under the watchful gaze of the umbu. When faced with the third Hokage's inquiry, Boruto was already prepared with his response. Grandfather Sarutobi, do you recall the last encounter I had with Mizuki alongside Naruto? Of course, I remember. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. What is the connection? Boruto nodded, affirming that there was indeed a connection. It was during that time he had witnessed the Flying Thunder God technique, which he easily memorized. The fact that Boruto could recall the technique with just a glance left Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat astonished. Boruto continued, stating that he had attempted to practice it. And to his delight, it had worked, albeit he had yet to master it fully, as it was somewhat unreliable. Upon hearing Boruto's explanation, it was now Hiruzen's turn to be overjoyed. Initially, he had suspected Boruto to be a spy sent by a neighboring village or someone who had learned the technique illicitly. But it turned out he had stumbled upon a gem. Thus, the third Hokage had no reason to doubt Boruto's claims. After all, what lies could a 10-year-old child possibly tell? The fact that Boruto could replicate the technique after merely observing it spoke to his innate ability rather than any conscious act of theft. Furthermore, even if he were a spy, he was now a part of Konohagakure, and no one could take him away. It was conceivable that he could be nurtured into the next Minato Namikaze, and the mere thought brought a sense of profitable assurance to Hiruzen. Having come to this realization, Hiruzen felt considerably lighter, with the wrinkles on his face deepening slightly. "I see now," he remarked, patting Boruto on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Little Boruto, given this, it is evident that your place is no longer in the Ninja Academy. I intend to appoint you as a genin directly." Boruto, taken aback by this sudden decision, politely declined. "Grandpa Third, I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to graduate alongside Naruto and do not want to sever this bond." Hiruzen found himself even more pleased by Boruto's unwavering resolve, which seemed sincere. Seeing the determination in Boruto's demeanor, Hiruzen retracted his previous decision but shifted his approach. "Since you have declined the position of genin, I have decided to offer you another form of compensation. There is an empty house beside the Hyuga clan. Starting today, you shall move there. It would not be ideal to continue living in close quarters with Naruto. The Umbu will provide you with the property deed shortly. Additionally, I have arranged for you to receive a monthly allowance of 3,000 Ryo until you become an exceptional ninja." How does that sound? The multitude of advantages presented by the third Hokage left Boruto somewhat dazed, marveling at the lengths Hiruzen was willing to go for him. Moreover, living separately from Naruto signified that the third had entirely lowered his guard and would no longer be under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Boruto replied with a joyful smile, "Thank you, Grandpa Third. I have no objections. All right, you may return now." "The root. What did you just say?" "Sir, the information is accurate. It was witnessed firsthand by Lord Third." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo abruptly rose from his chair, his voice quivering with excitement. He could hardly believe that the boy had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. Initially, Danzo felt a wave of anxiety at Boruto's sudden appearance beside the Nine Tails, fearing he might be a spy infiltrating from another village. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen present, he dismissed the concern, opting for mere surveillance. Now, being informed that this boy, Boruto, had indeed learned the Flying Thunder God technique felt utterly implausible, yet upon further verification, Danzo was compelled to believe it, which only fueled his exhilaration. "Boruto, you say?" A glimmer of greed sparked in Danzo's eyes. How intriguing. The Flying Thunder God is not a technique just anyone can master. This boy must be nurtured and transformed into a sharp blade for Konoha. Go, inform Root. Ensure that they bring Boruto to me. Yes. The reporting ninja vanished from Danzo's sight, and the space fell into silence. Danzo gazed at the gates of Root, stroking his left eye while murmuring, "Hiruzen, you already have a Minato Namikaze, so this one, I must acquire him at all costs." "What did you say, Boruto? You want to move out?" Upon returning home, Naruto was struck by Boruto's announcement like a bolt from the blue. "Indeed, Naruto. It has been a burden staying here for this time. Grandpa Third has finally helped me find a place." Boruto, watching Naruto's agitated reaction, offered some words of comfort. "Really? Naruto, there's no need to feel this way. We won't be unable to see each other. We meet every day at the Ninja Academy. But if you leave, this home will only have me." Naruto's voice grew increasingly faint. Upon witnessing this, Boruto felt a profound sense of emotion and sighed quietly. "All right, Naruto. I shall return to reside here whenever I find the time." How does that sound? Ultimately, through a series of coaxing and persuasion, Boruto managed to convince Naruto. Simultaneously, he resolved to encourage his mother, Hinata, to break through the barriers with Naruto and cultivate their love sooner rather than later. The mere thought exhilarated him. Moreover, fortuitously, his residence was located within the Hyuga clan, making them neighbors. With this in mind, Boruto's thoughts shifted, and he addressed Naruto. "By the way, Naruto, if you have some free time, you should visit my new home. It could liven things up and help you familiarize yourself with the area." "Really?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Absolutely. I will definitely come by when I can. And remember, even after I leave, you must not neglect your practice of the Rasengan." Boruto reminded him. "Ha ha ha. You can rest assured about that, Boruto. I intend to use this technique to defeat Sasuke," Naruto confidently assured, patting his chest. Boruto shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, I should hurry to sleep. School awaits tomorrow." Chapter 10. The invitation. The following morning, Boruto submitted a leave request to Irika, explaining his reasons. Upon learning this, Irika readily granted him permission to leave. Subsequently, Boruto proceeded to the finance department, where, armed with the third Hokage's orders, he effortlessly received 3,000 Ryo and procured a multitude of daily necessities. Over the next 2 to 3 days, Boruto remained occupied with these errands. Finally, On one particular day, he completed the organization of his new home and stood outside, admiring it. The house was modest, a wooden structure spanning just over 30 square meters with 2 stories. Although small, Boruto felt a sense of satisfaction, at long last. He had a place to call home in the village of Konoha. While he was lost in appreciation of his abode, a timid voice emerged from behind him. "Excuse me? Is that you, Boruto-kun?" Hinata stood there, a shy smile gracing her face, though her cheeks remained unblushed. Boruto hesitated for a moment, scratching the back of his head before grinning and responding. "Hinata, it's you. What brings you here?" Hinata pointed toward the direction of the Hyuga clan's residence. "Boruto-kun, that is my home over there." "Ah, Hinata, I almost forgot. I'm right next to the Hyuga estate," Boruto replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't realize we were neighbors. I look forward to your guidance in the future. I've been busy these days and haven't had a chance to visit your home," he added. "No worries," Hinata shook her head. "I heard from Irika-sensei that you moved out from Naruto-kun's place. I didn't expect to find you here. By the way, do you need any assistance?" "Thank you, Hinata. I've actually got things mostly sorted out. I'll be able to report to school tomorrow." "That is good to hear. Everyone has been quite concerned about you." Just as Boruto was conversing with his mother, another voice suddenly emerged, drawing their attention. "Hinata-sama." Niji Hyuga approached, his expression inscrutable, tinged with a hint of seriousness. "Niji and I." Hinata felt a flicker of anxiety upon seeing him. "Boruto," Niji acknowledged, recognizing the boy. "Hinata-sama, today is our training day. What brings you here?" Niji's tone held a trace of displeasure, and his gaze shifted to Boruto. For an inexplicable reason, upon first seeing Boruto, he felt an unarticulated sense of familiarity, as if it were inscribed in his very essence. He quickly dismissed this absurd notion and inquired, "Hinata-sama, who is this?" "Oh, this is Boruto, my classmate," Hinata introduced. "From today onward, he is our neighbor." In accordance with the formalities of their esteemed clan, Niji responded politely, "Greetings, I am Hyuga Niji." "Boruto," he replied. After exchanging introductions, Hyuga Niji turned to Hinata and said earnestly, "Lady Hinata, let us return promptly. We wouldn't want to cause your father any distress." "Yes, of course," Hinata replied apologetically. "Boruto-kun, I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Until tomorrow." "Goodbye, Hinata, Mom." Boruto waved as he bid her farewell. "Lady Hinata, don't you usually feel anxious around unfamiliar males? Why is it that you seem so at ease with Boruto? I cannot quite explain it. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that put me at ease." "How curious," remarked Niji. Once Boruto's mother had completely vanished from view, he shifted his gaze. Just as he was about to step into his home, a swift sound sliced through the air. The shuriken whizzed past, instantly heightening Boruto's senses. He tracked its trajectory and narrowly evaded a lethal strike. "Who goes there?" Boruto demanded, his eyes fixed on the source of the attack as he discreetly drew his ninja sword. To dare commit an act of violence within the confines of Konoha indicates that the assailant is no ordinary individual. Indeed, it appears that this person has caught the attention of Danzo-sama. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, clad in a black trench coat, wielding a ninja sword on their back, and possessing an appearance strikingly similar to his own age. Boruto quickly recognized the individual. "Kuro, oil woman Kuro," he thought. Could it be that the enigmatic Danzo has set his sights on him? With Kuro's skills, a mere insect would suffice to eliminate him silently. There was no need for a shuriken. Boruto speculated that indeed, Danzo had taken an interest in him. Boruto silently cursed his misfortune. "Who might you be?" He feigned ignorance. "I am certain I have not provoked anyone from Konoha, so why do you attack me?" "Young man, I was merely testing you. Do not be alarmed. Lord Danzo wishes to invite you to the route." "What route?" Boruto retorted, "I only know of the Umbu." Boruto would not simply surrender. He believed that the greater the commotion he created, the more likely the third Hokage would take notice. At worst, he would have to reveal his strength prematurely. However, engaging in battle in his own home was out of the question. What if he destroyed his house? All his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Just then, a voice echoed in Boruto's mind. The system issued a task: defeat Yamanaka Toryun, with a reward of randomly selecting one ability from Sasuke and a chakra card. It seemed that you were intent on refusing a polite invitation and preferred a different approach. With a swift motion, Yamanaka Toryun extended her hands, and tiny insects the size of grains of rice began to swarm toward Boruto. The sudden fluctuation of chakra immediately caught the attention of the Hyuga clan. Hinata and Niji were being instructed by Hyuga Hizashi when he was the first to notice, activating his Byakugan without hesitation. What is wrong with father? Hinata inquired curiously, sensing her father's unusual demeanor. It's nothing, Hizashi replied, regaining his composure. Hinata, you and Niji should continue your training for now. Stay at home, and whatever you do, do not go outside. Understood, father. Though Hinata was puzzled by his insistence, she obediently acquiesced. Confronted by a swarm of insects, Boruto wielded his ninja sword, executing a series of rolls and jumps to evade Yamanaka Torian's attack. While he successfully dodged, the ornamental plants in the courtyard were not so fortunate, left in disarray. Those decorations were precious to Boruto, crafted from his own hard-earned money. Seeing the chaos around him, Boruto felt a pang of anguish, his expression darkening. Damn it! How can I endure this? Whoever endures is a fool. Shadow Clone Technique. Boruto created 3 shadow clones. The trio launched a flurry of taijutsu attacks against Yamanaka Torian, clashing fiercely. Yet, within moments, the clones were overpowered and dispelled by the nauseating insects. Is this your strength? Yamanaka Torian scoffed, unimpressed. I fail to understand why Lord Danzo would choose someone like you. However, just as her disdainful words lingered in the air, Boruto hurled his ninja sword at her. She laughed derisively, easily sidestepping the lackluster attack. Yet, her amusement was short-lived. As the sword whizzed past, Boruto suddenly materialized beside her. When did he? Yamanaka Torian's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat trickling down her back. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Boruto had gathered a small Rasengan in his hand and struck her squarely in the back. In that critical moment, the third Hokage appeared on the scene, accompanied by a multitude of ninjas, among them a concerned Hinata who had returned to the fray. The third Hokage had initially intended to intervene before Yamanaka Torian could act. But it was already too late. Boom. The oil girl, Torikane, was akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled several meters away until she crashed against a wall, finally coming to rest. Chapter 11. I had no idea I was so highly sought after. Boruto. Are you alright? The third Hokage approached Boruto, his voice laced with concern. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt regarding Boruto's ambush. Never had he anticipated that someone would dare to launch an attack within the confines of Konoha, especially orchestrated by his old friend, Shimura Danzo. Had it not been for Hinata Hayashi's timely intervention, he might have remained oblivious to the situation. Moreover, he was astounded to learn that Boruto had single-handedly defeated a ninja of elite Chunin caliber, particularly one from the Oil Girl clan, renowned for their mastery in controlling insects. But wait. That injury, a circular, meaty wound, was inflicted by a Rasengan? The sight of Torikane's abdomen left the Hokage utterly astonished. Although he hesitated to fully endorse this conclusion, it was evident that Boruto had transcended the limitations of a mere genin, managing to escape and conquer an elite Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation at Boruto's burgeoning strength. Meanwhile, the only ones experiencing embarrassment were the members of the Oil Girl clan. Their expressions twisted in dismay, vowing to keep their kin as far away from Danzo as possible. Grandpa Third, I'm fine, Boruto indicated the unconscious Torikane, his voice tinged with grievance. This person simply attempted to capture me for some rude organization. When I refused, she assaulted me. I nearly lost my life. You must take action on my behalf. Boruto, with tears streaming down his face, elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of the mouths of those present, who inwardly grumbled about his identity and the gravity of his situation. However, witnessing the third Hokage's profound concern for the child piqued their curiosity regarding Boruto's lineage. Fear not, my dear child. I shall advocate on your behalf, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently reassured Boruto. Yet, his expression soon turned serious as he addressed the others. I appreciate your cooperation. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to resolve certain issues personally. Understood, Lord Third Hokage, they replied. Once only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Boruto remained. The Hokage shifted his focus to the boy, inquiring curiously, Boruto, was that jutsu you just performed the Rasengan? Grandpa Third. Is this what you mean? Boruto responded, raising his hand to conjure a swirling sphere of chakra. As expected, the third Hokage gazed at the blue Rasengan with astonishment. For it was a technique invented by his own apprentice, Namikaze Minato, and known only to him and his disciple, Jiraiya. Where did you learn this, Boruto? Hiruzen asked. Grandpa Third. I gleaned it from the sealing techniques, Boruto replied, his innocent eyes prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to believe him wholeheartedly, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After all, What kind of deceit could a 10-year-old possibly conjure? Very well, I shall take action on your behalf, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, lifting Oil Girl Take Torai while holding Boruto's hand, leading him along. As they made their way to the Root's headquarters, Boruto was not idle. He summoned the system within his mind. System, where is my reward? The reward has been dispensed. You have randomly activated a task entry. Apart from the one card of chakra as a reward, a roulette appeared before Boruto, revealing an entry related to Uchiha Sasuke. As the wheel spun and gradually slowed, it finally came to rest on the panel of Yin power. Boruto, why are you trembling? Is something amiss? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Boruto's unusual demeanor and expressed his concern. And no, I'm fine, Grandpa Third. Upon receiving a reminder from the third Hokage, Boruto immediately regained his composure from his earlier excitement. The power of Yin, one of the tools necessary for sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki, is not entirely akin to the Yin power possessed by Sasuke and Naruto. It does not dissipate after sealing Kaguya. Notably, he has also acquired a new form of ninjutsu, Yin release. Host, Boruto age, 10 strength, ch Nin chakra, 2, 5 cards ninjutsu, SS rank, sage art, frog, pure eye passive. Flying Thunder God, maturity, 1, Yin power S rank, lightning release, Kirin. Yin release, under development, a rank, lightning nature transformation, spiraling sphere, enhanced version of the vanished spiraling sphere, B rank, wind release, gale palm, wind release, vacuum wave. Color deception technique, harem technique C rank, body flicker technique, mouth release. As the system's rewards concluded, there appeared to be no significant change in Boruto's exterior. However, within him, not only had his chakra increased, but he also now harbored a mass of Yin energy. The two finally arrived at the entrance of the root base. Inside, Danzo was quietly awaiting news from the oil woman, but as time passed, his unease grew. How could it take so long to deal with a mere child? Humph. Such incompetence. A flicker of displeasure crossed Danzo's face as he called out, Someone. Someone. Danzo's repeated summons went unanswered, intensifying his irritation. Stop calling, Danzo. Your root members have already been subdued. Sarutobi Hizashi emerged slowly from the shadows, with the oil woman's body thrown before Danzo. Danzo, taken aback and furious, exclaimed, Hizashi. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Hizashi retorted, I wish to ask you, Danzo, what is the meaning of your blatant actions in Konoha? Do you even regard me, the Hokage? His disappointment was palpable as he struck the ground with his cane. Useless. Danzo glanced at the oil woman's unconscious form, only then noticing Boruto beside Hizashi. He bitterly declared, Danzo, I recognize that seizing people openly in Konoha was my fault, but all of this is for the sake of Konoha. You have already possessed Minato Namikaze. This child should belong to our roots and serve as a sword to protect Konoha. By the end of his outburst, Danzo was nearly hysterical. Observing Danzo's state, Boruto felt perplexed. When had he become so sought after? Hizashi fixed a steely gaze on Danzo, but then sighed deeply, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes as he spoke with a calm demeanor. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on this child. Let today's events conclude here. Should I discover further transgressions, the roots shall no longer need to exist. Danzo fell silent, taken aback. Boruto felt a sense of astonishment as he realized that the third Hokage had gone so far as to sever ties with his closest allies for his sake. In Boruto's mind, the third was merely a timid old man, so fearful that he would sacrifice Uchiha to quell his own fears. It is often said that heroes fade with age, and the shift in his mindset led him to commit some rather uncharacteristic actions. Yet today, this little old man had gone to such lengths for him, and regardless of the truth behind it, Boruto felt a flicker of gratitude. Darui, do you dare? Exclaimed Tsunade, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Do you see if I dare? In a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a final remark before departing with Boruto. Behind them, Danzo's gaze was shrouded in shadows, one hand pressed against the bandage covering his left eye, as he murmured, Hiruzen, you had better not force my hand. Chapter 12, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master of Ninjutsu Grandfather, are you alright? Boruto inquired, noticing how Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have aged a decade in mere moments. I am fine, Hiruzen replied, straightening his posture and offering a gentle smile. After all, I am the Hokage. In an instant, Hiruzen was lost in reminiscence. Throughout his life, he had shown great courage. His mentor, the second Hokage, had led him through the second great ninja war, where they carved their names in history, earning him the title of Master of Ninjutsu. In those days, the will of fire burned brightly within him. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to the Hokage monument. Yet, he too had experienced moments of weakness and fear. In his old age, he had made many mistakes in the name of the village's stability. From that time onward, he had recognized that his will of fire was flickering, poised to extinguish at any moment. However, he held no regrets. He merely sought to protect the village in his own way. My dear Boruto, I hope you find your own will of fire in the future. Listening to Hiruzen's unexpected heartfelt confession, Boruto was taken aback but nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Scanning entry for Sarutobi Hiruzen, generating. As a new entry appeared, Boruto, filled with curiosity, promptly examined the details regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. To his surprise, the entry was quite standard, yet what he needed most was the mastery of all 5 elemental natures. With a mindset of trial and error, Boruto initiated his first draw, silently urging, "System, draw." The wheel eventually came to a halt. As Boruto had anticipated, his fortunes had taken a turn for the worse this time. Instead of acquiring any jutsu, he was faced with the title of Master of Ninjutsu. Boruto's gaze lingered upon the area where the pointer rested, murmuring softly. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a surge of enlightenment, as if all ninjutsu could be effortlessly mastered. Simultaneously, his progress in the Flying Thunder God technique inexplicably increased to 10, a delightful surprise indeed. Little Boruto, why do you appear so lost in thought? At that moment, Hiruzen's Sarutobi, noticing Boruto's distracted demeanor, offered a gentle reminder. Third grandpa, it's nothing. By the way, little Boruto, there is something I must inform you. Yes. Third grandpa, what is it? After a brief contemplation, Hiruzen's Sarutobi continued. Given your current strength, remaining at the Ninja Academy may not be suitable for you. I am preparing to allow you to graduate early. But, third grandpa, little Boruto, I understand what you wish to say. Just as Boruto was about to decline, Hiruzen's Sarutobi interrupted. Initially, I intended for you to complete your studies smoothly. However, your defeat of an elite Chunin from the Foundation has been witnessed by others. Such news cannot be concealed any longer. He placed a reassuring hand on Boruto's shoulder, his tone imbued with hopeful encouragement. Allowing you to graduate early is also my personal wish. The overall strength of Konoha is in a state of transition, and I wish for you to grow swiftly. As for Naruto and the others, they will graduate in less than a month. I will also arrange for suitable instructors to guide you. There is no need for concern. Hiruzen's Sarutobi's gaze remained fixed on Boruto, seemingly awaiting his response. Boruto fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the words of the third Hokage and the predicament he currently faced. In merely a month, he would return to his own world, all while confronting the looming threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. Although there were now numerous external aids at his disposal, practical experience remained woefully scant. The present Ninja Academy offered him negligible assistance. After weighing the pros and cons, Boruto lifted his gaze to meet the third Hokage's eyes. Grandfather, I have made my decision. I agree to graduate. Very well, the third Hokage replied, a look of relief crossing his features. You may return home. I will compensate your family double for any losses. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Boruto made his way back home, only to discover a figure lingering at his doorstep. Hinata, why are you here? Boruto greeted her. Upon seeing Boruto, Hinata's anxiety dissipated, and she sighed in relief. Boruto-kun, I'm so glad you're all right. Sorry for worrying you. Hinata, Boruto said, scratching the back of his head. By the way, do you need something? Well, my father would like to invite you to our home, Hinata said nervously, her eyes searching Boruto's for any sign of rejection. Your father? Boruto thought, momentarily taken aback, yet he responded, of course, Hinata. Please tell your uncle that I will certainly visit when I have the opportunity. As their conversation unfolded, Naruto's anxious voice echoed from a distance. Boruto, are you okay? I heard you were attacked. Seeing Naruto approach with his usual carefree demeanor, Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, her body tensing up. And Naruto-kun. Upon witnessing the stark contrast in his mother's demeanor, Boruto helplessly rubbed his forehead and silently resolved to assist her in overcoming such shortcomings. Ah, Hinata. You are here as well, Naruto exclaimed jovially while giving Hinata a friendly pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Hinata's face flushed crimson, as if smoke were rising from her head. Hinata, what is the matter? Naruto asked in astonishment, noticing her flustered state. And no, it's nothing, Naruto-kun, Hinata stammered, turning her gaze towards Boruto. If everything is all right, I shall take my leave." With that, she swiftly vanished from sight. "Boruto, what is up with Hinata?" Naruto inquired, perplexed. Boruto intended to bestow upon Naruto a single term, simpleton. However, he thought it best to refrain, considering Naruto might be feeling somewhat unwell. Shifting the topic, Boruto inquired, "Naruto, what brings you here at such a late hour?" He added, "I heard you were being bullied, so I came to check on you and, in turn, offer my protection." Naruto clenched his fists, embodying a resolute demeanor. Boruto chuckled awkwardly, reassuringly stating that everything was fine and there was no need for such tension. "By the way, how has your training with the Rasengan been progressing?" he inquired. As he mentioned this, Naruto produced a small ball. For a brief moment, a powerful chakra coalesced around the ball in Naruto's hand, and with a resounding pop, the ball burst apart. Boruto gazed at the shattered ball with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. In just a few days, I've managed to accomplish the first step." "And what about the second step?" Naruto inquired eagerly. Boruto promptly produced a water balloon. "Another sphere?" Naruto exclaimed in dismay. "Boruto, indeed, it is a ball, but this time I shall offer you a hint. You must concentrate your attention." Attention? The following morning, Boruto and Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy. However, the moment they entered the classroom, all the students' gazes were fixed upon them, or rather, upon Boruto. "Boruto, I heard from Hinata that you were attacked yesterday. Are you all right?" As Boruto settled into his seat, he was immediately surrounded by Shikamaru, Sakura, Choji, and Ino. Despite the considerable effort he exerted to quell their curiosity, he couldn't help but wonder about Sasuke's absence from the classroom. "Where is Sasuke? Did he skip school today?" In Chapter 13, Just Because We Are Friends, through persistent inquiries, Boruto learned that upon hearing about his encounter and the defeat of an elite Chunin, Hinata had inadvertently triggered a peculiar reaction in Sasuke, who dashed out of the classroom. Throughout the day, Boruto hardly caught a glimpse of him. It was only after school, while passing by training ground number 3, that he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. "Sasuke, what are you doing here? I didn't see you in class today." Boruto stepped forward and observed Sasuke recklessly hurling shuriken at the target dummy, his expression tinged with a hint of worry. "Do not disturb me." Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at Boruto, his movements quickening slightly. Boruto was taken aback. Not long ago, everything seemed fine. What had gone awry in Sasuke's mind? "Sasuke, please do not act this way. I am merely concerned for you," Boruto explained. "Refrain from looking at me with that pitiful gaze. I, Uchiha Sasuke, do not require it." Sasuke retorted with a cold scoff, declaring, "Do not presume that defeating a mere elite Chunin grants you the privilege to dictate terms before me. One day, I shall surpass you. I will vanquish that man." Upon hearing this, Boruto suddenly understood. It appeared that his victory over an elite Chunin had provoked Sasuke. Given Sasuke's twisted personality, it was only natural for his mindset to unravel. Having identified the root of the issue, Boruto settled down on a patch of ground. "But given your current state, it seems a distant dream for you to defeat me, let alone the man you speak of." At Boruto's words, Sasuke paused, his tone laced with irritation. "What do you intend to do? You cannot even control your own emotions. Your tactics are chaotic. What do you expect me to accomplish? I cannot ascertain the strength of the man you refer to, but I can discern from your tone that he is formidable, so powerful that you can only see the impotent rage here." Silence. A fierce expression spread across Sasuke's face. "You have no comprehension of his true strength, which is precisely why I will stop at nothing to grow stronger." Approaching Boruto, Sasuke seized his collar and bellowed, "Boruto, tell me, how can I become stronger?" "To become stronger?" Boruto met Sasuke's gaze directly, disentangling his collar from Sasuke's grip. "You may pursue strength, but first, you must explain your reasoning." Sasuke met Boruto's eyes, a flicker of struggle evident within, before glancing away and scoffing. "Why should I tell you?" "Simply because we are friends." Thus, the verbal sparring commenced, Sasuke's intelligence diminished by 30. In a fleeting moment, Boruto's words left Sasuke momentarily taken aback. "Are you willing to share your story? In exchange, I can teach you a powerful jutsu." Boruto gradually tempted Sasuke. With Boruto's allure, Sasuke finally sighed and opened his mouth. He began to recount his journey from a blissful family and a dear brother to the harrowing moment he witnessed his beloved brother murder their parents, with everyone dying before his eyes. Even though he was aware of the plot, Boruto listened intently. To him, confiding in others was a means of emotional expression. Rejecting internal turmoil began with him, Boruto. Once Sasuke finished his confession, Boruto could visibly see his emotions calming. So that was it. He had not anticipated that Sasuke bore such a past. Boruto patted Sasuke's shoulder, asking, "So your Sharingan awakened at that time?" Sasuke was taken aback by Boruto's sudden mention of his Sharingan, but nodded in acknowledgement, stating that it was a proud heritage of their clan. Though awakening, it was no simple feat. The Sharingan, with each additional tomo, represented an increase in power. As far as he knew, that man already possessed 3 tomo. Sasuke offered an explanation to Boruto. "May I take a closer look at your eyes?" Boruto inquired as he leaned closer to Sasuke. Sasuke did not refuse and activated his 1 tomo Sharingan. "Such beautiful eyes," Boruto exclaimed, captivated by Sasuke's gaze. "That goes without saying," Sasuke retorted with a hint of pride. "But Sasuke, I heard you awakened your eyes when you witnessed your brother kill your parents." "Yes," Sasuke's expression darkened. "I apologize, Sasuke. I did not mean to unearth your wounds. I was merely reminded of something," Boruto said with an awkward smile, then continued, "before I arrived. I met a senior who once shared something regarding the Sharingan with me." "A senior?" Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he jumped up, asking, "What did they say?" "Calm down and let me explain," Boruto urged. "That senior told me the Sharingan is a devil's eye filled with love." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, and as he prepared to refute, Boruto pressed on. "Just listen to me, don't rush." Boruto eloquently explained how the Sharingan evolves through intense emotional upheaval. This was the first time Sasuke had heard of such a concept, and he was surprised to discover that the evolution of the Sharingan required profound emotions as a stimulus. No wonder that night Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as the image of that man invaded his mind. Why? Itachi, observing Sasuke's expression, a subtle smile crept onto Boruto's lips. He had intentionally revealed the information about the Sharingan, perhaps to help Sasuke inch closer to the truth. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he stared at Boruto. "Boruto, are you implying that Itachi killed my parents to awaken my eyes?" At this moment, Boruto retorted, "No, the affairs of adults may be far more intricate than we imagine. There must be hidden complexities of which we are unaware. Your awakening, I believe, was merely a coincidence, or perhaps your brother orchestrated it intentionally." As Boruto's words faded, his voice resonated in Sasuke's mind like the tolling of an ancient bell, causing his body to visibly tremble. Boruto gazed at Sasuke, aware that his words had taken effect. He did not wish to reveal the truth he possessed. Rather, he believed it more persuasive to guide Sasuke step by step toward the truth. As for Boruto's words, Sasuke had already come to trust them to a considerable degree. After all, he understood Itachi all too well. Itachi had always been more mature than his peers, contemplating matters with greater complexity, a fact that even Sasuke, as the younger brother, could perceive. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open, the crimson pupils swirling as a tomo appeared, followed by a second. Sasuke was unaware of this transformation, yet Boruto observed it with clarity. Goodness, how profound is the bond between Sasuke and Itachi to manifest a second tomo. Truly, he is worthy of being the secondary protagonist. Boruto marveled silently. "No, I must confront Itachi for clarity." Just as Sasuke prepared to rise, Boruto swiftly restrained him. "Boruto, do not impede me." Sasuke glared fiercely at him. "Sasuke, do not rush. These are merely my conjectures and not necessarily the truth." Boruto tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand. He considered the gravity of allowing Sasuke to seek out Itachi. It would be tantamount to courting disaster, setting aside whether the third Hokage would permit it. Merely the thought of Itachi was enough to instill dread. Itachi had painstakingly laid a path for Sasuke, and Boruto's casual remarks could disrupt that plan. Given Itachi's protective nature, he would surely unleash his wrath. This was not a scenario Boruto wished to witness. Seeing that Sasuke did not struggle, though his expression remained grim, Boruto continued. "Let us not dwell on whether my words reflect the truth. Even if they do, what will you achieve by confronting Itachi? Do you possess the strength to compel him to divulge the truth?" Boruto shook his head. "No, not only will you fail to uncover the truth, but you may also meet your demise. Do not forget that you are the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan. If I were in your position, I would diligently cultivate my strength in secrecy, investigate the reasons behind the clan's annihilation, and wait until I possess the power to confront him, compelling him to reveal all truths. If he refuses to divulge the information, I would ensure that he concedes to my demands through force." Evidently, Boruto's words had a profound impact, as Sasuke fell silent. "Boruto, what should I do?" In that moment, Sasuke appeared utterly helpless. Sasuke, as a prodigy of the Uchiha, do you understand what you lack? Upon hearing Boruto's words, Sasuke slowly lifted his gaze. It is patience. You inquire about what to do. I can now tell you that what you require most is not merely strength, but rather the fortitude to endure. You must first learn the art of patience, then strive for power, and subsequently approach the truth. Chapter 14. Promotion to Chunin. Might Guy. Through Boruto's earnest counsel, Sasuke ultimately acquiesced. Boruto's assertions were not unfounded. Strength is indeed the sole key to uncovering the truth. Thus, Sasuke sought from Boruto the training method for the lightning release. Kirin, a technique notoriously difficult to master. To learn it, one must first master the lightning release, Chidori. Boruto merely conveyed the principles to Sasuke, stressing the importance of confidentiality, and then encouraged him to practice independently. Days later, Boruto finally faced the Chunin examination, a day met with a myriad of emotions from his classmates. Unsurprisingly, Boruto breezed through the Chunin assessment, swiftly attaining the rank of Chunin. Cheers! Congratulations to Boruto for being the fastest in our class to become a Chunin. In a barbecue restaurant, a few of Boruto's close friends, including Inogen, Shikadai, Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura, gathered to celebrate his promotion. Boruto, now that you are a Chunin, I will definitely be seeking your assistance in the future. By the way, did the third Hokage arrange your teammates after your promotion? I heard that once you become a Chunin, you need a team leader and 2 teammates. Each friend chimed in, as though it was not Boruto but rather themselves who had been promoted. In response to their warm congratulations, he replied, I appreciate everyone's well wishes. As for my teammates, I haven't heard anything from Grandpa Third yet. I suppose I will wait for his arrangements. Boruto was also quite curious about his new teammates, but all would be revealed after the following day. The next day, within the Hokage's office, Boruto arrived early at the Hokage building, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen, his forehead already adorned with the Leaf Village headband. Grandfather Third, could you tell me who my squad leader is? Boruto inquired impatiently. Young Boruto. You are quite the eager one, Sarutobi chuckled. Do not worry, he will arrive shortly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a knock echoed from outside. Knock. Knock, knock. See, he is here, Sarutobi called out. Come in, Guy. Guy entered. And Boruto was taken aback by the sight of the man clad in a tight green jumpsuit, with prominent brows, a resolute visage, and that unmistakable bowl haircut. He had not anticipated that the Third would appoint Guy as his instructor. Lord Third, Guy greeted as he stepped inside. Now that you have arrived, I shall not dilly-dally. You are aware of why I summoned you here, Sarutobi said, gesturing towards Boruto. This is Boruto. From this day forth, I entrust him to you. Guy turned, fixing Boruto with an assessing gaze, and then broke into a wide grin, raising his hands high. Greetings. I am Might Guy. Welcome to my squad. Let us strive together. Young man, let us ignite the flames of youth. Boruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at Guy's exuberance. As he scanned Guy, he suddenly felt a rush of excitement when he heard the system's voice in his mind. Scanning Might Guy, generating entries. Relevant entries have been successfully generated. Leaf Whirlwind, Twin Rising Fong, 8 Gates, Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger, Evening Elephant, Night Guy, Burn Bright, Unmatched Taijutsu. Suppressing his exhilaration, Boruto commanded the system, spin the wheel. The pointer came to a halt, landing on the segment labeled Unmatched Taijutsu. Unmatched Taijutsu? Boruto pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind, though the system provided an explanation. Unmatched Taijutsu. Taijutsu comprehension loading at 100, physical strength loading at 100, blood energy amplification at 100, significantly enhancing power, speed, and responsiveness in battle. Understanding the remarkable effects of unmatched taijutsu, Boruto's eyes lit up. He had not expected Might Guy to offer him such unexpected benefits. With the enhancement of taijutsu, Boruto's deficiencies would finally be addressed. Then, Might Guy grasped Boruto's hand firmly, assuring him, Lord Third, you may rest assured in entrusting Boruto to me. I will ensure that Boruto's youth is fully expressed in every corner of the Leaf Village. With the assurance from Might Guy, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction as he watched them depart. Just as they were leaving, Might Guy happened to cross paths with Kakashi, who was still in the Umbu. The reason Might Guy recognized the masked Kakashi at a glance was due to that unmistakable shock of white hair. Hey, Kakashi, Might Guy began to greet him, but Kakashi, concealed behind his mask, cast a glance at Boruto and subtly shook his head in disapproval. There were regulations within the Umbu against revealing one's identity. a rule that Might Guy had just recalled, leading him to offer an awkward smile before vanishing from the Hokage's office. Once Might Guy had left, Kakashi inquired, Lord Third, are you allowing Boruto to be mentored by Might Guy? Indeed, came the reply. But can Guy truly guide Boruto effectively? There was a hint of doubt in Kakashi's voice. Are you implying that Guy can only teach taijutsu and has little to offer Boruto? Kakashi fell silent. The Ninja World War has only ceased for a few years. Although our village appears to maintain peaceful relations with others, beneath the surface, tensions are brewing. Should our Konoha fall into decline, other villages will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take a bite out of us. Ultimately, Boruto, as a budding talent, requires time to develop. Being with Guy may indeed be the safest option. As for Guy's capabilities, surely you, Kakashi, are aware of them. After all, who would expect us to place a prodigy of ninjutsu in a team that specializes solely in taijutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen aims to cultivate a ninja surpassing even Minato Namake's. As a certain white-haired figure crossed his mind, everything shall be revisited once that disciple returns. I see now, Kakashi said, enlightenment dawning upon him. By the way, Kakashi, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen countered. Prompted by the Third's reminder, Kakashi quickly gathered his thoughts. Lord Third, we have intelligence from the Umbu in the Land of Water indicating that their Mizukage may have been attacked by an organization and their fate remains uncertain. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his gaze sharpening. Is this information reliable? It is. Several of our informants perished during the recent turmoil, and this news has been relayed by the surviving members. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, issuing orders to enhance patrols along the northern border with the Land of Water and to dispatch a covert reconnaissance team to infiltrate the Land of Water, with support and strike teams on standby. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the news would not be confined to him alone. The Land of Water, rich in fisheries, would attract many eager to claim a piece of the pie. Yes, Lord Third. If there is nothing else, Kakashi, you may take your leave. Kakashi acknowledged and departed, leaving the Hokage's office enveloped in silence. Gazing at the Hokage rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. This world truly cannot remain tranquil for long. Chapter 15. Team Guy, Daily Missions. What is going on with Teacher Guy? He is late again. Every day, he leaned against a wooden post, grumbling. Yet his gaze silently fixated on his two companions, Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga. Rock Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, his bowl-cut hair contrasting vibrantly, was running upside down in circles while exuberantly exclaiming about youth, clearly a devoted disciple of Might Guy. The other, Neji Hyuga, sat cross-legged, often subjected to Lee's relentless antics. Lee, could you please settle down for a moment? You're making my head spin, he complained. In response to his lament, Rock Lee shouted, every day? How can the fervor of youth be halted? I shall embrace our new teammate in peak condition. Exasperated, he rubbed his forehead, realizing that all his teammates were eccentric. He then turned to Neji. Why don't you say something to Lee? Do you think he would listen? Neji replied, casting a glance at him. By the way, aren't you curious about our new teammate? Curiosity aside, it seemed that Guy had been gone for an inordinate time. Just as he finished speaking, Guy's figure appeared before them, followed closely by Boruto. Teacher Guy? Upon seeing Might Guy, the three gathered around him, but upon noticing Boruto, both Tenten and Neji exclaimed in unison, It's you? It's you all, Boruto responded, surprised to see Tenten and Neji in Guy's team. Do you know each other? Guy inquired. I've met this guy once. He even came to my shop looking for ninja tools, Tenten explained. Neji added, he lives near the Hyuga clan's territory. We've crossed paths before. Ah, I see. Youth truly is a splendid encounter, Guy remarked. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Hello everyone, I am Boruto. I am Tenten. I am Neji Hyuga. I am Rock Lee, a disciple of Teacher Guy. Boruto, welcome to our team. Let us unleash our youthful vigor. Uncle Lee is indeed full of passion, Boruto remarked, his lips twitching. Boruto, I didn't expect you to graduate even faster than Lady Hinata. You must possess considerable strength. How about a match? Neji proposed. How infuriating. Neji, you seized the opportunity. If there is to be a match, it must be against me, Rock Lee. Hey, you two, don't scare him. Ten interjected, exasperated. Observing the trio's harmonious interaction, Boruto found himself at a loss for words. Boruto, please don't take offense, Might Guy exclaimed, producing a stack of mission scrolls from seemingly nowhere, his excitement palpable. To celebrate the addition of our new teammate, I have specifically obtained 10 D-rank missions for you all. Let the flames of youth ignite. What? 10 missions? Ten gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. Teacher Guy, you came all this way just to pick up D-rank missions. Are you trying to wear us out? All right, Teacher Guy. I can feel my youth about to blaze. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, action. Naturally, these 10 tasks must be divided among you. Lee, you shall take on 3. Tintin, you will handle 2. Niji, you are assigned 3, and Boruto, as you are newly initiated, you will take on 2 as well. Of course, you are also granted 1 opportunity to seek my assistance. Boruto took the 2 scrolls from Kai's hands and opened one of them. The content was straightforward. Assist the elderly lady in locating her lost kitten, with a reward of 1,000 Ryo. Boruto cast a casual glance. Opening the second scroll that detailed the task of cleaning the Hokage building, with a reward of 9,000 Ryo. The assignment was quite standard. D-rank missions rarely took one beyond the village and were specifically designed for novice shinobi to accumulate currency and experience. However, Boruto did not anticipate that merely cleaning the Hokage building would yield such a generous bounty, clearly a perk bestowed by Guy. Moreover, prior to his journey to this world, he had completed countless D-rank missions, finding them rather trivial. Returning to the present moment, Boruto carefully tucked the scroll away, affirming, "Very well, Teacher Guy. I promise to complete the task." With the details of the missions understood, Guy declared, "All right, you're all dismissed," and as his words echoed, the group dispersed to tackle their respective assignments independently. Boruto, unperturbed, resolved to first fulfill his task of cleaning the Hokage building. Soon, he arrived at the Hokage's office, where he presented the scroll to 2 ninjas for inspection and was granted easy access. At that moment, it was midday, and the building was largely devoid of personnel. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also absent from his office. Boruto summoned several shadow clones while simultaneously unsealing the scroll containing the cleaning tools. Observing the numerous versions of himself, he nodded in satisfaction and began to assign tasks. Excellent. Boruto 1. You shall be responsible for the 4th floor. Boruto 2. You take the 3rd floor. And Boruto 3. You handle. The Hokage building was quite vast, and had this been in the past, Boruto would have felt overwhelmed. However, ever since his physical prowess had been enhanced, such tasks had become remarkably effortless. In no time, the Hokage building was nearly spotless. Little Boruto, what are you doing here? As Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the Hokage building, his gaze fell upon the industrious Boruto. It is you, grandfather. I am completing a task, Boruto replied, setting aside his tools and wiping the perspiration from his brow. Did you clean the entire building by yourself? Hiruzen paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Indeed, that is correct. I am just wrapping up. I would appreciate it if you could settle the reward for me shortly. Boruto chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall await your return. The 3rd Hokage mused quietly, pondering whether Boruto possessed a latent talent for physical combat. One must understand that for a mere genin to clean the Hokage building was no trifling feat. It would typically require 2 to 3 days to accomplish. It is truly astonishing that Boruto could accomplish this in less than a day. Moments later, Boruto emerged from the Hokage's office. The subsequent tasks became considerably easier for him, primarily involving the search for a small cat. Boruto approached the owner of the lost cat and requested an image of the missing feline. Meanwhile, he dispatched his shadow clones to search in various directions, while he himself employed a rather rudimentary method. He ventured to the area most populated by stray cats, armed with a hefty bag of cat food. After satiating the stray cats, he presented them with the image of the lost cat along with an object bearing its scent, directly enlisting their help in the search. This approach was one he had inadvertently gleaned from a video before his journey through dimensions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Boruto finally located the elusive cat and successfully completed his task. Boruto, you have finished your mission so swiftly. My Guy exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Boruto. It was rather simple, Teacher Guy. I have already submitted the task of cleaning the Hokage building to Grandpa Third, so I will leave the other one to you. Might Guy glanced at the scroll in his hand, then back at Boruto, suddenly giving a thumbs up with a broad grin. Indeed, this is the essence of youth. In the days that followed, Boruto tirelessly accumulated coins, taking on nearly every task regardless of its difficulty. His speed was astonishing, leaving Guy and the others both amazed and apprehensive, leading them to ponder, how desperate could one be for money? Chapter 16. C-Rank Mission Impressive, Boruto. This marks your 20th victory over Lee and Niji. The training ground echoed with admiration as they watched Boruto decisively defeat Lee and Niji yet again. For nearly a month, aside from undertaking missions, Lee and Niji had dedicated themselves to challenging Boruto. ever since they discovered that Boruto's taijutsu prowess surpassed their own. The duo had treated him as a worthy rival, seeking him out for sparring whenever time permitted. Naturally, Boruto was more than willing to engage in these exchanges, but, unsurprisingly, Lee and Neji found themselves defeated swiftly on almost every occasion. Lee, Neji, are you all right? Boruto helped them to their feet. We're fine. Youth is about courageously facing setbacks and failures. Boruto, next time, I will surely defeat you. Compared to Rock Lee, Neji's reaction was markedly more composed. Boruto, I can distinctly sense that you have grown stronger. Neji, you are no slouch either. You managed to unleash 42 strikes with the gentle fist. Please, do not mock me. Neji replied, a flicker of self-deprecation in his eyes. Even if I can execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms, I am still a caged bird, nurtured by the main family. For a moment, Boruto was at a loss for words. The intricacies of familial ties could not be resolved with mere conversation. Just then, Guy suddenly appeared before them. Teacher Guy, you have finally arrived. The group gathered around him. Boruto, Tintin, Neji, Lee, Might Guy produced a scroll, his demeanor turning serious after a long absence. Over the past few months, your growth has been evident, and we will now conclude our ordinary D-rank missions. Upon hearing the solemn words of Might Guy, Boruto and a few others inexplicably adopted a serious demeanor, seemingly awaiting the continuation of Guy's discourse. The scroll in my hand bore a C-rank bounty. However, this particular task's difficulty lay between B rank and C rank, necessitating an expedition beyond the village. Teacher Guy, are you suggesting we can venture outside the village for this mission? Exclaimed Rock Lee, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Lee, Might Guy affirmed with a nod. I shall lead you in this endeavor, with the reward yet to be determined. You have 3 days to prepare, and we shall depart thereafter. The task at hand involves escorting. You are all dismissed now. Once Might Guy departed, the voice of the system echoed in Boruto's mind. System mission, promotion to Chunin. Deadline, 1 month. Mission reward, 2 opportunities to draw attributes, 10 chakra cards, and a 10 increase in Flying Thunder God progress. 1 month to ascend to Chunin? Boruto was taken aback. He hadn't even been a genin for a month. And the system was urging him to advance so swiftly. As he pondered this predicament, he suddenly recalled that the system opened a portal for traversal every month, implying that ascending to Chunin did not necessarily have to occur within this time frame. System, how many days remain until the portal opens? Boruto inquired in his heart. The portal will open in 5 days. The host may activate it at any time. Receiving this information, Boruto sighed in relief, though a twinge of concern lingered. He couldn't help but worry about how his parents would feel during his month-long absence. Just as Boruto was lost in thought, Rock Lee's voice brought him back to reality. Boruto, we shall take our leave now. All right, see you in 3 days. Boruto waved goodbye. As for Neji Hyuga, he accompanied Boruto on the same path. Boruto, we are set to leave the village in 3 days. Are you feeling anxious? Neji initiated to break the silence, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. To be honest, I am a bit nervous. I wonder if this mission will go smoothly. By the way, Boruto, Uncle Hayashi asked me to convey that if you have time, you should join him for a meal. Oh, Boruto replied, please tell Uncle Hayashi that I will definitely come. Boruto had taken a moment to visit the Hyuga clan's territory. Unsurprisingly, upon first laying eyes on the golden-haired youth, Hinata Hayashi felt an inexplicable warmth akin to that of a grandfather, and his demeanor was exceedingly amiable. He welcomed Boruto to visit the Hyuga clan at any time. The two engaged in a casual conversation along the way. Boruto, is that you here? Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke appeared in Boruto's line of sight, both brimming with excitement. It is noteworthy that these two had already ascended to the rank of genin. Naruto, Sasuke, what brings you two here? Boruto inquired. We're here to share some good news, they replied as they approached Boruto. Byakugan. At that moment, Sasuke noticed Neji. Boruto, I must take my leave, Neji interjected, sensing the competitive spirit emanating from Sasuke. Do not forget what you promised me earlier. Ah, I won't forget, Boruto replied, turning his attention back to Naruto and Sasuke as Neji's figure faded from view. So what is the news? Boruto, just now, who was that person? Naruto asked. My teammate, a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, Boruto responded. Upon hearing the word prodigy, Sasuke, who had remained silent, suddenly perked up, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Oh no, I seem to have triggered a key phrase, Boruto realized abruptly, swiftly changing the subject. Naruto, Sasuke, you still haven't told me the good news. Boruto, I've mastered the Rasengan, Naruto exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Mastered it. Boruto was taken aback. Just a few days had passed since he entrusted Naruto with the final stage of Rasengan training. Had he truly achieved it so soon? Not only that, but Sasuke scoffed and chimed in that underachiever can't possibly compare to my Chidori. Naruto immediately bristled at this remark. What? Sasuke, let us have a match then. Sasuke's implication that he had also mastered Chidori astonished Boruto. In under a month, these two had managed to perfect their signature techniques, while Boruto had thought it would take much longer. Ding. The System's voice echoed in Boruto's mind once more. Detecting that he had prompted Naruto and Sasuke to each learn A-rank ninjutsu ahead of schedule, thus accelerating the storyline. Rewards have been issued. Random ninjutsu has been enhanced too. Enhancement complete. Amidst the bickering of the two, Boruto found himself inundated with the System's notifications once again. Boruto silently opened his attribute panel. Host. Boruto age, 10 strength, elite Chunin, true strength, not the kind that requires examination for promotion. Chakra. 2. 7 cards, excluding the system bestowal. The protagonist also engages in self-cultivation. Title. Master of Ninjutsu Physique. Unmatched Physique Ninjutsu. SS rank. Sage Art. Frog Call. Clear Eye. Passive. In Release. Flying Thunder God. Maturity. 12. Note. Self-cultivation. Lightning Release. Kirin S rank. Lightning Nature Transformation. Spiraling Sphere. Lost Spiraling Sphere. A rank. Spiraling Sphere. Multi-Shadow Clone B rank. Wind Release. Gale Palm. Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. Color Deception Technique. Harem Technique C rank. Body Flicker Technique. Mouth Ninjutsu. Upon witnessing Lightning Release, Kirin leaped to SS rank, and the Spiraling Sphere ascend to S rank power. Joy illuminated Boruto's face. Yet, this delight was short-lived. Interrupted by Naruto's and Sasuke's challenge to duel. Let the match begin. I fear no one. Chapter 17. The gaze from Orochimaru. If you two are so eager to spar, how about this? You both take me on at once. Arrogant. Conceited. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in unison. Whether it is arrogance or confidence will be revealed in battle. Boruto would not allow them to continue their discourse, declaring, see you at Training Ground 3. With that, he vanished from their sight in an instant. Training Ground 3. Boruto, are you ready? We are about to unleash our might. A gentle breeze rustled as Boruto faced Naruto and Sasuke, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Bring it on. Boruto beckoned with a flick of his finger. Being underestimated truly ignited his fury. Naruto muttered a curse, forming a sign with his fingers. Sasuke, let's go? All right. With a flurry, Naruto conjured numerous shadow clones, charging at Boruto. Elbows, fists, and legs were utilized against him, yet Boruto remained composed, dispersing Naruto's clones into a cloud of mist. At that moment, Sasuke too refused to be outdone, using the fog generated by the shadow clones to conceal his presence. As the smoke cleared, a colossal fireball materialized before Boruto. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Employing the smoke for a surprise attack, Boruto smiled confidently, acknowledging the clever tactic. Albeit its power was somewhat lacking. Water Release, Water Shark Bullet Technique. In the next moment, a surge of waves erupted beneath Boruto's feet, colliding with Sasuke's fiery ball technique. The fusion of flames and water produced a sizzling cacophony, and in an instant, steam enveloped the entire space. A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he swiftly concealed himself within the vapor. At this juncture, Boruto found it challenging to discern the silhouettes of either combatant. Suddenly, two piercing sounds invaded his ears, the shrill cry of a bird and the high-pitched whir of rapid rotation. These sounds were all too familiar to Boruto. A smile crept onto his face as he quietly unsheathed the ninja sword from his waist. On one end of the steam, Naruto and Sasuke emerged simultaneously to Boruto's left and right, one wielding a Rasengan and the other employing Chidori, both advancing rapidly towards him. Utilizing the steam as a veil to conceal their movements, they were evidently well prepared, channeling their ninja techniques. Regardless of whether it was the Rasengan or Chidori, both possessed formidable power, yet their inherent weakness was evident, the need for charging, which undoubtedly afforded the enemy an opportunity to unleash such abilities instantaneously like his father and master from another timeline. These two were far from sufficient. Just as their techniques were about to make contact with Boruto, he suddenly transformed into two streaks of yellow light. Naruto, watch out. Sasuke's expression shifted, realizing he needed to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Naruto exclaimed in bewilderment. However, the warning came too late. as Boruto's voice resonated in Sasuke's ears. Shadow Clone Technique. Second Stage Flying Thunder God. Toss Technique. Boruto simultaneously appeared behind Naruto and Sasuke, each gripping the collar of their attire, before flinging them in opposite directions. With a resounding crash, their jutsu struck the ground in disparate locations, and as the smoke dissipated, it revealed a deep crater beneath Naruto and a tree, as thick as a barrel, pierced by Sasuke's attack. Despite the differing extent of their injuries, their disheveled states were strikingly similar. Should their fathers from another dimension, along with their sensei, witness this dismal scene, they would undoubtedly subject Boruto to a rigorous training regimen. How infuriating. We have still lost. Naruto, brimming with indignation, rose to his feet and dusted off his clothing. Naruto, Sasuke, you have indeed made significant progress. However, there remain areas in need of improvement. Boruto pointed out the shortcomings between the two. At that moment, the title of ninjutsu doctor was proving its worth. Just as he was about to correct the two, an inexplicable chill ran down his back, as if a pair of malevolent eyes were fixated upon him from behind. However, after scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed the feeling. Unbeknownst to Boruto, his intuition was indeed accurate. A small white snake lurked in a shadowy corner, intently observing both him and Sasuke. The owner of this serpent was none other than Orochimaru, who was less than 100 meters away from Boruto and his companions. It was truly a captivating exchange. Orochimaru licked his elongated tongue, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, pondering the identity of the unfamiliar blonde youth sparring with Uchiha Sasuke and the Nine Tails. It appeared that during my absence, an extraordinary individual had emerged in the village. Perhaps becoming a vessel of sorts would not be such a poor choice after all. Orochimaru concealed the amusement in his gaze. Perhaps Danzo was privy to some information. 10-10. Please pack up these ninja tools for me. Certainly, Boruto, that will be 20,000 Ryo. The following morning, Boruto rose early and made his way to 10-10's ninja tool shop to purchase an assortment of tools, along with some soldier pills and empty scrolls. Fortunately, after a flurry of coin-earning activities in recent days, Boruto had indulged in a considerable spending spree, though his wallet was nearing depletion. By the way, Boruto, is it really necessary to buy so many tools for just a C-rank mission? 10-10 inquired, slightly embarrassed. 10-10, you don't understand. I have a fear of insufficient firepower. It's better to be prepared, Boruto replied, scratching the back of his head. All right then. 10-10 shifted the topic, asking, what do you plan to do next? Oh, I intend to visit the Hyuga household to see Niji. I promised Uncle Hayashi that I would join them for dinner last night. Very well. I shan't keep you any longer. After bidding farewell to 10-10, Boruto approached a fruit stall, preparing to purchase some gifts. As Boruto stood in contemplation before the fruit stall, he faintly recalled that his grandfather had a fondness for certain fruits. Just as he became lost in thought, a soft, sinuous voice drew him back to reality. He turned to see a woman with an unnaturally pale complexion, exuding an otherworldly beauty, standing behind him, her face adorned with an unsettling smile. Particularly striking were her eyes, which seemed to fixate on him with a predatory intensity. Boruto's initial reaction was one of distaste. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he opted to speak, addressing her as, Madam, I am pondering which fruits would be suitable to present to guests. Upon hearing Boruto's form of address, Orochimaru's lips twitched in irritation, contemplating whether he truly appeared that aged. If it were not for their location in Konoha, he would have relished the opportunity to tear Boruto's mouth apart. However, maintaining his composure, Orochimaru suppressed his rising anger and forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Am I really that old, young man? Nevertheless, fret not. I excel at selecting fruits. Shall I assist you? As Orochimaru picked through the fruits, he continued to speak. By the way, are you a native of Konoha? I do not recall having seen you before. Upon hearing this, Boruto felt a twinge of unease. He had been in the village for nearly a month. Yet it seemed there were still those who had not encountered him. Boruto cast a sidelong glance at the overly familiar woman, but as he fixated on her, an unsettling sense of recognition began to wash over him. Just then, the system in his mind chimed in, causing his heart to race. It detected Orochimaru and was generating an entry. Chapter 18, Strategy against Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru? Boruto felt a surge of panic. The figure before him was indeed Orochimaru. No wonder he appeared so sinister. That familiarity now made sense. Are you all right, young man? Do you feel unwell? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Boruto. Concern etched in his features. Boruto also felt a chill run down his spine under the intense gaze of Orochimaru's eyes. It was nothing serious. He simply recalled that he needed to purchase some fruit. Boruto acquired the fruit favored by his grandfather, settled the payment, and turned away without a glance back. He yearned to depart without delay, wishing he could activate the Flying Thunder God technique. It was not that Boruto could not defeat Orochimaru. Rather, the very essence of Orochimaru was that he could not be vanquished, should he be targeted. The thought of being ensnared by his cunning was enough to send a chill down his spine. At this juncture, Orochimaru's obsession with scientific pursuits was utterly deranged. Thus it was prudent to minimize any interaction with him, for he was not the Orochimaru from Boruto's own timeline. Interesting, has he recognized me? Observing Boruto's hasty departure, Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Fortunately, he was not ensnared by Orochimaru. That would have posed a considerable nuisance. As Boruto noted the absence of Orochimaru's figure, he silently exhaled in relief, recalling the information he had obtained from Orochimaru. He activated the system to access Orochimaru's entries: Pioneer of Science, Shadow of the Many Serpents, Dragon Cave Sage Technique, Curse Seal, Transformation into a Dragon, Triple Raisinman, Mastery of 5 Elements, Impure World Reincarnation, and Corpse Reanimation. As the systems will spun open, Boruto perused each entry, activating the system to draw upon them. The pointer glided across various sections before finally halting on one in particular, Dragon Cave Sage Technique. Upon seeing this ability, Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. The subsequent events would prove far simpler, compared to the chaotic potency of being bitten by the phosphorescent serpent in the Dragon Cave. The sage technique bestowed by the system was considerably gentler, as he sensed an ephemeral shift within his body. Boruto realized that the Dragon Cave Sage technique had been successfully completed. Boruto calmed his emotions and silently instructed, System, open the panel. Host, Boruto Age, 10 Strength, Elite Chunin Chakra, 2, 9 Cards Title, Master of Ninjutsu Physique, Unrivaled Physique Ninjutsu, SS Rank, Sage Art, Toad Summoning, Dragon Cave Sage Art. Clear Sight, Passive, Flying Thunder God, Maturity, 12, 5. Note, Self-Cultivation, Lightning Release, Kirin S Rank, Lightning Nature Transformation, Spiraling Sphere, Lost Spiraling Sphere, A Rank, Spiraling Sphere, Standard. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Sealing Technique, Evil Sealing Method B Rank, Wind Release, Gale Palm, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Water Release, Clear Water Wave, Color Deception Technique. Harem Jutsu C Rank, Body Flicker Technique, Mouth Release. A Rank Sealing Technique, Evil Sealing Method, which Boruto had sought advice on from Kakashi during his leisure time. Of course, his mind also harbored more formidable forbidden techniques, but alas, there was no time to ponder them. Amidst his joy, Boruto couldn't help but contemplate Orochimaru's appearance. However, one must wonder what Orochimaru's true intentions were for entering Konoha. After a moment of reflection, Boruto's expression turned grim as he suddenly realized, could it be that Orochimaru had already set his sights on Sasuke? Boruto, immersed in profound thoughts, unknowingly arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory. Upon his arrival, he was warmly greeted by Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, and fortuitously witnessed Hinata and Neji engaged in a spirited sparring session. Boruto-kun, exclaimed Hinata, the first to notice him at the entrance. Neji, hearing her voice, turned to see Boruto and said, You've come. Boruto was ushered inside by 2 individuals, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Boruto, you've arrived. At that moment, Hiashi also approached upon hearing the commotion. Since you are here, why bother bringing gifts? Oh, how delightful. You have brought my favorite fruits. You truly are a thoughtful child. It is no wonder that Boruto is so well liked by Hiashi. After indulging in several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes at the Hyuga family gathering, Boruto languidly perched on the steps, observing the sparring match between Hinata and Neji. Boruto, inquired Hisashi. I heard from Neji that you are going on a mission outside the village? Ah, yes, Boruto replied. On this trip, you and Neji must look out for one another. Hisashi's words were imbued with concern. Neji is my brother's child. As his uncle, I feel I owe him so much. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, Boruto appeared momentarily taken aback. Uncle Hisashi, you seem quite concerned about Neji. A flicker of self-deprecation crossed Hisashi's eyes at Boruto's remark. I am indeed his uncle. But as a member of the main family, my foremost duty lies with him. His father, my brother, is but a sacrifice for the clan. Uncle Hisashi, I am an outsider, and my words may be presumptuous, but I must speak frankly, Boruto stated, fixing his gaze on Neji. This division between the main house and the branch family is nothing more than an archaic, rotten tradition. A powerful clan is not one that protects the main house through division. Such a clan will inevitably crumble under relentless exploitation and oppression. In my view, a family that is united, mutually supportive, and works towards a common goal embodies the true essence of kinship. Hisashi was clearly taken aback by Boruto's declaration, not in anger, but in contemplation. As a member of the main family, he too bore burdens that were difficult to articulate, even if he wished for change. The entrenched family structure rendered him powerless. He could only acquiesce to the status quo. Perhaps this yellow-haired youth, who evoked a sense of familiarity, could introduce him to an unprecedented perspective. By the way, Uncle Hisashi, are you familiar with Orochimaru? Boruto's inquiry broke the silence. Orochimaru? Hisashi was momentarily caught off guard. Boruto, why do you suddenly ask about him? Oh, I was merely curious about how he became a rogue ninja. Boruto's curiosity was not genuine. Rather, in Hisashi's moment of distraction, his system had abruptly assigned him a new task: divert Orochimaru's attention from Sasuke. Task reward: 1 scroll each of E-rank ninjutsu for the 5 elemental releases, 5 chakra points, and 1 Kusanagi sword of the 6 paths. Boruto gazed at the rewards presented by the system, asserting that it would be disingenuous not to drool. However, devising a strategy to conquer Orochimaru was no trivial endeavor, yet the allure of the rewards offered by the system was undeniably enticing. Boruto steeled himself, contemplating the situation. Orochimaru, a formidable individual, possessed a sharp intellect, yet was also mad, obstinate, selfish, and cruel, willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve his desires. Hayashi found himself lost in memories. In pursuit of his ideals, Orochimaru had committed acts that directly opposed Konoha, ultimately being discovered by the 3rd Hokage, which led to his current status as a rogue ninja. He and Jiraiya, along with Tsunade, were renowned as the legendary Sannin. What about the other 2? Boruto inquired. It is a long story. Hayashi reflected on the 2 figures, shaking his head in resignation. After a brief stay in the Hyuga household, Boruto bid farewell to Hayashi, arranging to meet Neji the following day. Chapter 19. Encounter with Uchiha Obito. Soon, the day arrived for the mission. Once Boruto had gathered his belongings, he set off for the village entrance, where he found Guy and the others waiting for him. To his surprise, a strange young woman accompanied them. Teacher Guy, Tenten, Neji, Lee, you all are quite early, Boruto remarked. Boruto, youth waits for no one. I can hardly contain my excitement to unleash my passion, exclaimed Rock Lee, ever exuberant. Teacher Guy, who is this? Boruto questioned, glancing at the young woman beside him. This is the objective of our mission, Guy explained. She is the daughter of a minister from the Land of Fire, and we are tasked with escorting her safely to her father's residence. Who said you could escort me? I'm not done having fun yet, and I refuse to return to that cage. The young woman protested, seemingly around Boruto's age, possessing a sweet appearance but an unruly demeanor. One glance was enough to determine she was likely a pampered heiress, unscathed by the harshness of society. Guy could only express his exasperation in response. Since everything is ready, we shall depart immediately. At the border of the Land of Water, 2 Konoha ninjas swiftly navigated the dense forest at the junction between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, their expressions grim, revealing palpable fear. The upper ninja named Shinya glanced behind him, confirming no one was in pursuit. However, we cannot afford to be careless. That individual is exceptionally powerful. It is known that other ninjas from different villages have perished at his hands. We must relay the intelligence back. Their mission, ordered by the 3rd Hokage to infiltrate the Land of Water and gather information on the 4th Mizukage, had yielded shocking revelations. The 4th had perished. Entailed beasts were under the control of a nefarious organization. Such intelligence was imperative to report. Yet, they had ultimately been discovered by this group, with 2 formidable opponents engaged. One suspected to possess strength akin to that of a Kaguya. Nearly all the ninjas dispatched by the 3rd had fallen, leaving only the 2 of them to escape under cover. Thank you both for acknowledging my strength, but I still cannot allow you to leave, a voice interjected ominously. As the 2 individuals were laboring under great strain, a mocking voice echoed in their ears. Suddenly, the space distorted, and a swirling vortex materialized before them, abruptly halting their progress. A man adorned with an orange-striped mask emerged from the whirlpool. Cursed be this fate. The tension rendered their foreheads slick with perspiration. Yet this mysterious figure had managed to catch up to them. Shinya, I will hold them off. You take the information and flee at once, roared his companion before vanishing into the earth. Not long after departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Boruto and his friends found themselves at the mercy of that troublesome young lady. Stop, please stop. I'm famished. I crave fish. The girl, hoisted over Rock Lee's shoulder, flailed incessantly. With no other option, the group searched for a nearby river. Boruto, I never anticipated your prowess in grilling fish, exclaimed Tintin in astonishment. Haha. This skill I acquired from Naruto, he replied with a grin. Not only were Tintin and the others amazed, but the girl too regarded Boruto as if he were a rare treasure. You, a lower ninja, have grilled fish so exquisitely. I must hire you as my chef, and I shall offer you a salary of 10,000 ryo a month. Come, accompany me. Boruto, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Miss Shiryu, let us hasten our departure. We have distanced ourselves from the hidden leaf, and the journey ahead may be fraught with bandits. We wish to conclude this mission post-haste. Humph, are you not here as well? Shiryu retorted nonchalantly. If you cannot even handle a few bandits, then what purpose does the Fire Country serve in nurturing you? Her words, devoid of any softness, rendered the atmosphere quite awkward. Teacher Kai, I cannot remain here any longer. I must go on alert, Boruto declared, visibly agitated. How far are we from the Fire Country's capital? He chose to disregard Shiryu's impudence, focusing solely on the mission at hand. According to Might Guy, the bounty for this mission was a staggering 150,000 ryo, a sum the daimyo had evidently invested heavily for the sake of this young lady. The capital lies to our east, and at our current pace, provided we encounter no hindrances, we should reach it in approximately a day's time, Might Guy responded. After satisfying their appetites, Team Kai resumed their journey. To ensure the young lady's silence, Boruto promptly rendered her unconscious to avoid further irritation. Nonetheless, their path was not devoid of trials. They encountered bandits along the way, yet they dispatched them with relative ease, enjoying a favorable journey. How dare you knock me out? You lower ninja. I shall have my father avenge this. Shiryu glared at Boruto, her eyes filled with resentment, clearly protesting his actions. Should you continue to create a scene, I would not hesitate to repeat my earlier actions. Boruto threatened, his gaze steely. At this, Shiryu fell into silence, though her eyes now bore a trace of lingering bitterness. Wait, something is amiss ahead. Niji, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly called for a halt. What is it, Niji? Have you discovered something? Kai inquired. Teacher Kai, there is an issue up ahead. Byakugan, activate. Upon activating his Byakugan, Niji's expression shifted as he spotted a fallen leaf ninja. Kai-sensei, it's a leaf ninja. It appears gravely injured. Let us proceed and investigate, Might Guy instructed, his demeanor growing serious. Niji, maintain vigilance of our surroundings. Understood, Teacher Kai. Upon reaching the fallen leaf ninja, Might Guy immediately recognized the individual. Shinya. He checked for a pulse and found it faint but present. However, Might Guy suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He had forgotten that their team lacked a medical ninja. At that moment, Shinya slowly opened his eyes. Kai, Might Guy. Filled with concern, asked Shinya, what on earth transpired? Boruto stepped forward and retrieved a scroll from Shinya. Let us go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinya instantly fainted. Teacher Kai, what should we do now? Niji inquired. Just then, a mocking voice echoed unexpectedly. What a bother, a day filled with Konoha ninjas. Hey, could you return the scroll to me? The group instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. There, perched on a branch above, was a man clad in a cloud-patterned robe and wearing a spiral mask, gazing down at them. Might Guy demanded, who are you? Uchiha Obito. Boruto felt a surge of astonishment, immediately recognizing the masked figure by his attire. Who am I? Uchiha Obito sat on the branch, his Mangeki Sharingan fixed on Might Guy, speaking deliberately. I am Uchiha Madara. Chapter 20. Obito, it must be hard without Rin. What? Madara. Might Guy's pupils dilated in shock. Impossible. That legendary figure has long since perished. Hee, who can say? Well, enough of the shock. Let's cut to the chase. Uchiha Obito leaped down, advancing step by step. Since you know who I am, hand over the scroll that person just gave you. Absolutely not. Might Guy's expression darkened, no matter the intel. It was something his comrade had risked their life to bring back. There was no reason he would allow it to fall into the hands of this man who claimed to be Madara. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Uchiha Obito gestured with his hands. It has been a while since I engaged in serious activity. I hope you can provide me with a modicum of surprise. Obito naturally recognized Might Guy, as they were contemporaneous ninjas, both acknowledged as the underachievers of their time. Just as the two were poised for confrontation, Boruto's voice halted their movements. Obito, how long do you intend to keep up this charade? Boruto stepped forward, wearing a teasing expression as he gazed at the embodiment of pure love before him. Uchiha Obito felt a moment of vulnerability, his eyes narrowing with caution as they fixated on Boruto. Boruto disregarded Uchiha Obito's presence, pondering whether the days without Rin were truly unbearable. What? The astonishment on Might Guy's face remained evident. Boruto, are you saying this person is Obito? I have no idea what you are talking about. Beneath his mask, Uchiha Obito was filled with both shock and rage, his expression exceedingly grim. The shock stemmed from his belief that he had concealed his identity adeptly, traversing the shinobi world under the guise of Madara. How could this yellow-haired boy possibly know his name? The anger arose from the mention of Rin, a transgression he could not forgive. Yet, he was compelled to maintain the facade of Madara, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness akin to a mute person tasting bitter gall. Detecting Obito's premature revelation of his identity successfully captured Might Guy's attention, thereby altering the course of events. Reward, water release. Water Surge's power elevated to A rank. Is this all? Boruto felt a twinge of disappointment within. He had risked exposing Obito's identity in hopes of gaining an advantage from the system, only to receive this? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a stretch to proclaim the other as Uchiha Obito. After all, in Might Guy's eyes, there was only Kakashi's straightforwardness. How could a deceased individual possibly return to life? Boruto's assertion might only plant a seed of doubt in Guy's mind, failing to fully convince him. Now, not only was the reward lackluster, but he also had to contend with Obito's lingering attention. Truly, what a predicament. Boruto harbored a deep anguish within, yet he chose to remain silent. Is what you say truly genuine, Boruto? Might Guy inquired. Logically, Boruto, being of a younger generation, should be unaware of the name Uchiha Obito, which perplexed Might Guy as to how Boruto possessed such knowledge. It's merely a guess, Teacher Guy. The system detected Uchiha Obito and commenced generating related entries. Kimui, Defense, Kimui, Offense, Susanoo, Pure Love War God, Fire Release, Exploding Wind Dance, Jinjutsu, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Would release, Fire Release. The system began to extract entries. Boruto silently muttered, indifferent to what attributes the system might provide him, his gaze meeting that of Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha, the dear friend of Kakashi-sensei, was indeed quite the fool, or so Kakashi had often informed him. Long before Naruto and Sasuke ascended to the rank of Genin, Kakashi became their Genin leader, as the narrative would have it. Through their introductions, Kakashi formally encountered Obito, and they engaged in numerous conversations. As for how he came to know Obito's name, it happened during a visit to the cemetery, where he fortuitously spotted Kakashi standing before a gravestone, one that belonged to his friend, Obito Uchiha. It was then that Boruto learned of Kakashi's tale intertwined with the Uchiha. With this context, it became clear why Boruto recognized the name Obito Uchiha. Despite the incredulity, Boruto, can you elucidate your rationale for asserting that this individual before us is indeed Obito Uchiha? Kakashi-sensei, it is quite simple. Did you not notice that he reveals only his right eye? Coincidentally, during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the eye gifted by Obito was his left one. Moreover, as the saying goes, one must see the living and the dead. Did you ever uncover the body of Obito Uchiha? As Boruto spoke, Might Guy's expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, back then, there was no trace of Obito's corpse. Even the Uchiha clan had sent individuals in search, yet to no avail. Clearly, Might Guy had come to believe about 70 to 80% of what Boruto was articulating. Observing Boruto's eloquence, Obito's visage twisted in profound anguish. The carefully constructed facade he had labored to build was unceremoniously dismantled by a mere child who had yet to fully mature. This was a discomfort far worse than tasting excrement. Have you said enough? Obito's Sharingan spun wildly, transforming into the scythe-like pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. Obito Uchiha? I've never even heard of such a name. I am Uchiha Madara. Madara, has the situation not been resolved? Just then, a black and white figure began to materialize from the ground. Another companion. Might Guy's nerves tensed. If he were alone, it would not pose a significant concern, but with Boruto, Tenten, Niji, Lee, and the daughter of a noble all in close proximity, he was utterly preoccupied. Zetsu emerged before the group, but upon noticing Obito's peculiar demeanor, he inquired, Madara, what troubles you? I am fine. The information scroll is in their possession. I will deal with that thick-browed fool, while you handle those lower-ranked shinobi. However, leave the blonde-haired one incapacitated for me. Zetsu was unaware of Madara's plight, yet he complied, moving towards Tenten, Niji, and the others. You four. Will you willingly take your own lives, or shall I assist you in the act? Let it be known Should I intervene, it will be excruciating. Boruto fixed his gaze upon the pampered youth and whispered to Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, exercise caution. Although this individual may lack in offensive prowess, his skills in ambush, intelligence gathering, and evasion are unparalleled. Follow my lead during the forthcoming skirmish. Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee were perplexed by Boruto's intimate knowledge of the enigmatic figure before them. Yet they had no choice but to trust him, nodding in agreement. Only Shiyu trembled with fear, inquiring, "What about me, Jonin? Regarding you?" Boruto cast a sidelong glance, and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, discreetly slipped a scroll into Shiyu's hands. When the battle commences, seek refuge immediately, or better yet, make haste to return along the path you came, and inform Lord Hiruzen of the situation here. Boruto held no expectations for this young lady. He merely hoped she would not be a hindrance, ensuring the confidential scroll reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unbeknownst to Boruto, however, this exchange, despite his careful concealment, was keenly observed by the astute Kurizetsu. Boruto cast a glance at the battlefield, where Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were engaged in combat, leaving them no room to intervene. Just as he thought this, the figure of Zetsu approached them with alarming speed. Neji, activate your Byakugan. Tenten, Lee, flee. Chapter 21. Fierce battle attempt to escape? Do you think you can? Zetsu sneered coldly. None of you will be leaving today. With that, Zetsu's form began to split into two distinct entities of black and white, with three white Zetsus advancing toward the fleeing Hikari. At that moment, Boruto appeared, blocking the path of Zetsu's clones. Apologies, but this route is impassable. Damn it! White Zetsu exclaimed in frustration, underestimating the capabilities of a mere Konoha genin. I shall end your life. Carnivorous plant technique. The three white Zetsus contorted their expressions into menacing grimaces, gradually merging into a singular, grotesque form, resembling a three-headed pitcher plant. What an eyesore you've become, a hideous abomination. Little brat, you seek your own demise. Boruto's words successfully provoked the carnivorous plant, Kinshiki, who charged furiously towards Boruto and his companions. Observing this, Kuratsuchi discreetly employed the fleeting technique, gradually merging into the ground. Boruto witnessed this scene and cautioned Neji beside him, urging him to keep his Byakugan activated to monitor their surroundings, particularly underground, to guard against any ambushes. I'll handle the rest. Understood. Neji retreated a few meters and activated his Byakugan. Just then, the massive form of White Zetsu suddenly appeared before Boruto, launching a powerful punch towards him. In an instant, Boruto perceived the imminent threat and evaded White Zetsu's fist with a series of agile rolls, showing no signs of hesitation. With a swift motion, he hurled a kunai towards White Zetsu, while simultaneously gathering a Rasengan in his hand. White Zetsu easily dodged the kunai, his expression radiating unmasked derision. Kid, did the Ninja Academy teach you? Before he could finish his taunt, Boruto's figure suddenly vanished from sight. The next moment, his voice resonated in White Zetsu's ear. Oh, is that so? What? White Zetsu's countenance shifted, astonished at Boruto's sudden proximity. Rasengan. Boruto unleashed the swirling energy towards White Zetsu's torso. Sensing the danger, White Zetsu decisively split his form, as his combined state rendered him a larger target. Nonetheless, one of the White Zetsus was obliterated by the Rasengan. Meanwhile, the remaining two, sensing impending doom, sought to escape. Tenten, Lee, take action. As Boruto's voice faded, Tenten and Lee materialized within the gaze of the two White Zetsus. Tenten, Lee, refrain from using excessive force. These two creatures are of value to me. With Boruto's guidance, Tenten and Lee successfully propelled the White Zetsus into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto produced a blank scroll and performed the 5-element seal, effectively binding the creature. What purpose do you have for these two monsters? Tenten inquired as she approached Boruto. A secret, he replied. After stowing away the two scrolls, Boruto sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Scanning his surroundings, he realized that Black Zetsu had yet to make an appearance. Where's that old trickster? I've dealt with the White Zetsu, yet he still hasn't shown himself. Boruto pondered for a moment before suddenly awakening with alarm. This is bad. Shirei is in danger. Neji, with his Byakugan activated, declared that entity is not here. What shall we do, Boruto? At that moment, Might Guy emerged from the fray on the opposite side. Sensei, how are things on your end? Asked Rock Lee. I am unsure. Toby was engaged in battle but then vanished, Might Guy replied, his brow furrowed. Moreover, that individual possesses bizarre abilities, and his attacks can penetrate defenses. which is quite troublesome. Sensei, their objective must surely be Shirei. Boruto asserted confidently. Niji inquired, what should we do now? Boruto pondered for a moment and said, Teacher Guy, I believe we should divide our forces. What do you mean? Tintin, Niji, and Lee will venture to Konoha for reinforcements, while we will proceed to rescue Shikamaru. However, just as Might Guy was about to voice his objections, Boruto interjected, Teacher Guy, I understand what you are about to say, but I can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and I have just inscribed its mark on that scroll. Upon hearing the mention of the Flying Thunder God, Guy's expression shifted, filled with disbelief. You can use the Flying Thunder God. Boruto nodded, acknowledging that there was little time for lengthy explanations. Saving lives took precedence. I could sense that my Flying Thunder God mark was becoming increasingly indistinct. Might Guy, recognizing the urgency of the moment, agreed to assist. Consequently, after Boruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, they swiftly pursued Tintin, Niji, and Lee, heading towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Let go of me, you two hideous brutes. At this moment, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu traversed the forest, with Shirei desperately struggling on Black Zetsu's shoulder. Are you implying that the blonde boy recognized you? Black Zetsu questioned, his disbelief palpable. My identity, known only to the deceased Madara and yourself, how could that blonde boy possibly be aware? Obito's voice was low, clearly skeptical of Black Zetsu's assertions. Obito, are you doubting me? Black Zetsu maintained his composure. You must understand, I am a manifestation of Madara's will. Betrayal is beyond my nature. Before his demise, he entrusted me to assist you. It is best that way, Obito retorted with a scoff. Speaking of which, what do we do about the woman on my shoulder? Why not just eliminate her? It would be far more convenient. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's murderous intent, Shirei was so frightened that she fainted. Forget it. Rather than killing her, it would be more beneficial to hand her over to Kakuzu. After all, she is the daughter of a Fire Country minister, and he might find her intriguing. At the inception of Akatsuki, what they lacked most was funding. Black Zetsu fell silent. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito sensed an anomaly behind him. A bright flash of yellow surged towards him. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated, Flying Thunder God. He was all too familiar with this technique. It was the signature ninjutsu of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Just as he wondered who would employ the Flying Thunder God, a figure enveloped in green steam descended from above, aimed directly at Black Zetsu. 8th gate of the Lotus, 6th gate, open. Black Zetsu, be careful. However, Obito's warning came too late, or perhaps Might Guy's speed in the 8th gate state was simply too overwhelming. He kicked Black Zetsu away while deftly catching Shirei. Simultaneously, Boruto, wielding a Rasengan, suddenly appeared beside Obito. Unsurprisingly, Obito's form flickered, and the Rasengan passed through him without resistance. Guy-sensei, quickly take Shirei and escape. Seizing the opportunity, Obito retaliated, kicking Boruto several meters away. Kid, I didn't expect you to master the Flying Thunder God, Obito exclaimed, astonished. Yet, Boruto realized he could not match Minato's reflexes and speed. Rolling to his feet, he landed safely, though a sharp pain coursed through his abdomen. He grimaced, but managed to force a smile. Surprised? There's more that will astonish you. As Boruto opened his eyes, his pupils instantly transformed into those reminiscent of a frog's, and a pair of orange shadows materialized before Obito Uchiha. What is this? Obito Uchiha felt a sudden jolt as he witnessed Boruto's transformation. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. A colossal Rasengan manifested in Boruto's hand, hurtling towards Obito Uchiha. Kamui. Sensing the perilous nature of Boruto's jutsu directed at him, Obito decisively activated his Manjiki Sharingan, drawing both Boruto and his technique into a separate dimension. This unexpected turn startled Boruto. In that critical moment, the system within Boruto's mind suddenly chimed. Chapter 22, Return. Ding. The cooldown for the traversal gate has completed. In detecting external pressure on the host, the traversal gate activates automatically. No, don't. Boruto's countenance suddenly turned pale. How could Teacher Guy leave Might Guy alone? Boruto. The moment Might Guy witnessed Boruto being engulfed, his fury soared to unprecedented heights. The 8th gate of the heavenly life, open. Yet, before he could utter a word, Obito's grasp ensnared Boruto, and in that fleeting instant, the portal of time swallowed him whole. In the final moments, Boruto could still catch a glimpse of that azure steam emanating from Might Guy. Master Might Guy. Boruto abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in terror. However, upon realizing that the surroundings were drastically different, he gradually understood that he had traversed back to his own time. A wave of concern washed over him as he pondered the fate of Might Guy. Yet, recalling Might Guy's formidable strength, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He almost forgot that Might Guy was capable of nearly delivering a decisive blow. The early days of Obito Uchiha's attempts to defeat Guy were nothing short of delusional. With this realization, Boruto slowly rose to his feet. Having vanished for a month, his parents must be quite anxious. Boruto glanced around the surroundings. Finding himself amidst a desolate forest of withered trees and jagged rocks, with various serpents coiled around. Where have I ended up? Boruto darted about like a headless fly. And before he realized it, he caught sight of a figure appearing not far away. As Boruto approached, his gaze fell upon a figure he immediately recognized. Ah, now he understood where he was. You little rascal, this is not a place for you. Depart swiftly, lest you become lost. I could have those snakes guide you out. The individual had white hair, striking violet eyes, and a set of sharp teeth, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Senior Kirigakure Suigetsu. I never expected to encounter you here, Boruto greeted him. You know me? Suigetsu leaned closer, scrutinizing Boruto. Wait, you seem oddly familiar. Have we met before? Senior Suigetsu. I am Uzumaki Boruto, the son of the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, Boruto replied candidly. Uzumaki, you say? Suigetsu momentarily seemed taken aback, but upon the realization of the name, his jaw dropped in astonishment. You are Uzumaki Boruto? Indeed, Boruto replied. Why do you look so astonished? Uzumaki Boruto, no wonder you seem so familiar. Suigetsu exclaimed, grabbing Boruto by the collar, his voice rising with urgency. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried your father, Naruto, is? There are reasons for my absence, and I have my own troubles, Boruto retorted, attempting to defend himself. Suigetsu released Boruto's collar and inquired, then why are you here? It's a secret, Boruto answered. At this, Suigetsu's irritation turned to amusement. I can't believe this child. You are even more infuriating than that Uchiha brat. What can I say? I am his disciple, Boruto chuckled awkwardly. Enough. Since you refuse to share anything, you should return immediately. Your father is frantic. Searching the entire ninja world for you, Suigetsu insisted, ushering Boruto away. However, Boruto remained undeterred by Suigetsu's dismissal, thinking to himself, since I have found myself within Orochimaru's territory, I might as well make the most of it, as I intend to borrow a few items from him. Senior Suigetsu, I will return, but first, I wish to meet Orochimaru. What? Suigetsu exclaimed in shock. You want to meet Lord Orochimaru? Are you aware of what kind of person Orochimaru is? He punctuated his words with an exaggerated grimace. Boruto smiled politely. Senior Suigetsu, would you be so kind as to send a message? No sooner had he spoken than a small white snake appeared at Suigetsu's feet, swiftly climbing up to his shoulder and flicking its tongue, as if trying to convey something. Suigetsu cast a glance at Boruto and waved his hand dismissively. All right. Go on in. Thank you, Senior Suigetsu, Boruto replied, and then followed the small serpent into a white earthen mound adorned with a metallic door. Inside, he found a seemingly endless pale purple corridor, and with each step deeper, the scent of lingering medicinal concoctions grew stronger. At last, under the serpent's guidance, Boruto arrived at the entrance of a laboratory, where the small white snake transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Just as Boruto was about to knock, the metallic door swung open automatically. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, he stepped inside. Before him lay rows of cultivation vessels, and instantly, his gaze was drawn to a petite figure resembling a woman, Orochimaru, who was engrossed in an experiment. Upon noticing Boruto, Orochimaru set aside her work, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized him. Senior Orochimaru, it is an honor to finally meet you, Boruto greeted. Boruto was the first to break the awkward silence. Are you not afraid of me, Orochimaru? He inquired curiously. Given Orochimaru's notorious reputation, it was only natural that a child would be terrified in his presence. Just recently, a few youngsters had approached him for autographs, utterly frightened. Fear is not quite the sentiment I harbor, but I must admit to feeling a bit of tension. After all, you belong to the same era as my father, Boruto replied, his demeanor composed, revealing not a trace of fear. How intriguing. You certainly embody the spirit of Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru remarked with a smirk. So, Boruto, what brings you to seek my counsel? Boruto pondered for a moment, meeting Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze. Orochimaru-sensei, before I make my request, I would like to show you something. Oh? Orochimaru replied, intrigued by a hint of curiosity. Boruto unfurled 2 scrolls, revealing their contents. At first glance, Orochimaru immediately recognized that the seals inscribed on the scrolls were indeed the sealing technique. He cast a glance at Boruto, feeling a sense of astonishment towards the son of Naruto Uzumaki. While the sealing technique was not particularly profound, it was certainly not something Boruto was capable of mastering at his current stage. Boruto was, of course, oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions. He placed his hand upon the scroll and uttered a release command. With a resounding snap, thick smoke enveloped the air, and two figures of white Zetsu materialized before them. White Zetsu. Orochimaru's gaze narrowed. Let me go, you brat. Lord Obito will not spare you. Despite being bound tightly, White Zetsu continued to shout incessantly. Obito? This left Orochimaru momentarily perplexed, as Obito had perished decades prior. Silence. Boruto commanded sharply, promptly retracting White Zetsu back into the scroll. Orochimaru-senpai, what do you think? Orochimaru, pulled back to the present by Boruto's inquiry, responded, Boruto-kun, what significance do you attribute to showing me White Zetsu? After all, your father, Naruto Uzumaki, has been gathering White Zetsu across the globe. This cannot signify much. Orochimaru-senpai, you heard the words spoken by those two White Zetsu, did you not? I assure you, you did not mishear. As for the reasons behind this, I am unable to disclose them at present. Perhaps when the time is right, I shall discuss it with you further. For now, I require your assistance with a matter of greater importance. What sort of matter? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. Boruto's expression was grave. I wish to request a few items from you. Chapter 23. Orochimaru, Acknowledgement. What items do you seek? Orochimaru inquired. The cells of the first Hokage, and the cells of my grandfather, Minato Namikaze. Boruto gazed intently at Orochimaru. In his ideal vision, he aspired to obtain the likes of the first and fourth Hokage, alongside Uchiha Obito. Given Boruto's understanding of Orochimaru, he knew this individual was notoriously cautious, and thus he doubted that Orochimaru had not prepared contingencies. As for the specific mention of these two figures, there were two reasons. Firstly, the prowess of Hashirama was indisputable. He would undoubtedly be at the forefront of protecting Konoha. Summoning Uchiha Obito, however, would introduce too many uncertainties, rendering the endeavor unworthy. Secondly, the desire to summon his grandfather, Minato Namikaze, stemmed from a simpler rationale. Boruto sought to master the Flying Thunder God technique, which Minato had perfected. More importantly, he yearned for his family to be united and whole. Upon expressing his request, Boruto noticed a sudden narrowing of Orochimaru's serpentine gaze. The elder instantly grasped the intentions of the young boy before him. Boruto, this is not a matter to be trifled with, especially concerning your father, Orochimaru cautioned. Rules are rigid, yet people are dynamic. My rigid father is merely set in his ways. As Boruto began to speak, he could not help but critique his father. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, your insights as his son have certainly piqued my interest. They diverge from the intelligence I have gathered. In the face of Orochimaru's astonishment, Boruto remained remarkably composed, patiently awaiting his response. Without hesitation, Orochimaru inquired, might I ask what you intend to do with the cells of these two individuals? Of course, Boruto could choose to remain silent. Yet, he was inclined to be forthright. His gaze resolute as he articulated three words with deliberate clarity, Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru's eyes widened in sudden realization. The day's revelations were indeed unending, stirring ripples within his previously tranquil mind. This young man before him seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Recognizing that Boruto sought his assistance, Orochimaru, as a senior figure, willingly agreed to lend his support. However, he did not forget to caution, Boruto, allow me to remind you that the Edo Tensei technique must be controlled by its caster. Are you capable of doing so? Upon hearing Orochimaru's concerns, Boruto smiled in relief, for this was precisely why he had sought him out. Lord Orochimaru, if that is the case, would you be willing to teach me the Edo Tensei? Though he was not entirely unfamiliar with the technique, having caught a fleeting glimpse of it in another timeline, the intricacies of its structure had eluded him due to time constraints. Nevertheless, compared to the original Edo Tensei, the improved version, refined by Orochimaru, promised greater efficiency, especially with the benefit of direct instruction. After a brief standoff, Orochimaru ultimately conceded. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Follow me. Thus, Boruto accompanied Orochimaru to another laboratory. There, he beheld the complete technique of the new Edo Tensei, and Orochimaru agreed to personally instruct him. Within these walls, Boruto encountered the cellular tissue of the legendary Hashirama Senju, as well as that of his grandfather, Minato Namikaze. the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Uchiha Madara, among others. Witnessing the vast array of cells that Orochimaru had discreetly amassed left him somewhat astonished. Truly, Orochimaru was a remarkable scientist of the ninja world. These cells were likely unknown to his father, Naruto Uzumaki. In the days that followed, Boruto immersed himself in the study of Edo Tensei within the laboratory. With the title of Ninja Technique Doctor to his name, Boruto's learning speed was astonishing, and he swiftly grasped the fundamental principles of Edo Tensei, much to Orochimaru's surprise. As the fifth day came to a close, he proclaimed, "Summoning technique, Edo Tensei." The master inscribed a formation seal upon the ground, placing two white absolute entities within its confines. As he executed the seal and struck the earth with his hand, a soft utterance escaped his lips. The two white absolutes roared ferociously, and the surrounding scraps of paper gradually enveloped them. Their forms and visages began to transform into those of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Ultimately, the bodies of the reincarnated through impure resurrection materialized before the master, Orochimaru. It was a resounding success. Boruto gazed upon the two lifeless bodies, his heart swelling with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. With these two at his disposal, his odds of success had significantly increased. "Oh, how nostalgic," Orochimaru remarked from the side. "So, what do you intend to do next?" "Orochimaru-senpai, I wish to awaken them and provide some intelligence, of course. You are welcome to listen in." As a scientist of the ninja world, Boruto knew he would inevitably require Orochimaru's assistance in the future. Thus there was no need for secrecy. Very well, Orochimaru thought to himself, quietly admiring Boruto's trust. He then imparted the improved method of resurrection to Boruto. Unlike the previous version of the impure world reincarnation that necessitated the insertion of a kunai into the reincarnated body, the new technique merely required a series of hand seals followed by a single incantation. As Boruto formed hand seals and uttered a low incantation, Edo Tensei, release. The legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gradually opened their eyes. Hashirama inquired, Where am I?" Minato responded, "It appears, esteemed first Hokage, that we have also been summoned through Edo Tensei." At that moment, they both became aware of Orochimaru's presence. "Orochimaru, what brings you here once more?" Hashirama remarked with a hint of annoyance. "Lord Orochimaru, I trust you do not intend to orchestrate any malevolent schemes again," Minato cautiously probed. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with an air of apology. "Esteemed Lord Hashirama, Minato, I regret intruding upon your reunion, but circumstances compelled my actions. I am merely a pawn in this endeavor. However, I assure you, I am not the one who summoned you." "Not you?" they both exclaimed in unison. "Then who is it?" Orochimaru gestured towards Boruto. Their gazes shifted to Boruto, but in the next instant, a flash of yellow light appeared before Minato, enveloping him tightly. Flying Thunder God. Hashirama and Orochimaru felt a sudden jolt of surprise. "Grandfather." Boruto embraced Minato Namikaze, exclaiming "Grandfather." In that instant, Minato comprehended everything. Undoubtedly, this child was the offspring of Naruto, hence his own grandson. "Are you Naruto's son?" Minato gently inquired, stroking Boruto's forehead. "Yes, grandfather, I am Uzumaki Boruto." "So, you are indeed Naruto's son," exclaimed Hashirama, who boisterously approached Boruto, observing him closely. It was evident that he had inherited his ancestral golden hair and azure eyes. Minato chuckled. "Oh, Hashirama, you jest." Hashirama then asked, "Young Boruto, can you share with us the reason you summoned us both? After all, even a child as innocent as you wouldn't call upon your grandfather without cause." Boruto was aware that this was not the time for reminiscing. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. "Grandfather, esteemed elders, I have summoned you not for any trivial matters, but because my father is in need of assistance." Senju Hashirama and Minato Namikaze responded in unison. "Naruto? What has happened to him?" Boruto spoke with determination. Otsutsuki. Chapter 24, Returning Home, a Mixed Martial Arts Encounter. Upon hearing the term Otsutsuki, both Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju furrowed their brows in unison. That can't be right. Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed on the moon by Naruto and Sasuke, wasn't she? Hashirama questioned, his confusion palpable. His doubts were echoed by Minato and Orochimaru, who shared the same sentiment of bewilderment. "Grandfather, I understand this may sound somewhat far-fetched, but due to a fortunate encounter, I have discovered that Kaguya Otsutsuki is not a singular entity. Rather, she is part of a clan, a group of extraterrestrial beings from beyond our realm. As Boruto's words resonated, a ripple of astonishment swept through the hearts of the three present. Are you suggesting that more Otsutsuki will descend upon the shinobi world? Indeed. Boruto affirmed with a nod. Grandfather, esteemed predecessors, I have diligently studied the history of the shinobi world, including the Fourth Great Ninja War. Imagine, if you will, the entirety of the shinobi world as akin to a chakra fruit. Would the Otsutsuki, as a clan, allow such a fruit to drift aimlessly through the cosmos? Boruto's words resonated within them like the tolling of a great bell, and the atmosphere turned suddenly somber. Boruto, tell me, what is your intention? Minato Namikaze was the first to break the silence. Grandfather, I am uncertain when the Otsutsuki will arrive, so I wish to keep you and the first Hokage by my side to address any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Very well, I look forward to fighting alongside you. Young Boruto. With Minato's agreement, Hashirama Senju had no further objections. After all, he was more than willing to protect Konoha even in death. Grandfather, if you have time, could you perhaps teach me the Flying Thunder God technique? I am not very proficient at it yet, Boruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Upon hearing about the Flying Thunder God, Minato's interest was piqued. Although he was unaware of how Boruto had learned it, he understood that everyone harbored their own little secrets. And as a departed soul, he felt it was not his place to pry, since his grandson had inherited his spatial abilities. He was more than willing to impart his knowledge. The rest, he decided, could be left to Naruto to handle. All right, no problem. Boruto's heart soared at Minato's reply. Looking at the two, he muttered, it's a pity I can only summon the first Hokage and grandfather. If it weren't for the fact that I only have 2 white Zetsu, I would have summoned the second, third Hokage, and even Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Boruto's lament, Hashirama chuckled heartily and patted Boruto on the shoulder. Little Boruto, do not be so ungrateful. Having me and the 4th Hokage is more than sufficient. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been lost in thought, suddenly spoke up. Ah, Boruto-kun, there is something I forgot to mention. What is it, Lord Orochimaru? You should still be a genin, correct? Orochimaru glanced at Boruto's forehead protector. Yes. Why? That is good, for in just 2 days, the Chunin exams will commence. What? Boruto's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Watching Boruto depart, Orochimaru's gaze held a profound significance. The immovable windmill seems to have finally encountered its true wind. What surprises might this wine bring me? Vortex Boruto, I await you. At the residence of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto-kun, take a break. You've searched every possible place. You have done your utmost. The sudden disappearance of Boruto, coupled with the trivialities of the Chunin exams, left Hinata with an indescribable pang of sorrow as she gazed upon the weary visage of her beloved husband. Naruto, I am fine, he reassured her, massaging his temples. I have neglected Boruto, which led to his disappearance. As a father, I have utterly failed. Hinata enveloped Naruto in a comforting embrace, saying, Naruto-kun, there is no need for self-reproach. You have done exceedingly well. Leave the search for our son to Sasuke-kun. He is Boruto's mentor and will undoubtedly find him. Your foremost priority now is to prepare for the Chunin exams, as the leaders from the 4 villages have already arrived. You must gather your strength. Understood, Hinata. Naruto exhaled a heavy breath, regaining his composure. All right, it's time to work. Daddy, has Big Brother been found yet? A soft voice echoed from the staircase. Belonging to a girl. Small Kaori, you're awake. Naruto approached, looking at the slightly red-eyed Himawari with tenderness. Do not worry, father will surely bring Boruto back. Suddenly, amidst the family's somber atmosphere, a loud knock resonated from the door. Hinata, intrigued, asked, who could it be? It might be Shikamaru, Naruto speculated, moving to open the door. However, as he did, a shadow rushed in. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Boruto exclaimed, arms wide open as he dashed toward Hinata. Hinata stood frozen, while Naruto was left in shock. Himawari gazed at the familiar figure, her tears threatening to spill. Boruto? Mom, it's only been a month. You don't recognize me? Boruto questioned, noticing Hinata's increasingly disapproving glare. A glance at Naruto revealed that he too wore an unusually stern expression. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, a chill crept over Boruto. Mom, what is wrong? Wait, why are you using your Byakugan? As he turned to Naruto, seeking solace. He found his father equally grim. Dad, you don't know? Boruto thought, attempting to make a hasty retreat, but Hinata swiftly grasped him. Vortex Boruto, where do you think you're running off to? Mom, Dad, spare me. Boruto pleaded, casting a desperate glance at the snacking Himawari. Himawari, save me. However, faced with Boruto's plea, Himawari merely wiped her eyes and settled into the sofa, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Despair enveloped Boruto as he realized what awaited him, the true essence of a couple's combined disciplinary action. Moments later, the house echoed with Boruto's plaintive wails. Reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, the cries rising and falling until they gradually subsided. Boruto, where on earth have you been this past month? Hinata scolded, her Byakugan nearly transforming into a Sharingan in her urgency. Do you have any idea how worried your father and I have been? At this moment, Boruto was bare, while Hinata was diligently applying medicine to him. Mother, I have returned, so there is nothing to worry about. Naruto sat on the sofa, upright and composed, his gaze scrutinizing Boruto. The matter of your disappearance for a month cannot simply be overlooked. Legally, as a lower-ranked shinobi, leaving the village without permission is a serious offense, tantamount to defection. Personally, your sudden absence has caused great concern for both your mother and me, as well as for Himawari. Therefore, an explanation is imperative. Do not attempt to evade this matter. Dad, why so serious? Boruto began to protest, but was abruptly reminded of the pain in his rear, exclaiming, Ouch, Mom, that hurts. Hinata retorted sharply, You know it hurts, yet you speak to your father like this? Dad, it's not that I don't want to explain, but the circumstances I encountered were rather extraordinary. I promise, in due time, I will clarify everything. Meeting Boruto's unwavering gaze, Naruto felt a wave of understanding. Once upon a time, he too had experienced such resolve. Ultimately, Naruto relented. After all, children must grow up, and with growth comes their own secrets, deserving of respect. However, since Boruto had returned, Naruto deemed it necessary to retract the missing person notices regarding him. Just as he stood to open the door, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Sasuke, what brings you here? Chapter 25, Scientific Ninja Tools what? Am I not allowed to come? Sasuke retorted with irritation. Boruto, you have finally returned. From behind Sasuke, Sarada peeked out. Hello, Sarada, Sensei Sasuke. Boruto greeted them warmly. After welcoming Sasuke and Sarada inside, Sasuke immediately focused his attention on Boruto. Where have you been for the past month? Sasuke-sensei, may I refrain from answering that? Boruto replied cautiously. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who merely waved his hand in resignation. Do you have any reservations? Sasuke inquired. Boruto nodded slightly, instructing his master not to inquire further for the time being. He would reveal everything when the moment was right. With Boruto's insistence, Sasuke felt it best to refrain from pressing the matter. Shifting the topic, Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, By the way, Naruto, as soon as this Chunin exam concludes, I shall immediately embark on a quest to uncover the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki clan. Are you leaving so soon? Naruto inquired, his surprise evident. Indeed, Sasuke replied. I remain unsettled by the two Otsutsuki I encountered last time. Unless we eradicate the Otsutsuki clan from the shinobi world, it will loom over us like a dagger suspended above our heads. Dad, are you really going to leave again? Sarada, who had been listening nearby, expressed her disappointment at the prospect of Sasuke departing once more. Do not worry, Sarada. I will wait until after the Chunin exam to leave, Sasuke reassured her, gently patting her forehead. Sasuke-sensei, did you just mention the legendary Otsutsuki? Boruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are they truly formidable? Sasuke recalled his confrontation with the Otsutsuki named Kinshiki. Indeed, they are strong. That individual is on par with Kaguya, the Otsutsuki we faced together. At this moment, Naruto interjected, Sasuke, they are still young. Now is not the time to burden them with such information. Naruto, they are not so young anymore. There are certain truths they must come to know. We cannot shield them forever, Sasuke retorted dismissively. Moreover, the shinobi world is vast. How much can the two of us truly accomplish? Seeing the tension escalate between the two, Hinata quickly intervened. All right, both of you. You are in your 30s now. While it is good to converse, you need not revert to your childhood habit of bickering. At this moment, Boruto spoke up, saying, Father, there is no need for you to argue with Master Sasuke. I believe his concerns are indeed justified. There will come a day when you too will grow old, and the existence of the Otsutsuki remains an enigma. It cannot be expected to protect us indefinitely. Ultimately, this world requires us to succeed you. All we ask for is the passage of time, and in return for the time you have fought to secure for us, we shall inherit your will. As Boruto's words lingered in the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon him in disbelief. Boruto, are you feeling unwell? Hinata exclaimed, hastily placing her hand on his forehead, finding no trace of fever. At this moment, her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. She felt that her Boruto had returned from his disappearance transformed, seemingly having matured. Boruto, after a month apart, I see you in a new light. Sarada marveled. Who taught you these things, Boruto? Naruto inquired, a mix of surprise and curiosity evident in his tone. Dad, no one taught me. During my month away, I witnessed and heard so much, Boruto replied earnestly. So what exactly transpired during that month? Naruto pressed, but Boruto chose silence in response, observing his son's reluctance to speak. Even Naruto, despite his curiosity, refrained from pressing further, mindful of Hinata's concern should Boruto vanish once more for an entire month. With Boruto's buffer in place, Sasuke, after a brief exchange at Naruto's home, prepared to take his leave. Boruto, there are merely 2 days until the Chunin Exam, and many talented genin from other villages have already arrived. If you have the time, you should mingle, he advised as he departed. Okay, sensei, I understand, Boruto replied, affirming his acknowledgement. Boruto, of course, comprehended his master's intention, which was merely to gather intelligence on others, enabling a strategic advantage in the Chunin exams. No way. Naruto interjected firmly. Boruto, when dealing with other villages, do not provoke them. Stay home and behave. Naruto, you remain as obstinate as ever, Boruto retorted. Sasuke, what do you mean? Sasuke merely dropped a remark before departing, leaving Naruto in a state of agitation. Father, Sasuke's intentions are for my benefit. Boruto wished to elaborate to Sasuke. Enough, Boruto. You've just returned. Spend quality time with your sister and mother. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. A hint of fatigue crossed Naruto's face as he bid farewell. As Naruto exited, Boruto clutched his stomach and addressed Hinata, Mom. I am famished. Shall I prepare some ramen for you? She inquired. I would prefer egg fried rice, he replied. Ha ha, it's settled. Within a technologically advanced laboratory, Kazuki Toyama felt a rush of exhilaration as he gazed at a scientific ninja tool resembling a wristband, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Around him, the researchers erupted into a cacophony of applause. With the advent of scientific ninja tools, the era of traditional ninjas would become obsolete. He envisioned a world where everyone could wield ninja abilities. Kazuki's fervor intensified. A new era in the ninja world would be ushered in by me, Kazuki Toyama. I shall prove to the 7th Hokage that I am right. His voice grew more impassioned as he recalled his past attempt to share his vision with Naruto, only to be met with rejection. In hindsight, Naruto's insistence that ninjutsu must be earned through diligent effort resonated with him. If everyone could acquire power without training, calamity would ensue. Nonsense. Kazuki Toyama was determined to create a world where ninjutsu was accessible to all. He needed a test subject. And with the Chunin exams approaching in 2 days, when all 5 villages would convene, it was the perfect opportunity to disseminate their scientific ninja tools. Who would be suitable for this? Kazuki pondered deeply. At that moment, a staff member approached cautiously, saying, Doctor, I have a candidate in mind. Who? Kazuki's interest piqued. The staff member replied, the 7th Hokage's son, Boruto Uzumaki. Kazuki was momentarily taken aback. That boy? But he has been missing for a month. Doctor. You have been so immersed in your lab work that your information is outdated. I saw him return to the village today. Oh, is that so? Kazuki exclaimed with delight. Let us go find him. I believe he will be intrigued. Since the 7th Hokage disapproves, we shall begin our breakthrough with his son. As the prospect of his scientific ninja tools gaining recognition filled him with elation, Tano Kazusuke could hardly contain his excitement. Boruto, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how anxious everyone has been during your absence? Boruto was blissfully unaware that Tanyofusuke had set his sights on him. Upon stepping outside, he gathered his companions, which included Mitsuki, Inajin, Chocho, Metal Lee, Shikadai, and Kinshiki, collectively known as the new generation of the 12 Ninja Guardians. Almost all those who shared a close bond with Boruto were present, eagerly converging around him as soon as he appeared. He had exerted considerable effort, along with repeated assurances, to convince his mother Hinata to allow him to join them. Thank you all for your concern. I appreciate it. Where is Sarada? Inajin glanced around, noticing her absence. Oh. She is likely off training with my master, Boruto replied. By the way, what about Denki? I haven't seen him either. Boruto could not see the figure of Denki among his companions. I know he is on his way, the class leader replied. I see, Boruto nodded. By the way, how are you all preparing for the Chunin exams? No problems here, they all responded in unison. It seems you possess great confidence, Boruto remarked with assurance. Just make sure you don't end up defeated by me. Boruto, beware of boasting too much, lest you trip over your own tongue. Boruto's words clearly did not resonate with them. They dismissed it as mere jest. However, one cannot help but ponder where, during that month of his disappearance, Boruto truly ventured. The inquiry from Shirwei also captured the attention of others. It is worth noting that during Boruto's absence, the seventh Hokage nearly turned the entire ninja world upside down in search of him, yet all efforts yielded naught, as if he had simply evaporated from existence. Shirwei, for now, remains tight-lipped. Observing Boruto's enigmatic demeanor, everyone's curiosity surged, yet they could not compel him to divulge his secrets. Fortunately, curiosity, though intense, is often fleeting. Just as the group intended to head to the barbecue restaurant for a hearty meal, they stumbled upon Denki. Strikingly, Denki appeared to be in a confrontation with someone, visibly injured, and his adversaries did not seem to be from Konohagakure. Denki, what is happening? What brings you here? The group quickly surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing his companions, Denki's face lit up with relief, as if he had found his anchor amidst the chaos. Boruto, everyone, what are you doing here? We were about to go for some barbecue, what about you? Rakai glanced at the group behind Denki, recognizing them as ninjas from Kumogakure. Meanwhile, the Kumogakure ninjas, noticing Denki's disregard for them, wore displeased expressions. Hey, you from Konoha really think highly of yourselves, don't you? Do you consider us invisible? And you, the bespectacled one, don't think your numbers give you the right to act arrogantly just because you bumped into me. Upon hearing the voice, Boruto glanced over but discerned nothing particularly remarkable about the individual, seemingly just a passerby. I have already offered my apologies. What more do you desire? The electric individual argued fervently, contending, moreover, you have damaged my tablet. How do you account for that? Listening attentively, Boruto gained a general understanding of the situation, though it seemed somewhat amiss. At that moment, Rukatai approached and whispered in Boruto's ear, it appears they are eager to provoke us. In contrast to Rukatai's perspective, Boruto held a different opinion. No, Rukatai, they are merely pawns, sent forth to test our resolve. Pawns? No worries, watch how I handle this. Boruto stepped forward, locking eyes with the opposing group, and questioned, you members from the Land of Lightning, after having apologized and even damaging our tablet, you still approach us with aggression. Do you truly believe that we from Konoha are easy prey? What? Do you intend to outnumber us? One of the leaders from the Land of Lightning retorted. If you have the courage, let us settle this one-on-one. You? Not even close. Boruto dismissed with a contemptuous gesture of his finger. Clearly, Boruto's actions utterly infuriated them. Shirten, teach this insolent brat a lesson. We cannot allow our Cloud Village's reputation to be tarnished. With encouragement from his companions, Shirten, the young man, felt his blood surge with rage and bellowed, you yellow-haired punk. Don't look down on others. Lightning clone technique. As Boruto perceived his opponent's intent to strike, he swiftly created 3 shadow clones that advanced towards him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fleeting silhouette. Bang! One figure was launched like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc, while the clones simultaneously dissipated. With a singular move, Boruto sent the lower ninja from the hidden Cloud Village flying, leaving all onlookers astonished, unable to comprehend the speed of his action. Boruto truly seems to have grown stronger. It appears I must hasten my own progress, thought Mitsuki, as the atmosphere abruptly thickened, leaving the others from the hidden Cloud Village momentarily bewildered. Hey, you brash youth. As guests, how dare you treat us this way? Someone questioned indignantly. In the face of such moral coercion, Boruto scoffed. Firstly, our tradition in the Leaf Village is to welcome friends with hospitality. However, should ill-intentioned villains arrive, they shall be met with shurikens. Secondly, inform the person behind you that this probing ends here. If they possess the prowess, let them demonstrate it in the Chunin Exams. Should there be a next time, it won't merely be a matter of sending them flying. And by the way, remember to compensate for the damage to my notebook. In the shadows, a boy with light yellow hair, a horn-like mark on his left cheek, chewing gum, and adorned with a necklace resembling the 8 tails, observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. Yurue, what do you think? Inquired a companion nearby. Let us go. There is no longer any need to stay, Yurue responded, casting a profound glance at Boruto in the distance, murmuring, in the Chunin Exams, the son of the 7th Hokage will undoubtedly be a formidable rival. This upcoming Chunin Exam appears to be far more intriguing than I initially anticipated. Boruto, Thank you, said Mitsuki. There's no need for such formality. We are comrades. Members of the Leaf Village. How could I stand by and watch you be bullied? Boruto replied. With a playful smile, Boruto patted Denki on the shoulder. Come on, let us indulge in some barbecue together. After arriving at the barbecue restaurant, the group ordered a large platter of grilled meat and proceeded to feast heartily. In the 5 Kage meeting room, the Reikage, Darui, teased with a hint of jest. It seems those youngsters are quite spirited. Upon receiving reports from the Umbu, he continued with a light-hearted tone. That Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, interjected, previously, when Boruto went missing, we were all in a tizzy. Now that he has returned, Naruto, did you not inquire about his whereabouts? Naruto shook his head in resignation. That kid has grown up. He keeps everything from his old man. What can I do? Enough about him. Let us discuss the Otsutsuki. As soon as Naruto finished his sentence, the gazes of the other 3 fell upon Gaara, the Kazekage. Gaara, please elaborate on the Otsutsuki you encountered. Naruto's tone reflected the gravity of the situation. The 2 Otsutsuki that Sasuke faced, coupled with the unknown Otsutsuki Gaara had encountered, left Naruto feeling overwhelmed. Gaara spoke, esteemed Kaguya. The Otsutsuki I encountered appeared to possess the ability to extract chakra from within a person using a fishing-like technique. He then meticulously detailed the events he experienced. As the others listened, a sense of dread enveloped them. The formidable nature of their adversary, along with the ever-looming threat, cast a shadow over their heads. Yet one fact was clear. The Otsutsuki were targeting the tailed beasts. Chapter 27. Behind him stands all of Konoha. Mom, I'm full. I'm going out for a stroll. Boruto, make sure to return home early. I understand, Mom. Boruto emerged from his home. The village of Konohagakure glowed beneath the night sky, bustling with merchants in their lively calls. As he navigated through the throng, he intended to retreat to a quieter spot when an unexpected figure crossed his path. Boruto, wait a moment, called out Dr. Katasuke. What brings you here? Boruto recognized him instantly. Is there something you need? Boruto, this place is too crowded and chaotic. Please, follow me for a moment, Katasuke urged. Boruto was well aware of the intentions of the other party, though he never anticipated that the unfolding scenario would bring him to this moment. Nevertheless, curiosity prompted him to follow. Once the two found a secluded alley, Boruto inquired, Dr. Katasuke, with no one around, what is it you wish to discuss? Young Master Boruto, be honest with me. Do you desire to shine brilliantly in the Chunin exams? Of course, I do, Boruto affirmed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Katasuke's face lit up with excitement. Then allow me to lend a helping hand. As Katasuke produced the scientific ninja tool wrist guards, Boruto's attention was captivated. This, Katasuke elaborated, is the latest scientific ninja tool I have developed. It enables the user to unleash techniques sealed within miniature scrolls. Even those who are not shinobi can wield ninjutsu. What do you think? I assure you, this remarkable invention will revolutionize the traditional understanding of the ninja world. Are you willing to join me in witnessing this breakthrough? As Boruto gazed across the vast expanse, he found himself both amused and perplexed by the yearning in his eyes. What was deemed a revolutionary concept in the ninja world appeared to him merely as a sophisticated toy. Just look at the remarkable Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With the ability to absorb jutsu and amplify it. Now that is truly impressive. Nonetheless, Boruto did not decline this toy. He accepted it just as the story dictated. To him, the existence of every object must hold its own rationale. Although he may not regard this item highly, who knows when it might prove useful? At the very least, it could serve as a source of amusement. This scene did not escape the notice of a concealed figure who swiftly vanished into the night. Dr. Kawaki, I've accepted the item. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Boruto said, playfully toying with the scientific ninja tool wristband as he bid farewell to Kawaki. Once Kawaki was out of sight, Boruto shed his youthful demeanor as if transformed into a different person. He approached the village gate, informed the guard, and stepped beyond the village boundary. This moment coincidentally intersected with Kakashi, who was out for a leisurely stroll in his retirement, fully sated. How curious. Boruto was venturing out at such a late hour. What could he possibly be up to? If this child were to go missing, Naruto would surely be distressed. Consequently, Kakashi discreetly followed in pursuit. Unbeknownst to Boruto, he was being tailed. He journeyed a few hundred meters from Konoha, surveyed the area to ensure it was deserted, and then produced a sealing scroll marked with the numbers 1 and 4. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. With a resounding bang, as the smoke dissipated, the figures of Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze reappeared. Kakashi, observing from the shadows, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Release, Boruto commanded, liberating the first and fourth Hokages from their control. Where are we? The two men inquired, scanning their surroundings. Grandfather, Lord Hashirama, we are at the outskirts of Konoha. Boruto provided an explanation. The commotion caused by summoning both of you is rather excessive and could potentially alert my father, hence I summoned you outside the village. So, Boruto, are you ready to activate our powers? Minato Namikaze spoke gently. Boruto nodded and said, Grandfather, Lord Hashirama, I have already marked the Flying Thunder God technique within Konoha. Shortly, you two can disguise yourselves and enter. Moreover, tomorrow is the Chunin Exam. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, I need you both to be prepared, befitting of a loving grandfather. Minato Namikaze gazed affectionately at his grandson, pride evident in his eyes. As a departed soul, witnessing the exceptional capabilities of his lineage was indeed a source of solace. Thus, he willingly entrusted his grandson with the command, knowing that even in the worst-case scenario, their esteemed predecessors would provide support. Boruto, your plan is commendable, praised Hashirama Senju. Though he scrutinized Boruto with a questioning gaze. However, I fail to understand. Naruto is already quite formidable. In the face of the Otsutsuki, I believe he possesses adequate countermeasures, especially with Sasuke at his side. Yet, you appear to doubt your father's strength. Hashirama's words plunged Boruto into contemplation. Nevertheless, he remained unwavering in his belief in his father's formidable prowess. But, Lord First Hokage, you must not forget, my father bears the weight of Konoha behind him. Confronting the Otsutsuki is no trivial matter. Ultimately, it is the common citizens of Konoha who would suffer the consequences, and that is precisely what my father wishes to avert. It seems Naruto is performing admirably as Hokage, Hashirama remarked with satisfaction. Fourth Hokage, your son is quite impressive. Minato felt a tinge of embarrassment from Hashirama's compliment. The first Hokage then leaned closer to Boruto, asking with a significant tone, So, Boruto, do you aspire to become Hokage? Boruto was startled by the sudden question posed by Hashirama Senju, hastily shifting the topic. Lord First Hokage, I have something to attend to. So I shall take my leave now. Please, carry on. As soon as he finished speaking, Boruto vanished from sight. Oh dear, fourth. It appears your grandson has little interest in the Hokage position, Hashirama jested, placing a hand on Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Let the future be determined by them, Minato replied. Indeed. Hashirama's expression flickered, gazing meaningfully in a particular direction. You've lingered long enough. Come forth. Kakashi slowly materialized before the first and fourth Hokage. Lord First, he greeted. Sensei. Kakashi acknowledged. What brings you here? Minato inquired, astonished. I was wandering the village after having a meal when I noticed Boruto leaving alone. I followed him out of concern. Kakashi explained. I never expected Boruto would summon you both through Edo Tensei. At that moment, Kakashi's emotions surged. Not only astonished by the resurrection of the first and fourth Hokage, but also taken aback that the caster was Boruto. There are many things that cannot be explained. Boruto summoned us out of concern for certain matters. Can you enlighten me, Sensei? There are many things Boruto has not shared with us, but I can tell you this. Minato's expression grew serious as he slowly uttered three words, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kakashi's demeanor shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, responding calmly, I see. By the way, let us keep our resurrection a secret from Naruto for now. Everything will become clear after the Chunin exams. Understood, Sensei. Chapter 28, The Eight Tails Crisis. The Chunin exams begin in the Land of Lightning, within the village of Kumobakir, high above a training island belonging to Killer Bee, a voice echoed. Is this the so-called residence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Indeed, I can sense a tremendous energy emanating from the chakra fruit scattered about, hovering above Kumobakir. Kaguya Otsutsuki and Kinshiki, suspended in the void, surveyed the landscape of the village below, the surrounding space seemingly frozen in time. How do you intend to extract the Eight Tails chakra? Kinshiki inquired, brandishing a fishing rod imbued with red chakra. Extract it? Kaguya replied, a look of rapture crossing his face, a cruel smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. What means are necessary when dealing with the lower beings? In the next moment, Kaguya and Kinshiki opened a rift in the void, stepping through it. Observing Kaguya's impatience, Kinshiki remarked with a smirk, Little Kaguya, you truly are quite the eager one. In the midst of a lively atmosphere, Karabi was performing as usual when he suddenly sensed an ominous presence from within the Eight Tails. Stop singing. I have an unsettling feeling. It seems something formidable is watching us. The Eight Tails, sensing the fear in Nyogue's voice, reassured him, do not be afraid, no matter how powerful the enemy may be. I, Kurabi, will send them home with my tailed beast bomb. However, Kurabi dismissed Nyogue's concerns and continued with a clumsy rap, leaving Nyogue speechless. Is this what it means to be the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Just as Kurabi finished his words, the void before him suddenly split open, revealing Kinshiki and Momoshiki of the Otsutsuki clan. The moment they appeared, the Eight Tails broke out in a cold sweat. Kurabi, we must flee. We need to find Naruto. Despite Nyogue's urgent pleas, Kurabi maintained a facade of nonchalance, fully aware that the Otsutsuki would not allow him to escape easily. ABA, I will buy us some time. You must quickly notify the Nine Tails. After communicating with Nyogue, Kurabi adopted a calm demeanor and taunted Momoshiki. Are you the unfortunate one that ABA spoke of? I advise you to leave quickly, or I shall unleash a tailed beast bomb that will send you sprawling. Irritated by Kurabi's bizarre words, Momoshiki's anger flared. Kinshiki, detach the Eight Tails from him. Understood. Kinshiki brandished a colossal axe formed from chakra and swung it toward Kurabi, caught off guard by the sudden assault. The Eight Tails could not establish contact with the Nine Tails in time. As the attack descended, Kurabi's body rapidly swelled, entering tailed beast mode, with tentacles emerging to deflect Kinshiki's strike. Simultaneously, a tailed beast bomb began to coalesce within Nyogue's mouth, launching toward Kinshiki with a whoosh. Futile struggle, Momoshiki declared as he appeared before Kinshiki, raising his hand to reveal a golden Rinnegan, High Emperor of Spirit. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb was absorbed by Momoshiki. The next moment, a tailed beast bomb, several times larger than the original, materialized in his hand. With a chilling smirk, Momoshiki taunted, Eight Tails, witness the amplified power of your own ability. Deep within the Eight Tails, Kurabi gazed at the colossal tailed beast bomb, a bitter smile crossing his face. It's over. We're done for. Boom. A resounding crash erupted, centering around the island of Kurabi, unleashing tumultuous waves that illuminated the pitch-black expanse in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the ravaged island lay in ruins, the formidable beast gasping for breath. Its fragmented body weakened as it beheld the encroaching figure of Otsutsuki. The following day, the village of Konohagakure buzzed with excitement, as the Chunin exams were jointly hosted by the 5 great shinobi countries. The village was a bustling mix of diverse individuals, and for security, Naruto dispatched all of his umbu. Father, this time at the Chunin exams, I shall surely make you proud, proving that the son of the Hokage is as formidable as any chosen contender. Early in the morning, Boruto appeared at home with unwavering determination. Go for it, big brother, cheered Himawari. Boruto, are you sure you're ready? Naruto gazed intently at Boruto, seemingly awaiting his son's response. Dad, what's wrong? Observing Naruto's unusual demeanor, Boruto replied confidently. Of course, I'm ready. However, Naruto, scrutinizing Boruto's expression, detected no hint of uncertainty, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had hoped Boruto had matured, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Last night, the Umbu had reported Boruto's contact with an individual named Yano, from whom he had accepted some scientific ninja tools. Initially believing Boruto would be forthright, Naruto now felt let down by his son's demeanor. Should Boruto choose to use those ninja tools in the upcoming exams, Naruto would not show leniency, regardless of their familial bond. Hinata, Naruto's wife, immediately sensed his unease. Naruto-kun, what troubles you? I'm fine, Hinata. Naruto composed himself, stating, if you're ready, then let us depart. As they stepped outside, Naruto was suddenly struck by a sensation of being watched. However, a swift glance revealed nothing amiss, and the feeling vanished as quickly as it had come. Internally, he called upon Kurama. Did you just sense someone watching us? Kurama slowly opened his eyes. No, I did not. Very well, Naruto sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. Meanwhile, when Naruto was absent, Kurama reopened his eyes, a smirk forming as he revealed his fangs. I never anticipated being summoned back from the dead, and by that brat Boruto no less. It seems he has concealed much. This just became infinitely more intriguing. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Just before Naruto sought him out, his other half had approached with secrets to share, promising to keep them confidential. In a fit of mischief, he readily agreed. Naruto-kun, what's with you today? You seem lost in thought, Hinata inquired, noticing his distraction. I sensed someone watching us just moments ago, yet now there's nothing. Boruto was drenched in a cold sweat. The nearby sunflower observed Boruto's unusual state and inquired, "Brother, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "Boruto, it's nothing, Himawari." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. Aside from the ordinary passersby, there appeared to be no anomalies. "Naruto-kun, are you perhaps overthinking?" "Let us hope so." After the Uzumaki family departed, at the corner, Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze suddenly materialized. Fortunately, we went undetected. Tobirama's shadow technique has proven quite useful. Hashirama sighed in relief. "I'm glad I had a word with the Nine Tails within Naruto. Otherwise, with its keen perception, we would not have escaped." Minato also felt a twinge of anxiety. In truth, given their prowess, they could have easily slipped away, but if they unleashed too much power, the chakra fluctuations would undoubtedly alert Naruto. Being discovered was not their primary concern, yet for the sake of cooperation with Boruto, they opted for caution. Nevertheless, it must be said that Konoha has undergone tremendous changes. It truly feels like a different era. Hashirama surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, eager to converse with Madara upon returning to the Pure Land. "All right, Lord Hashirama, let us commence our mission." Hashirama's excitement bubbled forth. "Excellent. It will be intriguing to witness the Chunin exams that Tobirama has instituted." Subsequently, the two donned their Umbu attire and secured their masks. Perfect. Chapter 29. The first round of Chunin selection. Is everyone assembled? In the center of Training Ground 33, Sai observed the various genin from different villages gathered for the Chunin exams and promptly began to announce the first examination. "I shall now reveal the details of the first test." All eyes were fixed upon him in anticipation. The first examination will involve answering true or false questions. As his words echoed, a hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Ignoring the astonishment of the genin, Sai continued. "The questions will be located 20 kilometers away at Site B." He produced a stopwatch. "I will time you with this stopwatch. Any genin who fails to arrive within 1 hour will be immediately disqualified. Additionally, various traps have been set along the way. Becoming ensnared and immobilized will also result in failure." Before Sai could finish, Boruto immediately grabbed Sarada and Mitsuki and dashed off. "Boruto, what's the rush? The examiner hasn't Sarada. Haven't you noticed that Uncle Sai's stopwatch has already started?" Boruto exclaimed. "This is a race against time." At Boruto's prompt, Sarada and Mitsuki suddenly understood. Mitsuki smiled. "Boruto, your attention to detail is quite remarkable." Seeing Boruto spring into action, the others seemed to sense the urgency as well, promptly vacating the training ground. Meanwhile, the observing Kage above expressed their admiration for Boruto's keen perception. "Naruto, your son is even more astute than you were at his age," Gaara quipped. Impressed by his immediate grasp of the rules, Naruto remained silent. Sensing something amiss with Naruto, Gaara was about to speak when a voice echoed in his mind, Shikaku's. After a moment of silent communication, Gaara's expression turned more somber. "Naruto," he began, "Shikaku has informed me that it has lost contact with the Eight Tails. This appears to be a warning." Gaara's words drew the attention of Naruto and the other Kages, their thoughts converging. A grave look crossed Naruto's face. "Let us go? We can discuss this further later." Boruto was leading Mitsuki and Sarada towards the B-point examination site, and along the way, they bore witness to the relentless elimination of participants. Some were disqualified by explosive tags, while others fell victim to various traps. However, they adeptly evaded these hazards or dismantled them. All thanks to Boruto secretly activating his Sage mode to sense the surrounding dangers. Ultimately, they arrived at their destination, the B-point examination site, within an hour. Thanks to Boruto's foresight, their small team was among the first to arrive. At that moment, Sai was already waiting expectantly and, upon seeing Boruto and his companions as the first to arrive, he smiled and remarked, "Boruto, you have done well." As time passed, others gradually reached the scene. Sai glanced at his stopwatch and announced, 1 hour has elapsed. Any genin yet to arrive will be deemed as having failed. Thus, the examination officially commences. No sooner had he spoken, than 2 screens marked with and appeared before Boruto and his team, with a circular area beneath their feet. Each team of 3. Select what you believe to be the correct answer and move to the corresponding mark. It truly was a test of right and wrong. A testament to the effort they had expended in preparing traps. At this moment, Sai added, "A wrong answer signifies failure." A profound expression crossed his face as he continued. "Those who fail will be engulfed in darkness, losing their qualifications." "Darkness?" Boruto smirked. "The question you have been given is, the ninja code appearing in Volume 5 of the Ninja Strategist's Capture Journal. Moon to Sun, mountain to river, flower to honey, true or false? I don't know this, Boruto exclaimed. What was that? I don't recall these three. Instantly, everyone either fell into deep contemplation or succumbed to panic. Curious, Boruto inquired of Sarada beside him. Sarada, are you familiar with this book? I've read it. But in the library, there are only 4 volumes of the Ninja Strategist case files. Sarada fell into contemplation, surprised to learn that a 5th volume existed. Mitsuki interjected, Boruto, which one do you wish to choose? Truthfully, it matters not which I select, for the question itself is erroneous. Erroneous? Sarada and Mitsuki exclaimed in unison. Did you not hear Uncle Sai's warning? Noticing their bewilderment, Boruto reminded them, it will turn pitch black and you will lose your qualifications. I am certain that beneath the dichotomy of right and wrong lies some trickery. Regardless of which area you choose, you must remain vigilant. Observing Boruto's confident demeanor, Mitsuki and Sarada resolved to place their trust in him. Understood. Since every choice is flawed, the 3 of us will arbitrarily select an answer and stand upon it. Moments later, once all had chosen what they believed to be the correct answer, Sai announced, now that everyone has made their selections, I shall reveal the incorrect answer. A brief tension enveloped the atmosphere. Beep. The screen illuminated with 2 answers. Except for Boruto's team, all others wore expressions of shock. Before they could react, an unsettling sensation beneath their feet manifested, and a deep pit appeared. They tumbled down like dumplings, while Boruto and his companions, having been forewarned, reacted in the next moment. Although others were caught off guard, they managed to respond in time, employing various means to avoid falling. Unfortunately, many were not so fortunate. As below them lay a pool of ink, those who fell became ensconced in darkness. First and foremost, congratulations to the genin who did not plunge into the ink pit. You have passed the first round of the exam. The silhouette of Sai gradually emerged from the pit's exit, and he continued, this question, in essence, holds no correct answer. Those who believed they had made the wrong choice resigned themselves to becoming engulfed in darkness. Such spineless individuals are unworthy of becoming Chunin. The true choice in this first examination is made in the moment of being cornered, either to surrender or to persist. Avoiding the ink pool was indeed the correct decision. Thus concluded the first examination of the Chunin selection. As the sun set, Boruto and his companions gathered together. The second examination will take place in 3 days. Let us all strive for excellence. Metal exclaimed excitedly. Sarada echoed, absolutely. We must pass the next round as well. Boruto, had it not been for you today, we might not have reacted so swiftly. Thank you. It was but a minor deed. Boruto waved his hand dismissively. For now, let us rest well over the next few days and prepare for the battles ahead. At the moment of parting, a figure concealed in the shadows grasped a telephone. Doctor. Boruto did not employ any ninja tools. As night fell, the Hokage's office remained brilliantly illuminated. Naruto, why are you still working so late? You must take care of your health. Shikamaru entered and, upon seeing Naruto's earnest demeanor, could not resist expressing his concern. Naruto paused from his paperwork. Shikamaru. There's no choice. Today, Gaara mentioned that communication with the 8 Tails has been lost, and I must ascertain the situation. I have an inkling this is connected to the Otsutsuki. With that said, he resumed his tasks while conversing with Shikamaru. By the way, is there something you need from me at this hour? Boruto excelled in the first round of the Chunin selection exam today. Shouldn't you, as his father, commend him? Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto's fingers stilled, his expression shifting between light and shadow, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. I will. Chapter 30, The Assault of Urashiki. It truly is difficult to find in an inconspicuous corner of Konoha. Urashiki's figure slowly emerged from a spatial rift, with his initial target being the Kazekage, Gaara. To achieve this, he even ventured to the Land of Wind. Sensing the exceptionally vast chakra within Konoha, Urashiki recognized its origin. Yet he dared not provoke such immense chakra energy, especially since it was currently reserved for Kaguya. There was no need to oppose Otsutsuki Kaguya. The simplest approach was to seek smaller targets, specifically the One-Tails, Shikaku, as they were easier to handle without causing a significant uproar. To fulfill his purpose, he arrived in Konoha ahead of Kaguya. Let me see where it is. Urashiki activated his blue Rinnegan, and everything before him appeared transparent, revealing the chakra of each individual. However, despite his careful release of chakra, he was still sensed by the vigilant guardians of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, along with Naruto and Sasuke. First Hokage, do you sense that? Minato furrowed his brow. This faint chakra seemed somewhat different from the usual. Yes, I can feel it, And just a moment ago, I had the sensation of being seen through. Hashirama's expression turned unusually grave. Wait. Both Hashirama and Minato abruptly lifted their heads, exclaiming in astonishment, Otsutsuki. At the instant they detected the Otsutsuki, it appeared that the Otsutsuki had also sensed them. It seems Konoha harbors hidden depths. Aside from that great fox, 3 formidable entities lurk within. A smirk crept across Urashiki's lips, yet fortunately, he had located the Kazekage. Just as Urashiki slipped into the rift, Naruto and Sasuke appeared simultaneously at the location he had just vacated. Sasuke, did you feel that? Yes, it seems they have arrived. Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of those individuals who appeared to be attempting to maintain a low profile upon arriving in Konoha. Sasuke calmly analyzed. What is it that Otsutsuki desires most? Without a doubt, it is the chakra fruit, replied Naruto. Indeed, since they have come to Konoha, it indicates that their focus is on you. Yet they have not made a move against me. The two fell into contemplation, sensing that they had overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Gaara. Naruto and Sasuke turned their gazes towards the source of the explosion, which clearly emanated from Gaara's residence. Their target must be Gaara. In an instant, the two vanished into thin air. However, upon arriving at Gaara's location, they discovered it had been reduced to ruins. Aside from 2 members of the Umbu, the Mizukage, the Reikage, and the Tsuchikage, Naruto was astonished to see Boruto present, a sight that left him utterly bewildered. The 2 Umbu, for some inexplicable reason, felt oddly familiar to him, yet Naruto chose to focus his attention on Boruto. Boruto, how did you end up here? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Boruto scratched the back of his head and replied, Dad, I was just taking a stroll after dinner and happened to be near Uncle Gaara's place. When I heard the explosion, I rushed over. Naruto harbored no suspicions, instead redirecting his questions towards the other Kage. Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, what exactly transpired here? We are uncertain. By the time we arrived, this place was already in ruins, the Kage replied, shaking their heads. It is indeed the Otsutsuki. With Boruto's assistance, Gaara slowly regained his footing, revealing that they seemed to have targeted Shikaku. One of the attackers had employed a peculiar technique, utilizing a red fishing rod to extract the chakra that Shikaku had left within Gaara. This revelation plunged everyone into deep thought. It was astonishing that the Otsutsuki could traverse barriers with such ease. The sudden explosion had stirred Konoha into a frenzy, with people gradually converging towards Gaara's vicinity. Rescue operations commenced as they checked for injured individuals and provided reassurances. Naruto, observing the remnants left in the center of the ruins, furrowed his brow once more. What troubles you, Naruto? Sasuke noticed Naruto's unease. Something feels amiss. Strangely, there are traces of senjutsu remaining at the scene. Moreover, the signs of destruction bear an uncanny resemblance to those left by a massive Rasengan. Sasuke's calm demeanor was disrupted by a swell of unease. How could this be? The only person in the ninja world capable of wielding both of these abilities is you. That is precisely what intrigues me, Naruto responded. According to Gaara, a mysterious figure rescued him, yet that individual vanished after their intervention, employing a space-time ninjutsu. After a period of contemplation, the 2 individuals found themselves at an impasse, reluctantly deciding to momentarily abandon their pursuit. At this juncture, the paramount concern remained the reassurance of the villagers. As the involved party, Boruto, upon his departure, discreetly cast an unusual glance towards Gaara. Gaara, with a complex expression, could only shake his head in resignation. For who could truly comprehend the anguish of harboring a secret that cannot be shared? Being directly involved, Gaara was acutely aware of the origins of the matter. Yet he was taken aback to discover that it was Naruto's son who had come to his aid. This secret was one he had promised Boruto to keep confidential. Oh, Naruto's child has indeed managed to deceive everyone so successfully. Gaara gazed at Boruto's receding figure before shifting his attention towards the 2 enigmatic Umbu, murmuring to himself. Those 2 Umbu were no ordinary individuals. They possessed remarkable speed and even the ability to utilize would release. In an instant, they had executed their techniques in concert with Boruto, successfully striking the Otsutsuki. Reflecting upon the events, a sense of unreality washed over him. Otsutsuki Kinshiki had suddenly appeared before him. Without uttering a word, he had immediately unleashed a fishing line, intent on swiftly seizing the power of Shikaku. Amidst the struggle with Kinshiki, a fleeting shadow, accompanied by would release, successfully struck the Otsutsuki. Following this, a sage art, lightning nature transformation, super large Rasengan surged forth. catching Kinshiki off guard and delivering a devastating blow. Shortly thereafter, a flash of yellow whisked him away from the battlefield. Sensing impending danger as numerous chakra signatures approached, Kinshiki had no choice but to retreat into a dimensional rift. Meanwhile, the tumultuous assault on Konoha gradually subsided under Naruto's formidable restraint. The fervor of the replacement was now overshadowed by the commencement of the second round of the Chunin selection exams. On a rooftop, Boruto and his companions gathered, facing an examination overseen by the familiar Tintin. The second round involved a flag-snatching contest, requiring them to defend their own flag while simultaneously assaulting the enemies, essentially a battle of offense and defense. It was a 3-on-3 team skirmish. Tintin solemnly declared. This means that inevitably, half of the teams will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, an air of tension enveloped everyone. Now, each team took their positions. The examination commenced. Chapter 31. Coming into the spotlight, Boruto, what should we do? Upon returning to their designated area, Mitsuki and Sarada awaited Boruto's orders with bated breath. Ever since Boruto returned from his disappearance, they sensed a transformation in him, an unquantifiable sense of security emanating from his presence. In truth, no explicit commands were necessary. You two will defend our base while I infiltrate theirs. Observing Boruto's earnest demeanor, Sarada and Mitsuki exchanged skeptical glances. Boruto, is that truly wise? Sarada voiced her concern. What if they unite to seize our flag? In response to her doubts, Boruto produced 2 kunai, distributing them to his teammates. What is this? They inquired. Keep the kunai close. They will prove crucial, Boruto replied, withholding further explanation. These kunai bore the Flying Thunder God seal, ensuring he could arrive at their aid should they find themselves in peril. Although Boruto remained uncertain about his reasoning for providing them with the kunai, Sarada and Mitsuki accepted them nonetheless. All right, I'm off. Leaving his position, Boruto immediately summoned shadow clones to disperse in various directions. Yet, just before he departed, a pair of hidden eyes fixated intently on Boruto's flag. Excellent, that blonde has left. Our team is down to 2. Let us commence our operation. However, as he attempted to inform his comrades, a prolonged silence met his call. Turning around, he was met with the shocking sight of his companion collapsed on the ground. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the departing Boruto. Having spied for so long, do you have any insights to share? Boruto smiled. Yet that smile sent chills down the spine of his adversary. You're the one from earlier, the man stammered. You hail from the Hidden Mist Village, don't you? Boruto did not answer directly, instead retorting, it seems your homeland may soon be in jeopardy. Now, do take a moment to rest. Before Boruto could finish speaking, he suddenly appeared beside the Mist Ninja and, taking advantage of the element of surprise, delivered a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. Boruto swiftly made his way to the stronghold of the Hidden Mist, effortlessly vanquishing his opponents and seizing their banner. Following this, Boruto and his various shadow clones proceeded to the positions of other ninja villages. As soon as 1 or 2 adversaries departed, Boruto would take advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance, swiftly defeating them and claiming their flags. In less than an hour, several lower-ranking ninjas from different villages had fallen victim to his prowess, and by the time they realized what had transpired, it was already too late. Naruto, I never anticipated your son to be so astute. If this continues, he is bound to shine brightly in this second round. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs. Remarked one of the 5 Kaguya in the conference room. The 5 leaders, along with Sasuke and other key figures, observed Boruto's remarkable performance on the screen, which garnered admiration from several Kage. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment expressed by the Tsuchikage, Inoki, Naruto remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Boruto's actions. His anxiety palpable. Sasuke, did you teach this boy his jutsu? Naruto suddenly inquired of Sasuke beside him. For Boruto's mastery over water, lightning, and wind release techniques was astonishingly comparable to that of a mid-level Chunin, raising Naruto's suspicions. As Naruto's observation struck a chord, the others began to take notice as well. Indeed, Boruto's techniques displayed against the lower ninjas from other villages were beyond what one of his age could typically wield, undoubtedly requiring a vast reserve of chakra. Could it be that Sasuke's pupil truly possessed such remarkable capabilities? For a moment, aside from Gaara, who was too distressed to face Naruto, all eyes turned toward Sasuke. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke merely scoffed. Naruto, have you forgotten something? Boruto is your son. Do you really need me to elaborate on your lineage? The Uzumaki clan is renowned for its abundant chakra, and Boruto has undoubtedly inherited that strength. Sasuke paused briefly, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. and added with a hint of sarcasm, "Did you think Boruto is as foolish as you?" The moment those words left his lips, the countenances of those present turned crimson, while Naruto, incensed, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Sasuke, I am the Hokage now. Could you spare me some dignity with so many witnesses?" Unbeknownst to Boruto, the amusing exchange among the 5 Kage was occurring. At that moment, he faced the formidable competitor from the Hidden Cloud Village, Urui. "Indeed. It seems your covert operations have been exposed. I never expected you to have such skills, visiting so many strongholds," Urui remarked, chewing gum. "I knew you would come. I was just waiting for you." "Is that so?" Boruto replied nonchalantly. "But do not forget, you are merely one individual. Defeating you will yield the same outcome." "Then can you guess why I knew you would come, yet I still awaited you alone?" Urui's lips curled into a smirk of satisfaction. "It is undeniable that in this current Chunin exam, aside from that individual from Sunagakure, only you, Boruto, pose a significant challenge to me. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate you first. Have you conducted an investigation on me?" Boruto furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and questioned, "Was that Cloud Village's genin sent by you to provoke me?" Urui fell silent, indirectly confirming the accusation. Given the circumstances, Boruto chose not to dwell on it, his expression shifting to one of confidence. "I believe you may have miscalculated. My 2 teammates are not easily dealt with." "Oh, is that so?" Urui countered. "Do you not think that if I have investigated you, I would not have also looked into your companions? The one with white hair remains an enigma, but that girl, originally named Uchiha Sarada, is indeed the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke. Am I mistaken? I suspect that at this very moment, there are numerous genin from other villages vying for the opportunity to confront her. I imagine they would relish the chance to defeat the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke." Boruto furrowed his brows. "You've allied with other villages." "Indeed," replied Uru, as he popped a bubble of chewing gum with a loud snap. "Vortex Boruto, you have lost." Uru wore an air of unassailable confidence, as if proclaiming his victory. "Are you so certain your scheme will succeed?" Boruto scoffed rather than fuming, "I must say, your intelligence gathering leaves much to be desired." "What do you mean by that?" Uru inquired, sensing an unspoken foreboding from Boruto's demeanor. "Nothing much, just the literal interpretation," Boruto retorted, suddenly snapping his fingers. In the next instant, figures descended from the heavens, crashing between the two. Uru focused his gaze, realizing these were the ninjas from other villages he had summoned to raid Boruto's home, and they were all unconscious. At that moment, Boruto's shadow clones began to gather around him, numbering over 20. This spectacle left even the observing Kage in awe. "Naruto, your son is exceptionally gifted. To conjure over 20 shadow clones at once is no small feat," one remarked. Even Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. Sasuke, seizing the moment, added, "I told you. Boruto's prowess in ninjutsu far surpasses yours. It seems your son possesses a sharper mind than you." Naruto? Sasuke. Chapter 32, Conclusion. Night talks. "All of these are your shadow clones." "This is impossible," Uru exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes as he stared at Boruto. "There is nothing impossible here. The only error you made was underestimating me. Otherwise, I could not have seen through your ruse." "So what?" "As fellow shinobi, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Uru's face flushed crimson. He had always been regarded as a genius in the Hidden Cloud, but today he was schooled by this blonde youth, and he felt a deep-seated resentment. "Very well, then," Boruto extended his hand, gesturing, "Come forth. Stop looking down on me." Uru unsheathed his twin blades, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a blur, lunging towards Boruto in an instant. Clang! Boruto unsheathed his own ninja sword, and upon collision, sparks flew as the metal clashed. "A ninja sword?" Urui exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the rarity of such a choice. "Now that you see it, let us determine whose skills prevailed, my swordsmanship or your blade technique." The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each delivering strikes with fervor. Urui's attacks were swift and unpredictable, while Boruto responded with composure, countering each move with ease. Yet, as time passed, Boruto grew increasingly formidable, whereas Urui found himself faltering. Ultimately, Boruto discerned a flaw in Urui's approach and struck decisively, forcing him to retreat several meters. Regaining his stance, Urui formed hand seals and prepared his jutsu. Lightning release, bubble ball technique. This particular technique was the result of his meticulous research. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet concealed within it lay a potent surprise. Any contact would trigger an explosion. 30 bubbles of various hues surrounded Boruto, and should he carelessly touch one, he would face a chain reaction. Indeed, at first glance, this ninjutsu bore a resemblance to the explosive tags created by the second Hokage. However, this technique was not without its vulnerabilities. Boruto fixated on the bubblegum in Yurue's mouth. "Yurue, it's time to wrap this up." "What?" Before Yurue could react, Boruto vanished in the blink of an eye, evading the bubbles with remarkable speed, and reappeared right in front of Yurue. How swift! Yurue's pupils trembled in disbelief. How could he possibly discern the weakness of my bubbles? Before Boruto could react, he swiftly shattered Yuru's bubble gum and kicked it aside. The flag of the hidden cloud village was now in his possession. Just as Yuru was preparing to strike again, a figure appeared before them. Was it from Sunagekure? Shinshi? Boruto curiously scrutinized Shinshi, pondering his intentions. "Are you here to join him?" Boruto inquired. Yuru, seemingly grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed, "From Sunagekure. Let us unite to defeat this Leaf Village brat. What do you say?" "Not a chance," Shinshi retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yuru, advising. "You are no match for him. It would be wise to conserve your strength for the next round." Shinshi had observed the entire bout and sensed that Boruto had not exerted his full strength. Perhaps his opponent's abilities were greater than they appeared, rendering it unnecessary to squander time at this juncture. With that, Shinshi turned and departed. "Do you wish to continue fighting?" Boruto's gaze shifted back to Yuru, though reluctant. Yuru ultimately conceded, realizing that Shinshi's words held merit. This scene was so captivating that even those in the 5 Kage meeting room expressed their astonishment. Yuru is the disciple of Killer Bee. Who would have thought he would fall to Boruto? Reikage Darui remarked with a sense of incredulity. "Yuru is a disciple of the elder?" Naruto exclaimed, equally astonished. What surprised him even more was Boruto's ability to defeat Killer Bee's apprentice, especially since he had not perceived Boruto utilizing any scientific ninja tools. Time passed quietly. Tenten's gaze swept across the lower ninjas. The second round of the Chunin exams concluded, with the team of Boruto Uzumaki emerging victorious. Upon hearing the results announced by Tenten, every lower ninja in attendance was enveloped in a mix of emotions. The final round of the Chunin exams would commence 2 days hence. With that, Tenten uttered her final remarks and departed. Meanwhile, Boruto's comrades gathered around him, brimming with joy. After all, they hailed from the same village. Boruto's triumph reflected well upon them. They resolved to celebrate that evening, with Boruto as the main protagonist, naturally assuming the role of the one to treat everyone. "Boruto, we're heading back now." After the celebration, Boruto watched his companions depart before retracing his steps homeward. "Young Master Boruto." Just as he took a step forward, a voice called out to him. "Fangzhu, is that you?" Boruto paused, momentarily taken aback by the shadowy figure. "Fangzhu, what brings you here?" "Young Master Boruto, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Fangzhu replied with a smile as he approached. Boruto had yet to utilize scientific ninja tools. Thus, Fiano Kazusuke, feeling rather helpless, was compelled to personally urge him. "Boruto-sama, it is not my intention to pressure you. But when do you plan to make use of the scientific ninja tools?" "The Chunin exams are rapidly approaching their conclusion," Fiano Kazusuke remarked, glancing at Boruto with a sense of urgency. It dawned on Boruto. I nearly forgot about that, Dr. Fiano." Internally, Fiano Kazusuke muttered to himself, "Vortex Boruto. If you refuse to use them, I shall seek someone else." "You speak as though you're exceptionally powerful." Naturally, Fiano Kazusuke refrained from voicing these thoughts, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "Very well, Boruto-sama. You must remember this for the upcoming Chunin exams." Just as Fiano Kazusuke felt a sense of relief, Boruto's tone shifted. "Dr. Fiano, while I have no objection to using your tools, surely there must be some remuneration for the promotional expenses." "What?" Fiano Kazusuke was taken aback. "Remuneration for promotional expenses? You did not mention this before, Boruto-sama." His frustration was palpable. "That was then. Upon reflection, I feel somewhat shortchanged. Surely there should be some compensation for my efforts." "That is not the case," Fiano Kazusuke countered. "These scientific ninja tools can indeed assist you in becoming a Chunin." Seeing Fiano Kazusuke's stubbornness, Boruto promptly returned the scientific tools to their rightful owner. "If that is the case, then please take them back, Doctor. I, Boruto, possess enough confidence to succeed as a Chunin even without the scientific tools." Observing Boruto's expression, 2 words sprang to Fiano Kazusuke's mind: arrogance. Yet, considering Boruto's status, the promotional impact would be significant. It was clear that changing personnel at this late stage was unfeasible. Reluctantly, in order to steer the ninja world in a favorable direction, Fiano Kazusuke conceded. "Boruto-sama, I am merely a scientist, with nothing of significant value to offer." He produced a scroll from his possession and explained. This scroll contains the documented principles of ninjutsu from various clans, essential for my research on scientific ninja tools. Boruto's eyes gleamed as they fixated on the scroll resting on the assistant's desk. A remarkable find indeed. Chapter 33, the third match, Boruto vs. Shin. Time slipped by unnoticed. Nearly 2 days had elapsed. Today, however, the atmosphere was far more vibrant than in the previous 2 rounds. The arena was filled to capacity. Even Hinata, Himawari, Sakura, and the other members of the 12 were present, all of them now parents. The Umbu had mobilized entirely, safeguarding the perimeter of the arena. Of course, both the first and the fourth Hokages were among them. The final match was to be hosted by Rock Lee. Unlike the Rock Lee from the past, this version bore the marks of maturity and experience upon his face. Brother, you must do your best. I will certainly give it my all, Boruto reassured, patting his chest in response to his sister Himawari's encouragement. All participating genin, please take your positions. Mom, Himawari, I'm off. With Rock Lee's prompt, Boruto leaped down to assemble in the central arena. After the initial rounds of selection, only a fraction of the participating genin remained, the few who stood out as the elite of this cohort. At this juncture, Rock Lee began to elucidate the rules of the competition. The third exam would consist of individual battles, conducted in a knockout format. Matches would not be arranged between teammates in the first round, however, should they emerge victorious. Battles among teammates would be unavoidable. Everyone was asked to confirm their order of appearance. The competition would comprise 3 rounds, with the finalists being the 3 victors from groups A, B, and C, who would engage in alternating one-on-one duels. The first to win 2 matches would be declared the victor. Is everyone ready? Yes. First round, from the hidden cloud, Yurui. As Boruto gazed at the name displayed on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated such a remarkable connection with this Yurui. Given that he was matched against him in the first round, Boruto decided to approach the challenge without hesitation. Vortex Boruto, this time I shall not underestimate you. With that, Yurui returned to his usual calm demeanor. The first match commenced. As Rock Lee's voice echoed, both combatants sprang into action, their blades clashing in a dazzling array of ninjutsu. Suddenly, Yurui expelled a massive blue bubble. Boruto swiftly retreated to evade it. In a flash, he hurled a kunai, piercing the bubble, which erupted with a thunderous explosion, engulfing the arena in a cloud of smoke. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As the smoke cleared, vibrant, colossal bubbles filled the arena, causing an immediate sense of dread among the spectators. If all those explode, the impact would be tremendous. One remarked, Shinshi, it seems your anticipation for a battle with Boruto may be in vain, teased a teammate. However, Shinshi remained unfazed, stating, I harbor no interest in the weak. You ought to be wary of Boruto's other 2 teammates, particularly that Mitsuki. Shinshi, you are perhaps worrying for naught. I can easily take down that Mitsuki in the first round, boasted a plump teammate confidently. The low caliber of the candidates is truly disheartening, he added. Meanwhile, Boruto remained unfazed by the approaching bubbles, as he recalled his promise to help Fu with some promotion. Well, one must fulfill their obligations, he mused, deciding to toy with the bubbles. Ultimately, Boruto resorted to a form of trickery to nullify Yurui's technique, executing it with such finesse that it appeared to leave no trace. His prowess elicited astonished expressions from the audience. In the stands, Narita couldn't contain his excitement as he witnessed Boruto employ scientific ninja tools, even capturing the thrilling moment on record. Of course, no one understood Boruto's subtle maneuvers better than Hinata and the esteemed Naruto, who sat in prominence. The vigilant Senja Hashirama and Namikaze Minato also took note of the unfolding events. Hey, 4th Hokage, what was that ninjutsu Boruto just used? I did not sense any fluctuation in his chakra, queried Minato, scratching the back of his head. Lord First, I am equally perplexed, after all. We have been gone for so long. We are unaware of how Konoha has evolved. We'll inquire about it once this concludes, he replied. Moreover, Naruto seemed to have his own contemplations as he gazed at his son. In the second match, the Konoha's Ruka faced off against Tsunagekyu's Yatsu. Yatsu, a girl with long, golden hair and exceptional hearing, was ultimately confounded by Ruka's use of explosive tags, leading to her defeat. The third match commenced featuring Sarada Uchiha against Kumogakure's Terui. Serena, the victor. In the fourth match, Nara Shikamaru faced off against the Sand Village's Erasure, and the outcome was in favor of Erasure. The fifth match commenced with Konoha's Mitsuki battling against the Sand Village's Troy, and Mitsuki emerged victorious. In the 8th match, the new talent from the Sand Village, Shin, contended against Konoha's Akimichi CH. Ultimately, CH concluded the bout with her formidable meat tank technique, securing victory for Shin. After a series of exhilarating contests, the remaining 3 contenders were Shin from the Sand Village, and Konoha's Uchiha Sarina and Uzumaki Boruto. In the 12th and final match, Shin faced off against Boruto and Sarina. "Boruto, it's our turn," Sarina declared, her fists clenched tightly. "Ah, let us go," Boruto replied, feeling a subtle tension within him. As he had anticipated, it seemed that Otsutsuki Kinshiki would soon make his entrance. The future remained uncertain, even though he had prepared meticulously. "Boruto, Sarina, you two must give it your all," cheered their friends as the pair stepped out of the resting area and into the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Shin had already been waiting for them. "Boruto, I hope you two can surprise me," he remarked. "We will not hold back," Sarina retorted. The battle commenced. With Lee having departed, Shin made the first move. His sand iron cloak surged forth, instantly morphing into countless sharp sand iron needles aimed at Boruto and Sarina. However, Boruto adeptly evaded the barrage, while Sarina activated her Sharingan, successfully dodging as well. "Shin, don't waste your efforts on mere tests," Boruto asserted, forming a cross with his fingers. "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Sarina nodded in understanding. "Katan, Keiki no Jutsu." As Sarina unleashed her ninjutsu, Boruto and his clones hurled kunai, embedded with explosive tags towards Shin. Boom. The double explosion sent a thick cloud of smoke billowing. "We did it," Boruto exclaimed, a smirk gracing his lips. Yet, it was too soon for celebration. As the smoke dissipated, a pair of colossal hands made of sand iron emerged before them. When Shin reappeared, he appeared completely unscathed. "What?" Sarina gasped in astonishment. "When did that happen?" "I mentioned it earlier," Shin replied as he extended the giant hands, crackling with electric arcs, and clenched them into fists. Iron Wall. This formidable defense left Naruto in awe, casting a sidelong glance at Gaara beside him. "This absolute defense truly reminds me of someone." Gaara, upon hearing this, let out a dismissive huff. The Black Iron Fist is Shin's signature technique that seamlessly combines offense and defense. Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, "An integrated offense and defense." In that moment, just as Naruto became aware of the new technique wielded by Shin, the latter made his move. It was now my turn to launch an offensive. Shin directed his fist towards Boruto and Sarada, unleashing the might of his iron fist. With an overwhelming force reminiscent of a mountain's descent, the colossal black fist bore down upon Boruto and Sarada. Sensing the impending danger, Boruto utilized his shadow clones to propel both himself and Sarada away from this lethal strike. Yet, Shin moved with the precision of a puppeteer, and despite Boruto's continuous evasive maneuvers, the dark circle followed relentlessly. Boruto appeared to be in a precarious situation. Yet he felt no pressure. Upon witnessing Sarada in a defensive stance, he swiftly darted to her side, narrowly evading a fatal blow. "What shall we do, Boruto?" Sarada inquired. Boruto, instead of responding, posed a question to Sarada. "Have you noticed how he controls the black iron?" Upon hearing Boruto's reminder, Sarada's Sharingan fixated intently on the arc of electricity dancing between Shin's hands, and suddenly, she realized, it's an electromagnetic field. Indeed, the only way to counter such a phenomenon would be through lightning release. However, ordinary lightning release would likely be ineffective against an electromagnetic field of this magnitude. What if a more powerful jutsu were employed? A mysterious smile played on Boruto's lips. "Sarada, what do you intend to do?" Just as Boruto contemplated a swift resolution, a rift slowly opened above the hidden leaf village, revealing the looming figures of Kinshiki and Mamashiki Otsutsuki, who gazed down upon the village. Is this truly the place where the fox resides? Chapter 34, Naruto's Doubt, the arrival of Mamashiki. Under Sarada's suspicions, Boruto raised his hand with a singular motion. A surge of blue arcs crackling forth as the sky abruptly transformed. Dark clouds roiled ominously, enveloping the entirety of Konoha in an oppressive shroud, saturating the air with an indescribable sense of dread and foreboding, as if this realm itself were on the brink of annihilation. The sudden turn of events left all present in a state of shock. "What is happening?" Naruto uttered, barely able to fathom the spectacle before him. "It is Kirin," Sasuke replied, his brow furrowed. "What?" The revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. "Isn't that Sasuke's jutsu?" They marveled. "The lightning release. Kirin is known to possess an S-rank level of power. Could it be that Sasuke had imparted this technique?" The spectators were poised to intervene. fully aware that facing such a technique, Boruto would be utterly defenseless. Yet, Sasuke shook his head firmly, asserting, "This is not a technique I taught him. Firstly, to execute Kirin requires an immense reservoir of chakra, and it is evident that Boruto, despite his Uzumaki lineage, lacks the capacity to wield it. Secondly, and most crucially, the natural climate must be favorable. The effect of Kirin necessitates the support of the weather, unless Boruto possesses strength akin to mine, enabling him to invoke Kirin without such aid." At this juncture, Sasuke paused, his expression tightening with concern. "Moreover, I have not taught Boruto this technique. I haven't even had the opportunity to instruct him in Chidori. How could Boruto have acquired an S-rank jutsu?" Naruto, struck by a sudden realization, felt his countenance darken. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's unease, inquired, "Do you know something?" "Nothing. We must hastily put an end to this match," Naruto resolved with a heavy heart. Just then, the Kirin, forged from the very essence of the sky, had taken shape. Boruto, with a single hand reaching into the void, suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "Lightning release, Kirin." "Boruto, so this is your true power, is it not?" Xinshi's gaze remained fixed on the tempestuous lightning Kirin in the sky, devoid of fear, his voice resonating with an exhilarating fervor. "Since you have unleashed your full strength, I shall reveal my utmost prowess as well." Swiftly forming hand signs, Xinshi summoned a pair of colossal wings forged from sand and iron, declaring, "Obsidian wings." In the blink of an eye, the sand-iron wings collided with the Kirin, unleashing a maelstrom of flying sand and howling winds, while the rampant lightning even affected the spectators. At the very center of this clash of ninjutsu, the lightning release Kirin undeniably pierced through Xinshi's defenses. "Xinshi, danger!" At that critical juncture, a voice echoed softly, "Guardian of Sand." Just as the lightning release Kirin made contact with Xinshi, a towering sea of sand enveloped him, forming a spherical barrier. The moment the Kirin touched the sand, it nearly penetrated through. "Boruto, enough." Naruto suddenly appeared before Boruto, interrupting the technique with a grave expression. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Boruto replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Dad. I know my limits and won't harm Xinshi." "Boruto, I concede on Xinshi's behalf." Gaara approached with Xinshi in tow. "Uncle Gaara, I truly apologize for causing you concern." Boruto turned his gaze to Xinshi, asking, "Xinshi, are you hurt?" Xinshi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "You are strong. I have lost." "Dad, see? Am I not impressive?" Boruto raised his fist, eager for a celebratory bump with Naruto. "Wait, young Master Boruto." From the spectator stands, Yuara rushed down, questioning as he ran, "Boruto, this isn't what we agreed upon." This unexpected interruption left the audience perplexed, yet they remained silent, awaiting further developments. "Boruto, don't you wish to explain something to me?" Observing his father's somber expression, Boruto surmised that Naruto must have discovered his earlier use of scientific ninja tools. "Dad, are you inquiring about this gadget?" Boruto extended his hand, revealing the scientific ninja tool from his sleeve. The scene left everyone present in a state of astonishment, a singular thought emerging in their minds. As Boruto exposed the scientific ninja tool, Yuara, unable to contain his excitement, began to elaborate on its features. However, as Yuara's exposition continued, the crowd's demeanor shifted, whispers circulating among them. "I can't believe the seventh son resorted to cheating to claim victory. This puts the seventh in a precarious position. Come on, his father is the Hokage, isn't winning just a matter of words? If the seventh truly chooses to protect him, who would dare to participate in future Chunin exams?" Listening to the idle chatter surrounding them, even the sunflowers in the audience seemed frightened, seeking refuge in Hinata's embrace, too afraid to watch. Hinata, with a look of concern, gazed at the father and son, deeply apprehensive that a rift might form between them. In contrast, Sasuke remained unperturbed, fixating on Boruto, lost in his own thoughts. For he alone understood that to unleash a technique as potent as the Kirin was beyond the capabilities of mere toys. Could a mere plaything truly command the forces of nature? Naruto's current demeanor was merely a product of preconceived notions, rendering him momentarily oblivious. What intrigued him was how Boruto had acquired this skill. His apprentice had seemingly transformed after his brief disappearance. "Young Boruto, this is not what we had agreed upon." Boruto chuckled awkwardly, expressing his apologies for having momentarily lost focus. "Boruto, are you even listening to me?" Naruto's thunderous roar jolted Boruto back to attention. Observing the fierce expression on Naruto's face, Boruto attempted to clarify. Dad, It's like this. Uncle Shikamaru asked for my assistance in promoting this scientific ninja tool. As the son of the Hokage, I'm more than willing to help protect the citizens, so I agreed. See, I haven't brought you any shame. Boruto flashed a broad grin. You were still lying. The Umbu informed me about that incident. Naruto rebuked. Disappointment etched across his features. Boruto, you have let me down immensely. He yanked Boruto's forehead protector off, declaring, I revoke your eligibility for the Chunin exams. From this moment forth, you are stripped of your identity as a ninja. Dad, are you serious? Boruto stared at Naruto in shock, his voice faltering. If you say that, your beloved son will be heartbroken. You are still fooling around. Naruto's eyes brimmed with disappointment. However, amidst the disheartening atmosphere, an abrupt voice emerged. Finally found the fox. Chapter 35. The collapse begins. Look quickly. What is that? A terrified voice pointed at the Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, hovering ominously in the sky. Those aware of the Otsutsuki clan wore expressions of anxiety, while others gazed in curious bewilderment at the sight of individuals floating midair. Boruto, quickly hide behind me. Spotting Kinshiki's arrival, Naruto instinctively shielded Boruto, instantly entering a battle-ready stance. He fixed his gaze intently on the Otsutsuki above. Momoshiki gradually descended to the center of the arena, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto and Boruto. You lowly monkeys. Your chakra is a disgrace to chakra itself. Are you of Kaguya Otsutsuki's lineage? Boruto questioned, bewildered. Humph. Momoshiki scoffed, surveying the surroundings before addressing Kinshiki. There are truly many bothersome lowly monkeys here. My lord, shall we cleanse the area? Kinshiki inquired. Of course. Just then, Narukami appeared, demanding, Hey, who are you? This venue belongs to us. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. Stop. Don't approach. What a useless ally, Boruto thought as he glanced at Narukami. In the next moment, Kinshiki concentrated red chakra into his fingertips and struck the ground, causing the entire area to shatter explosively, sending Narukami flying. In response to this sudden chaos, Naruto immediately shielded Boruto as the surrounding structures began to collapse, spreading toward the audience stands and the Hokage's viewing platform. Kakashi, the first and the fourth Hokage, who had been observing from the shadows, confirmed Boruto's claims. Indeed, it is the Otsutsuki. Subsequently, every ninja engaged in rescue efforts. Boruto, it's too dangerous here. You must go to the others. After Naruto entrusted Boruto, he noticed that Momoshiki had suddenly vanished. Upon turning back, he found Momoshiki's foot appearing before him. Dad, be careful. Boruto, ever vigilant of Momoshiki's movements, reacted swiftly. Flying Thunder God. The kick that was poised to send Naruto flying missed entirely. This surprised Momoshiki, who found it intriguing that such a lowly monkey possessed this level of speed. Boruto then transported Naruto to a distance of 100 meters away from Momoshiki. Momoshiki, did you ask for my permission before attempting to kick my dad? Boruto gazed defiantly at the Otsutsuki, showing no fear whatsoever. Dad, are you all right? Flying Thunder God? How did you learn that? Naruto's face was etched with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had felt the fluctuations of space-time ninjutsu, only to discover that the wielder was none other than his own son. Dad, let's discuss this later. The time for questions is not now. Naruto paused, then smiled calmly. Ah, you are right. In that instant, he truly recognized Boruto's essence. Their fists collided, and though many questions burned within him, Boruto was correct. This was not the moment. Once this is over, you must explain everything to me. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived alongside Sarada at Naruto's side. How are you? Are you all right? Sasuke inquired with concern. What could possibly happen to me? Naruto felt warmth in his heart. Monkey, how do you know my name? Momoshiki expressed curiosity towards the monkey before him. Want to know? Boruto retorted with a smirk. I'll tell you once you're dead. Momoshiki's expression darkened at Boruto's provocation. Utter nonsense. Just then, a figure named Otsutsuki appeared from nowhere, angrily exclaiming, Wait, you for no reason, knocked me over and now you're here interrupting my release of ninja tools. How infuriating. Witness the power of my scientific ninja tools. Otsutsuki revealed a scientific ninja tool from his sleeve, preparing to launch a jutsu at Momoshiki. Wait. Boruto's expression changed drastically. You cannot use jutsu on him. Naruto and Sasuke felt a sudden chill run through them. Boruto had no time to explain as he instantly appeared in front of Yuan Yi, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, thwarting his attempt to unleash a jutsu. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi managed to launch a lightning-based technique. The sight of the jutsu elicited a mocking smile from Momoshiki, who raised a hand adorned with the Rinnegan, effortlessly absorbing the technique. This shocking display left everyone in awe. This individual could absorb jutsu. Sasuke and Naruto witnessed the scene unfold. Father, master. This adversary can absorb jutsu and amplify its power, rendering jutsu ineffective against him. So that's how it is. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Momoshiki began to gather an energy sphere reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb, which swelled and expanded, swirling with lightning chakra. Gazing at the high-energy sphere in his hand, Momoshiki murmured, "Its power is somewhat diminished, but it will suffice to deal with you inferior beings." As the tailed beast bomb hovered ominously in the air, despair enveloped everyone. "Where is the seventh Hokage? Who will save us?" they lamented. "The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. We are doomed." Listening to the wails of the villagers, Naruto had never felt such rage. "Sasuke, we cannot allow that tailed beast bomb to fall on Konohagakure." Naruto activated the Nine Tails mode, and a fox head materialized before him. "What do you think? Can we still fight?" "Humph. It is I who should be asking you if you can still fight." Sasuke's Sharingan transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and his Susanoo enveloped the fox head. "Excellent. Let us go." Both Naruto and Sasuke unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra, their nine-tails Susanoo rising into the air. To avoid endangering the civilians below, they braced against the tailed beast bomb together. "Is this the power of my father and the seventh Hokage?" Sarada, witnessing the overwhelming foe, was left in shock. "Oh, you managed to withstand my tailed beast bomb," Momoshiki remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before it vanished, replaced by a mocking expression. "Now, can you endure my second tailed beast bomb?" In an instant, a second-tailed beast bomb appeared in the sky. At this moment, due to their struggle against the first bomb, Naruto and Sasuke found their Nine Tails armor significantly weakened. Gazing up at the impending second bomb, Naruto was gripped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Boruto, quickly take Sarada and leave," Sasuke urged urgently as the second bomb descended. "Hurry, faster." Boruto's eyes flew open, a sigh of relief escaping him as he flashed a confident smile. "Master, don't worry. It seems we are not yet at our wits' end." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of the intrigue that Boruto was weaving, he was resolute in his determination to protect the two young ones, even at the cost of his own life. The second high imperial spirit was now considerably larger than before, and this overwhelming sense of helplessness plunged everyone present into despair. "Sasuke, let us fight with all our might." As fate would have it, the two resolved to engage in a desperate struggle. However, at the very moment the high imperial spirit made contact with them, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged bewildered glances. The Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood perplexed as well. Just then, a shuriken flew through the air, accompanied by a familiar and gentle voice that reached Naruto's ears, causing him to shudder. "I apologize for our tardiness. We were delayed by the rescue efforts." A figure gracefully descended before Naruto. It was Minato Namikaze, clad in Umbu attire, who turned to Naruto with a warm smile and said, "I redirected that attack to an uninhabited area. There might be a slight breeze, so please remain vigilant." Boruto clasped his hands, feigning an air of mystery. "Grandfather, you have finally arrived." In a distant sea near Konoha, a sudden and violent explosion erupted, unleashing a ferocious storm that swept towards the village. The unexpected tempest caught everyone off guard. After a brief moment, the storm subsided. The crisis had passed, and all were safe. Gazing upon the reanimated figure of Minato Namikaze, Naruto felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Dad. Chapter 36. United Front. Naruto betrayed Naruto. "I am here too." The figure of Hashirama Senju emerged before the crowd. The first Hokage. Naruto's emotions today resembled a roller coaster, filled with highs and lows, leaving him at a loss for words. "It has been a long time, Naruto and Sasuke. You have both done remarkably well. Let Boruto explain things to you once this is over. We will handle the situation from here." The appearance of Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze brought a wave of relief to the fleeing civilians and ninjas. "Look, it's the first Hokage," someone exclaimed. "And the fourth Hokage as well. Did they just save us?" Cheers erupted from the crowd. In stark contrast, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, left on the sidelines, felt a vain throb at his temple, seething with anger. "A bunch of lowly monkeys dare to disregard my presence. They shall pay for their insolence. Kinshiki, eliminate them." "Very well. It has been long since I have fought seriously. Today, I shall test this legendary Otsutsuki." Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, invoking Sage Mode. As his words faded, the visage of Sage Mode appeared upon his face. "First Hokage, find a way to relocate these two Otsutsuki away from Konoha." The area of our battle is too vast and could potentially destroy the village. Boruto's reminder jolted Senju Hashirama back to reality. Ha ha ha, you are indeed correct, Boruto. However, before Hashirama could ponder further, Kinshir charged in, wielding a massive axe that struck him squarely on the forehead. Success. Kinshir's eyes gleamed with triumph. But his expression quickly shifted to disbelief as he observed Hashirama's body gradually turning to wood. A mere trick, Kinshir scoffed. Casting a sidelong glance at the fluctuations of Hashirama's chakra, he abruptly swung the axe again towards Hashirama's position. After narrowly evading the blow, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Invoking the Sage Art, my G-Mon, sealing the area. Gazing upward, Kinshir felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest as an enormous sealing gate descended from the heavens, his instincts urging him to flee. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Minato Namikaze faced off against Kaguya Otsutsuki. The Ninetales mode enhancing his capabilities in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to engage Kaguya in a fierce exchange. Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. How could they transport Kaguya and Kinshir away from Konohagakure? Boruto recalls that the purpose of Momoshiki was to capture the Ninetales residing within Naruto. According to the original storyline, he should have been taken to an alternate dimension by Momoshiki, where the ensuing battle would be most fitting. Boruto's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Naruto, a troublesome thought surfacing in his mind. Boruto, if you have any ideas, please feel free to speak up. Sasuke, keenly aware of Boruto's unusual demeanor, observed that his apprentice, steeped in mystery, was now regarding Naruto with a sense of equality. Sasuke's words also drew Naruto's attention to Boruto. Master, Dad, I indeed have a thought. We could potentially drive those two Otsutsuki out of Konoha. But in the midst of Boruto's discourse, he hesitated slightly. Boruto, there's no time for indecisiveness. Speak your mind, Naruto advised, rubbing his forehead. Accepting the urgency, Boruto proceeded to articulate his thoughts to the two. As the battle raged fiercely, Satsuki observed Boruto in peril from a distance, grappling with his inner turmoil. In a moment of resolve, he decided to unleash his latent power. His visage began to transform, exuding a peculiar and formidable aura. Most strikingly, intricate patterns began to spread across his skin, resembling enigmatic runes that originated from the sides of his cheeks. His eyes morphed into golden orbs, the pupil shifting to a vertical slit, enveloped in a mystique. Just as Satsuki was on the verge of completing his sage transformation, a rift tore through the fabric of space beside him, and Urashiki emerged. Noticing Satsuki, curiosity flickered in his eyes as he cast his fishing rod towards him. The hook pierced Satsuki's heart, and with a swift tug, the essence of the sage art was extracted, causing Satsuki to faint in that instant. Urashiki gazed at the energy he held, momentarily entranced. What an extraordinary power, so unlike chakra, he mused. His attention then shifted to the confrontation between Momoshiki and Kinshiki, murmuring, "How terrifying. I would prefer not to face such a fox. It seems I must contemplate alternative strategies." With a cryptic smile, Urashiki vanished into the rift. Boruto, are you certain this is wise? I can't shake the feeling that you're leading me into a trap, Naruto expressed, concern etching his features after hearing Boruto's complete plan. Naruto, we have no other choice but to trust Boruto at this juncture. Aside from Kinshiki, who appears manageable, we have no strategy against Momoshiki's spatiotemporal abilities. Conceding to Sasuke's counsel, Naruto ultimately agreed, while Boruto inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto him. All right, let us proceed, they declared as they entered the fray, with Sasuke and Hashirama confronting Kinshiki, while Naruto teamed up with Minato against Momoshiki. However, after several exchanges, Naruto ultimately fell victim to Momoshiki's overwhelming third wave of attacks, sacrificing himself to shield Konoha from harm, and was subsequently captured, vanishing into another dimension. Consequently, Konoha was left in ruins, suffering catastrophic losses. With nearly 80% of the village obliterated, remnants of destruction scattered everywhere. In that moment, virtually all medical ninjas were engaged in rescue efforts. Within the hospital, Boruto entered a room alongside Minato. "Aunt Sakura, how is my mother faring?" As Boruto entered Hinata's hospital room, he noticed Sakura attending to her. "Hello, Lord Fourth." Sakura greeted Minato, who responded with courtesy before turning to Boruto. "Do not worry, Hinata merely suffered from a sudden rush of emotions and fainted." At that moment, Hinata awakened in bed, and upon seeing Boruto, she broke down in tears and embraced him tightly. "Boruto, your father's daughter-in-law. Rest assured, Naruto will be fine. Once the five Kage reach an agreement, the rescue will commence," Minato explained reassuringly. Indeed, Mom, if you fall ill, when Dad returns, I would surely be in trouble. Boruto jested. Feeling a surge of anxiety upon seeing Minato, Hinata exclaimed, Father, I understand. Boruto glanced around and noticed that his sister was not present. He then turned to Uchiha Sakura beside him and inquired, And Sakura, where is my sister? As Boruto's words faded, a delicate voice echoed from the entrance, Brother. Sunflower. Her forehead adorned with a bandage, entered hand in hand with Hinata Hayashi. It is said that upon encountering familiar faces, one's eyes may brim with tears. Hinata Hayashi was no exception, astonished to see Minato Namikaze, a figure he had not anticipated, especially since he had remained secluded and had not attended the Chunin exams. Hayashi. I apologize for the trouble, Minato began. No trouble at all. That boy Naruto is indeed filial, but I never expected you to be reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. Hayashi replied with a chuckle. Ah, it's a long story. By the way, this is your granddaughter. Hinata Hayashi gently nudged Sunflower forward to stand before Minato. Sunflower gazed at this grandfather she had never met, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy, tinged with a hint of strangeness. After all, she had only seen her grandfather's likeness on the wall. Encountering him in the flesh was undeniably disconcerting. Nonetheless, Sunflower timidly addressed him, Grandfather. At the sound of this endearment, Minato's eyes nearly narrowed to slits. You must be Sunflower, right? He inquired, kneeling down to affectionately pat her forehead, a warm smile gracing his lips. You are truly adorable. After a brief conversation, Minato led Sunflower and Hinata Hayashi outside, leaving Boruto and Hinata behind. Boruto sat at the edge of his bed, wearing a serious expression. Noticing Hinata's despondent demeanor, he spoke words of comfort. Mom, rest assured, I will bring Dad back. Trust me. Hinata slowly lifted her gaze to meet Boruto's. And in that fleeting moment, she seemed to perceive a shadow of Naruto's childhood merging with Boruto, her eyes gradually igniting with hope. Yes, I believe in you, Boruto. Chapter 37. The rescue, is everything ready? On the rooftop of the Hokage building, everyone was poised for action. Among them stood the Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage. Alongside Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Sasuke, and of course, Boruto as well. Boruto, be cautious, Shikadai approached him. What's wrong? Are you upset about my tactics? Boruto teased. TCH. Shikadai scoffed. You can fool others, but you won't deceive me. Remember, I am Shikadai of the Nara clan, endowed with exceptional intelligence. Calling you fat seems to have struck a nerve, Boruto chuckled. I'll be waiting for your return. Boruto gently patted the shoulder of Shikadai. Ah, of course. Sasuke-kun. Are you certain you wish to bring Naruto's son along? His tone seemed tinged with skepticism. In response to the doubts expressed by the Tsuchikage, Boruto stepped forward. Kuratsuchi-senpai. I understand your concerns. After all, we are dealing with a member of the Otsutsuki clan. TCH, you, the one who resorts to cheating, dare to boast. I advise you not to hinder our progress, scoffed Yurui from Kumogakure, his head bandaged, casting a disdainful glance at Boruto. Oh, is that so? Boruto closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, the orange hue of his eye makeup gradually revealing itself, transforming his pupils into those resembling a frog's. Shall we find a place to spar? If you can endure for a second, I shall concede. If I cannot topple you within a second, I am at your mercy. Sage mode. Everyone immediately recognized the natural energy emanating from Boruto's eye makeup. To their astonishment, Naruto's son had indeed mastered Sage mode. Minato Namikaze remarked, Truly, he is my grandson. All right, Boruto, I must concede my earlier short-sightedness. Do not hold a grudge against Yurui. Let us hasten to find the seventh Hokage. Ultimately, the other Kage dispelled their lingering doubts. Dad, I want to help too, Sarada interjected towards Sasuke. Sarada, remain in the village. After I depart, you will be the only one with the Sharingan to protect Konoha alongside your mother. After a moment of internal struggle, Sarada resolutely declared, I will, Dad. I will safeguard Konoha. I aspire to become Hokage. Upon hearing Sasuke's daughter's response, Hashirama Senju fixed his gaze upon Sarada. All right, let us set forth, Sasuke reassured Sarada, stating, We will open the space-time portal shortly. We shall rely on Boruto. Rely on Boruto? What does that mean? Inquired the other Kage, puzzled. At this moment, Boruto stepped forward to explain. When my father was taken, I left a flying thunder god seal on him. Once my master opens the portal, I will immediately sense the seal and bring you all directly through. What? You can also use the flying thunder god in another dimension. A withered divine tree stood resolutely amidst the desolation. Naruto was ensnared within the trunk of the divine tree, rendered immobile as Kinshiki drained the Nine-Tails chakra from him. How does it feel to become nourishment on the seedbed I have cultivated? Quite splendid, I presume, Kinshiki remarked. This divine tree was nurtured by someone who tamed beasts just like you, he added. Suddenly, Naruto thought of Killer Bee. But the agony of having his chakra extracted prevented him from dwelling on such thoughts. Soon, you too shall transform into a divine tree. Just as Kinshiki relished this thought, he sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the chakra in Naruto's abdomen, astonished by its magnitude. Is this merely half? What a waste of time. Frustrated, Kinshiki halted his absorption. My apologies, Naruto gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his forehead as he forced a smile. We ninjas are not as easily manipulated as you might think. Unlike you, we cannot effortlessly acquire power, nor can we be so casually deprived of it. Kinshiki's expression darkened. But then a humorous thought crossed his mind, transforming his anger into amusement. And so what? For us. You lower monkeys who rely on hard work to gain power are nothing more than sustenance once you become chakra fruits. Before coming here, I absorbed many techniques, though I am unaware of how much time you spend achieving them. Kinshiki proudly brandished a red elixir, declaring, with these pills, I can easily acquire strength greater than yours. As Naruto beheld the elixir in Kinshiki's hand, a moment of clarity struck him. It was akin to scientific ninja tools. However, upon reflection, it seemed Boruto didn't require such things at all. He had misjudged him. What a mystery you are to yourself, Kinshiki scoffed, reaching out to absorb the Nine-Tails chakra once more. Just as he was about to do so, Sasuke suddenly appeared before Kinshiki, forcing him back. Sage art, my gene gate, sealing. Kinshiki attempted to intervene with a massive axe, but as a command echoed, the My Gene Gate, which once sealed the Ten-Tails tail, descended rapidly from the sky, pinning Kinshiki to the ground. Senju Hashirama, adorned with the visage of a sage, emerged as the technique succeeded. How infuriating. You monkeys have actually made it here. Kinshiki's face contorted with rage as he conjured a chakra rod. Since you are here, you shall obediently become my elixir. Sasuke, undaunted, confronted the peach-like figure with his eerie crimson eyes, complemented by the Rinnegan. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, moving like lightning. Meanwhile, the Kin clan broke free from the Divine Gate, joining the 5 Kage and Hashirama Senju, wielding an array of dazzling weapons transformed by their chakra. As Boruto appeared beside Naruto amidst the frantic endeavors of Sakura and Kakashi, he was accompanied by Minato Namikaze. Dad, Boruto remarked, a glimmer of light illuminating Naruto's previously weary gaze. We arrived late, didn't we? Must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Boruto teased. You can't blame me. It was your harebrained idea, Naruto replied with a hint of annoyance, before suddenly inquiring, by the way, Dad, how is Konoha faring? Even in your current state, you're still concerned about Konoha? Boruto retorted. What are you saying? Your father is the Hokage. As they conversed, Boruto severed the vines binding Naruto's hands and feet. How long are you two going to bicker? First, let's resolve the Otsutsuki matter. Other discussions can wait until we return to Konoha. Subsequently, Minato transferred half of the Nine-Tails chakra to Naruto, revitalizing him. Dad, any reprimands can wait until we get home, Boruto suggested. As Boruto's palms met, excitement radiated from his face. This marked the inaugural collaboration of 3 generations of our family, a moment to demonstrate the formidable reputation of the Namikaze clan to the Otsutsuki lineage. Let the battle commence. Father, Grandfather. Chapter 38. The assault on Otsutsuki. A horde of lesser monkeys, emboldened by their numbers, mistakenly believed they could vanquish a deity. I shall make them taste the wrath of the divine. Momoshiki glared at the inferior monkeys descending from the heavens, his anger threatening to erupt. They had nearly succeeded, thwarted only by that man in the black cloak with the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Sasuke joined forces with the 4 Hokage to confront Kinshiki. Chidori. After several rounds of probing, Sasuke seized the opportunity to strike Kinshiki's back. The chakra-transformed red giant axe shattered just as Kinshiki descended. Others followed closely behind. Blood mist blade technique, bone extraction, lava release, ash stone sealing technique, desert layer, great burial seal. Observing Kinshiki firmly sealed, Tobi remarked, Sasuke, you and the others should assist on the other side. We shall handle this Otsutsuki. With that, Hashirama and Sasuke swiftly made their way to Momoshiki, who was in fierce combat alongside Boruto, Naruto, and Minato. Senjutsu would release True Thousand's hands, Buddha at the summit. Hashirama clapped his hands, and the ground trembled violently beneath them as a colossal statue of Kanon, adorned with countless mighty arms, rose from the earth. This was Hashirama's Buddha at the summit. Boruto gazed in awe at the statue, his heart racing with admiration. Feigning indifference was impossible. The gigantic fists amassed terrifying power and rained down upon Momoshiki. Ignoring the target, they unleashed an all-encompassing assault for over 10 minutes, shattering the ground. Had it not been for the consideration of his comrades, Hashirama, with his unlimited chakra from the Edo Tensei, could have sustained the Buddha at the summit indefinitely. Is Momoshiki dead? Minato inquired curiously. Grandfather, it's not that simple. As expected, once the dust settled, everyone hoped to glimpse Momoshiki from the fractured ground. Yet not a trace remained. In the next instant, while all attention was diverted, Momoshiki emerged slowly from a crack behind them, a chakra rod materializing in his hand. Hurtling towards Hashirama with astonishing speed. That previous technique had been so devastating that had Momoshiki not possessed the ability to vanish into the void, he would have faced severe repercussions. Thus, he needed to eliminate Hashirama first to confront the remaining lesser monkeys with assurance. Predictably, Hashirama was impaled to the ground. And with the loss of his chakra supply, the statue of Kanon collapsed. Simultaneously, they noticed Momoshiki hovering in midair. You lesser monkeys shall witness the true prowess of our clan. Damn it. The Otsutsuki are indeed not so easily defeated. The expression on Minato's face was one of profound gravity. Naruto. Sasuke gestured towards Naruto beside him, swiftly activating his Rinnegan and employing the heavenly hand power. Naruto understood immediately. In the next moment, Sasuke and Kinshiki exchanged positions. Sasuke shouted, "Now's the time." Kinshiki, startled, exclaimed, "What?" Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan, striking Kinshiki with considerable force. Simultaneously, Boruto formed a Rasengan in his hand and hurled it back at Kinshiki. Just as Kinshiki attempted to absorb the jutsu, the Rasengan began to dissipate. Is this all the Fox's son is capable of? However, in the next instant, a tremendous impact struck Kinshiki's face, sending him crashing into the god tree. What just happened? Naruto asked in astonishment. Boruto's Rasengan, infused with lightning nature transformation, produced a vanishing effect that allowed for a stealthy surprise attack, even when the opponent underestimated it. Sasuke interjected to explain, adding a teasing remark, "Naruto, Boruto is far more clever than you." He should consider whose son he is, Naruto retorted, somewhat irked. "Fox, you have successfully provoked me." Kinshiki emerged slowly from the trunk of the god tree, his eyes turning white, but upon seeing Boruto, he discerned something intriguing. "Is that your child, Fox?" he mused. "I see. It seems his destiny is quite fascinating. I pity you, Fox. You possess such formidable power yet cannot pass it on to the next generation." Hearing Kinshiki's cryptic words, Naruto furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Oh, it's nothing," Kinshiki replied, raising his hand, his target being the sealed Kinji. "Now, allow you to witness the true strength of our clan." Suddenly, Boruto had a realization and shouted, "This is bad. His target is Kinshir. We must stop him. He intends to devour Kinshir." However, it was too late. Kinshir broke through all seals and soared towards Kaguya Otsutsuki. Everyone was taken aback. "Come, Lord Otsutsuki, it seems that the moment has come for you to consume my chakra. Just as my ancestors bestowed their power upon me. Do not hesitate." With a smirk, Otsutsuki replied, "Of course." In an instant, Kinshir transformed into a red orb of flesh and flew into Otsutsuki's hand. Without delay, Otsutsuki began to devour it bite by bite. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at Otsutsuki's actions. Sasuke sensed impending doom and launched the first attack, raising his Kusanagi sword and leaping into the air to strike down. Yet, as he attempted to sever Otsutsuki's neck, a crisp sound resonated. Otsutsuki turned to Sasuke, smirking. It is too late. A cloud of smoke erupted, and everyone anxiously observed Otsutsuki's position. A long mane danced wildly, and a phantom with immense horns slowly materialized. Otsutsuki gradually opened his eyes, which had lost their Byakugan and transformed into golden pupils. A golden Rinnegan slowly opened between his brows, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Fox, you are next." Otsutsuki spread his hands, the golden Rinnegan in his palms shimmering with radiant light. "You actually consumed your comrade." Naruto's expression darkened. "What is strange about that?" "It is a customary practice for our clan to transfer power." Otsutsuki remained unfazed, slowly ascending into the air. "It seems the game has gone too far. Now, let us conclude this. Foolish mortals resisting the divine." Otsutsuki's Rinnegan in his brow and hands instantly transformed into a crimson hue. This is bad. Sasuke and Naruto rushed forward. Yet, with a thunderous roar, Otsutsuki unleashed a shockwave, sending both of them reeling backwards, and within the shockwave's radius, he effortlessly cleaved the divine tree's trunk in half. Subsequently, Otsutsuki began his assault on everyone with blinding speed. The first, Raikage, was defeated. The second, Mizukage, was defeated. The third, Wind Kaguya, was defeated. In the blink of an eye, all 4 Kages had fallen. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Minato joined the fray, but with Otsutsuki's transformation. He seemed to overpower the 3 of them effortlessly. Boruto remained vigilant, his focus unwavering as he sought the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Remarkably, he had yet to utilize a particular skill. Following the Peach-style arc, the chaotic combat scenes had become unbearably tedious. Chapter 39, The Spiral Sphere of 3 Generations. Can you withstand the Earth Explosion Stars? The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Sasuke unleashed the Earth Explosion Stars, encasing Peach-style within a sphere. Naruto breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the sphere began to tremble violently, and within it, Escape-style roared in fury, Inuzuka Kinmei. From the surface of the sphere emerged a multi-headed beast, its body white with a dragon's head and a serpent's form, which lunged at Sasuke and Naruto with a ferocious roar. In the face of this sudden turn of events, both Naruto and Sasuke swiftly dodged. But despite Sasuke's efforts to evade, he was bitten. Seizing the opportunity, Peach-style infused energy into the creature, unleashing a massive force directed at Sasuke. Boom. An explosion echoed as Naruto activated his Ninetales mode to rescue Sasuke. Are you alright, Sasuke? I'm fine. The fox has finally decided to show itself. Peach-style sneered, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Its power is mine. With a sweeping motion of his arms, the ground ruptured, transforming into scattered rocks that coalesced around Peach-style, ultimately forming a colossal stone ape adorned with magma-like stripes. Stop dreaming. Naruto, in Ninetales mode, leaped forward to strike the giant ape, only to be effortlessly blocked. The giant then swung its massive arm, and Sasuke's hand appeared at Naruto's back, a silent understanding between the 2 friends. Release the Ninetales now? With one decisive slash, the giant ape was cleaved in 2, crumbling into dust as Peach-style hovered in the air, barely clinging to life. Just when everyone thought it was over, a figure emerged before them. Finally caught up, it was Kazuki Hayama, who leapt down from the precipice, rushing towards them. How did he end up here? Naruto felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps he sneaked in while Sasuke opened the space-time portal, the Raikage suggested. Assistant, quickly document the power of the scientific ninja tools. Hayama brandished his scientific tools and unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu at Peach-style. Stop him. Boruto suddenly realized the urgency. Peach-style must not absorb the ninjutsu. Yet it was too late. The techniques surged towards Peach-style without restraint. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God technique, attempting to intercept the trajectory of the ninjutsu. However, as he appeared, Peach-style, with the remnants of his power, materialized before Minato and kicked him away, simultaneously raising his hand to absorb the incoming ninjutsu. What a nuisance. With a grim expression, Raikage voiced his frustration. Their current state was dire. Injuries were numerous, chakra reserves nearly depleted, rendering them utterly powerless against Peach-style. After absorbing the ninjutsu, Peach-style visibly rejuvenated, excitement gleaming on his face. So this is how it is. This substance resembles our elixirs, though rudimentary. I must extend my gratitude to you, foolish mortals. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of ninjutsu poured forth from his Rinnegan, leaving the others in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the instigator, Toya, found himself inadvertently swept into the chaos, his fate uncertain. In the next moment, the shadow technique of the Nara clan ensnared them all, rendering them immobile. Shortly thereafter, a chakra rod pierced through Naruto Uzumaki, only for Minato Namikaze to suddenly appear and extract Naruto and Sasuke from the jutsu's grasp. Father. It seems my journey has reached its end, Naruto remarked with a bittersweet smile. Minato shook his head, saying, Naruto, you have performed admirably. You have always been a source of pride for your mother and me. Rest assured, even if my soul should vanish, I will always protect you. Just as I did when you were a child. Just then, Boruto's voice broke through their moment of emotion. Ah, Dad, Grandpa. It doesn't seem we're at the end of our rope just yet, so let us not be so pessimistic. Boruto, Naruto implored Minato. You should take Boruto and leave. He may prove to be even more remarkable than I. Dad, don't say that just yet. If I abandon you and flee, Mom would surely break my legs. Besides, I don't want to disappoint Himawari. Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, Dad, Grandpa, I still have a trump card I haven't used, but I currently lack the chakra to confront Peach style. Hearing Boruto's declaration, both Naruto and Minato were taken aback, then smiled. Acquiring chakra was not a daunting task, though they were unaware of Boruto's secret technique. They chose to place their faith in him. After all, it was a trust forged from blood. Boruto, come here and extend your hand. Boruto extended his hand forward, while Minato and Naruto simultaneously lifted him up. An embryonic Rasengan emerged from Boruto's palm, gradually expanding in size. Within that swirling sphere, it seemed to harbor a profound significance. In a fleeting moment, Boruto sensed the presence of many individuals channeling chakra into him. The Rasengan grew increasingly larger, becoming disproportionate to Boruto's stature. Once the Ultra Rasengan was fully formed, Boruto's hand trembled slightly, yet securely held it. Gazing at the immense Rasengan in his grasp, Boruto became entranced. Tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes as he murmured, the weight of the 720 episodes is truly substantial. Subsequently, Boruto turned his gaze towards Momoshiki, his expression sharpening. Very well, I am prepared, Master Sasuke. Sasuke stood protectively in front of Boruto, stating, Boruto, there is only one opportunity. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. Understood. Boruto pivoted his hand, causing the Rasengan to vanish in an instant. Sasuke launched an offensive, advancing towards Momoshiki relentlessly. Do you still refuse to accept your fate, inferior monkeys? Momoshiki sneered, unleashing ninjutsu upon Sasuke without restraint. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Sasuke hurled the Kusanagi sword at Momoshiki, who effortlessly dodged. In the next heartbeat, Sasuke and the Kusanagi switched places, appearing behind Momoshiki. Is this all you've got? Momoshiki's peripheral vision caught sight of Sasuke, and as he turned to unleash his technique, the Kusanagi transformed into Boruto. Boruto, in a swift motion, hurled the ninja sword while Sasuke unleashed his Chidori. As Boruto grasped the sword, his Rinnegan locked onto Sasuke, poised to absorb the Chidori. In a flash, Sasuke activated his heavenly hand power, redirecting the sword from Boruto's grip to pierce directly into Boruto's Rinnegan. In agony, Boruto's visage contorted in rage as he retaliated with a fierce kick, sending Sasuke sprawling. Boruto seized the opportunity, employing a swift gust of wind to propel himself towards Momoshiki, landing a decisive blow to his abdomen. Momoshiki merely took a half-step back, swiftly grasping Boruto's subtle technique, yet unfortunately, it was in vain. Boruto, however, remained unfazed, which is rather difficult to articulate. Bang! Boruto instantly transformed into smoke, while the other clones engaged in fierce combat, only to be defeated one by Momoshiki. Just as Momoshiki reveled in his triumph, the real Boruto gathered a small Rasengan and swiftly maneuvered behind him. Sensing the impending threat, Momoshiki thrust forward with his chakra rod. However, Boruto deftly deflected the attack with a subtle shift, and at that moment, his passive eye activated, revealing a look of sheer terror on Momoshiki's face. The Rasengan detonated explosively at Momoshiki's waist, causing Boruto's clone to be obliterated once more, yet Momoshiki felt a sharp pain in his side as well. Momoshiki, where are you looking? I am right here. At that instant, Boruto appeared above Momoshiki, wielding a colossal Rasengan once again. Rasengan! Momoshiki had no time to react. He formed a Rasengan of his own, albeit a crimson one. With a lingering sense of dread, Momoshiki could not help but exclaim, "This technique is indeed perilous. But I have warned you, there will be no second chance." With a smile, Boruto remarked, "I'm afraid it's not over yet." He once again made the Rasengan vanish. His body propelled downward towards the red spiral sphere of Momoshiki due to inertia. This spectacle truly startled the onlookers, while Momoshiki scoffed, "What is this? Are you resorting to self-destruction?" However, in the following moment, contrary to Momoshiki's expectations, Boruto did not succumb to the impact of the red sphere. Instead, he pierced right through it, penetrating Momoshiki's very form. Now, not only was Momoshiki astonished, but the rest were equally taken aback by Boruto's intangible body. If I am not mistaken, this ethereal state is reminiscent of Obito's Kamui. Yet, while everyone remained in shock, Boruto had already positioned himself behind Momoshiki. Boruto revealed a triumphant expression, having harnessed a power extracted from Obito, an essential skill for any household. The sixth ability, Kamui, defense, allowing him to become intangible. The Rasengan reappeared in Boruto's grasp once more. Boruto let out a fierce roar. Momoshiki, the Rasengan of 3 generations of our family. Can you withstand it? Boom. The Rasengan struck Momoshiki's back directly, its immense spiraling force relentlessly wreaking havoc upon his body. Momoshiki, filled with resentment, could not accept this. Before Boruto's eyes, a blinding white light suddenly enveloped him, and his Byakugan was awakened. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a realm where time had come to a standstill. Opposite him stood Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Can you sense my presence, child of humanity? Kinshiki approached Boruto slowly, scrutinizing the Byakugan in his eye, and a realization dawned upon him. Ah, I see. You have inherited the formidable power of the Otsutsuki, yet you are still too naive to discern your own fate. However, I can clearly perceive your destiny. Remember, that blue-eyed vision will one day strip you of everything you hold dear. And prepare yourself. Those who strike down a deity can never return to their mortal existence. Upon hearing Kinshiki's words, Boruto fell into silence, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is that all you have to say? If you wish to implant a wedge within me, be direct. As for your claim that my blue I will take everything from me, nonsense. Kinshiki, taken aback, felt a tumult within him. His emotion surging. How could you possibly know? Boruto did not respond to him. Instead, his gaze radiated a profound tenacity. Fear not. I shall not grant you your desires. I shall claim the power of the Otsutsuki, and everything I possess, I intend to safeguard with unwavering resolve, losing not a single fragment. Thus, you may rest in peace, Momoshiki. As a splendid firework erupted in the sky, the curtain fell on Momoshiki Otsutsuki. The chapter of Momoshiki's tale has reached its conclusion. Chapter 40, Surviving the Aftermath Ding. An unidentified virus has been detected invading the host's consciousness. The system is initiating a 480-level antivirus protocol. Deep within Boruto's subconscious, where Momoshiki remained in a state of contract, his eyes suddenly sprang open. What is this entity? Why is it devouring my power? Why does the son of the fox harbor such a thing in his mind? Clearing progress. 5-10-30-60-75. The virus has been eradicated. A massive energy entity was detected, but energy consumption has exceeded limits. The current system version is insufficient for energy conversion. Autonomous sealing has been initiated. Current unsealing status. 10. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Boruto, his consciousness had just plunged into a silent battle, ultimately leading to Momoshiki's defeat under the system's overwhelming suppression. As the pungent scent of disinfectant filled the hospital and a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, it illuminated Boruto's face. Boruto slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the white ceiling above, a wave of inexplicable weakness coursed through his body. Am I in a hospital? He gradually sat up, surveying his surroundings. Has Momoshiki perished? Ah, right, Kaguya. A sudden recollection struck him as he raised his hand, noticing the four-cornered diamond mark in his palm. He quietly exhaled in relief. That is indeed one of his most potent advantages. Even with Momoshiki dormant within him, posing a constant risk of backlash, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps one day he could eradicate Momoshiki's consciousness entirely. After all, he aspired to be the mightiest Otsutsuki. If worst comes to worst, he could seek assistance from Aunt Orochimaru, the earliest scientist of the ninja world. Surely he would find interest in such a vessel-like phenomenon. Speaking of Orochimaru, Boruto suddenly remembered another task at hand, to dissuade Orochimaru from harboring intentions toward Sasuke. If anyone could persuade Orochimaru to reconsider, it would have to be him. He might as well tackle both issues at once and inquire about possible solutions. Moreover, Boruto was confident that his father and mentors were surely waiting for him to awaken. Eager to receive his response, Boruto retrieved a small scroll inscribed with the character for Snake, a gift from Orochimaru upon his return. As he unfurled the scroll, a small white phosphorescent serpent emerged, flicking its tongue inquisitively. Go and inform Orochimaru that I shall pay him a visit in due time. After transmitting his words to the little white snake, it too transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. Upon completing this, Boruto noticed that the door to the room was suddenly ajar. Boruto, you're awake, exclaimed Sarada, her voice filled with relief. Oh, it's you. Boruto replied with a smile as he greeted her. Are you feeling any better? Sarada inquired, taking a seat beside him, her concern evident. Yes. Aside from feeling a bit drained, I'm otherwise unscathed, Boruto responded, then asked, by the way, how are my mom and the others faring? They are all well. The casualties are not as severe as anticipated, though the village has suffered considerable material losses. As for your mother, she seemed much better since the 7th Hokage's return. Boruto let out a quiet sigh of relief, rising to gaze out the window while listening to Sarada's description from behind him. As he looked upon the thriving visage of Konoha, a place that had endured and emerged from catastrophe, Sarada too ceased her narration, and for a brief moment, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered. Boruto, you have finally awakened. Upon hearing the voice, Boruto secretly marveled at their swiftness. Looking towards the doorway, he exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld a remarkable sight. Naruto, Sasuke, and behind them, his grandfather Minato, his mother, Himawari, and Hashirama Senju all entered in succession, causing the hospital room to feel remarkably cramped. Father, mother, master, grandfather, and Himawari, you all have come. Brother, you have finally awakened. Himawari hurriedly rushed into Boruto's embrace, exclaiming, Brother, did you know that mother and I were nearly beside ourselves with worry for you? At that moment, Hinata stepped forward, enveloping the siblings in her arms with a hint of reproach in her tone. Hearing about your ordeal from your father made me quite anxious. You must not engage in such reckless adventures in the future. Boruto comforted, All right, Mom, with so many people watching, I will promise you. In such circumstances, if I, as the son of the Hokage, do not step forward, there would truly be no hope. Observing Boruto, Hinata felt a sense of pride in her son's growth, a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, it is worth noting that the first person I saw upon waking was not you, Mom, but rather Sarada. It seems that Dad holds a special place in your heart. At Boruto's words, Hinata's cheeks flushed, and her gaze involuntarily flickered towards Naruto. Boruto waved his hand with a hint of resignation, remarking, Mom and Dad are true love. I am merely an unexpected occurrence. Oh dear, Mom, why are you hitting me? After a playful bout, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries and reassured that Boruto was not in serious danger, they all took their leave. Even Himawari being escorted away by her grandfather, Hayashi Hyuga. In the hospital room, Boruto realized that only Hinata, Naruto, Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Shikamaru Nara, and Sasuke remained. He understood that there was no escaping this conversation. The ambience fell into a brief silence. Boruto gazed at the scene before him, letting out a quiet sigh. He had ultimately decided to come. At that moment, Shikamaru Nara was the first to shatter the tranquil atmosphere. Boruto, although you are still a patient, which is rather unfair to you, there are certain pieces of information I must ascertain. Uncle Shikamaru, please go ahead. Boruto nodded. I will speak freely and without reservation. Observing Boruto's willingness to cooperate, Shikamaru's expression softened with satisfaction. He then cast a barrier around them and began his inquiries. Firstly, what is the medium for the reanimation of the 4th and 1st Hokages? It is well known that to summon the deceased through the reanimation jutsu, a living sacrifice is required. Should Boruto resort to using a living person for this purpose, even being the son of the 7th Hokage would not earn him any leniency. When Boruto initially summoned Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, he had hastily forgotten to inform them of this crucial detail, which now resurfaced. White Zetsu, originally serious, Naruto and the others were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this unexpected information. White Zetsu. Shikamaru frowned. To his knowledge, ever since Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed, the White Zetsu under her command had been nearly eradicated from the shinobi world. Where could Boruto possibly have encountered White Zetsu? Where indeed? Boruto fixed his gaze upon Shikamaru. Yet his subsequent words left everyone convinced that he was merely speaking nonsense. The 2 White Zetsu were taken from Obito, he declared. Initially, I intended to depict Boruto inheriting the entirety of the Otsutsuki powers, ultimately embarking on an invincible path. However, upon reflection, I reconsidered, sensing that such a narrative would not endure. Thus, I have resolved to allow Boruto to gradually evolve instead. Some may ponder why I do not let Boruto conquer the Otsutsuki powers on his own. I can only admit to my limitations as an author, fearing that the story might unravel. Chapter 41. Confession. If I were to say that those 2 White Zetsu were seized from Obito, would you believe me? Boruto's gaze swept over the expressions of those around him. Yet, the varied emotions reflected in their faces appeared remarkably unified in his eyes. Surprise, astonishment, doubt, and concern intertwined seamlessly. Boruto had anticipated this scene. He remained silently observant, awaiting their return to reality. Boruto, this is a serious matter. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. Shikamaru's voice suddenly rose, his demeanor earnest. I speak the truth, Boruto shrugged, though it may have sounded somewhat implausible. Boruto, Are you referring to Obito? Naruto looked at him with a complex expression. That guy has been dead for decades. Are you telling me you've seen Obito? Naruto-kun, I can sense it. Boruto is not lying. Initially, I thought he was speaking frivolously, yet his gaze conveys the truth. It's a mother's instinct, Hinata interjected, standing by Naruto's side in defense of Boruto. Let us first hear Boruto's account. Reflecting on Hinata's words and recalling how Boruto had employed Obito's intangibility during his battle with Kenshiki, Naruto felt an undeniable curiosity arise, despite his reluctance to believe. Logically, that was Obito's ocular technique, which could not be manifested without the Sharingan. And how could his own son possess such a power? Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Sasuke. Very well, since you mentioned Uchiha Obito, how exactly did you encounter him? Shikamaru pressed on, suppressing his impatience. 50 years after the founding of Konoha, at the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, Boruto answered instinctively, causing everyone to momentarily freeze in shock. Boruto, do not frighten me. Hinata stepped forward, placing her hand on Boruto's forehead, feeling that he was not feverish. Observing his anxious mother, Boruto reassured her, Mom, I'm fine. I am not speaking nonsense. Boruto shifted his gaze towards others, his father, his master, and everyone present. I wonder if you all believe in time travel. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of intrigue crossed the eyes of Sasuke, who possessed the power of space-time, and Minato, who had experienced such phenomena. Boruto then gathered his thoughts and revealed his journey back to the past in Konoha, although he refrained from disclosing the details of the system involved. As he spoke, the expressions of those listening grew increasingly skeptical, with the exception of Sasuke and Minato, who found the tale somewhat fantastical. You mean you traveled back to Konoha 50 years ago and joined Guy's ninja team? Naruto interjected, his voice tinged with doubt. Then why do I have no recollection of this? Hinata, Sasuke, Shikamaru, do you remember anything? Each of them shook their heads, indicating they had no memory of Boruto. Mom and Dad, you wouldn't know, as that was a parallel universe. Parallel universe? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their worldviews being challenged anew as they regarded Boruto with curiosity. Boruto elucidated the theory of parallel universes, meticulously explaining it to those present. In simple terms, that realm is akin to a mere replica. Anything that transpires therein bears no influence on his original world. The individuals gathered were not lacking in intellect, and they grasped the concept swiftly. Despite the profound revelation, Boruto, with a hint of astonishment, posed a question. Even if you can traverse time and space, how does that reconcile with your mastery of such perilous jutsu? Naruto articulated his greatest concern. I anticipated you would inquire about this, father, Boruto replied with a gentle smile. Before this, do you and mother recall when I mentioned my awakening of the Byakugan? Indeed, but your grandfather assisted in examining it. And you had not truly awakened the Byakugan, Naruto responded. Correct, I did not awaken the Byakugan, Boruto affirmed, pausing momentarily before continuing. That is because I have awakened a gaze that surpasses the Byakugan and even the Sharingan. He elaborated that this newfound vision, which he referred to as the pure eye, was revealed to him by Momoshiki. Sasuke? Is that polite? Naruto? Hinata? I concur with the previous sentiment. In a single statement, Boruto inadvertently offended two individuals. Fortunately, one regarded him as a master and the other as a mother, allowing them to overlook the slight. Boruto, how did you awaken this so-called pure eye? Would it be possible for us to witness it? After all, there are only a handful of ocular techniques in the ninja world, and it would be beneficial for your master and Naruto to examine it. Hashirama approached with curiosity, examining Boruto intently, his demeanor that of an inquisitive child. Boruto shook his head and turned to Naruto and Sasuke. I apologize, father, master, that eye is beyond my control. I believe it is due to my current weakness in power, rendering it in a passive state. Passive? What a novel term. In a bid to clarify for those who may not grasp the concept, he elaborated on the matter. How, you may ask? Does the ability of the clear eye correlate with your mastery of ninjutsu? He mused. Father, the power of the clear eye is formidable. Upon traversing into another realm, I find myself capable of effortlessly mastering any ninjutsu, even without the foundation of any bloodline limit. I even entertain the notion that my ability to traverse dimensions may very well be an extension of this clear eye's prowess. The art of verbal persuasion takes effect. Sasuke's intellect diminishes by 20, Naruto's by 40, Hinata's by 35, and Shikamaru's by 10. Remarkably, the potency of this verbal art is indeed formidable, bestowing a collective buff. Boruto found it impossible to elucidate the complexities of the system to Naruto and Sasuke. Thus he chose to attribute all the peculiar occurrences to the manifestation of the Jugen. Jugen, I may not be entirely human, but you are certainly not one. Upon hearing Boruto's string of explanations, everyone present reluctantly accepted his words, primarily due to the fact that Boruto could not fully control the so-called Jugen's abilities. Thus, everything remained open to interpretation, yet they still chose to believe him. Ultimately, Naruto issued a command to classify all of Boruto's revelations as top secret, known only to their small circle. Boruto, I have comprehended everything that needed understanding. Now, you should rest well. After comforting Boruto, Naruto led the others out of the hospital room. Watching their departing figures, Boruto silently exhaled in relief. His decision to present a mixture of truth and deception was a calculated one. Boruto believes that he should eventually return to that world. Yet this inexplicable disappearance inevitably raises suspicions. It might be wiser to lay his cards on the table, thereby alleviating their worries upon his departure. Time swiftly passed, and Boruto's condition improved. However, he now found himself in the territory of Orochimaru. As he approached Orochimaru's base, he was greeted with a smile from the enigmatic figure, flanked by the formidable Suigetsu and Karen. Dear Aunt Snake, no, I mean, Senior Orochimaru, I appreciate your personal welcome, Boruto remarked, inadvertently making a slip of the tongue. Orochimaru, unfazed by the blunder, acknowledged that Boruto was indeed capable of defeating the Otsutsuki, warranting a grand reception. With a graceful gesture, Orochimaru invited Boruto inside. Chapter 42, Uncle Snake. Do you wish to become an Otsutsuki? Senior Orochimaru, do you not have any inquiries for me? Boruto asked, as they found themselves in a secluded chamber, shielded from any prying eyes, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Boruto felt compelled to break the silence, for even though Orochimaru was no longer as obsessive as before, being alone with him still made Boruto uneasy. I was merely waiting for you to speak first, Boruto, Orochimaru replied casually, sipping from a cup of tea. Very well. Boruto sighed with a wry smile, adopting a serious tone. I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. What are these matters? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed on Boruto. A flicker of interest evident in his eyes. It seemed that Boruto's affairs might prove to be quite intriguing. Boruto paused for a moment, contemplating, and then inquired of Orochimaru. Before anything else, I would like to ask you, do you aspire to become a Otsutsuki? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed suddenly, upon hearing Boruto's words. His once tranquil heart began to race anew. However, as an elder, Orochimaru's composure remained formidable, and he did not lose his poise in response to Boruto's question. What does this mean? Boruto suddenly shifted the topic. First and foremost, I would like to ask you, Orochimaru-senpai, to assist me in studying this object in my hand. Boruto extended his hand, bearing a seal, before Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru inquired. This is a contract, Boruto elucidated. It was left on my hand after I defeated Kinshiki. Oh, a contract? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes fixed intently on the diamond-shaped mark in Boruto's palm. Boruto continued. This pact involves Momoshiki transforming his essence into a data consciousness that infiltrates my being. However, as time passes, this pact will gradually decompress until it is completely released, at which point Momoshiki will resurrect and seize control of my body. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru finally comprehended the situation. It bore a striking resemblance to his cursed seal. Simultaneously, Orochimaru felt an intense curiosity regarding the Otsutsuki clan's unique abilities. Boruto, what gives you such confidence that I will be able to completely unravel this so-called pact of Momoshiki? He inquired with a chuckle. Boruto replied with a knowing laugh. You, Orochimaru, are the first in the ninja world to embrace science. No one can rival your prowess. If it does not work out here, I will simply leave it to fate. You certainly know how to flatter me, Orochimaru remarked. The laughter abruptly ceased as Boruto fixed his intense gaze upon Orochimaru. I am well aware that you have been clandestinely studying the Otsutsuki clan. However, ever since my father sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki, you have been unable to make any substantial progress. Orochimaru-sensei, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for first-hand research on the Otsutsuki clan. Are you not intrigued? Boruto's words were laden with temptation. It was impossible for Orochimaru to remain indifferent to the allure of immortality. However, dear Boruto, the Otsutsuki have been vanquished by you and your father, and even the contract in your possession is merely a technique. What Orochimaru implied was that his interest lay solely in the Otsutsuki cells, but since they have been eliminated by your hands, he needed to up the ante. Truly a cunning fox. Boruto silently scoffed at this thought, yet maintained his composure as he replied. What if I told you that there are still Otsutsuki in the ninja world? Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and a smile graced his lips. Boruto-kun, splendid. You have successfully piqued my interest. Come, let us commence with a thorough examination. It was evident that Boruto had ultimately swayed Orochimaru. As the door to the secret chamber swung open, Suigetsu and Jugo stood guard outside. Upon seeing Orochimaru exit with Boruto, they instinctively followed behind. Hey kid, what are you planning to do with Lord Orochimaru this time? Suigetsu leaned in, whispering into Boruto's ear. It's merely a routine checkup, nothing significant, Boruto chuckled lightly. The group arrived at a laboratory where Boruto reclined on a medical table while Orochimaru and the others busily prepared for the examination. Boruto-kun, are you ready? Orochimaru affixed a metallic device resembling a headband onto Boruto's head. Let us begin. After a series of adjustments, Orochimaru commenced the scanning process. Moments later, Boruto heard a soft exclamation, and with a puzzled expression, he opened his eyes. What is it, Orochimaru-sensei? Is something amiss? Boruto-kun, are you certain you are not jesting? Orochimaru regarded Boruto with astonishment. Within Boruto's body, not only was there no sign of anomalous energy intrusion, but he also harbored the natural abilities of both the Dragon Cave and Myaboka Mountain. This revelation sparked Orochimaru's intense curiosity, for it was known that the natural powers of these two sacred places were mutually exclusive and could not possibly coexist within a single vessel. Boruto? Orochimaru provided an explanation. My readings indicate that your brainwaves are entirely normal and all bodily metrics are perfectly stable. There is no residual energy from the Otsutsuki within you. What? Upon hearing this news, Boruto felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a sense of unease washing over him. He harbored no fear of the existence of Momoshiki within his body, for he was aware of it. However, the revelation from Orochimaru that his body was entirely normal, yet the bond with Momoshiki remained, inevitably stirred a sense of apprehension within him. After all, the unknown is often the most terrifying. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about the system? Boruto recalled this last resort. Yet, despite his incessant calls to the system within his mind, he received no response. Subsequently, he accessed his attribute panel. Host, Boruto Age, 10 Strength, Jonin, having revised this. Boruto's multitude of abilities certainly warrants a higher rank. Chakra, 100 cards title, Doctor of Ninjutsu Physique, Unparalleled Constitution Ninjutsu, SS rank, Sage Art, Toad Technique, Dragonland Sage Art. Clear Sight, Passive, Een Release, Flying Thunder God, Maturity. 30, Note, Self-Cultivated, Lightning Release. Kirin, Contract Mode, Unsealing Degree. 10, S rank, Lightning Release, Spiraling Sphere, Vanished Spiraling Sphere. Kimui, Defense, Een Release, Pending Development, Note. With an abundance of skills, some may occasionally be overlooked. All are encouraged to supervise. A rank, Spiraling Sphere, Standard, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Evil Sealing Method B rank, Wind Release, Gale Palm, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Water Release, Water Purification Wave, Color Deception Technique, Harem Technique. C rank, Body Replacement Technique. Mouth Release, Contract Mode. As Boruto beheld the glaring 3 characters on the panel, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Where was the power of Momoshiki? With a sense of trepidation, Boruto attempted to summon the chakra within him, unexpectedly awakening the contract mode, as he sensed the impending transformation within his body. A profound shock surged through him. He could effortlessly harness the power of Momoshiki. In the next instant, Boruto's visage underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The contract on his palm began to writhe, morphing into enigmatic blue symbols that spiraled up his arm and across his face. His pupils shifted from black to white. A horn sprouted from one side of his forehead, and an aura of mysterious and formidable pressure enveloped him. The abrupt change caught Orochimaru off guard, and the sensation Boruto exuded was nothing short of perilous, extremely perilous. Even the observing Kinshiki felt his body begin to liquefy, while Mitsuki involuntarily activated his cursed seal. Boruto, what was that just now? Orochimaru inquired, curiosity piqued. The transformation within Boruto manifests swiftly, yet it is fleeting, lasting merely around a minute, or even less. Upon returning to his normal state, Boruto solemnly addressed Orochimaru, stating, Senior Orochimaru, that form I just displayed is indeed a manifestation of the Otsutsuki clan's transformative power. Chapter 43. Father, if not, Allow me to become a rogue ninja. Is that so? According to your words, it seems your crisis has been averted. Orochimaru gazed intently at Boruto, though a subtle glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The prospect of gaining insight into the powers of the Otsutsuki clan had seemingly vanished, leaving a sense of regret in its wake. Indeed, while the circumstances remain unclear, I am now capable of momentarily harnessing this power. Boruto astutely noticed the peculiar demeanor of Orochimaru and instinctively understood the scientific madman's train of thought. He then added, Orochimaru-senpai, are you familiar with Kaguya Otsutsuki? Orochimaru, momentarily drawn back from his reverie by Boruto's inquiry, was unsure why the young man had suddenly broached this topic, yet he responded, of course, I am well aware. I witnessed it firsthand. Then are you also aware of another secret concerning that clan? Oh ho! Boruto's words immediately piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Speak freely, Boruto-kun. I am all ears. Whenever the Otsutsuki clan descends upon a planet, they do so as a pair. The recent battle against Momoshiki was precisely such an instance, accompanied by Kinshiki. I refer to this dynamic as that of the guardian and the protected. Previously, Kinshiki willingly transformed into chakra pills for Momoshiki, enabling him to grow extraordinarily powerful. Now, this raises a question. Boruto paused. When Kaguya appeared, she was alone. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of eerie silence, as Orochimaru regarded Boruto, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Boruto-kun, are you suggesting that there exists another member of the Otsutsuki clan in the shinobi world? Boruto shook his head, expressing uncertainty, while he could not guarantee anything. It was not entirely improbable, merely speculation. Yet, such conjecture ignited a flicker of hope in Orochimaru, whose obsession with the power of the Otsutsuki clan was profound. Simultaneously, Boruto deliberately revealed the existence of Ishiki ahead of time, intending to coax the concealed figure into the light. For he was indeed a potential threat that would need to be confronted sooner or later. In contrast to Konoha's overt efforts in intelligence gathering, he found himself wishing for Orochimaru's silent prowess in collecting information to prove advantageous. Consequently, Boruto inadvertently hinted at the possibility of Ishiki hiding within a dimensional space. Orochimaru, returning to his usual demeanor, regarded the information concerning the Otsutsuki as a significant gain, almost akin to a freebie. As for intelligence gathering, he felt it was within his grasp. Boruto-kun, I am quite pleased that I have not been of much assistance to you, yet you choose to share intelligence with me. Pray tell, what is your second matter of interest? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. As for the second matter, I wish to pose a question, Boruto replied. A question? Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback. What I wish to ask, Lord Orochimaru, is this. If you were granted the opportunity to return to the past, what would you need to do to persuade your former self to abandon Sasuke-sensei? Boruto ultimately departed from Orochimaru's lair, and his journey proved fruitful. Not only did he master the techniques of the Momoshiki, but he also acquired the answers he sought. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, no sooner had he set foot within its bounds than an Umbu appeared before him. Vortex Boruto, the 7th Hokage summons you to the Hokage Tower. Surprised by the unexpected call from his father, Boruto replied, All right, I understand. I will head there immediately. In the Hokage's office, he exclaimed, Father, you called for me? His voice resonated even before he entered the room. Naruto, engaged in discussions with others, was momentarily interrupted by Boruto's loud entrance. This boy, still lacking decorum, Naruto thought, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Come in. As Boruto opened the door, he was greeted by a rather impressive gathering. There stood Minato, Hashirama, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and several other freshly restored Kage. Greetings to you all, Boruto said, directing his gaze back at Naruto. Dad, did you summon me for something specific? This meeting concerns your promotion to Nin, Naruto replied, glancing at the others before continuing. After our discussions, we have unanimously decided to elevate you to Nin. Nin? Boruto expressed surprise. But Dad, didn't you strip me of my ninja status? Naruto coughed slightly, his discomfort palpable. A glance around the room revealed stifled laughter from everyone present, causing Naruto's expression to shift awkwardly as he clarified. That was due to your remarkable performance during the battle against Momoshiki. Your merits outweigh your faults. Oh, I see, Boruto replied, a peculiar expression gracing his face. But Dad, I believe you should reconsider. As Hokage, your words should carry weight. Naruto's brow furrowed. Boruto, what are you implying? The room's attention turned curiously toward Boruto. Well, I have a rather intriguing idea. I wonder if you would entertain it? Boruto feigned mystery. If it is reasonable, we will take it under consideration, Naruto responded. Look. My master is Sasuke, and while you are in the light, he operates in the shadows, both safeguarding Konoha. As his disciple, how could I fall behind? Boruto argued. And while Naruto acknowledged this, an unsettling feeling lingered. However, Boruto's subsequent remark caused Naruto's expression to darken dramatically. So, Dad, why not let me become a rogue ninja? Like my master, and protect Konoha from the shadows? Rest assured, I shall surpass my master. Silence fell, an eerie stillness enveloping the room as everyone stared at Boruto, questioning their own hearing. Boruto, are you certain you're not joking? Minato inquired, his face stiffening. Grandfather, I am quite serious, Boruto replied. Sasuke, have you led Boruto astray? Naruto's temper flared, his frustration evident. Sasuke, caught off guard, responded nonchalantly, and you, as a father, couldn't guide him properly, yet you turned to me for answers? Enough of this bickering, both of you, Boruto interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating argument. Boruto, can you explain why? Don't you wish to become Hokage? Hashirama suddenly asked. His curiosity piqued. I have no desire to be Hokage, Boruto shook his head, gesturing towards the mountain of paperwork on the table. Dad works tirelessly, never returning home. All because of those documents. I refuse to face such a future. As Boruto spoke, he cast a glance at Naruto, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. Aware of his own shortcomings, Naruto refrained from retorting. Senja Hashirama, seemingly unwilling to concede, posed a question. If you do not aspire to become Hokage, then who among these younger generations is worthy of the title? You must recognize that, in terms of both strength and lineage, many possess the qualifications. What about Sarada? Has she not persistently expressed her desire to become Hokage? Why not grant her that opportunity? Boruto's words instantly plunged the atmosphere into silence. Chapter 44. The Caged Bird Unseals. It was evident that Boruto's statement caused the expressions of everyone present to fluctuate unpredictably. Sasuke, however, looked at his apprentice with a hint of astonishment. Noticing the peculiar ambience surrounding them, Boruto took the initiative to break the silence. In truth, ever since the first Hokage, and continuing with my father, the position of Hokage has consistently been held by our lineage. If you reflect on it carefully, just as Boruto was about to speak, the four visiting Kage suddenly interrupted him. The Raikage awkwardly remarked, Hokage, this topic is clearly off track. If we continue, it's evident that this is not the right place for it. We shall take our leave, and as for Boruto's Chunin position, you can handle it as you see fit. Before Naruto could respond, they hurriedly exited the Hokage's office. With their departure, the atmosphere lightened considerably. However, Naruto still wore a grim expression, repeatedly admonishing himself to remain composed. Where was I? Boruto found himself at a loss for how to proceed after such an interruption. Just as he was about to continue, Naruto suddenly rebuked him. Enough, Boruto. Matters concerning the Hokage are not for you, a mere Chunin, to judge. Let this end here. And as for becoming a rogue ninja, forget it and focus on your Chunin duties. All right, Dad, no need to get angry. Just consider it a joke from me. Seeing Naruto's rising frustration, Boruto reluctantly abandoned his thoughts, silently repeating to himself, Sarada, I've done my best. Don't say I didn't help you. Ultimately, Boruto took his leave. Watching Boruto's retreating figure, Naruto rested his head in his hands, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. All right, Naruto, Boruto is an adult now, and having his own ideas is a good thing. We cannot impose our thoughts upon him. They must choose their own paths. Observing Naruto's weary demeanor, Minato felt a pang of sympathy. Dad, I'm fine. Naruto adjusted his composure and then inquired, by the way, Dad, with the Otsutsuki clan eradicated, when do you and the first Hokage plan to return to the Pure Land? I'm not certain. From Boruto's demeanor, it seems he has no intention of lifting the seal. Naruto furrowed his brows. This wouldn't he do. It appeared he needed to find a moment to discuss things with Boruto. Boruto left the Hokage building and, almost instinctively, made his way home. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was spotted by Hinata and Himawari, who were just about to step outside. Boruto, brother. Boruto was brought back to reality by the two familiar voices, and Himawari. As Boruto's mother, Hinata immediately sensed something amiss and gently inquired, what is troubling you? Wasn't Naruto supposed to inform you about the Chunin exams today? Why do you appear so disheartened? Did you and your father have another quarrel? Hinata's words struck a chord. Don't mention it. Boruto replied dismissively, attempting to change the subject. By the way, where are you headed? Oh, today marks the Memorial Day for your uncle. Himawari and I are going to visit your grandfather's house to pay our respects and honor your uncle, Hinata explained. Upon hearing this, Boruto's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that resigned yet defiant figure, Niji Hyuga. He pondered how he was faring in that alternate reality, momentarily lost in thought. Boruto quickly snapped back to attention. Mom, since I'm back, I might as well accompany you, he said. Hinata smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. That would be wonderful. Your grandfather has seen you in quite some time and has been missing both you and Himawari dearly. Boruto felt a twinge of confusion. Had they not just met a few days prior? Was it truly possible to yearn so deeply? The trio made their way to the Hyuga clan's grounds, where Hinata Hanabi awaited their arrival outside. Boruto, Sarada, you have finally come. Upon seeing them, Hinata rushed forward to embrace her daughter, Hanabi. Suddenly, another figure appeared, enveloping Boruto in a warm embrace. Boruto, I've missed you so much. Grandfather, please let me go. I can barely breathe. This scene seems to be a part of the anime. If it is uncomfortable, please feel free to disregard it. Though it may be too late for that. As Boruto stepped into the Hyuga compound, he witnessed the younger generation of the Hyuga clan joyfully engaged in their training, exuding an atmosphere of vitality and prosperity. The division between the main house and branch family had long since dissipated. Observing this, Boruto couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would have been for his dear uncle Niji to witness this transformation firsthand. Under the guidance of Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hanabi, Boruto and his companions arrived at the shrine to pay their respects, where they encountered the portrait of Niji Hyuga. After the ceremony, Hinata noticed that Boruto was fixated on Niji's image, seemingly lost in thought, showing no signs of moving away, leaving her father and Hanabi to care for Himawari. Hinata approached Boruto with concern and inquired, "What troubles you, Boruto?" Boruto pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Mother, in that realm, I encountered Uncle." Hinata paused, aware of Boruto's circumstances, yet puzzled as to why he suddenly mentioned this. "Is that so?" She replied, casting her gaze upon Niji's portrait. "What do you perceive your uncle to be like?" "In my eyes, he is a man of contradictions." "Oh." Hinata seemed momentarily taken aback, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Do elaborate on how your uncle embodies such paradoxes. A genius who willingly submits to fate, yet resents it at the same time." As Boruto spoke, Hinata was reminded of much. Indeed, her brother-in-law was somewhat contradictory. Had it not been for your father's intervention, he might have remained ensnared in his own world. Returning to the present, Hinata inquired, "By the way, why have you suddenly brought up your uncle?" "Mother, wouldn't it be wonderful if Uncle were still alive today?" At this juncture, as a mother, Hinata could discern her son's thoughts, and her eyes grew misty. "If you wish to seek out your grandfather, do so. I believe he will provide you with what you desire." Ultimately, all that remained for Hinata was the silhouette of Boruto. Gazing at that figure, she murmured, "Niji, you have a remarkable nephew. However, as your sister, I know you best. Even if granted the key to break free from your confines, I suspect you would not desire it, for what you truly sought was never personal liberation." Hinata turned her gaze back to Niji's portrait, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Isn't that right, Niji?" Boruto arrived at the courtyard, where he happened upon Hinata Hanabi engaged in a spirited competition with Himawari. Hyuga Hayashi, observing from the sidelines, promptly noticed Boruto's arrival and eagerly beckoned him over. "Boruto, come quickly and sit with your grandfather," he called out. Boruto inhaled deeply, as if preparing for something significant. "Grandfather," he exclaimed, throwing himself onto Hizashi's back in a manner reminiscent of a spoiled child. Caught off guard by Boruto's affection, Hizashi, wise and seasoned, swiftly deduced that his grandson must be seeking his assistance, for such behavior could not be without purpose. "All right, Boruto, that's enough. Don't burden your grandfather. My bones are nearly falling apart," he chuckled. "If you have something to discuss, simply tell me. I could hardly refuse you, could I?" Realizing his ulterior motives had been unveiled, Boruto quickly reverted to his usual demeanor, settling down beside Hizashi. Boruto chuckled sheepishly. "It seems I cannot deceive you, old man. With your keen wit, you think you can conceal anything from your grandfather? He has consumed more salt than you have. Speak up, Boruto. What is it that you wish to ask of your grandfather?" At this juncture, Hayashi straightened his back, while Hinata also approached and took a seat. Boruto cast a cautious glance at his mother and inquired, "Grandfather, could you teach me the method to release the seal on the caged bird?" Chapter 45, Heart to Heart. Promotion to Chunin, what do you need that for? Hinata's father, Hayashi, assumed Boruto was about to raise a serious matter, only to be surprised by such a trivial request. "Boruto, Our Hyuga clan no longer distinguishes between main and branch families. What do you require that technique for? Hayashi questioned, perplexed. Grandfather, please just give it to me. Boruto implored, trying to adopt a more endearing tone. Father, if Boruto desires it, let him have it. He may have his reasons, Hinata interjected in support of her son. Seeing his daughter advocate for Boruto, Hayashi had no choice but to hand over the scroll containing the sealing and unsealing techniques of the caged bird. Thank you, grandfather. Boruto expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. As long as you spend more time with me, I will be quite content, Hayashi replied with a warm smile. Upon Boruto's return from the Hyuga clan's territory, as he opened the door, Naruto's figure appeared before the three of them. Dad, you're back, Sunflower exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Naruto tightly. Did you miss me, little son? Naruto gently stroked Sunflower's forehead. Of course, I missed you dearly. Hinata, sensing the tension between the father and son, called Sunflower over, granting them the space to converse privately. After all, what enmity could linger between father and son? Watching Hinata depart, Naruto turned to Boruto. Come on, let us have a heart-to-heart. Sure, Dad. They made their way to the backyard, and after a brief silence, Naruto spoke first. Boruto, I want to apologize for losing my temper at you in the Hokage's office. Huh? Boruto replied, surprised, as he had expected a jest. However, he was not one to hold grudges. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, Oh, Dad, I thought you were going to say something significant. I'm not angry with you. I understand the pressures of your position. After all, Mom often explains to me and little son that this has been your dream since childhood. I just don't want you to suffer too much. I'm fine with it. It's just that little son is still young and needs your presence. Hearing Boruto's words, Naruto felt a weight lift from his heart, and the atmosphere between them softened considerably. This touching scene was discreetly observed by Hinata, who smiled with relief. As Boruto and Naruto engaged in conversation, the topic inevitably veered towards the matter of Hokage. It was merely a casual discussion, however. Father, I truly believe I am not suited for the position of Hokage. In contrast to that role, I find myself drawn to the freedom that my master embodies. Furthermore, I am well versed in the history of the ninja world. The founding of Konohagakure was the work of the esteemed Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It seems unjust for our lineage to monopolize the Hokage seat. If we trace back from Senju Hashirama to Senju Tobarama, and then to you, the third Hokage, it becomes evident that the position has been predominantly inherited, with scarcely any representation from others. Listening to Boruto's perspective, Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet he refrained from interrupting his son. Of course, there are concerns regarding the Uchiha clan's eyes, which have historically brought calamity upon our village, leading us to remain vigilant. As those eyes have only sown seeds of hatred. However, Sarada is different. Boruto paused. Father, you must be aware of the conditions required for an Uchiha to awaken their Sharingan, right? Naruto nodded. Yet, when Sarada awakened hers, she was devoid of any animosity. She has not lost her master or Aunt Sakura, nor anyone else for that matter. So why did she awaken her eyes? This question momentarily stabilized Naruto's thoughts and left the others present momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Sasuke and Naruto had previously overlooked this crucial detail. Boruto continued, Father, since there is no hatred, Sarada's eyes will be opened by love, and the curse that has plagued the Uchiha clan for generations will be shattered by her, ushering in a new chapter. To speak somewhat irreverently, this is a debt our Hokage lineage owes to the Uchiha clan. Perhaps if someone else were to lead the village, it might unfold with a different brilliance. He gazed at the sky, lost in thought, before turning to Naruto with a smile. Of course, Father. This is merely my personal perspective, just idle chatter. Such an important position as Hokage cannot be swayed by a few of my words. At that moment, in a distant corner, Hashirama Senju cast a glance at Sasuke and remarked playfully, Sasuke, you have taken on a fine disciple. Sasuke smiled silently. By the way, have you ever considered having your daughter become Hokage? Hashirama inquired. Lord first, if my daughter were to ascend to the role of Hokage, not to mention whether you would approve, I believe Lord Tobarama would be the first to rise from the Pure Land, Sasuke replied. The others fell silent, continuing to observe the father-son duo. By the way, Boruto, when will you come into contact with the Edo Tensei of the first Hokage and your grandfather? Naruto suddenly changed the subject. Father, don't you want Grandpa to accompany you like this? Boruto asked. Naruto immediately became serious. This is meddling with the dead, which is unacceptable. Father, it's not that I am unwilling, but the current ninja world, while appearing calm, is rife with undercurrents. With the first Hokage and Grandpa here, I would feel considerably more at ease. Furthermore, I might have to leave at any moment. Leave? Naruto exclaimed. Are you planning to go? Perhaps, Boruto replied. His head slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Then you must take care of yourself there. It is not like this time and space. Naruto sighed lightly, his thoughts racing. The powerful individuals there are numerous, and he feared for Boruto's safety. Sensing the weight of the conversation, Boruto said jokingly, So, father, you must prepare a good excuse for me, lest my friends become anxious. Understood, Naruto replied, looking at Boruto with a complex expression. So when do you plan to leave? Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Boruto felt a wave of distress wash over him. Strangely enough, despite his frequent communications with the system over the past few days, his efforts had seemingly vanished into oblivion. Boruto slowly turned his head, expressing uncertainty. I am not sure. The power of the pure eye is unpredictable and may vanish one day. In the following days, Boruto successfully ascended to the rank of Chunin, a day filled with excitement. Alongside him was Shin-Ki from the Sand Village, also achieving the same rank. In front of the gathered crowd, Boruto received the Chunin headband personally handed to him by his father, accompanied by words of encouragement. As everyone prepared to depart from Konohagakure, Shin-Ki approached Boruto. The next time we meet, I will surely defeat you with my own hands. I shall await that moment, Boruto replied with a smile. During their conversation, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind after a long absence. Ding! Host has completed the task. Rewards have been issued. System, you have finally appeared. Boruto exclaimed with joy, hastily inquiring, fearful that the system might vanish at any moment. When will my next journey through time occur? This system's version is too outdated. The previous task of eliminating the virus within the host depleted energy reserves. Please replenish energy promptly to upgrade the system version. Virus? Upon hearing this term, Boruto immediately recalled Kinshiki, confirming that the data about Kinshiki was indeed purged by the system. He felt a sense of relief. However, what exactly did the system mean by replenishing energy? Chapter 46. The Unexpected Awakening of the Pure Eye. A quest for Kinshiki. The system's time-traveling ability requires energy, which cannot be chakra, as Boruto had previously attempted that without success. Thus, the only means to replenish the system's energy for time travel must correspond to an entity capable of traversing time. With this thought, the answer became evident. Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Left stranded in the ninja world. As Boruto understood, Kinshiki appeared within the Land of Fire and was excavated by an archaeological team, indicating that he only needed to search within the Land of Fire, narrowing the scope considerably, making the task more manageable. The Chunin awarding ceremony concluded swiftly, and Boruto retreated to a quiet location, preparing to utilize the 2 opportunities awarded by the system to draw random attributes in preparation for the search for Kinshiki. Primarily, he was focused on Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Being familiar with the storyline, he was aware that Kinshiki would inevitably target Kinshiki and attempt to traverse time to confront a younger Naruto, perhaps even crossing paths with him. Moreover, he was curious whether this version of Kinshiki Otsutsuki could not traverse time. Would he still encounter the Kinshiki of that storyline in that era? Without further ado, Boruto summoned the attribute board, ready to draw random attributes, hoping for a favorable outcome. The process for generating the Naruto attribute was underway. Boruto let out a deep sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the word disc began to rotate, transitioning from a rapid spin to a gradual slow down, with the pointer finally coming to rest in a specific area. Ninetales Chakra, Yang. Boruto's gaze fixated on the disc, his excitement becoming increasingly difficult to contain, and his breath grew shallow. In an instant, the words from the disc transformed into an orange orb of light that penetrated Boruto's forehead. As the orb merged with his being, his body began to undergo a transformation. Enveloped in a layer of golden flames, the brilliance of the golden chakra radiating like a blazing sun. Is this the Ninetales Chakra mode? Boruto surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He could feel a substantial enhancement in his physical capabilities, able to execute actions instantaneously even in Sage mode. Both his sensory abilities and self-healing capabilities had surged dramatically. However, before Boruto could acclimate himself to the Ninetales Chakra, his pure eye unexpectedly activated, absorbing the Ninetales Chakra mode at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, Boruto reverted to his usual state. What transpired? Where had the Ninetales Chakra mode gone? Confused, Boruto opened his status panel. Host, Boruto age, 10 strength, elite Jonin chakra, 200 units title, Master of Ninjutsu Physique, Unparalleled Constitution Ninjutsu, SS Rank, Sage Art, Frog Style, Sage Art, Dragon Cave, Pure Eye, Proficiency, 5, In Release, Flying Thunder God, Maturity, 45, Lightning Release, Kirin. Contract Mode, Unsealing Degree, 10, S Rank, Lightning Nature Transformation, Spiral Sphere, Vanish Spiral Sphere, Kamui, Defense, In Release, Under Development, A Rank, Spiral Sphere, Standard, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Sealing Technique B Rank, Wind Release, Gale Palm, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Water Release, Water Purification Wave, Color Deception Technique, Harem Technique C Rank, Body Flicker Technique, Tongue Technique. Indeed, the Ninetales Chakra mode had vanished. Boruto glanced at the panel and found no trace of the Ninetales Chakra mode. Yet, upon noticing the disappearance of the passive description of the Pure Eye, a progress bar appeared, and his expression shifted to one of delight. Boruto speculated that the chakra of the Ninetales had transformed into a form of energy key, serving as the means to unlock the Pure Eye. After all, the chakra of the Ninetales is indeed a fragment of the Divine Tree, and the fruit of the Divine Tree is the wellspring of Otsutsuki's power. With this thought, Boruto felt a surge of joy. Moreover, he realized that the enhancement granted by the Ninetales chakra had not vanished with its disappearance. Eagerly, he prepared to see whose entry he would draw next. With anticipation, Boruto initiated the second round of entries. As the entry for Might Guy materialized, he wondered if it was truly his esteemed teacher. Boruto focused intently on the entry, and as the pointer came to a halt, the answer seemed poised to reveal itself. Boruto's breath quickened once more. The 8 Gates Technique. This was the martial art that Might Guy nearly used to expel the wind release from its conclusion. Today's surprises are simply overwhelming. Boruto had originally contemplated seeking guidance from Might Guy to learn the 8 Gates Technique. Now, however, he was granted a swift mastery. The entry transformed into a white orb of light, penetrating Boruto's forehead. In an instant, all knowledge regarding the 8 Gates Technique and the methods to open them was indelibly etched into Boruto's mind. What? You're going out? Upon learning of Boruto's departure, Naruto paused in his paperwork, his gaze meeting Boruto's, eyebrows furrowing slightly in concern. Where are you headed? Dad, there is no need to be so anxious. I'm merely within the land of fire, Boruto replied, feeling warmth in his heart at his father's worry. Hearing that Boruto would remain within the borders, Naruto finally relaxed and inquired, would you like someone to accompany you? No need, Dad. The village is already short-handed. It would be unnecessary to waste resources on me. Besides, I believe you are already aware of my current abilities, aren't you? Reminded by Boruto's words, Naruto came to a realization. His son had seemingly matured to the point of not requiring his protective wings. A bittersweet smile crossed his face. All right. Just be careful while you're out. Return early. With his father's consent, Boruto suddenly vanished, transforming into a wisp of smoke. This kid, sending a shadow clone to speak with me, is becoming increasingly impertinent. Naruto chuckled in exasperation, then glanced out the window, murmuring, Sasuke. While investigating the remnants of Kaguya Otsutsuki outside, I entrust Boruto to you. Boruto is my student as well, so there's no need for you to worry. Outside, Sasuke leaned against the wall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the land of water, on a certain island, the habitat of the Three Tails, Urashi contemplated the demise of his predecessor, Kaguya, at the hands of those inferior beings, feeling truly embarrassed for the Otsutsuki clan. Sitting atop the body of the Three Tails, he gazed longingly toward Konoha, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he toyed with the chakra of the Three Tails, discarding it into a chakra basket at his waist as if it were refuse. During these recent days, while Peach and Naruto were entangled, Urashi had roamed various corners of the ninja world, gathering other tailed beasts. However, throughout his travels, he stumbled upon something intriguing. He had discovered Ishiki, who had descended alongside Kaguya, seemingly concealed in a certain dimension, yet Urashi chose not to disturb him. Though they belonged to the same clan, they were also rivals. The fox had become a force to be reckoned with. Acquiring its chakra now seemed quite challenging. Nevertheless, I recall there was a time-traveling ninja tool that I misplaced somewhere. Pusher murmured to himself, contemplating a singular notion. That is to employ the time-space artifact to traverse back to an era before the fox had attained its formidable prowess, thereby seizing the fox's chakra. After a brief moment of reflection, Pusher finally recalled the whereabouts of the time-space artifact he had carelessly discarded. It turned out to be cast away in a coastal region of the Land of Fire. It seems a journey is in order. The fox awaits my arrival. Chapter 47. The Shell Organization? Is it about to make its appearance? The following morning, Boruto meticulously organized the essential items he needed, choosing not to disturb his companions. The only ones accompanying him were his mother, Hinata, his younger sister, and Minato Namikaze, along with Naruto, who watched him leave from the Hokage building. Mother, Himawari, and Grandpa, you need not accompany me any further. Please do not look so reluctant. I shall return soon, Boruto reassured them. Be sure to prioritize your safety on this journey. Hinata admonished gently. I understand, Mother, Boruto replied, his gaze shifting to the sorrowful face of his sister, Himawari. When I return, I shall bring you a gift. To behave and avoid upsetting Mom while I'm gone. I will, brother, she promised. Grandfather, I leave the village in your and the first Hokage's capable hands. The ninja world is not as tranquil as it appears, and I fear Father may struggle alone. If the opportunity arises, I will summon Grandma to join us. After all, we are family and must remain united. Minato Namikaze did not oppose Boruto's decision. Although he was uncertain about what concerned his grandson, he sensed that Boruto had a plan. As a grandfather, he felt it was his duty to support his grandson's endeavors. If Naruto were in Boruto's position, Minato would undoubtedly urge him to release the Edo Tensei. With his characteristic smile, Minato encouraged, Boruto, go forth and pursue what you believe is right. You can trust us to take care of Konoha. 3 days later, in a coastal village within the Land of Fire, Boruto finally arrived at his destination. Boruto gazed upon the village before him, and indeed, he encountered an archaeological team engaged in excavation. For the past 3 days, he had traversed the coastline of the Land of Fire utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, with the singular aim of locating this very team. Fortuitously, the activation of his contract mode had significantly augmented his chakra, coupled with the remarkable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the Ninetales mode, allowing him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique with abandon. Ultimately, on the 3rd day, he discovered the purpose of his journey. In the village, the local fishermen, who had lived for generations by the sea, were utterly bewildered by the commotion and gathered around the archaeological team, their curiosity piqued as they observed the excavation. Captain, look what I've unearthed, exclaimed one of the team members, exuberantly raising an object. Boruto, having observed the entire scene, immediately recognized the artifact. It was indeed the Lee treasure. However, devoid of chakra. It now resembled a fossilized shell. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicions. The Lee treasure could indeed propel the system to further heights. Or one might say, upgrade it. The detection of temporal fluctuations in the vicinity indicated the potential for absorption and enhancement. Quickly secure it. This is a momentous discovery. It may well be a relic from the Warring States period, the captain exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded the treasure as if it were a precious gem. Amidst the crowd, a little girl innocently inquired, Grandpa, can the thing they're holding buy a lot of delicious food? Just as the archaeological team was caught in their jubilation, a shadow darted through the throng and snatched the Lee treasure away. What? Quickly, apprehend that individual. That is a priceless artifact. The captain shouted in panic. At that moment, everyone sprang into action, and Boruto was no exception. Indeed, he was already in motion the instant the treasure was seized. As Borin pursued, he discerned the figure before him, a boy clad in tattered garments, his skin marred with bruises of varying hues, particularly the scars upon his face, which stood out strikingly. The sudden appearance of Boruto caused the boy to instinctively retreat a few steps, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. However, he swiftly clenched his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure, and met Boruto's gaze. A fierce determination ignited within him, burning brightly in the depths of his eyes. Boruto, entwining his arm, teased, young man. To attempt to seize something in front of so many eyes, I must say, you possess quite the audacity. What concern is it of yours? The boy retorted, his tone unkind, warning him to mind his own business. Mind my own business? Hand over the item, and I shall cease to involve myself. Boruto extended his hand. Not a chance. This item is something I believe my sister will cherish. I cannot possibly part with it. Curiosity ignited within Boruto. To gift someone what appeared to be a stone artifact? How intriguing. Seizing the moment while Boruto was lost in thought, the boy slyly produced a shuriken from his waist and hurled it towards Boruto. As Boruto regained his composure, the boy swiftly made his escape. A ninja? Boruto caught the shuriken, observing the boy's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Something felt amiss. There was no chakra fluctuation emanating from him. Never mind. What is it to me? The priority now is to retrieve the artifact. Boruto shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he seized the boy firmly. "Let me go." The boy protested, struggling fiercely. "Silence!" Boruto commanded sharply. The boy looked at him in terror, immediately falling silent. Noticing the boy's compliance, Boruto continued, "I heard you wish to learn ninjutsu?" The boy obediently nodded. "What is your name?" he asked, yielding to Boruto's imposing presence. The boy stubbornly replied, "Mocha." "Boruto, then tell me, why should one learn ninjutsu?" "I desire to master it to safeguard my loved ones." "That reasoning is quite acceptable." Boruto nodded, yet with a hint of regret, remarked, "Unfortunately, you cannot learn ninjutsu." "Why not? Do you presume to dismiss me with a mere statement?" Mocha exclaimed in rare fury, "Sister Tang Yushinzi would never deceive me. If I present her with this gift, she will undoubtedly teach me ninjutsu." "Tang Yushinzi?" Boruto felt a flicker of doubt. The name seemed somewhat familiar. After pondering for a while, he recalled that she was indeed affiliated with the outer circle of the Kara organization. This could lead to something significant. Boruto let out a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards Mocha. "Kid, do you hail from the Hidden Rain village?" Mocha's eyes widened in surprise, realizing he was about to slip up, and hurriedly covered his mouth. Boruto paid no mind, having traversed from the Hidden Rain village to the outskirts of the Land of Fire, a feat that truly impressed him. However, he pondered why one could not learn ninjutsu. He set Mocha down without a hint of fear that the latter would flee and continued, stating, "The crux of the matter lies in the absence of any chakra fluctuation within you. This represents the inherent disparity between commoners and ninjas, a gap that is innate and not influenced by effort. Even with relentless practice, your skills would only surpass those of an ordinary person by a mere fraction, akin to the shuriken you just hurled at me. Therefore, your sister, Tang Yixinz, is deceiving you. You are the liar. You are the true deceiver. Sister Tang Yixinz would never lie to me." Mocha bellowed, his expression contorted with rage. "Regardless, whether deceit exists or not is of no consequence to me. Belief is entirely up to you." Boruto, filled with a sense of helplessness, reclaimed the item from the boy's grasp and subsequently placed the scientific ninja tool, once gifted by Sasuke, into the boy's embrace. "As a form of compensation for taking something from you, I offer this in return, along with detailed instructions. Perhaps, when the truth eventually unveils itself, this item may fulfill your desires." Watching Boruto's receding figure, Mocha cast a glance at the scientific ninja tool in his hands, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. Chapter 48, System Upgrade, Serendipitous Encounter with the Purification System. How shall the upgrade be executed? On the journey back, Boruto focused intently on the artifact in his possession, preparing to awaken the system. Upon detecting fluctuations in the primal energy of space-time, he was prompted to absorb and upgrade. Without hesitation, Boruto directed his consciousness to affirm the action. In an instant, the artifact in his hand seemed to come alive, quivering restlessly in his palm. Within mere moments, the tremors subsided, and the artifact gradually calmed. Boruto gazed at Lei, devoid of any response. He understood that the Lei in his grasp had lost the ability to traverse time and space, becoming, in essence, a true stone. The system required a duration of 24 hours for the upgrade. The host must exercise patience. As the upgrade demanded time, Boruto had no alternative but to wait. During his return journey, he encountered an archaeological team. One of the members approached Boruto and inquired, "Young man, have you seen a small child, approximately this tall?" "I have." Boruto replied, producing Lei's lifeless body. "Is this what you were searching for?" Yes. The team member nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pecking bird. "How could a relic end up in your possession?" "I retrieved it from that boy, but he has already departed. As the item rightfully belongs to its original owner, there is no need to pursue a child any further." With that, Boruto disregarded the expressions of the archaeological team and departed without a backward glance. "How peculiar. That young man seems strikingly familiar," one member mused, scratching the back of his head before suddenly recalling, "Captain, that lad is the son of the 7th Hokage." Meanwhile, the selfless Boruto, on his way back to Konoha, suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of malevolence. "The fox's son, I never anticipated encountering you here. Such is fate. Your style." Boruto paused in his tracks, his gaze lifted towards the sky, his expression growing grave. "Otsutsuki, you truly are the cockroaches that cannot be exterminated. With one fallen, another emerges. Pray tell, what is your name?" Boruto feigned ignorance, his tone laced with sarcasm. How audacious of you to claim you can eradicate our Otsutsuki clan. To us, you are merely scattered fragments of chakra, nothing more. Unfazed by Boruto's mockery, Urashiki regarded him with disdain. For why should a being of divine stature be perturbed by a creature so inferior? I am Urashiki Otsutsuki, he declared. Remember this name, for I shall inherit the will of Kinshiki and fulfill the unfinished ceremony. Gradually descending, Urashiki approached Boruto. Since our paths have crossed, I shall use you as a bargaining chip with the fox. A fervor ignited in Urashiki's eyes as he brandished his chakra fishing rod, casting the hook directly towards Boruto. As the hook hurtled towards him, Boruto prepared to activate his contract mode, when suddenly, a Kusanagi sword appeared, striking the hook with a clear clang, sending it rebounding. Sasuke descended from above, positioning himself between the two. Master? Boruto hesitated, surprised by Sasuke's stealthy protection. Boruto, stand behind me, Sasuke commanded, activating his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The Kusanagi sword poised in front of him, his gaze fixated on Urashiki. I will create an opportunity for you to escape. Return to Konoha swiftly. Without delay. Sasuke unleashed a jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. An overwhelming wall of fire surged toward Urashiki. However, Urashiki cast a scornful glance at the inferior being wielding the Rinnegan. You dare to challenge a god. With a swift flick of his red fishing rod, the hook embedded itself within the firewall, and with a forceful tug, he converted Sasuke's fire technique into chakra, reclaiming it into his basket. How infuriating. He can reel in ninjutsu, Sasuke thought, grappling with the peculiar abilities of the Otsutsuki. Foolish beings, this is the chasm that separates us. Urashiki sneered down at Sasuke. Now, let you experience the taste of being struck by your own technique. Master, be cautious. His fishing rod and basket are crafted from yin-yang release techniques, housing the power of the Rinnegan. The hook disrupts the chakra within a person, while the basket amplifies any captured ninjutsu or sage techniques and retaliates. Ah, I see now, it bears similarities to that of Kinshiki's abilities, Sasuke realized. Urashiki furrowed his brow, his tone turning hostile. How does this inferior being know of my tool's capabilities? Take a wild guess, was Sasuke's enigmatic reply. Boruto's tone indeed irked Urashiki, yet before a moment could pass, Sasuke launched a strike against him. Urashiki caught Sasuke's blow and taunted. Even if you are aware of the capabilities of my ninja tools, it matters not. You will inevitably succumb to becoming my sustenance. Taste your own ninjutsu. With that, Urashiki hurled the fire release he had recently acquired from his fish basket, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped Sasuke. The force of this inferno was even greater than the fire release Sasuke himself had unleashed, approaching an SS-level might. Just as the sea of flames threatened to engulf Sasuke, he activated his space-time ninjutsu, instantaneously swapping places with Urashiki. Boom. The inferno consumed Urashiki, and in a fleeting moment of combustion, he vanished from that very spot. Had he been eliminated? Sasuke stared intently at the location where Urashiki had stood. Beside him, Boruto activated his Byakugan, detecting fluctuations in space. Urashiki was gazing at Sasuke with an amused expression. Master, be cautious. He is not so easily defeated. He possesses space ninjutsu. At Boruto's warning, both Sasuke and Urashiki displayed varying expressions. Initially, Urashiki had been somewhat vexed, but upon noticing Boruto's suddenly deactivated Byakugan, his face illuminated with intrigue. The Byakugan, I see. He mused, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that Kaguya had chosen the son of a fox. This would complicate matters. Nevertheless, Urashiki resolved to first dispose of this bothersome inferior being. He cast his fishing hook, plunging it deep into Sasuke's chest while he remained oblivious. Success. Urashiki gradually materialized before Sasuke, an expression of triumph adorning his features. As Boruto perceived the situation, he instantaneously activated the contract mode. And with the transformation came a formidable energy aura that began to distort the surrounding space. Urashiki also noticed this phenomenon. But just as he was about to turn and observe, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Bang! Boruto swiftly struck Urashiki, sending him crashing into the ground. A cloud of dust billowing into the air. This was utterly incomprehensible. There was no conceivable reason for such sudden power. Urashiki's strength could not have unlocked so rapidly. Amidst the swirling dust, Urashiki's voice emerged, tinged with madness. As the dust settled, he found himself in a deep pit, his once pristine clothing now sullied, igniting his fury. He glared up at the imposing figure of Boruto, whose transformation into the QB form left him in a state of tumultuous emotions. Nothing is impossible, Boruto declared from above, shielding Sasuke behind him, his gaze filled with disdain as his voice echoed through the air. This time, I shall protect my master. Urashiki, do you wish to dance? Chapter 49, the debut of the QB mode Boruto, is that you? Sasuke questioned, filled with disbelief at Boruto's transformed state. He exuded an overwhelming aura that felt strangely foreign. Rest assured, master, I am still your disciple, Boruto reassured him. We can discuss this later. I cannot maintain this form for more than a minute. For now, I merely aim to intimidate Urashiki. We must make our exit. His abilities are far more formidable than we have witnessed. Sasuke silently nodded in agreement. However, Boruto, relishing the rare opportunity to unleash his full QB mode, felt compelled to test its limits against Urashiki with a swift and decisive assault. Both Boruto and Sasuke launched their attack on Urashiki. The details of the ensuing battle are left to the imagination, as the author's descriptive prowess is still developing. In less than a minute, the clash of the three sent shockwaves through the surroundings, rendering the day dark and the sky devoid of light. To Urashiki's astonishment, he felt himself being gradually overpowered by Boruto, inciting a deep-seated rage within him. How could a mere inferior being, a vessel chosen by Momoshiki, exhaust him so? Ultimately, just as Boruto's QB mode was on the verge of dissipating, he seized a moment of distraction from Urashiki, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto, alongside Sasuke, employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. When Urashiki emerged from the pit once more, Boruto had already vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. Urashiki, when we meet again, I shall take your life. Urashiki's expression twisted with rage. Damn you, inferior creature. In a bid to distance himself from Urashiki, Boruto repeatedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique until he neared the borders of Konohagakure, at which point he finally halted. And the QB's power faded away. Boruto, you have reached the vicinity of Konoha. Are you alright? Sasuke inquired, a note of concern in his voice. He had not anticipated that his disciple possessed such formidable strength, capable of holding his own against an Otsutsuki. It seemed that he, as the master, was on the verge of being outdone. Yet, the thought that this was his own pupil filled Sasuke with pride. Do not worry, master. It's merely that the QB's power has been temporarily expended. The QB? Is that the power that manifests during your confrontation with the Otsutsuki? Sasuke asked curiously. Indeed. That is correct. Boruto extended his hand, revealing the diamond-shaped mark of the contract, and explained, Master, this is the contract left on me by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Sasuke furrowed his brow in concern. Boruto then shared the details regarding the contract with Sasuke, during which Sasuke's expression grew increasingly grave. This parasitic mode bore an unsettling resemblance to Orochimaru's cursed seal, which undoubtedly explains Sasuke's troubled demeanor. So, Kinshiki intends to usurp your body and replace you? Sasuke pondered. Then suggested they hasten to find Naruto for a discussion. Boruto was touched by Sasuke's concern. However, he gently restrained him, saying, Master, please don't worry. Kinshiki will not awaken. Sasuke paused momentarily, taken aback. In a state of concern that Sasuke might worry excessively, Boruto hastily explained, the power of Momoshiki has dissipated, and I have merely yet to master his abilities. Otherwise, it would have been Urashiki fleeing just now. Boruto, are you truly alright? Sasuke inquired. Indeed, I am perfectly fine. Boruto assured, nodding to indicate he was well-rested and in good health. At that moment, Naruto suddenly materialized before them. Sasuke? Boruto? Father, what brings you here? Upon seeing Naruto, Boruto greeted him first. Naruto, approaching them with a serious demeanor, asked, what transpired? I sensed a powerful and unfamiliar chakra disturbance at the Hokage building. What is going on? And how did you both return to Konoha so abruptly? Sasuke, this is not the place to discuss such matters. Let's speak once we return. Recognizing Sasuke's grave expression, Naruto understood that the situation was indeed complex and nodded in agreement. The three of them made their way back to Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage office, where Shikamaru was awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Boruto and Sasuke, Shikamaru was taken aback. Boruto? Sasuke? Weren't you both on separate missions? He remarked. Naruto mentioned a powerful chakra fluctuation around Konoha. I didn't expect it would involve you two. We encountered the Otsutsuki. Sasuke's succinct statement plunged the Hokage office into an eerie silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Speak, Sasuke. How did you come across the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of uncharacteristic seriousness as he activated a barrier around the Hokage building. As Sasuke recounted their encounter with Urashiki of the Otsutsuki, Naruto murmured the name thoughtfully. His concern, however, remained fixated on his son, Boruto. Following Boruto's prompting, Sasuke also conveyed Boruto's situation to Naruto. When Naruto learned that Boruto harbored the consciousness of Momoshiki within him, his heart leaped into his throat. Rest assured, Father, due to other circumstances, I have eradicated Momoshiki's consciousness. I have perfectly inherited his power and abilities. Despite Boruto's reassurances, Naruto, as a father, could not afford to be complacent and reminded him, Boruto, if you experience any discomfort, you must inform us. He could overlook the intricacies of Momoshiki's power, but his sole concern was Boruto's safety. Understood, Father. With Boruto's affirmation, Naruto shifted the conversation back to Urashiki. Father, I possess concrete information regarding Urashiki and his abilities. Boruto, how do you have intel on Urashiki? Shikamaru interjected. While inheriting Momoshiki's power, I also absorbed a considerable amount of his memories, which included information about Urashiki. Upon hearing Boruto's words, the three individuals present were momentarily taken aback. With the acquisition of intelligence, their understanding of the Otsutsuki matter became considerably more assured. Subsequently, Boruto meticulously articulated all he knew regarding Urashiki, covering every detail from his objectives to his capabilities. The others then began to formulate a strategic plan to counter Urashiki based on the information provided by Boruto. Given Urashiki's intention to gather tailed beasts, it was evident that he could not bypass Naruto. The possibility of a surprise attack on Konoha loomed, necessitating thorough preparations to minimize potential damage. Father, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. Boruto's words caused the discussion among the three to abruptly cease. Their gazes fixated on him in unison. What is it, Boruto? Boron's gaze was tranquil as he spoke. Father, Master, the time has come. Just moments ago, a voice resonated in Boron's mind, announcing the completion of a system update, which had undergone a significant transformation. Change 1. The flow rate between the two worlds has been altered to 130. 1 day in the original world equates to 1 month in the Wind world. Change 2. It is now possible to traverse with one companion, with a duration of 1 year in the alternate world. Naruto and Sasuke paused for a moment, seemingly grasping the implications. After a brief contemplation, Naruto's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve as he inquired, when? At any moment. Chapter 50. The journey begins. Boruto emerged from the Naruto building, unaware that two individuals were lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing the voice, Boruto exclaimed, Mitsuki, Sarada? What brings you here? Why not us? We three form a team. Sarada retorted with a hint of annoyance, her tone tinged with a touch of melancholy. She was not mistaken. Ever since the conclusion of the Chunin exams, Boruto had adopted an air of mystery, neglecting his duties and spending precious little time with his companions. My apologies, everyone, Boruto said, scratching his head sheepishly at the complaints of his comrades. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to treat you to some spicy rye burger. Strangely, he had never been fond of spicy food, yet upon his transition into Boruto's persona, he had developed an impressive tolerance for heat. The term king of spicy aptly described him now. At the mention of extreme spiciness, Mitsuki and Sarada vigorously shook their heads, their motions more fervent than a tambourine. Ultimately, the group decided to visit Ichiraka Ramen. With the passage of time, Ichiraka Ramen had transformed from a quaint, traditional noodle shop into a modern ramen establishment. Of course, Boruto often encountered Uncle Ichiraku there, who now bore the marks of age upon his face. Uncle Ichiraku, we have come for ramen. As Boruto stepped across the threshold, a booming voice belonging to Otsutsuki resonated, drawing the attention of bewildered patrons, who paused mid-meal to stare at him in astonishment. However, some regulars paid no mind, engrossed in their own bowls of noodles. Boruto, I have already asked you not to call me Otsutsuki Iki, he said. I apologize. Children often lack discretion and come up with whimsical nicknames. Please, continue your meals. Uncle Iki hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, seeking to soothe the startled diners while gently chiding Boruto, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. Boruto chose a seat, and Irika soon joined him. Although he appeared somewhat displeased, the glimmer in his eyes revealed a hint of affection for Boruto. Speak up, little ancestor. What do you wish to eat? I'll have the usual, just like Dad, extra spicy, Boruto exclaimed, raising both hands, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. A true man, not afraid of spice. In that moment, Boruto felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, as if this was his authentic self. Seeing Boruto in his familiar spirited demeanor, Mitsuki smiled quietly, while Sarada covered her eyes, feigning ignorance of his presence. Boruto's energy was undeniable. Iruka smiled appreciatively and turned to Mitsuki and Sarada. And what about you two? Char-siu tonkatsu ramen, please. Just like Boruto's, but without the spice. Thank you. The three of them devoured their meals with a swiftness that left Iruka no chance to collect the dishes. By the way, Boruto, it's been quite a while since we've taken on a mission. Shall we embark on one together? After satisfying their hunger, the trio strolled down the streets of Konoha. In midway, Sarada brought up the topic of missions. With an air of apology, Boruto addressed Sarada. I regret to inform you that I may not be able to accompany you on the mission. Why not? Sarada inquired, her expression serious. Well, how should I explain this? Boruto scratched the back of his head. Do you still consider us teammates? Sarada pressed, her demeanor unexpectedly grave. Of course, not only that, but we are also the best of friends, Boruto replied earnestly. Then what are you concealing? Sarada leaned closer to Boruto, almost compelling him to reveal the truth with the intensity of her Sharingan. Ever since the Chunin exams, you've been acting strangely, very strangely. Boruto, cornered by Sarada's relentless questioning, found himself at a loss for words. He could only respond, Sarada, it's not that I am unwilling to divulge, but I am on the verge of embarking on a journey to a clandestine location, one that harbors certain dangers. Are you concerned that we might hinder you? Sarada pressed on, her frustration palpable as she drew closer. Boruto, we are a team. We must confront any peril together, she asserted. Indeed, Sarada speaks wisely. Mitsuki chimed in from the side. Observing the unwavering determination etched on the faces of both Sarada and Mitsuki, Boruto ultimately exhaled a heavy sigh. Sarada, I understand your intentions, but I can only take one of you to that place. Furthermore, you must seek Master S consent. Only with his approval can I bring you along. As for whether it will be you or Mitsuki, the two of you will need to deliberate on that matter. The secret of Boruto, regarded as a confidential matter of Konoha, must be communicated to his master and father at the slightest hint of an unforeseen event, even if Sarada relentlessly interrogates him. Otherwise, the abduction of Sarada or Mitsuki could occur without warning, and upon their return, they might be greeted by the formidable Kyuubi or the eight-headed serpent. Of course, this is merely a jest. However, a thorough beating would undoubtedly ensue. Sarada exchanged a glance with Mitsuki, affirming her response for the following day. As Boruto bid farewell to Sarada and Mitsuki, an unsettling sensation stirred within him, as if he had neglected something crucial. The sight of adults purchasing gifts for children sparked a flash of realization in his mind. Oh dear, I forgot to buy a gift for Himawari. The mere thought of her anger, accompanied by a roll of her eyes, sent a shiver through his body. The next morning, Boruto arrived at a secure chamber within the Hokage building, where Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata awaited him. To his surprise, Sarada was also present. This indicated that not only had Sasuke consented, but Mitsuki had also granted Sarada the opportunity, and she was already aware of Boruto's secret. Previously, Boruto had mentioned to Naruto and Sasuke the possibility of traversing time with one companion, which had astonished them. However, they had no intention of accompanying him. The reasons were twofold. First, given Boruto's current strength, even if he traveled back in time, he would face little resistance unless confronted by a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Second, Konoha must remain vigilant against potential incursions from the Otsutsuki. This, indeed, was of paramount importance. Boruto approached Sarada and earnestly inquired, Sarada, has Master agreed? Yes. And I have already uncovered your secret. Humph, you've kept it from me for so long, Sarada lamented. There is a reason behind it. Please try to understand. Boruto replied with an awkward smile. All right, Boruto, what should we do next? Sarada asked, filled with anticipation and a hint of excitement. You need to do nothing but hold my hand, Boruto responded, taking Sarada's hand as they faced the adults. System, open the portal to another world. Boruto silently commanded in his heart. Performing the act to perfection, Boruto slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the pure eye in his right eye manifested instantly. As everyone observed the transformation in Boruto's eye, astonishment swept across their faces, and the doubts that had lingered dissipated in that moment. Behind Boruto, the space began to twist, revealing a swirling vortex-like portal slowly emerging before them. Sasuke, take care of Sarada. I will, Boruto nodded slightly. Dad, Mom, Master, and everyone, wait for my return. as Boruto, accompanied by Sarada, stepped through the portal. They vanished from sight, and the gateway gradually closed, as if it had never existed. Chapter 51. Upon return, has Konoha crumbled again? With a sudden distortion of space, Boruto and Sarada emerged from the rift. Is this truly the Konoha of the past? Sarada inquired, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a sense of intrigue. However, Boruto felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, realizing that this was indeed the very place where he first encountered Naruto. He couldn't help but express some dissatisfaction with the system. Come, let me guide you back to Konoha. Boruto, gripping Sarada's hand, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly approach Konoha. However, as they drew nearer, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. His brow furrowed as he discerned two distinct sources of turbulent chakra. One emanated from Konoha itself, while the other was not far from their position. In the direction of Konoha, he sensed four powerful chakra signatures, one of which unmistakably belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. When Hashirama was resurrected through Edo Tensei, Boruto had forged a connection with his chakra, enabling him to perceive it immediately. The second source, however, harbored two intense malevolent presences, among which he faintly recognized the chakra of the Nine Tails. With this realization, the answer became glaringly clear. A sense of foreboding gripped Boruto's heart. Could it be that upon their return, Konoha was on the brink of collapse once more? He immediately recalled Orochimaru's scheme to bring about Konoha's downfall. Boruto was taken aback by how rapidly the plot unfolded, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Initially, he intended to inquire with the system, but the system remained unresponsive. It declared, all rights to explanation are reserved by the system. The host has no authority to question. Boruto formed hand seals and immediately created a shadow clone. The clone understood the situation, altered its course, and headed in a different direction, while Boruto continued his journey towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Noticing Boruto's unusual behavior, Sarada expressed her concern and inquired, Boruto, what's wrong? What has happened? Boruto furrowed his brow, a grave expression etched upon his face. Sarada, prepare for battle. Konoha may be on the brink of collapse. Upon the rooftop of the Konoha arena, a profound realization struck him. Can you comprehend, Lord Sarutobi? The sense of fulfillment and joy that once accompanied the accomplishments of those we called teachers? Orochimaru's gaze shimmered with madness as he stood before the first and second Hokage. To elicit such joy from you, I have meticulously prepared this greeting. As he beheld his former mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions, tears cascading down his cheeks. Orochimaru, you desecrate the spirits of the departed. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will not acknowledge you as my disciple. Such trivialities matter not. Third Hokage, you have grown old. It is time for a magnificent curtain call. With a chilling focus, Orochimaru began to weave hand signs. Enjoy yourself, teacher. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, sprang into action, swiftly closing in on Hiruzen Sarutobi. In an instant, water, fire, wood, and earth techniques intertwined in a spectacular display. As the three Hokage engaged in combat, Boruto's figure materialized outside the barrier. Phew, I finally made it. It's not too late. Observing the unfolding situation, Boruto silently breathed a sigh of relief, though it was evident that Hiruzen was nearing his limits. According to the narrative, it seemed he would soon summon the Shinigami. Who are you? This is not a place for you to approach. Leave at once. Sensing Boruto's arrival, the Umbu stationed around the area fixed their vigilant gazes upon him, gradually encircling him. In such a tense moment, the third Hokage's allies would not permit any untoward incidents before vanquishing their foes. Do not be alarmed, Boruto reassured them. I am Boruto, a ninja of Konoha. Despite the soft timbre of Boruto's voice, it resonated clearly within the confines of the barrier, reaching the ears of the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Upon beholding Boruto, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Boruto, you are still alive, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen, a mix of surprise and joy evident in his tone. However, the gravity of the situation quickly sobered him as he admonished, Boruto, you must leave at once. This place is perilous and not meant for you. Grandfather, there is no need for concern. With me here, you shall be safe, Boruto replied, casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru before addressing the nearby Umbu. Gentlemen of the Umbu, please allow me to pass. I believe I can be of assistance. Yet, before the Umbu could respond, Boruto vanished, reappearing outside the barrier. To see you here is unexpected. I heard from the third Hokage that your name is Boruto. Excellent. You and Sasuke are individuals I have taken a keen interest in. How about it? Are you interested in joining my Sound Village? Orochimaru licked his elongated tongue, his gaze brimming with avarice. Shouldn't you just admit your desire for me, Orochimaru? No need for such grandiloquent pretense, Boruto remarked, his hand brushing against the barrier, his tone devoid of any tremor. What an insensible child. It seems I shall have to personally invite you after dealing with the third, Orochimaru mused, momentarily taken aback, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. Observing Boruto's actions, he scoffed. Boruto, save your efforts. This is the 4 purple flames formation, second only to the 4 crimson yang formation. You cannot break it. Even the Umbu, who regarded Orochimaru as an enemy, found it hard to contest the truth of his assertion. Oh, are you certain? Boruto replied, a hint of mockery creeping into his expression. Orochimaru, sensing an ominous premonition from Boruto's demeanor, felt a chill but could not articulate it. 4 purple flames formation, absorb. Boruto whispered, a powerful suction emanating from his palm. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of all present, the 4 purple flames formation visibly diminished until it vanished completely. How is this possible? The 4 purple flames formation was shattered by this seemingly inconspicuous child. Not only did the Umbu find themselves in a stupor, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had halted his preparations for the Shiki Fujin, stood frozen for several seconds, let alone Orochimaru, the instigator. Boruto, you continue to surprise me. My interest in you grows ever deeper. Orochimaru finally regained his composure. Ignoring Orochimaru's words, Boruto turned his attention to the still-dazed Umbu, brothers of the Umbu. What are you waiting for? The barrier has been breached. Should we not support Grandfather Third Hokage? At Boruto's urging, the Umbu snapped back to reality, setting forth to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen. You seem to have underestimated the situation. Breaking the 4 purple flames formation changes nothing. A few Umbu cannot shift the tide of battle. Orochimaru scoffed, his demeanor now entirely serious. First and second Hokages swiftly deal with the third. As a few shadow ninjas entered the scene, they were swiftly swept away by the water release technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, leaving no time for support before their exit. Subsequently, a new wave of assault was launched against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru bore a triumphant smirk, yet his composure faltered when he caught sight of Boruto, who was forming hand seals. For an instant, he was taken aback. Merely 2 half-formed Edo Tensei, yet Boruto dared to showcase them. As Boruto completed his seals, he exclaimed, Edo Tensei, release. It is noteworthy that Boruto had delved deeply into the technique under Orochimaru's tutelage, possessing profound knowledge, and having learned the enhanced version of Edo Tensei. Thus, his ability to dispel the original version is indeed reasonable. Witnessing the signs of his carefully crafted creation beginning to crumble, Orochimaru was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, how could you possibly release Edo Tensei, you brat? Chapter 52. Repelling Orochimaru, you have successfully provoked my ire. Orochimaru's expression twisted menacingly. In orchestrating the downfall of the hidden leaf, he had meticulously prepared, including luring away the village's formidable protectors, all while he faced his former mentor alone, readying a grand finale. However, with his greatest asset now shattered, it was akin to declaring his plans a failure. How could this not incite his fury? Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru unleashed his jutsu, summoning a multitude of serpents to strike at Boruto, but in an instant, Boruto vanished. What? Where did he go? Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. By the time he regained his senses, Boruto had inexplicably appeared beside him, a Rasengan poised in his hand. Boom. In the terrified gaze of Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes, the Rasengan collided with his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. While the technique was not lethal, it certainly left him reeling. Boruto was well aware of Orochimaru's notorious reputation for resurrection, thus he refrained from delivering a lethal blow, merely leaving a trace of his presence. At this juncture, the Leaf Ninjas were almost retreating to the village. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Orochimaru could only retreat in frustration, transforming into a white snake. Fortunately, Boruto's timely arrival ensured that the third Hokage, who was fated to perish, survived, albeit with severe injuries. Moreover, Orochimaru's hands were not completely sealed away by the dead demon-consuming seal, a result that Boruto found somewhat satisfying as he successfully altered a significant aspect of the narrative, reaping the rewards of the system. While many jutsu remained in use, one could never have too many techniques. Who would disdain the potency of their own ninjutsu? Ding. The trajectory of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise has been successfully altered, rewards have been issued, and a B-rank ninjutsu has been randomly upgraded. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Boruto finally turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, approaching him to offer support and inquire with concern. Grandfather Third Hokage, are you all right? Oh, little Boruto, I am fine. Hiruzen replied with a light cough, fixing his gaze on Boruto, his lips straining to form a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. It seemed that during Boruto's absence, he had matured into a capable ninja. Boruto could only muster a smile, not wishing to elaborate further. Coincidentally, the Leaf Ninjas who had ventured out to pursue the Sand Village were all returning, including Naruto and Sasuke. However, it seemed they had been carried back by Boruto's shadow clone. From the information relayed by the clone, it appeared that he arrived just as Naruto and Gaara had exhausted themselves in battle, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Are you all right, Third Hokage? Kakashi suddenly appeared before the third, yet his eyes reflected the same shock upon seeing Boruto. Boruto? You're alive? Kakashi-sensei, were you hoping for my demise? Boruto teased. Young Boruto, you ought not to jest with Kakashi. When you were taken by that mysterious figure, it should be referred to as a Beto, the third remarked, his tone laden with complexity. At that time, when Obito had drawn Boruto away, Might Guy had opened the Eighth Gate's view and held out until Kakashi arrived to fend Obito off, sustaining considerable injuries in the process. Kakashi had tirelessly searched the Fire Country for both you and Obito, yet found nothing. Upon hearing Obito's name, Kakashi's expression mirrored the third's complexity. Even now, he struggled to fully grasp the situation. While Kakashi was lost in thought, Sarutobi Hizashi began to explain to him the events that had just transpired. Kakashi, this invasion by Orochimaru would have surely cost me my life had Boruto not arrived in time. I still shudder at the thought. Hizashi then shifted his focus. Young Boruto, can you enlighten me about your whereabouts these past months? How did you escape from Obito? Listening to the series of questions from the third, Boruto couldn't help but think how resilient the third was, even in such a dire state. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of Sarada. Boruto, I have completed the task you assigned me. Sarada approached Boruto but nearly let slip her thoughts upon seeing Hizashi and Kakashi. Boruto, who is this? Hizashi questioned, his gaze filled with curiosity. Oh, this is a companion I fortuitously met outside, named Sarada. Before coming to rescue you, I had her assist in driving away the intruders from the Leaf. I see. Both are good children. Hizashi began to revisit his earlier questions, only to be interrupted by Boruto. Grandfather Third, let us discuss those matters later. Right now, you have sustained serious injuries and should be examined at the hospital. Once you recover, I will provide you with an explanation. Seeing Boruto's disinterest in discussing further, Hizashi could only sigh, subsequently escorted by the Umbu to the hospital. Boruto, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, the Leaf would surely have suffered greatly. Kakashi approached Boruto. We're all part of the Leaf. It was the least I could do. Boruto waved his hand dismissively. It's been a while since I've seen Naruto and the others. Kakashi-sensei, I shall go find them now. As Boruto was about to depart, Kakashi's voice resonated from behind. Boruto, be sure to inform Guy of your return. He is the one who worries about you the most. Of course, Kakashi-sensei. Outside of Konoha, a white serpent slithered through the underbrush, but in the next moment, a damp and disheveled Orochimaru emerged from its maw, his face gradually shedding to reveal a different feminine visage. Boruto, I have not forgotten you. Leaning against a tree, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with animosity towards Boruto. Orochimaru-sama. A figure slowly emerged from the woods, bearing silvery hair and round spectacles. Kabuto appeared before Orochimaru. Kabuto, inform the Sound 5. The plan to seize Sasuke can be executed ahead of schedule. I am eager to acquire Sasuke's vessel. Understood. Wait, Orochimaru-sama. What is it, Kabuto? Orochimaru halted, casting a sidelong glance at Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama, it seems there is a mark on the back of your neck. Kabuto said as he held up a mirror to examine the mark. Orochimaru, well-versed in various techniques, including the sealing arts, quickly recognized the mark on his neck. His serpentine pupils widened in shock. This was the Flying Thunder God mark. Reflecting on his battle with Boruto, Orochimaru was certain that this mark had been implanted by him. Simultaneously, he was astonished that Boruto could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Such space-time ninjutsu was not something just anyone could master, not even himself. No wonder he was able to approach me without my slightest awareness. It all makes sense now. Gazing at the mark, Orochimaru pondered deeply, and ultimately seemed to arrive at a realization, a smirk gracing his lips. It appears our Boruto has something to say to me. Let us await the delightful tidings. Chapter 53. A slap, followed by a sweet date for Orochimaru to savor. Boruto arrived at Konoha Hospital, holding a gift in his hand alongside Sarada. As they reached the ward, they could hear Naruto's boisterous voice from within. I never imagined the 7th Hokage was so carefree in his youth, Sarada remarked with a smile, noting the stark contrast to the man they knew today. It's not that my father has changed. Rather, the burdens upon him have grown heavier. Eh? Where did Boruto go? Came Naruto's surprised voice from the room. Foolish Naruto, that's undoubtedly Boruto's shadow clone. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? And Sasuke needs his rest. Please keep your voice down. Sakura's voice chimed in from the ward. Let us go in. Your father is in there as well, Boruto said, leading Sarada into the room. Upon entering, the first thing they noticed was the evident bump on Naruto's head. Without a doubt, he had received a hefty punch from Sakura. Boruto! Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of his son, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to turn their gaze towards Boruto. Seeing you both so lively puts my worries to rest. Boruto, you haven't seen my prowess. Sasuke and I utilized the techniques you taught us to take down that guy with dark circles under his eyes. You can't imagine how strong he is. As Naruto's excitement waned, he continued, but that guy is just like me. He's considered a monster by others. Are we kindred spirits? Boruto encouraged, patting Naruto's shoulder. Since he is like you, strive to befriend him. A glimmer of hope sparked in Naruto's eyes. You're right, Boruto. Where have you been during your absence? Naruto inquired. Boruto had already prepared an excuse. Well, after suffering serious injuries from an attack, I was rescued by Sarada. I spent the past few months recuperating and returned to Konoha only to find it under attack. At Boruto's mention, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura turned their attention to Sarada. Your name is Sarada, right? Thank you for saving Boruto. If you ever encounter difficulties in Konoha, feel free to seek my assistance. A friend of Boruto is a friend of mine. Faced with the younger version of the 7th Hokage and her own parents, Sarada seemed somewhat overwhelmed and stammered, Hello. I look forward to your guidance. Strange, why do I feel an odd sense of familiarity with Sarada? Sasuke, do you feel it too? Sakura scrutinized Sarada closely. Must be the pressure from your mother, Boruto interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Sarada appeared tense, her throat constricting as beads of sweat formed on her brow. Perhaps it's just your imagination. Sasuke remained silent, yet it was clear he too sensed something unusual. At that moment, Boruto stepped in to ease the tension. All right, Sakura. Stop staring at her. You both should rest well. I need to go check in with Teacher Guy. Afterward, Boruto and Sarada exited the hospital room. Sarada let out a silent sigh of relief. Meeting her parents as a child had been quite nerve-wracking, a feeling she had not experienced before. You'll get used to it. Sarada, she reassured herself. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, Orochimaru awaited eagerly, sensing an unusual presence behind him. A chilling smile crept across his face. Boruto-kun, you have finally arrived. It has truly been a long wait for someone of my standing. Kabuto, slow to catch on, remained vigilant, his eyes fixated on Boruto. Orochimaru-senpai. It has been quite some time. The newcomer was indeed one of Boruto's shadow clones. Boruto-kun, you previously disrupted my plans. And now you send a mere clone to converse with me. You certainly do not regard me highly, Orochimaru remarked, his voice tinged with displeasure. His serpent-like eyes fixated on Boruto like a viper on its prey. What can one do? Orochimaru's reputation precedes him. It is wise to exercise caution, Boruto jested. So, what brings you here? Orochimaru, disinterested in beating around the bush, got straight to the point. I have come to discuss but one matter with you, Lord Orochimaru. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Oh? I wish to advise you to abandon Sasuke, Boruto stated. Boruto's words instantaneously froze the atmosphere between both parties. Orochimaru's brow visibly darkened with malice. Boruto-kun, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? Of course, I am fully aware of what I am saying. Is there a problem? Uchiha Sasuke is the one I have chosen. Do you truly believe that your mere utterance could compel me to relinquish my decision? That would be an overestimation of your own significance. Orochimaru, infuriated yet smirking, continued, Do you intend to sacrifice yourself in place of Sasuke? It seems futile to even consider that. Naturally, I am not here to negotiate with you, but rather, the voice of Boruto lingered in the air. And in an instant, his aura surged like a volcano erupting, intensifying dramatically. The sigil on his palm radiated a brilliant light, with mysterious patterns extending to his cheek. Terrifying power raged around him, distorting the space as if it were mere paper being mercilessly crumpled by a colossal hand. What extraordinary strength! Orochimaru. While enduring the oppressive force emanating from Boruto, could not suppress the mix of excitement and trepidation in his gaze. Yet, he understood that the current Boruto was far beyond his match. This reaction stemmed from his primal instincts. However, such power was fleeting. And before Orochimaru could fully process the pain etched across his face, Boruto's wedge mode receded, reverting to his usual state. Boruto, I must confess, your strength is truly captivating. Yet it does not justify relinquishing Sasuke. Orochimaru had initially intended to seize Boruto's body. But the intensity of the aura he had just exhibited conveyed a clear message. He was formidable. Attempting to claim Boruto's vessel seemed an unwise gamble, fraught with the risk of his own demise, especially considering that his opponent was merely a clone, with unknown hidden abilities lurking beneath the surface. Orochimaru was no fool. Compared to the enigmatic Boruto, he was well acquainted with Sasuke, whom he could manipulate. He would never engage in a foolhardy trade-off. Ultimately, it became evident that Orochimaru had overestimated his ambitions. This clone of Boruto had merely infused a single-use wedge mode chakra, and additional clones could not withstand it. Observing Orochimaru's steadfast resolve, Boruto was inwardly amused. At this juncture, Orochimaru's obsession with Sasuke was astonishingly intense, even surpassing that of Uchiha Itachi. With no other option, Boruto hurled a scroll towards Orochimaru. This scroll contained knowledge from the future, gifted to him by a future version of Orochimaru, though he had glimpsed its contents, which encompassed advancements in scientific realms and some remarks from Orochimaru. He knew its significance was profound. Orochimaru received the scroll and opened it, instantly captivated by its contents. He also noted some of the statements made by the future version of himself, which piqued his curiosity. To be honest, he felt a stirring of interest. Yet he did not finish reading the scroll. The information was overwhelming. Thus, he met Boruto's gaze and said, "Do, you should return and instruct the Sound Ninja to remain on standby. I require some private discourse with Boruto." Only upon realizing the need to depart did Orochimaru relax his previously guarded demeanor. "So, Boruto, you hail from the future, do you not?" Boruto is undeniably remarkable. Since he sought the assistance of the future Orochimaru, it follows that the Orochimaru of the past must also be aware and prepared for this. At this moment, silence speaks volumes. Orochimaru naturally comprehends, revealing an expression of rapture. It is astonishing how this world is imbued with wonder, truly evoking a sense of yearning. Therefore, Orochimaru, esteemed predecessor, what is your answer? Orochimaru gazes intently at Boruto, his emotions inscrutable. Boruto-kun, to think that a mere scroll would persuade me to relinquish Sasuke is rather presumptuous. Boruto discerned the underlying sentiment, silently cursing Orochimaru as a greedy serpent that attempts to swallow an elephant. Before Orochimaru could complete his utterance, Boruto opened his right eye, manifesting the pure eye, and before Orochimaru could react, he drew his soul into it. Notably, during this period, Boruto had diligently practiced the pure eye alone, enabling him to develop numerous abilities associated with it. One such capability allowed him to ensnare another's soul within his eye and present visions from his perspective. At that moment, Orochimaru found himself in this peculiar state, while Boruto showcased the dialogue he would have with the future Orochimaru. A slap followed by a sweet date. First, he aimed to intimidate with absolute strength, then entice Orochimaru with matters of his intrigue. This was the strategy Boruto could devise at present. Whether it succeeded or failed mattered little. The reality proved Boruto's approach effective. Moments later, Orochimaru's soul returned to his corporeal form, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. The scroll bestowed by future Orochimaru, along with the visions from the pure eye, stirred a tumult within Orochimaru's heart, suggesting that more captivating experiences awaited him. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Boruto felt assured that the elder serpent could not escape this time, and thus spoke again. "Orochimaru-senpai, do you possess an answer now?" Chapter 54. The caged bird. This world has truly become increasingly fascinating. Initially, I perceived it as diminutive, only to realize now that I have indeed been gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. As Orochimaru marveled, he gradually turned his gaze toward Boruto, his eyes losing their former ferocity. "If this world is as I perceive it, I might relinquish Sasuke. However, are you certain you can cultivate Sasuke to such heights?" Boruto furrowed his brows, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," Orochimaru replied with a playful expression. "As Sasuke's disciple, are you truly intent on teaching him yourself, Boruto-kun? I must admit, your current strength even evokes a sense of danger within me. However, formidable power does not necessarily equate to the ability to impart knowledge." Orochimaru paused briefly before articulating a more crucial point. "Moreover, You are not destined to remain in the past. You will ultimately return to your original timeline, will you not? Boruto immediately grasped Orochimaru's intention. After a brief moment of contemplation, Orochimaru continued, I can assure you that I harbor no inappropriate desires towards Sasuke. Yet I still wish to possess him. Listening to Orochimaru's contradictory statements left Boruto perplexed, but what Orochimaru uttered next altered his perspective. Of course, our relationship will be maintained as that of a master and disciple. Ding. Successfully captivated Orochimaru and diverted his attention from Sasuke. Rewards have been issued, and the host may claim them at any time. Upon hearing the voice of the system within his mind, Boruto's eyes sparkled. He had awaited this moment. He dared not place complete trust in Orochimaru's words. Only the system's confirmation bore any semblance of truth. Very well, it's settled then. After finalizing certain details with Orochimaru, Boruto's clone subsequently vanished. Sasuke interjected, you two conspired against me without even consulting my opinion. At the moment Boruto's clone disappeared, the real Boruto, who was in Konoha reuniting with Team Guy at a barbecue restaurant, received the message relayed from his clone. With one concern resolved, Boruto felt significantly lighter. Now that you're back, our Team Guy is finally complete. Let's celebrate by running around Konoha 100 times. Boruto, you should join us. Lee's exuberant voice jolted Boruto back to reality. No need, Lee. I still need to visit Grandpa Third later, so I won't be joining you. However, Boruto, since you were taken by that masked man, Obito, how did you manage to escape? Why haven't you returned to Konoha since your escape? Tintin inquired. At this moment, Sarada was also by Boruto's side, prompting him to fabricate a story to pacify them. As for how he escaped, he spun a tale of using Flying Thunder God to flee while Obito was weakened after a defeat, claiming that he was injured by Obito and his accomplices and later encountered Sarada, who provided healing. The rationale was tenuous, but it sufficed. I see, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and revealing his trademark grin. To celebrate Boruto's return to Konoha, I shall treat you all to this barbecue. Long live Teacher Guy. After finishing their meal, dusk had settled. Following mutual farewells, Boruto, Sarada, and Neji Hyuga found themselves walking together. Currently, Sarada had no choice but to stay at Boruto's home. The trio walked in silence until they approached the Hyuga clan's district, when Boruto suddenly called out, Neji, wait a moment. Boruto, what is it? Neji paused, looking quizzically at Boruto. Boruto turned and gently instructed Sarada. Sarada, please return first. I have some matters to discuss with Neji. Sarada nodded in understanding. Once she entered the house, Boruto shifted his gaze to Neji's forehead, gradually meeting his eyes. Neji, could you remove your forehead protector so that I may see the caged bird seal concealed beneath it? Neji's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. His initial reaction was to assume Boruto intended to mock him. However, upon realizing it was Boruto, he inexplicably removed the forehead protector, revealing the caged bird seal hidden beneath. Boruto gazed intently at the caged bird, and for a fleeting moment, he yearned to disregard Neji's concerns and shatter the confines of the cage. Yet reason cautioned him that such an act would not only go unappreciated by Neji, but might also incite his ire towards his own nephew. In that brief instant, Boruto contemplated extensively, ultimately resolving to consult Neji instead. Neji, do you recall our casual conversation when you mentioned the curse mark of the caged bird? Neji nodded, somewhat perplexed by Boruto's sudden reference. What exactly are you trying to convey, Boruto? Neji, if I were to propose that I could lift the curse mark of the caged bird, would you permit me to assist you in its removal? Boruto's words struck Neji like a thunderclap, lingering in his mind and rendering him momentarily speechless, staring incredulously at Boruto. However, Neji, being a composed individual, swiftly regained his composure and pulled Boruto into a narrow alley, his tone tinged with urgency as he reproached, Boruto, do you truly comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Furthermore, from where did you acquire the knowledge of the caged bird seal's release? If the clan were to discover this, do you grasp the consequences? Although still young, Neji understood the rigid hierarchy within the Hyuga clan, where even the slightest misstep was intolerable. If anyone were to uncover that his caged bird seal had been lifted, it would throw the entire Hyuga clan into chaos. Neji, do you not yearn for freedom? The opportunity lies before you now, Boruto inquired. Neji smiled and shook his head, replying, the freedom I seek is not of that nature. Even if the seal were to vanish from my forehead, the fated prison of my spirit cannot be truly erased. Before encountering you and Naruto, I might have accepted your goodwill. However, after your departure, during the Chunin exams, Naruto taught me much. and I came to understand what true freedom means to me. In this regard, you and Naruto are alike, yet distinctly different. You both cannot tolerate the injustices around you. Naruto, once he sets his mind on something, recklessly charges forward without regard for danger. As for you, indeed, Boruto's suspicions were confirmed. Neji would not easily acquiesce. While most children of his age might eagerly wish for Boruto to lift the burden, Neji was markedly different. He possessed a maturity far beyond his peers and had contemplated many implications. It is no wonder that when leaving the room where Neji was memorialized, Hinata regarded him with such a profound gaze. It appears that Hinata had long been aware that Neji would never consent. Boruto, rest assured, I have acknowledged your goodwill. Neji slowly readjusted his forehead protector upon his brow and addressed Boruto. If the day you and Naruto speak of ever arrives, I will permit you to personally release me from this curse. Ultimately, Neji turned back towards the Hyuga clan's grounds. Boruto gazed at his retreating figure, exhaling a heavy sigh and murmuring to himself, "Fear not, Neji, I shall ensure you witness the arrival of that day." Chapter 55, The Shadow of the Hokage. This position of Hokage is rightfully mine. The following morning, Boruto and Sarada were dining indoors when the sudden appearance of an Umbu outside shattered the tranquility. Boruto glanced over. The Umbu? How could he be here? Boruto. The third Hokage requests your presence. Boruto, do you need me to accompany you? Sarada inquired. Boruto cast a glance at the Umbu, noticing no signs of restraint, and inclined his head slightly towards Sarada, signaling her to follow. Subsequently, Boruto grasped Sarada's hand, and they vanished into thin air, leaving the Umbu in a state of bewilderment. Boruto accompanied Sarada to the Hokage building. With the Hokage's consent, they effortlessly entered. However, upon reaching the door of the Hokage's office, Boruto overheard a heated argument within. The voices seemed to belong to Danzo Shimura and another voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Teacher, you know my temperament. I am unfit to be Hokage. You should choose someone else, said the voice. Did you hear that, Jiraiya? It's not that Jiraiya wishes to decline. I, Danzo Shimura, as your devoted friend, deserve to occupy the position of Hokage, being a disciple of the second Hokage alongside you. Listening to the commotion, Boruto began to piece together the situation. It appeared that the third Hokage intended to step down and wish for his disciple, Jiraiya, to ascend. However, it was evident that Danzo had caught wind of this and was eager to seize the opportunity for himself. What intrigued Boruto was that, according to his vague recollections, Danzo had not been so brazen in the past. Could it be that his own actions in saving the third Hokage had precipitated this butterfly effect? Regardless of whether it was a butterfly effect or not, such matters did not concern him. After all, he could hardly expect to be bestowed with the title of Hokage himself. Boruto cast aside these distracting thoughts, knocked on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he stepped inside with Sarada. Upon witnessing Boruto's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a benevolent expression, greeting him warmly. Ah, little Boruto, you have come. After several days of recuperation, Hiruzen's injuries had nearly healed. During his time in the hospital, he had engaged in profound contemplation and arrived at a momentous decision to abdicate his position. He realized that he had aged and had held this role for far too long. It was time for him to step down and allow someone more deserving to take his place, thus enjoying the tranquility of retirement. As the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage, he set his sights on his former disciple, Jiraiya. However, unexpectedly, an uninvited guest arrived at the Hokage's office, Danzo Shimura. As Boruto entered the room, he was taken aback to find all the high-ranking officials of Konoha present, including the seemingly inconspicuous Konohamaru and Mito. His attention, however, was immediately captured by the white-haired sage, Jiraiya. His father had often spoken of Jiraiya at home, expressing deep regret for not having saved him in person and lamenting that he did not even have the chance to bid him farewell. These sentiments resonated profoundly within Boruto. He too wished for Jiraiya's survival. He had yet to witness the day his father became Hokage, nor had he seen his parents wed. In the presence of Jiraiya, Boruto felt a deep respect. As Boruto gazed at Jiraiya, the sage scrutinized him in return. So, you are Boruto? Naruto often mentioned you during our training sessions. He claims that you taught him the Rasengan? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he leaned closer, almost pressing their faces together. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, it's an honor to meet you. Boruto stammered, caught off guard by the sudden closeness. Naruto has spoken of your infamous reputation as a pervy sage, despite Jiraiya's seemingly carefree and lecherous demeanor. Boruto was aware of the sage's astuteness, Any hint of weakness from him would surely be detected by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't frighten Boruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected sharply. All right. Jiraiya waved dismissively, a teasing smirk on his face. Naruto really is something else, slandering me in front of others. I'm merely devoted to my extraordinary creations. However, just as Boruto and Jiraiya were enjoying their moment, an inappropriate voice shattered the pleasant atmosphere. Bang! Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, a simmering anger evident on his face. Boruto, do you think I am invisible? Who might this be? Boruto leaned in for a closer look, recognizing Danzo. Oh, Elder Danzo, it has indeed been a while. My apologies, but your prolonged absence has rendered you quite forgettable. The sarcasm in Boruto's words was unmistakable. Danzo, clearly infuriated, retorted. Boruto, I must inquire about your whereabouts during your recent absence. I have every reason to suspect you may have defected to another village, returning only to steal Konoha's secrets. Accusations of treason? Such a heavy accusation. Elder Danzo, Boruto's playful demeanor faded, a flicker of concealed menace flashing in his eyes. As tensions escalated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's authoritative voice broke the standoff. Enough, Danzo. I trust that young Boruto would never betray the village. How can you be so certain, Hiruzen? Is this how a Hokage should conduct himself? Danzo's expression darkened. Enough, Danzo. I am not yet retired, Hiruzen asserted firmly, even though Shimura Danzo harbored resentment. He obediently fell silent, his gaze filled with animosity fixed intently upon Boruto, as if he were concocting a nefarious scheme. And you, Boruto, do not stoop to Danzo's level. He too has the interests of Konoha at heart. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's counsel, Boruto found himself astonished by the third Hokage's diplomatic approach. Yet, the conversation inevitably circled back to the matter of the Hokage candidates. However, the discussion fell into a repetitive loop. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared determined to have Jiraiya succeed him. While Jiraiya exuded an air of resistance and Danzo seemed to exist as mere air, his insistence on becoming Hokage disregarded by Sarutobi. This blatant dismissal infuriated Danzo, who cast a resentful glance before departing with Mito Minyin and T-Rune Koharu from the Hokage building. Danzo's exit lightened the atmosphere within the room, and Sarutobi, observing Danzo's retreating figure, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After all, as much as he valued their friendship, he could never allow Danzo to ascend to the position of Hokage. If Danzo were to become Hokage, it would thwart his dreams of a pastoral life alongside him. Grandfather Third, esteemed Jiraiya-sensei, I believe there is no need for your quarrels. Instead of this endless back and forth without yielding the desired outcome, may I offer a suggestion? Upon hearing Boruto's remarks, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi exhibited a hint of curiosity. Boruto, please elaborate, urged Hiruzen. Grandfather, I have heard that you possess 3 disciples. One is the traitorous Orochimaru, and the other is the esteemed Jiraiya. Who, then, is the third? At this juncture, Jiraiya instinctively understood to whom Boruto was alluding. Their thoughts aligned, for Boruto indeed wished to advocate for Tsunade, a fellow Sannin and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, whom he held dear in his heart. It was only fitting for her to assume the mantle of Hokage. Chapter 56, to take Jiraiya as my mentor? Absolutely not. Boruto, are you referring to Lady Tsunade? With Boruto's reminder, Hiruzen's mind conjured the image of Tsunade, his other disciple. However, he harbored reservations. Tsunade was notorious for her gambling tendencies, rivaling even the first Hokage. Moreover, the tragic deaths of Dan Cat and SHT had exacerbated her fear of blood, rendering her reluctant to return to the village. Observing the conflicted expression on his mentor's face, Jiraiya interjected, Sensei, I believe Tsunade is indeed qualified for the position of Hokage. As for your concerns, rest assured, I will take it upon myself to bring Tsunade back. With Jiraiya on the case, there is nothing insurmountable. And what if you cannot bring her back? Hiruzen interjected suddenly. Jiraiya paused, adamantly retorting, impossible. It is absolutely inconceivable. I will surely bring Tsunade back. Witnessing the endless dispute between mentor and disciple, Boruto hastily interrupted. Grandfather, please. Let us not quarrel. Did you summon me for a specific purpose? Upon hearing Boruto's words, both Hiruzen and Jiraiya ceased their argument. Hiruzen cleared his throat, remembering that he indeed had matters to discuss with Boruto. Boruto, there are 2 important matters for which I called you here. Grandfather, please go on. The first matter concerns Sarada's admission into the Leaf Village. Sarada, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback to find the discussion pertained to her. Grandfather, are you referring to me? She inquired, pointing to herself. Indeed, Hiruzen replied, nodding slightly. After careful consideration, I have decided to approve Sarada's entry into the Leaf Village. Following the recent events orchestrated by Orochimaru that led to the destruction of the Leaf, Hiruzen had reviewed Sarada's performance during that calamity and found it commendable. The Leaf Village needed passionate youths like Sarada and Boruto, willing to stake their lives for its sake. With this thought, Hiruzen felt a renewed sense of hope for the future of the village, which was part of his reasoning for stepping down from the role of Hokage. Thank you, grandfather. I will do my utmost to protect the leaf and aspire to become the future Hokage, Sarada declared. Upon hearing her ambition to become Hokage, Hiruzen's smile deepened, his wrinkles becoming more pronounced. It is indeed admirable to aspire to be Hokage. Boruto felt a genuine happiness for Sarada's successful integration into the Leaf Village. Yet his curiosity was piqued regarding the second matter Hiruzen had mentioned. Grandfather, what is the second matter you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Boruto's words, the third Hokage smiled mysteriously. Boruto, for the second matter, I wish for you to take Jiraiya as your mentor. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the surrounding atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Even Jiraiya was taken aback. However, as Sarutobi's disciple, he quickly grasped his mentor's intentions. You want me to take the great Jiraiya as my teacher? Boruto pointed to himself, astonished. The unexpected proposition from the third Hokage indeed caught him off guard. Nevertheless, Sarutobi's thoughts were quite straightforward. He intended for Boruto to become a candidate for the Hokage lineage. Firstly, Boruto possessed exceptional talent, rivaling that of Minato Namikaze. Secondly, while he was still alive, he could adequately mentor Boruto and assess whether the latter had the qualities to become Hokage, although Jiraiya also had Naruto by his side. The unpredictable nature of the Jinchuriki posed many uncertainties. Perhaps before Boruto's emergence, the third Hokage would have placed his hopes on Naruto. However, it now appeared that he had another promising option. Thus, prudently, Sarutobi decided to cultivate another candidate, effectively adding an extra layer of assurance for Konoha. Just as Sarutobi's plans seemed to be coming together, Boruto's subsequent words shattered his expectations. Grandfather Third Hokage, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must respectfully decline. Setting aside the fact that I have already taken Sasuke as my teacher, I would not choose Jiraiya as my mentor. Boruto holds great respect for Jiraiya. Yet respect does not necessarily imply the need to take on a master-disciple relationship. Moreover, is Boruto unaware of the ulterior motives of the third Hokage? Does one truly believe he is as naive as a 3-year-old? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was outright rejected, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Young Boruto, you must understand how many individuals aspire to be disciples of the legendary Sannin, a feat that is nearly unattainable. To dismiss such an opportunity without a second thought. Can you enlighten your grandfather as to the reasoning behind this? Boruto pondered for a moment and replied, Grandfather Third, I truly appreciate your kindness. It is not that I believe Lord Jiraiya is lacking. Rather, I have already taken on a master. You have a master? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his expression shifting. When did this happen? Boruto has entered the mode of deception. In truth, it was during my previous disappearance that I was relentlessly pursued by Obito and his companions. I managed to elude them time and again using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ultimately, I found refuge in an obscure village far from the Land of Fire, where I encountered my master, who was the one to drive Obito and his allies away. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Sarada, who is well aware of the situation. Ah, indeed. Sarada, caught off guard by the revelation of her own circumstances, instinctively played along with Boruto's fabrications. After all, he is not entirely mistaken. His master is none other than his own father. Boruto, what is the name of your master? Jiraiya inquired with a hint of amusement. As I wander through the ninja world, I may very well be acquainted with him. Boruto shook his head, stating that his master had not revealed his true name. All he knew was that he donned a black robe and possessed but one arm. Upon hearing Boruto's description, Jiraiya sifted through his memories, yet could not identify this enigmatic figure. A silence enveloped the room, casting an odd atmosphere. Since Boruto had a master, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to press the matter further. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Noticing the heavy tension, Jiraiya interjected, Teacher, if Boruto and I are not fated to connect, then there is no need for you to insist. As fellow members of Konoha, we each tread distinct paths. Yet one truth remains unchanged, the commitment to safeguard our beloved village. Jiraiya's boisterous demeanor lightened the mood considerably. Haha, perhaps I was being a bit stubborn. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having come to terms with the situation, patted Boruto on the shoulder. Boruto, do not hold it against your grandfather. He only seeks what is best for you. I understand. Third Hokage, Boruto replied, secretly relieved. If there is nothing more, I shall take Sarada and leave. Go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, watching Boruto's retreating figure. He then turned to Jiraiya. What do you think of Boruto? You have a keener insight than I. Ah, he is an intriguing individual and much like myself. He cherishes freedom. However, his golden hair and blue eyes bear a striking resemblance to Minato and Naruto, Jiraiya mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the already departed Boruto. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice barely above a whisper, imperceptible to the third Hokage. Chapter 57. The arrival of Itachi. Just as Boruto and Sarada exited the Hokage building, Konoha was graced by the arrival of two unexpected guests. Itachi. Given the devastation wrought by Orochimaru, the village's defenses have become alarmingly feeble. Even we outsiders can enter with ease. It seems the third Hokage has undoubtedly passed. Kisame observed as they approached the boundary of Konoha. Two figures gradually materialized, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, both clad in the Akatsuki's signature black, cloaks adorned with red clouds. Their flowing garments swaying gently with their steps. Beneath the brim of their hats, their faces remained shrouded in shadow, obscuring their expressions. They strode confidently into the heart of Konoha, each step resonating with purpose. Kisame, whether the third is deceased is not our primary concern. Our foremost objective is to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, I am aware, Kisame retorted playfully, but tell me, Itachi, having once been a part of Konoha, how does it feel to return to your homeland? Itachi, however, remained unfazed by Kisame's jest, his aura exuding a tranquil composure. His gaze remained serene, akin to a tranquil autumn lake, unperturbed by the slightest ripple. However, Itachi's return to Konohagakure, ostensibly aimed at capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, concealed a deeper intent. Firstly, to ascertain whether the third Hokage had truly passed away. Secondly, if the third were indeed deceased, he must intervene to protect his foolish little brother, Sasuke. By masquerading his inquiry under the pretext of apprehending the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Itachi sought confirmation of the third's demise. His greatest concern was that Danzo and others might target Sasuke. Thus, he felt compelled to return and caution the higher-ups of Konohagakure against harboring any ill intentions towards Sasuke. Simultaneously, he aimed to provoke Sasuke, intensifying the latter's animosity toward him, ensuring Sasuke remained in the village to safeguard it. Thirdly, he intended for Kakashi to comprehend the true power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, to mentor Sasuke appropriately, and to relay the Akatsuki organization's objectives concerning the Jinchuriki. However, shortly after Itachi and Kisame entered the village, three figures emerged before them, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. Halt! Kakashi's presence radiated an intense aura, and after scrutinizing the newcomers with a piercing gaze, he intoned gravely, "Who are you? You have trespassed into Konohagakure without permission. What is your purpose?" Due to their conical hats obscuring their identities, Kakashi and his companions failed to recognize Itachi Uchiha. Beneath the hat, Kisame wore a faint, inscrutable smirk, letting out a deep, raspy chuckle. "Brother Itachi, I had thought Konohagakure was merely a name without substance. To my surprise, we are intercepted the moment we show ourselves. It seems this place is not as dismal as I presumed." With a swift motion, Kisame removed his hat, revealing his true visage. It appeared that their plan to quietly extract the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no longer feasible. The rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi and his companions were taken aback upon seeing the headband and features, their weapons instinctively drawn. Recognized as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Kisame's identity was instantly clear to them. However, their astonishment deepened when Itachi also unveiled his face, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. "You are Itachi Uchiha. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while." As Itachi slowly lifted his gaze, time seemed to decelerate. The Sharingan in his eyes gradually manifested, the 3 tomo slowly rotating, evolving into a mysterious and intricate form reminiscent of a 3-bladed shuriken. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Kakashi's lips parted slightly, as if to utter a word. Yet the sudden shock left him speechless, unable to produce a sound. The air thickened, oppressive enough to stifle a breath. In this tense standoff, Itachi's lips parted, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. "We have come for but one matter. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. We hope you will hand him over willingly, lest you invite your own demise." Their target was Naruto. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply as he pondered within. Asuma Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth. Brandishing a chakra blade in his hands, Uchiha Itachi, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Cease your grandiloquent boasts. Konoha is not a playground for you. It seems the negotiations have failed, brother Itachi, said Kisame Hashigaki, silently drawing his great sword, Semihata. Let us commence. Itachi's voice emanated a chilling calmness. Moments later, both sides were engulfed in fierce combat, with Kakashi possessing a single Sharingan and the illusionist Kurenai Yuhi confronting Itachi, while Asuma valiantly engaged Kisame alone. However, amidst the fray, Kakashi, despite his Sharingan, found himself outmatched by Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. With a mere glance, Itachi ensnared both Kurenai and Kakashi into an illusion. Asuma, too, was relentlessly pushed back by the formidable Kisame, known as the Beast Without a Tail. Just as Kakashi succumbed to the illusion and Asuma found himself on the defensive, a green figure descended from the heavens, delivering a kick that sent Kisame flying. Might Guy had arrived just in time. Concurrently, several individuals sensed the intense chakra fluctuations within Konoha. Boruto, on his way home, paused abruptly, suddenly perceiving a wave of malevolence. Noting Boruto's unease, Sarada inquired, "What's wrong?" "Boruto? Sarada, we must go. Konoha is under attack," Boruto exclaimed, gripping Sarada's hand with a serious expression, and in the next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique towards the source of the malevolence. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi also felt the surge of chakra, vanishing in an instant. As for Jiraiya, in the blink of an eye, he was off to some hot spring, not for leisure but rather for research purposes. When Boruto and Sarada arrived at a secluded corner, their eyes were drawn to a familiar figure, prompting Boruto to utter the name, Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing this name, Sarada froze momentarily, realizing that the uncle her father had spoken of numerous times, whom she had never met yet shared an inseparable bloodline with, stood before her. "Boruto, you mean that person is my uncle, Itachi Uchiha?" Sarada asked, her expression a mixture of complexity and curiosity as she gazed at Itachi from a distance. "Yes, Sarada. Don't you have any photos of your uncle, Itachi Uchiha, at home?" "No," Sarada replied, her features tightening slightly as she shook her head slowly. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared, sensing the situation. Upon noticing Hiruzen, Boruto's gaze returned to Itachi. "Itachi, is that you?" Hiruzen's eyes were filled with a tangle of complexity and vigilance upon seeing Itachi. This passage was originally intended to elaborate on the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's massacre by the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and Itachi. But the author felt insufficiently knowledgeable about the subject, thus refraining from elaborating further, leaving it to the aficionados of Naruto. Importantly, no filler content. Uchiha Itachi, upon seeing the third Hokage's appearance, felt a quiet relief within himself. He retracted the power of his Sharingan that had been controlling Kakashi, reverting it to the three-tomo state, and confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ah, Lord Third, it seems you are still alive. Since you are, I would like to request a favor from you." "What is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a calm voice. "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from your village. We Akatsuki wish to reclaim him. I ask for your cooperation, Lord Third. As this is being written, the next chapter is still under production. Please be patient." Chapter 58. Sarada, come, let me introduce you to someone. What? Your target is Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed deeply as he cast a glance at Kakashi, who appeared gravely weakened, as well as at his other son, Asuma, and Might Guy, who were engaged with the rogue ninja from the mist. A surge of chakra emanated from him. He would not permit any force to harbor intentions against Naruto. Furthermore, Hiruzen had gleaned crucial information from Itachi. The Akatsuki's objective seemed to be the capture of Jinchuriki. "Itachi, as a rogue ninja, I will not allow you to take Naruto. Even if it costs me my very life, I shall thwart your plans." In an instant, the third Hokage's presence surged, standing defiantly against Uchiha Itachi. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the battle was on the verge of erupting, with both sides launching fierce assaults. The third Hokage's hands moved swiftly, forming seals with the speed of lightning as he unleashed a torrent of fire release, transforming into roaring flames that threatened to consume everything. Meanwhile, Itachi, with a composed demeanor, responded with his signature fire release technique. The clash of flames created a tempest of heat, vaporizing the moisture in the air. Shortly thereafter, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Itachi's eye glimmered ominously, blood seeping from the corners. The black flames of Amaterasu manifested, carrying an aura of inexorable destruction, latching onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. The fierce black flame seemed intent on devouring his limb, and upon realizing the strange fire could not be extinguished, Hiruzen swiftly tore away the sleeve of his Hokage robe. The roaring sounds generated from the collision of their jutsu echoed, churning the ground into a pockmarked terrain, debris flying in all directions. Naturally, the commotion attracted many others from Konoha, including Naruto and Sasuke. Itachi, aware of the gathering presence of others, recognized that aside from not encountering his foolish younger brother, he had nearly completed his objectives in Konoha. For him, there was no longer any necessity to remain. As the battle between Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen raged on, amidst the chaos of their movements, he seized the opportunity to distance himself, turning swiftly to cast a sharp gaze at the still engaged Kisame Hashigaki, his voice low yet clear. "Kisame, we are leaving." "Understood, Brother Itachi." The dry persimmon Zetsu, heeding Itachi's command, nodded slightly before turning to express his admiration towards Might Guy. "Hey, Watermelon Head. Let this be the end for today. You possess the finest taijutsu skills of anyone I have encountered. I look forward to our next battle." A fierce battle spirit radiated from Zetsu's eyes. Although feeling a sense of regret, he nonetheless returned to Itachi's side. Just as the duo was about to depart, a thunderous roar pierced through the heavy atmosphere. "Itachi, stop right there." Sasuke Uchiha's figure emerged at the scene, his gaze instantly fixating on that familiar silhouette. In that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his breath quickened. His eyes seemed to be seared by the flames of hatred, and his Sharingan involuntarily began to spin, as the air around him turned frigid and piercing. The hatred that had been suppressed for so long within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Were it not for Naruto standing beside him, Sasuke Uchiha would have recklessly charged forward without a second thought. As Boruto beheld Sasuke's furious demeanor, he let out a silent sigh and resolved to intervene personally. Confronted by his own elder brother, who was also the perpetrator of his clan's annihilation, the emotional turmoil proved insurmountable for Sasuke. It was unexpected to witness his father in such a state during his youth. Sarada, observing from the sidelines, was filled with concern. As she witnessed the unfolding events, it became increasingly difficult to reconcile her childhood memories of her father with the man before her. Even the master found himself at a loss. Facing a figure who was both his own brother and the architect of his family's demise was an unbearable torment, particularly given that he was still just a child. Boruto gazed intently at Sasuke, consumed by rage, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He parted his lips slightly and murmured to himself, "Perhaps my master is striving to channel his hatred towards this man before him, the one who has stripped him of everything, leaving him with naught." Ultimately, Itachi Uchiha made no move towards Sasuke and silently departed from Konoha. For him, witnessing Sasuke's safety was sufficient to bring him contentment. In the name of love, he bore the weight of hatred to grow stronger. This was all he could do as an elder brother for his foolish little brother. As Itachi's figure gradually faded from view, Boruto let out a quiet sigh of relief, the tension in his body finally dissipating. He turned his head to glance at Sarada beside him, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of enigmatic amusement, and said, "Let us depart. It seems there is little left for us to do here." Sarada blinked in curiosity and confusion, quickly inquiring, "Boruto, what do we plan to do next?" Boruto raised an eyebrow, deliberately building suspense before finally speaking. "Having brought you here with such effort, it would be a shame not to introduce you to someone important." Upon hearing Boruto's words, Sarada instantly understood, her heart racing with both anticipation and anxiety. In a secluded area outside of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki sat upon a stone, preparing to utilize the Jinjutsu technique to report the outcomes of their visit to the village. However, Itachi's keen intuition alerted him to an unseen presence. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercingly sharp as it locked onto another direction. His aura suddenly chilling and suffused with a palpable killing intent. "You've been following me for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourself. If you remain hidden any longer, do not blame me for taking action without restraint. Truly, the renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, to detect my presence so swiftly." Boruto, accompanied by Sarada, gradually emerged within the line of sight of Itachi and Kisame. Kisame instantly became alert, gripping his sword, the Samahata, ready to strike. "You are a leaf ninja? I didn't expect you to catch up so swiftly," he remarked. Just as Kisame was about to make his move, Itachi intervened, saying, "Wait, Kisame. You should not underestimate him." Kisame responded with confusion, "Itachi, what jest are you making?" He is merely a child from the leaf. You are gravely mistaken if you perceive him in such a light. The impression he gives me is encapsulated in a single word: danger. Itachi's gaze remained composed as he scrutinized Boruto, then solemnly inquired, regardless of your identity, you intentionally made your presence known to me, did you not? Speak. What brings you two here? Itachi's gaze swept over Boruto and Sarada, and when it settled upon Sarada, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Though he swiftly cast aside this fleeting notion. Truly, as Sasuke's elder brother, his perceptiveness is commendable. Boruto burst into hearty laughter, giving a thumbs up. However, his gaze abruptly shifted, landing on Kisame, and his tone instantly turned frigid, his words devoid of courtesy. Before we proceed, I kindly ask the onlookers to step aside. Upon hearing this, Kisame, the shark-like ninja from the mist, felt a surge of anger at being so casually dismissed by this Leaf Village brat. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "What do you mean by onlookers? Are you courting death, kid?" In the face of Kisame's fury, Boruto remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "Kisame, this is a conversation between myself and Mr. Itachi. I would prefer not to be disturbed. Therefore, I offer you two choices. First, you may leave of your own accord. Second, I can personally escort you out, though the process might be somewhat painful. Choose wisely." Chapter 59, Sarada, Uncle Uchiha Itachi. This is troublesome. Having traversed the shinobi world for many years, Kisame had encountered many arrogant foes, yet he had never encountered someone as audacious as Boruto. Could he truly endure such insolence? He had long ceased to consider himself a ninja. What was there left to endure? As Boruto observed the shark approaching the brink of eruption, he expressed concern for Sarada standing nearby, whispering, "Sarada, you should move away. Be careful not to let this creature's water splash onto you." Sarada nodded, determined not to inconvenience Boruto, and leaped towards a robust, prominent tree in the distance. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi remained surprisingly indifferent to the provocation posed by the unfamiliar blonde boy towards Kisame. It was not that Itachi lacked the desire to intervene. Rather, through his keen observation, he discerned that Boruto exhibited no murderous intent in the face of Kisame. Moreover, it seemed that Boruto's approach to him held deeper implications, as eliminating Kisame would not be advantageous for him. Given these circumstances, why not allow Kisame to assess the capabilities of this blonde boy and determine whether he was worthy to stand before him and engage in conversation? Kisame Hashigaki, is it? I have heard you are a shark man, Boruto mused, stroking his chin with a hint of nostalgia. I imagine a burger made from shark meat would be quite delectable. Boruto's blatant disregard infuriated Kisame Hashigaki. This arrogant brat dared to mock me, and he would pay for it with his life. Enraged, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, great water prison technique. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, threatening to engulf the entire forest. Just as the water prison was about to take shape, Itachi Uchiha seized the opportunity to leap out of its range, landing atop a tree that belonged to Sarada. However, during this maneuver, Itachi furrowed his brow, noticing that the blonde boy remained completely inactive. Is he a fool? Itachi murmured, his gaze fixed on Boruto. Kisame was known as the tailless beast, possessing an astonishing amount of chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. Coupled with the water prison he was conjuring, combined with the chakra provided by his shark skin, he was nearly invincible. Even he had to tread carefully, yet this young boy showed no signs of defense, piquing Itachi's curiosity. As Itachi intended to quietly observe the battle between the two, he was suddenly drawn to the peculiar girl beside him. In her eyes, he discerned a mixture of anxiety, unease, curiosity, excitement, and anticipation. Such a blend of emotions should not coexist within a single gaze. Yet this young girl encompassed them all. Itachi instinctively assumed she was afraid of him, thus displaying these emotions. A flicker of compassion stirred within him, softening his expression. He spoke gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will not bring you harm. Until the outcome of this battle is determined, you have nothing to fear from me." Sarada looked up at her uncle, her eyes brimming with trust, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded emphatically, responding brightly, "Okay, uncle." Itachi, standing on the branch, nearly stumbled and fell. Clearly, he was taken aback by Sarada's unexpected address. For a moment, he questioned whether he had misheard. Typically, people fell into illusions around him. How could he be hearing things instead? In an instant, Itachi's mind stalled as he stared at Sarada. Could it be this girl's ability to induce auditory hallucinations? Joking aside, Itachi quickly regained his composure. His expression darkened, and his Sharingan began to whirl ominously as he fixed his gaze on Sarada, pressing a kunai against her neck as a warning. Little girl, do you understand what you are saying? Do not think for a moment that I would hesitate to act against you. Uchiha Itachi, in this world, there exists only one Udo. So the notion of a niece is utterly ludicrous. Sarada was equally taken aback, feeling the chilling glare at her neck, along with a bone-deep coldness that transmitted from her skin to her brain. She could sense Itachi's murderous intent, which made her heart race with anxiety. This scene felt eerily familiar to Sarada. The last person who had wanted to kill her was her own father. Had Boruto not warned her against revealing her abilities, she would have activated her Sharingan by now. Boom. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, the battle between Boruto and Kisame erupted with an explosion, momentarily diverting Itachi's attention. To his astonishment, Kisame's water prison had been shattered, and he was left in a state of disrepair, unconscious but thankfully still alive. Itachi frowned slightly, not expecting Kisame to be defeated so swiftly. Such a result was entirely beyond his anticipation. When had Konoha produced such a formidable adversary? As the battle concluded, Itachi approached the unconscious Kisame, intending to rouse him, only to discover that he could not awaken him at all. Was it an illusion? As a master of Genjutsu, Itachi immediately recognized Kisame's current state, while secretly astonished by the latter's illusionary prowess, which was surprisingly on par with his own. Itachi's conjecture was astute. It was indeed Boruto who had ensnared Kisame within an illusion using the power of his clean eye. This illusion was a new ability Boruto had developed after pulling Orochimaru into his consciousness during their last encounter. This genjutsu, aside from being the strongest of its kind, the Kodoame Tsukumi, could rival Itachi's Tsukuyami. Once any soul was drawn into Boruto's illusion, it would remain trapped in a vortex created by the caster's spirit, unable to escape unless Boruto personally intervened, or until his ocular power was completely exhausted. Boruto referred to this technique as zero vortex, a name derived from the difficulty of naming. Suggestions are welcome in the comments. Now then, would you like to discuss? Itachi inquired, his gaze calm yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Mr. Itachi, there is no need for you to be so apprehensive. We are not your enemies. On the contrary, we have merely come to establish a familial connection. Boruto's words left Uchiha Itachi utterly perplexed. Acknowledging kinship? What kinship could there be? He had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. Where, then, could any familial bond arise? Could it be that he was indeed referring to that young lady, claiming a relationship as an uncle? Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of Uchiha Itachi, Boruto could surmise that the latter was oblivious to the nature of his intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Boruto. He then pulled Sarada closer, exclaiming with great reverence, "This girl is my companion, and her name is Uchiha Sarada, the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke." As Boruto meticulously articulated Sarada's identity to Itachi, the latter's pupils constricted sharply, though his expression betrayed a hint of irritation. Clearly, he was amused by Boruto's declaration. After all, how could Sasuke, still a mere child in his eyes, have a daughter? Such claims seemed utterly preposterous and devoid of forethought. I understand, Mr. Itachi, that this may be difficult for you to fathom. However, you may employ your Sharingan to observe me. The Sharingan is renowned as the eye that reflects the soul and does not deceive. Itachi regarded Boruto, who spoke with unwavering conviction, and for a fleeting moment, he sensed a flicker of compassion. There was no harm in indulging this inquiry. The young one bore no malice, and should conflict arise, he could swiftly extricate himself. As for Kisame, with this thought, Itachi exhaled softly, his Sharingan, an embodiment of profound emotion, gradually unfurling. In a calm tone, he remarked, "Since you seek something, I shall ascertain whether your claims bear truth. Sharingan, activate." As Boruto met the gaze of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, he was unaware that at that moment, his own Byakugan involuntarily activated. It was the first collision between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Remarkably, Boruto's Byakugan exhibited no signs of repulsion towards the Sharingan. Moments later, Uchiha Itachi gradually emerged from the illusion, and when he opened his eyes, the Sharingan had already faded, revealing a clearer, more complex expression. So, you are the future of Konohagakure. Itachi, possessing great resilience, swiftly accepted the revelations he encountered within the Genjutsu. He then cast his gaze towards Sarada, and the rare indifference in his eyes vanished, replaced by a tender, almost doting warmth directed at her. This affection was distinct from Sasuke's. It was a kind of indulgence that spanned generations. Uchiha Itachi knelt slightly to meet Sarada's gaze, his voice imbued with gentleness and affection as he inquired. Your name is Sarada, is it not? Yes, uncle, Sarada replied, tears of joy welling up in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. Father often speaks of you. And does your father ever speak ill of me behind my back? He teased. No, he says he greatly admires you and understands you, she responded. Itachi smiled softly, finding solace in the fact that he could meet Sasuke's future daughter here. He also contemplated that if he could witness the future Sasuke protecting Konohagakure and his daughter, it signified the success of his plans. This realization further solidified his resolve regarding his intentions to strengthen his foolish little brother. Perhaps, when that day arrived, he could face his demise with peace. Chapter 60, Is the Sharingan evolving already? Observing the emotions Itachi displayed towards Sarada, Boruto felt a profound certainty in their identities being recognized. However, he was taken aback by Itachi's seemingly calm demeanor in contrast to Orochimaru's madness regarding their affairs. What left Boruto utterly astonished was witnessing Sarada's eyes transform into the Sharingan after acknowledging her uncle. It did not end there. The newly awakened Sharingan began to rotate, gradually accelerating as the Tomo transitioned from 1 to 2. Is it truly evolving into the 2 Tomo state already? How long has it been since Sarada first awakened her eyes? Less than 4 or 5 months, perhaps? Boruto inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Similarly, Uchiha Itachi, closest to the change, was the first to notice it. Feeling a mix of joy and relief, at least in the future, the Uchiha bloodline would endure. Sarada was oblivious to the transformation in her eyes. Itachi, however, kept his gaze fixed upon her, making her somewhat uncomfortable. She touched her face and asked, Uncle, are you staring at me because there's something on my face? Not at all. It is simply that our Sarada has grown stronger. Itachi's eyes reflected a fondness as he bestowed upon her the last remnants of his gentleness. Sarada, would you share with your uncle how you awakened these eyes? Itachi understood that Sarada must have encountered significant adversity to unlock her eyes, and as her uncle, he felt compelled to guide the future generation. Initially, Sarada was lost in contemplation of her eyes, but upon hearing Itachi's question, she was drawn back into her memories. How did my eyes awaken? Once her thoughts were organized, Sarada recounted her recent journey outside the village in search of Sasuke. In essence, her longing for her father, whom she had not seen for years, drove her to seek him out. The overwhelming emotions of yearning and the joy of impending reunion with Sasuke led to the awakening of her Sharingan along the way. It was rather absurd, yet it left Itachi speechless. Was it not said that awakening the Sharingan required experiencing profound stimuli? Sarada awakened hers simply because of Sasuke? Was it truly that simple? What then of the Uchiha clan's legacy? Was it not true that love, when taken to extremes, morphed into hatred, and that the stronger the hatred, the greater the ocular power? But how could Sarada's situation be reconciled? Within a mere day, Itachi's theoretical understanding of the Sharingan began to crumble. In that moment, he felt as though the Uchiha clan had become a laughingstock. Itachi, ever astute, recognized that his niece's awakening process was the complete antithesis of their own. Just as he fell into contemplation, Boruto appeared beside him and Sarada, as if he were privy to Itachi's thoughts. Mr. Itachi, I believe you've deduced it as well. Sarada's Sharingan is unlike yours. You awakened yours out of hatred to sever all ties, while Sarada, driven by her longing and concern for her father, wishes to protect all that she holds dear. Sarada's love is pure, and thus I believe she will surpass any member of the Uchiha clan in the future. The curse of the Uchiha clan shall begin to be broken by Sarada alone. The air seemed to solidify. The gentle breeze ruffled their hair. Though it was hard to believe, Itachi quickly regained his composure, regarding Boruto with an appreciative gaze. Boruto, is it? I did not expect you to grasp the essence of Uchiha power. It is quite surprising. Ha ha ha, that is mainly due to my teacher's excellent guidance, Boruto responded, scratching his head in embarrassment. Teacher? Boruto's words piqued Itachi's curiosity. What manner of teacher possesses such profound understanding of the Uchiha clan, capable of nurturing a ninja as exceptional as yourself? In that allusion, Boruto did not disclose his connection to Sasuke, thus Itachi's curiosity is hardly surprising. Uchiha Sasuke. Boruto's lips parted slightly, revealing the truth. Itachi Uchiha, enlightened at last, offered a serene smile, indicating that Sasuke had indeed taken on a commendable disciple. However, Itachi's demeanor shifted, a hint of gravity overtaking his expression. Boruto, while I am grateful for all that I have learned today, there is a matter I must urgently address with you. Mr. Itachi, please proceed, Boruto responded, Sensing the seriousness in Itachi's gaze, he surmised what the elder Uchiha was about to convey. Although you are beings of the future, well versed in the events of the past, I implore you to refrain from excessive involvement in bygone matters, lest you inadvertently inflict irreversible damage upon the future. Boruto pondered for a moment, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tell me, Mr. Itachi, what if I were to say that the narrative of this world has undergone a transformation? Itachi's expression momentarily faltered. Subsequently, Boruto recounted the events surrounding the continued existence of the third Hokage. He also conveyed that the changes occurring in this world would not impact the original world from which he hailed. Even if what you assert holds true, it will not bring about any substantial alteration for your side. My resolve remains unchanged, for I am, by nature, a sinner. Mr. Itachi, it need not be so stubborn. The conclusion of a story is not confined to a singular path. Why must you insist on this? Itachi interrupted Boruto's entreaty. Boruto, do you have someone you cherish? In a moment of silence, Boruto found his thoughts drifting to Naruto and Hinata, though he was a traveler from another realm. The time spent together had led him to regard Naruto and Hinata as family, especially with the presence of his adorable sister. It seemed you already held the answer within your heart. Itachi paused, casting a meaningful glance at Boruto, and promised, I shall keep your matters a secret until we reach the Pure Land. You can rest assured. I entrust Sarada to you. He then shifted his gaze to Sarada and spoke softly. Sarada, forgive your uncle for not being able to grow up alongside you. I have my own mission. Just as Sasuke protects you, I too must safeguard him. Tears streamed down Sarada's face, and she finally comprehended the complex emotions her father held for his brother. Sarada, do not weep, Itachi said, wiping away her tears. Your uncle must depart, but before I leave, I have a gift for you. He produced an old photograph from his chest and offered it to Sarada, murmuring, After I undertook that task, this photograph was the only thing I brought with me. As Sarada accepted the image, her heart filled with anticipation as she gazed upon it, only to be met with astonishment. It was none other than a family portrait of the Uchiha clan. This was the sole family photo Sasuke had sought in vain from Itachi. When Sarada processed the significance of the photograph, she raised her eyes only to find Itachi's finger gently resting against her forehead. Itachi revealed a long-awaited smile. Sarada, please deliver this photograph to the future Sasuke. Chapter 61. The Eve of Sasuke's Defection. 1. Eventually, Boruto dispelled the Genjutsu cast by Kisame Hashigaki. Watching as Itachi and Kisame walked away, with concern, he turned to Sarada. Are you all right? I'm fine, Boruto, Sarada replied, wiping the tears from her eyes. We should hurry back. We've been gone for so long. Everyone must be worried. However, just as they prepared to turn back, Boruto noticed a small white phosphorescent snake slithering from the crevice of an unremarkable stone at his feet. The serpent stood upright, its eyes glimmering with intelligence as it flicked its tongue, as if attempting to convey a message. It was Orochimaru's communication snake. Upon a mere glance, Boruto recognized the diminutive serpent beneath his feet. He bent down to gently lift the little snake, bringing it close to his ear to listen to the hissing sounds it conveyed. Once the white phosphorus serpent had relayed its message, it transformed into a wisp of smoke. Boruto realized that Orochimaru's plan to see Sasuke had officially commenced. Ding! The system issued a mission to escort Uchiha Sasuke to Orochimaru's lair with utmost propriety. Mission rewards included a chance for a random attribute draw, a 10 increase in proficiency with the clear eye, an additional 25 chakra points, and a collection of photographs featuring Tsunade. What on earth is this system up to? The preceding tasks were relatively normal, but what is this Tsunade photo collection? What purpose does it serve? When did this system become so frivolous? Boruto was at a loss, overwhelmed with exasperation. Boruto, what troubles you? Sarada, sensing Boruto's unease, inquired. Nothing. Really? As Boruto regained his senses, the task assigned by the system loomed in his mind, safely escorting Sasuke to Orochimaru. An ingenious plan suddenly struck him. One that would neither arouse suspicion from the higher-ups of Konoha nor undermine the legitimacy of his mission to protect Sasuke. Sarada, I need your assistance. Sarada, puzzled, inquired. What do you need? Help me return to Konoha. Meanwhile, within the office of the Hokage, Shimura Danzo stormed in and out, his face etched with fury. Hiruzen, why has Itachi Uchiha returned so abruptly? If he is back, why did he not inform us in advance? He brazenly walks into Konoha as if we hold no significance. He continued, let us not forget that Kakashi, Asuma Saratobi, and Kurenai Yuhi were all injured and hospitalized. If word spreads, people will think Konoha is an easy target. Confronted by Danzo's unbridled rage, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Perhaps wearied by Danzo's incessant complaints, he instinctively rebuked, "Enough. Danzo, have you said enough?" Hiruzen then began to analyze the situation. Itachi's intrusion into Konoha was indeed an unexpected event. Given the current state of Konoha, our defenses were lax, allowing them to exploit our vulnerabilities. In my view, Itachi's sudden appearance can only signify two things. Firstly, his organization is after the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and secondly, he may have come to ascertain whether I am truly dead. If I were to perish, what would be Itachi's greatest concern? The answer is clear. Itachi is most worried about Sasuke Uchiha. Now that you mention it, I am even more incensed. I have always insisted that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be handed over to our root division, transforming him into a formidable guardian for Konoha, yet you refuse to listen. And now, they have come to us, and we are entirely on the defensive. Furthermore, that Uchiha brat, incessantly clamoring for revenge against Itachi? A mere child who has yet to grasp the weight of the world. We should never have allowed Itachi to keep him alive. The Uchiha, exterminating them all would be the best safeguard for Konoha. Bang! Danzo, silence. Hiruzen's aged hand slammed forcefully on the table, and the atmosphere grew tense. In my moment of weakness, I allowed you to proceed with that matter, and I have already wronged the Uchiha clan. Sasuke is the last hope of the Uchiha. I will not permit you to harm him. Just as the two stood poised for confrontation, a hurried knocking echoed from outside. Third Hokage, you must come out quickly. Boruto is in trouble. Upon hearing that Boruto was in distress, Hiruzen's heart sank, and he rushed to open the door, inquiring about the details. Meanwhile, Danzo, seizing the opportunity upon learning that Boruto had sustained grave injuries, smirked inwardly and loudly admonished, "Boruto, you ventured out of the village without permission. You must be severely punished." Danzo, silence at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed with a mixture of love and resentment towards his dear friend. Feeling helpless yet compelled to set aside those emotions and attend to Boruto's injuries, which were of utmost importance. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo arrived at the Konoha hospital to visit Boruto. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of Boruto, tightly bound in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible, with fresh crimson stains still evident upon the wrappings. At that moment, Sarada was by Boruto's side, tending to him. "What has happened to you, Boruto? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, imbued with the affection of a mentor. "Grandfather Third, I am truly sorry. I intended to alleviate your worries by using the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue Uchiha Itachi, but I ultimately fell to their might and ended up in this condition. Had Sarada not followed me when I stealthily left Konoha, I fear I might not have returned." Boruto weakly defended himself. "Humph, that makes no sense. Why did Itachi let you go?" Danzo's abrupt questioning cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. "Enough, Danzo. Boruto requires rest. This matter does not concern you. You should return to your roots." Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly issued an eviction order, causing Danzo's expression to darken. In the end, Danzo departed, but not without leaving a parting remark. "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." "That meddlesome Danzo, he seems to appear wherever chaos brews," Boruto muttered under his breath. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, were it not for the potential utility Danzo provided, Boruto would have long since dispatched him to join the second Hokage in the afterlife. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his concern, advising Boruto to seek Tsunade once he had recovered. After a few more words, he returned to the Hokage building. As Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Sarada, who had been anxiously observing, let out a heavy sigh of relief, the burdens of worry finally lifting from her shoulders. With a concerned expression, she asked, "Boruto, do you truly believe your act can deceive these two cunning old foxes?" On the hospital bed, Boruto's previously listless eyes suddenly gleamed with vitality as he solemnly replied, "Rest assured, the blood on me is no illusion. I shall rely on you in the days to come." Before returning to Konoha, Boruto had resorted to self-harm to create the illusion of severe injuries inflicted by Uchiha Itachi and his companions. However, due to Boruto's remarkable healing abilities, each instance of self-inflicted harm healed almost instantaneously, compelling him to suppress his formidable recovery to produce a convincing amount of blood. Fortunately, they returned to Konoha and reached the hospital in time. Otherwise, he would have been fully healed. Chapter 62, The Eve of Sasuke's Defection, 2. During Boruto's hospitalization, the ward was bustling with familiar faces from his generation, yet Sasuke was notably absent. Even when Naruto came to visit, Boruto could sense the weight of Naruto's melancholy. After all, they were still children. Sasuke was likely grappling with his own inner turmoil alone. Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke, what are you hesitating for? Only Lord Orochimaru possesses the power to enhance your strength, enabling you to vanquish that man. Are you truly destined to remain confined within the narrow-minded village of Konoha for all eternity? I genuinely feel pity for you. My foolish Udu, you have astonished me. I did not anticipate you could wield such formidable lightning release techniques. Yet, that is all there is to it. At this moment, your existence holds no value for me. Foolish Udu, you wish to eliminate me, the one you once regarded as an elder brother? Harbor your hatred, employ any means necessary, then continue to cling to life. Under the cloak of night, Sasuke stood alone, his mind swirling with memories, particularly the disdainful gaze of Itachi Uchiha, which ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Even though Boruto had previously offered him guidance, and Sasuke had verbally consented, upon encountering Itachi, all prior thoughts vanished, and his thirst for power swelled even further. Sasuke, you appear to be in distress. What troubles you? Speak your mind. Who? Sasuke suddenly activated his Sharingan, fixating on the source of the voice. In a corridor's shadow, Boruto emerged, his body adorned with bandages, a playful smirk gracing his features as he remarked, "What? Is it so long since we last met that you have forgotten even my voice? Boruto? Is it truly you?" Sasuke inquired, astonished by Boruto's presence. "Aren't you supposed to be recuperating in the hospital?" Boruto gradually approached Sasuke and sat beside him, propping his hands on the ground. His peripheral vision caught sight of the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Indifferently, he raised his gaze to the starry sky above Konoha and murmured, "Indeed. You are recuperating in the hospital. However, I heard that certain individuals seem to be caught in a spiral of inner turmoil. As your friend, I felt compelled to check on you." He added, "You might want to refrain from lecturing me." Sasuke turned his head slightly away, his tone mellowing. "I once attempted to suppress my hatred and bide my time in silence, but I realized I was incapable of doing so. Rest assured, I am not here to lecture you. Once is sufficient for such matters." Boruto waved his hand dismissively. "I am not Naruto." Sasuke exhaled in relief, then shifted the conversation, asking, "What if those lurking in the shadows discover your presence? It appears you haven't lost your sanity and still care about me," Boruto teased, adding with a knowing smile, "Don't worry, they won't notice me. Monitoring is quite the arduous task. I let them indulge in a peaceful slumber first so they can work better. Don't you think?" Sasuke fell silent. After a brief pause, Boruto suddenly spoke up. "Sasuke, during this injury, I encountered the Uchiha Itachi you mentioned." "Boruto, you actually met Itachi?" Sasuke's heart raced at this revelation. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he was eager to ascertain Itachi's prowess and inquired, "What was it like? How do you perceive Uchiha Itachi's strength?" The incident in which Boruto was injured by Itachi Uchiha was largely concealed through the efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups, resulting in minimal awareness among the populace. Thus, when Sasuke learned that Boruto had confronted Itachi, his emotional response was unmistakable. Boruto gestured to the numerous wounds adorning his body and jested, "Ha, Sasuke, you failed to discern the caliber of Itachi's strength from my injuries, do you?" He then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, inquiring, "Now, let us discuss your current thoughts." Boruto cast his gaze upon Sasuke, and in the dim light, he discerned the sharp contours of Sasuke's face, etched with conflict. "What are my thoughts? At this moment, my singular desire is to grow stronger, nothing more. So, do you intend to seek out Orochimaru? How did you come to know?" Sasuke's eyes bore into Boruto's, momentarily distracted. Boruto smiled mysteriously. "Can you guess?" Sasuke, dismissing the playful air, retorted with a sharp gaze, "So, are you attempting to hinder me?" Seizing the moment when Sasuke's attention wavered, Boruto discreetly activated the power of the seal to eradicate the consciousness of Orochimaru that lay dormant within. This action was fleeting, unnoticed by Sasuke, who remained oblivious to Boruto's intentions. Sensing the caution in Sasuke's words, Boruto swiftly redirected the conversation, responding with composure, "There is no reason to impede you. Pursue your desires. I respect your choices. If I could sway you, you would not be Uchiha Sasuke." "Thank you, Boruto." Sasuke found Boruto's response unexpectedly refreshing, a rare hint of relaxation gracing his features. "You are unlike that underachiever. He incessantly babbles about bonds. He truly knows nothing of me. It's laughable. Ha ha. That guy Naruto certainly possesses his own flair. He merely expresses himself in his unique way. Perhaps, one day, you two will find his sincerity moving." "Don't joke, Uchiha Sasuke, moved by an underachiever? Sooner or later, I shall leave him far behind. A moment of silence ensued, and then Boruto produced a small scroll from his pocket. Tossing it towards Sasuke while advising, "Take these scrolls. They contain insights I have diligently compiled over the past few days. They may prove beneficial to you. Consider them a parting gift. However, you can only open them when you reach Orochimaru. Of course, you cannot access them now, as I have placed a sealing jutsu on them. Within those scrolls are the secrets about the Sharingan that Boruto has meticulously documented, aimed at facilitating Sasuke's swift development with Orochimaru's assistance. Lastly, as your friend, I shall refrain from intervening in your affairs. Additionally, a senior will accompany you as your protector." As Boruto departed, he paused momentarily, uttering a few words before vanishing from Sasuke's sight. Sasuke cast a glance at the scroll in his hand, watching Boruto's retreating figure. Murmuring to himself, he truly is an enigmatic individual. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and news of Sasuke's defection spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy among the upper echelons of Konoha. "Look at this, Hiruzen. All Uchiha are troublesome characters. Danzo, it's futile to blame Hiruzen at this juncture. The paramount concern now is to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, if Itachi were to learn of this, he might return with vengeance." Within the Hokage's conference room, chaos reigned, dividing the assembly into two factions. One side advocated for the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke, suggesting rigorous monitoring and guidance. The opposing faction, however, proposed eliminating Sasuke and shifting the blame onto other villages, thereby utilizing Itachi's hand to diminish the fighting strength of their rivals. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony, Hiruzen Sarutobi's countenance darkened. After taking a draw from his pipe, he rapped the table to command silence. Regarding Sasuke's defection from Konoha, he issued a defection announcement and ordered a mission to reclaim Sasuke, designating it as an A-rank task to be undertaken by the teams led by Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Hiruzen had contemplated employing Boruto, given his prowess with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, considering Boruto's injuries, he hesitated to call upon him, fearing that any misstep could lead to greater loss. Moreover, Sasuke, despite his age, was still a teenager prone to stubbornness. Sending adults in pursuit might prove counterproductive. Only peers might be able to persuade Sasuke to return. Of course, Hiruzen had deeper intentions as well. This situation provided an opportunity to hone the skills of the younger generation, with 3J Nin assisting, which brought him some reassurance. Chapter 63, The Eve of Sasuke's Defection. 3. Boruto, rest assured, I will bring Sasuke back. I will not allow our bond to be severed. In Boruto's hospital room, Naruto informed him of Sasuke's defection. Upon hearing the news, Boruto's expression shifted to one of astonishment and gravity. "Naruto, are you serious? Sasuke has truly defected?" Naruto nodded solemnly. His fists clenched as he expressed his frustration. "Sasuke is being too extreme. He is actually defecting from the village. I must give him a good beating and then bring him back." "No way. I want to go with you." As Boruto spoke, he seemed poised to throw back the covers and rise from his bed, only to be halted by Naruto's intervention. "Boruto, focus on your recovery. Leave Sasuke's matters to us." This scene was too much for Sarada, who averted her gaze. Boruto's performance was so striking that it would be a disservice to his talent if he did not pursue a career in theater upon his return. Watching Naruto and the others depart, he felt a mix of admiration and determination. Boruto rose from his sickbed once more, but unlike before, in the next moment, all the bandages that enveloped him shattered, and he swiftly donned a long robe adorned with white characters on a black background, perfectly tailored to his stature. This black robe was a custom piece he had secretly commissioned during his time travel. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the long-neglected Sword of Kusanagi, a reward from the system, and secured it at his back, reminiscent of his senior, Sasuke. That sword, once belonging to Sasuke, had endured countless battles and was now severely damaged, unable to keep pace with Boruto's evolution, forcing him to conceal it. In that instant, even Sarada, who stood nearby, began to perceive the resemblance to her father in the transformed Boruto. Subsequently, Boruto donned a one-eyed mask purchased from a street vendor, pulled the hood over his head, and slowly raised his gaze, confident that no one would recognize him. Soon after, Boruto utilized the shadow clone technique to summon clones, still wrapped in the bandages from earlier. Boruto glanced at Sarada and nodded gently. "Sarada, I leave this to both of you." "Understood, Boruto. You can trust us with this." Sarada made an okay sign. After Boruto silently departed without drawing anyone's attention, Naruto and the others, under the leadership of Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma Saratobi began their mission. Swiftly advancing along the route Sasuke had taken to leave Konoha, Hinata activated her Byakugan to closely observe their surroundings. Kiba, have Akamaru track Sasuke's scent. Yes. Following the instructions from her team leader, Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata complied and activated her Byakugan. In her vision, the landscape ahead became exceptionally clear. Meanwhile, Kiba instructed Akamaru to sniff the scent left behind by Sasuke. Soon, they pinpointed Sasuke's trajectory and, having found it, quickened their pace. On the other hand, four members of the Sound Ninja, dispatched by Orochimaru, arrived in Konoha to assist Sasuke. Once they successfully made contact, they wasted no time and hurriedly moved toward the land of grass with Sasuke. Due to the cursed seal, Sasuke was currently in a wooden crate carried by Doyu. Fully merging with the cursed seal Orochimaru had left on him. After Boruto had used his sealing ability to eliminate Orochimaru's consciousness from Sasuke, the speed at which Sasuke merged with the cursed seal increased severfold, and the power he derived from it became even more pure. This detail was not mentioned in the previous chapter, hence the clarification. Upon leaving the territory of Konoha, the conjoined brothers, Zoken and Yukuin, seemed to sense something amiss. Zoken spoke up, "Doyu, it seems there are enemies from Konoha approaching from behind. What should we do? I didn't expect Konoha's tracking team to be so swift." Doyu, with a furrowed brow, addressed his companions, "Jurubu, hand Sasuke over to me. You, Kidomaru, Zoken, and Yukuin, hold off the Konoha pursuers as long as possible. We need to buy time until Kimimaro arrives at the rendezvous point." Understood. The group halted, preparing for the approach of Konoha's forces. As anticipated, a battle erupted, with the Sound Ninja employing their cursed techniques to hold back several members of Konoha's elite. However, they were soon pursued and breached by Kakashi's team, along with Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma Saratobi, who quickly closed in on Doyu. Ultimately, they caught up with Doyu on a vast plain, only to be taken aback by the unexpected reinforcements. Upon spotting Kimimaro in the distance, Doyu's expression softened slightly. As he brushed past Kimimaro, he reminded him, "Kimimaro, take care of the Konoha stragglers behind us." Kimimaro nodded slightly. "Go on. Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. Do not keep him waiting too long." By chance, Kakashi and his companions found themselves before the pale figure of Junmaro, their expressions turning grave and vigilant. Naruto, however, stood apart, his face flushed with anger as he pointed accusingly at Junmaro, demanding, "Hey, that guy, return Sasuke to us at once." He added, "If you wish to be recognized by Lord Orochimaru, you must first survive my onslaught." In the face of Junmaro's indifferent dismissal, Naruto's fiery temper could not remain restrained. "If you don't return Sasuke, I will take you down one by one." With that declaration, Naruto unleashed the shadow clone technique, creating multiple replicas of himself to assault Junmaro. "Naruto, wait." Kakashi attempted to intervene, but he was a moment too late, muttering helplessly, "This kid is truly impulsive." As Junmaro observed Naruto approaching, his expression remained unperturbed as he calmly raised his hands. Bone pulse, 10 finger-piercing bullets. From the tips of his fingers, white bones erupted like bullets, unleashing a relentless barrage towards Naruto, obliterating all his clones in an instant. Even when Naruto attempted to counter with the Rasengan, he found himself unable to close the distance due to Junmaro's overwhelming long-range assault, ultimately leading to his defeat. The onlooking Kakashi and the others displayed expressions of shock, a singular thought surfacing in their minds: the opponent possesses a bloodline limit. It was evident that Naruto was no match for this individual. Subsequently, Kakashi stepped in to pull Naruto out of the battle zone. "Kakashi-sensei, don't hold me back." Naruto protested, visibly displeased by Kakashi's intervention. Kakashi admonished, "Naruto, this person's strength far exceeds yours. You are not his equal." "How infuriating. Is this where it ends?" Naruto gritted his teeth, glaring at Junmaro. "Hinata, Asuma, it is clear that our adversary surpasses Naruto and the rest of us by a significant margin. We must engage." Hinata and Asuma nodded slightly in agreement. It was unexpected that the mighty Hidden Leaf Village would find itself in such a predicament, facing multiple foes with fewer numbers. A rare smirk appeared on Junmaro's face as he assumed a stance, saying, "Come, let me witness the true strength of Konoha's elite." In the face of Junmaro's taunts, the three simply disregarded him and launched their assault. An astonishing battle erupted between the two sides. Junmaru, relying on the unexpected techniques of the corpse bone path, managed to hold his ground against the trio. However, when confronted by three elite jonin, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he resorted to activating his cursed seal, which slightly mitigated his predicament. Yet, as time wore on, Junmaru's ailments, compounded by the intense exertion of battle, rendered him unable to withstand Kakashi and his companions. After vanquishing Junmaru, the group pressed on in pursuit of Moya, who had already strayed beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Moya glanced back at the trio from Konoha, his pupils narrowing in surprise as he thought, have they caught up so swiftly? Even Junmaru fell short against them? Lightning release, lightning cutter. At that moment, while Moya was momentarily stunned, Kakashi unleashed the lightning cutter. The technique emitted a sharp, crackling sound as he transformed into a blur. The lightning cutter in his hand radiating a power that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. In an instant, Moya's body was pierced, propelled by inertia. He rolled, causing a wooden crate behind him to topple and reveal Sasuke inside. Simultaneously, Sasuke awoke, his fury ignited by the unfolding scene. Why must you all obstruct my quest for ultimate power? He seethed. Kakashi, in a calm tone, implored, Sasuke, do not stray further down this path. Return with me. It is not too late to turn back. Come back with us, Sasuke, Naruto urged. Listening to their incessant admonitions, Sasuke roared, you lot, cease your preaching. You are also bothersome. Returning to Konoha? Staying in such a place will never allow me to grow stronger. Realizing the futility of persuasion, Kakashi understood that he would have to resort to force to bring Sasuke back. However, just as Kakashi and his companions prepared to act, an unexpected event occurred. A ninja blade descended like a meteor, accompanied by a whistling sound that cut through the air, intercepting Kakashi's lightning cutter before embedding itself deep into the ground. Kakashi retreated half a meter, his gaze fixed on the Kusanagi sword, a frown creasing his brow as a sense of unease settled within him. Reinforcements? At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared beside the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke, upon seeing this individual, realized that the person Boruto had mentioned must undoubtedly be standing before him. Had Konoha truly fallen so low as to resort to overwhelming their foes with numbers? It was a disgraceful sight indeed. Chapter 64. Departure in search of Tsunade. Kakashi regarded the enigmatic figure before him, adorned with a mask that revealed only one eye, draped in a distinctive garb. Tension surged through him as his Sharingan was poised for action. Who are you? Who am I? Boruto replied coolly, you may refer to me as Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki? Kakashi swiftly recalled in his mind, yet he could not recall having heard of such a figure. However, regardless of who this individual might be, it would not deter Konoha's resolve to bring Sasuke back. Kakashi unveiled his Sharingan, thus inquiring, so, do you wish to oppose us and thwart our efforts? With a faint smile, Boruto raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand, merely fulfilling the obligations entrusted to him. Entrusted by whom? Kakashi seized upon the key phrase. No comment. In light of this, we shall extract valuable information from you by force. Following an unfruitful negotiation, a battle erupted, with Kakashi and his two companions joining forces to subdue Boruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself entangled with Naruto and his allies. Fortunately, Sasuke's mastery of the cursed mark was commendably high, and with the activation of his Sharingan paired with Chidori, he navigated the conflict with remarkable ease. Conversely, Boruto faced Kakashi and his two comrades with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly handling both taijutsu and ninjutsu. During the fray, Kurenai attempted to ensnare Boruto with genjutsu, but her efforts backfired as Boruto countered with Zero Vortex, plunging her soul into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Asuma Sarutobi seized the moment, delivering a kick that rendered him unconscious. Witnessing his two companions fall in mere moments to this enigmatic individual, Kakashi was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Furthermore, the excessive use of his Sharingan had left him with scant chakra. Raikiri, Kakashi gasped for breath as sweat streamed down his brow, now resolved to make a final desperate stand. Boruto gazed at Kakashi's disheveled appearance, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse. Yet, in the spirit of theatricality, he resolved to grant Kakashi a magnificent farewell. This does not imply a literal demise for Kakashi, so do not misconstrue it. It appears you are prepared to make one final stand. Are you not, Leaf Ninja? Boruto fixed his gaze intently on Kakashi, his voice imbued with affirmation. Kakashi remained silent, his eyes already conveying the answer. The Raikiri in his hand relentlessly drained the remnants of his chakra. Very well, I shall express my respect for you through the mightiest lightning release I possess. Boruto discerned the significance of Kakashi's gaze and began to form hand seals. In the next instant, the sky abruptly transformed, dark storm clouds swirling ominously. As a lightning-infused Kirin materialized before Kakashi. Confronted with such a formidable lightning technique, Kakashi felt a pang of melancholy within, yet he found himself with no avenue for retreat. Meanwhile, Sasuke, engaged in battle with Naruto at a distance, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the lightning Kirin illuminating the sky. Astonished that Boruto could wield such a mastery over lightning. However, this fleeting distraction allowed Naruto to seize the opportunity, delivering a spiraling sphere directly to Sasuke's abdomen. Fortunately, at the very instant before the impact, Sasuke regained his focus and deftly employed his cursed seal wings to block the lethal blow. As the Kirin dissipated, the air remained charged with the tempestuous energy of lightning, and as Kakashi collapsed, dark smoke enveloped him. Boruto glanced at Kakashi lying on the ground. This time, the power of his Kirin had been diminished, ensuring that it would not inflict a fatal injury upon Kakashi. At most, it would merely necessitate a longer recuperation in the hospital. While matters on his end had concluded, the situation with Sasuke remained unresolved. According to Boruto's recollections, this marked the inaugural confrontation between the two of them at the Valley of the End, and it was high time for it to reach its conclusion. After a brief moment passed, Boruto arrived at the Valley of the End, and as anticipated, Sasuke emerged victorious in this confrontation. However, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Naruto. Would he truly spare him? Boruto appeared before Sasuke out of thin air. Whatever, he is merely a straggler. To kill him would only reveal my pettiness. I shall allow him to live, for one day he will gaze up at me from the very depths. Fine. Do as you please. My task has been fulfilled, and I shall not linger here. Wait. Sasuke softly halted Boruto's departure. Is there something else? How did you acquire Boruto's lightning release? Kirin, I warn you, do not attempt to deceive me. Sasuke's gaze bore into Boruto's mask, as if he sought to penetrate its very essence. The atmosphere between them instantly chilled. First, why should I divulge that to you? Second, if Boruto can teach you Kirin, why can't I? Just because you lack skill and have yet to master it does not mean others cannot practice. If you are inexperienced, train more, lest you perish without understanding how you met your end. Sasuke was so enraged that he nearly spat blood, sensing that he had teased Sasuke enough. Boruto suddenly felt a surge of chakra approaching from a distance. Undoubtedly, it was the reinforcements from Konoha. Enough said, I have conveyed all that I needed to. We should depart swiftly, as someone is converging here, presumably from Konoha. Destiny brings us together, yet perhaps it is not always for the best. Farewell. Watching Boruto's retreating figure, Sasuke cast one last glance at Naruto on the ground before resolutely heading towards Orochimaru's location once more. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed since Sasuke's defection. During this period, Boruto's injuries had finally healed, and today marked the day of his departure. 3 days prior, upon hearing of Kakashi and the others' return, Boruto was eager to inquire about Sasuke's situation, only to be informed that they had sustained grave injuries. Simultaneously, the third Hokage had issued a notice regarding Sasuke's status as a rogue ninja. Throughout this time, an inexplicable cloud of unease loomed over Konoha. The host has completed the task, the system rewards have been distributed and are ready for collection. Boruto sat quietly on his hospital bed, engaging in a silent dialogue with the system. The completion of this task had notably enhanced his proficiency with the clear sight technique by a remarkable 10, bringing his overall mastery to nearly 15. This improvement rendered its application significantly more effortless, with an extended duration surpassing previous limits. As for the increase of 25 chakra points, to Boruto, it was akin to a mosquito, albeit a minuscule morsel. Regarding the random selection of a new ability, he found himself unhurried. However, amidst the options, the Tsunade photo book captured his attention. If this were presented before Jiraiya, it would surely be a devastating blow. He would likely bleed profusely, and there would be no need for pain to intervene. Just as he mused about Jiraiya, a voice resonated from outside the door. Boruto, is it convenient for me to come in? Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, Boruto hastily concealed the collection of Tsunade's photographs he had been holding. Please, come in, Lord Jiraiya, he said. What are you up to, Boruto? Jiraiya teased, noticing the prolonged silence. Oh, it's nothing, Boruto replied, feeling a bit uneasy under Jiraiya's gaze. He swiftly changed the subject, asking, what brings you here, Lord Jiraiya? Ah, I have come to discuss Tsunade, Jiraiya said, looking at Boruto with a knowing expression. Now that you've nearly recovered, I have spoken with the third Hokage, and we have decided that tomorrow, you and Naruto shall accompany me in search of Tsunade. Is it happening so soon? Boruto inquired, surprised. Indeed, Jiraiya affirmed. According to intelligence from Kakashi, a formidable individual has emerged in the ninja world, claiming to be from the Otsutsuki clan. The third Hokage is somewhat concerned, and given his advancing age, the search for Tsunade has become imperative. As Boruto listened to Jiraiya's explanation, a peculiar sensation washed over him. If Jiraiya were to discover that the so-called Otsutsuki was none other than himself, one could only imagine the myriad expressions that would grace Jiraiya's face. Nonetheless, despite his inner musings, Boruto acquiesced. Master Jiraiya, I understand. Let us set forth tomorrow. I am equally eager to see what kind of person the fifth Hokage of Konoha truly is. Chapter 65. Departure. Shorut Street. The following morning, all preparations were complete. The higher-ups of Konoha, as well as representatives from various clans such as the Hyuga, Nara, and Aburame families, gathered to bid farewell to Jiraiya and his companions. After all, they were embarking on a quest to seek out the fifth Hokage. It would have been rather inappropriate for the clan heads to remain absent, especially with the concern that the newly appointed Hokage might later show favoritism or bias against their families. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Jiraiya, his gaze imbued with hope. Jiraiya, I entrust you with the matter concerning Tsunade. Rest assured, Sensei Sarutobi, I will certainly bring Tsunade back, Jiraiya replied. Now, you all needn't see us off any further. Don't put on such a self-sacrificial demeanor. As they gazed at the retreating figures of Jiraiya and his companions, each person harbored thoughts unique to themselves, particularly Danzo. Just as everyone was focused on Jiraiya's departure, a root member appeared beside Danzo and whispered in his ear, Lord Danzo, word is spread. Both the Earth and Lightning villages have begun to take action. Understood. You may go, Danzo acknowledged, nodding discreetly, his gaze intensely fixed on the silhouette of Sarutobi Hiruzen, laced with a mixture of jealousy and fervor. Hiruzen, forgive me, but my desire to become Hokage is overwhelming. I shall not permit a mere girl to occupy that position. I will prove to you that I can be a better Hokage than you. In the Konoha forest, Jiraiya was leading Boruto and Naruto through the thickets. Perverted sage, where exactly are we to find the Tsunade you speak of? Naruto inquired. After several days of recuperation and coming to terms with Sasuke's defection, he had lost much of his previous vivacity, though his condition remained relatively stable. Prior to this, Boruto had overheard Naruto proclaiming his determination to retrieve Sasuke. Patience, Naruto. I know precisely where Tsunade is. Otherwise, what do you think I was doing during my absence? I was gathering intelligence. To my knowledge, Tsunade is currently at the gambling house in Shorut Street. To reach Shorut Street, we must traverse the Konoha forest, the training grounds, and the forest of death. Jiraiya was there, articulating his analysis with great clarity, while Boruto appeared to be burdened with unspoken thoughts. Due to his intervention, Orochimaru's hands were not sealed by the Shinigami, thus eliminating the essential condition for seeking Tsunade. Boruto felt a sense of curiosity about what would transpire next. His intuition warned him that matters would not unfold so smoothly. After several days of trekking through the designated locations, the trio eventually arrived at the bustling town of Takigakure in the Land of Fire. Perverted sage, how lively it is here. Upon stepping into the vibrant streets of Takigakure, Naruto was awestruck by the scene before him, rendered speechless by the exuberance around him. Indeed, Naruto had spent his childhood entirely in Konoha, rarely venturing beyond its borders. Even after becoming a ninja, he had little time for personal pursuits, constantly occupied with missions or en route to them. The throngs of people on the streets captivated him, drawing his gaze from left to right, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Come on, Naruto, act normal. We don't want others to think we are unsophisticated. After all, we are ninjas. Boruto rubbed his forehead, pulling the exuberant Naruto back, and turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, inquiring with curiosity, Master Jiraiya, which gambling house shall we visit next? The gambling establishments along Short Book Street numbered over a dozen, making the search quite a hassle. Follow me, Jiraiya replied. Just as Boruto was about to follow in Jiraiya's footsteps, he suddenly sensed several malevolent glances directed towards them. Boruto fiercely directed his gaze towards the malevolent source of the malicious intent, and at that very moment, the several pairs of eyes fixated upon them retreated. Boruto withdrew his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! Sunagakure and Kumogakure seemed to harbor animosity towards us. Jiraiya, noticing Boruto's pause, approached with curiosity and inquired, Boruto, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly halted? It's nothing, Lord Jiraiya, Boruto replied, regaining his focus. and casually asked, Lord Jiraiya, I just spotted several ninjas from other villages. Is that of no concern? Oh, you're referring to that. Jiraiya explained with an air of nonchalance. Boruto, you must understand. Short Book Street is a tourist attraction, open to the public, and does not shun visitors from other villages. After all, who would wish to turn away potential patrons? Now it made sense, Boruto thought, as realization dawned upon him. In his original timeline, Short Book Street had long since faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Furthermore, based on his previous memories, he had not given much thought to Short Book Street, hence his inquiry. Having resolved Boruto's confusion, Jiraiya led him and Naruto towards a gambling establishment. However, at that moment, a mocking voice swiftly drew the attention of those around them. Well, if at ISNT the Leaf Ninjas. I've heard you recently had a rogue ninja. What was his name? Ah, yes, Uchiha Sasuke, right? You Leaf Shinobi aren't in a hurry to find your traitor, yet you still have the leisure to indulge in gambling. It seems you don't truly care for your comrades. Amidst the harsh taunts echoing around them, Boruto and Jiraiya remained relatively unfazed, but Naruto, the volatile powder keg, was ignited. What are you saying? Say that again if you dare. Naruto exclaimed, his face flushed and veins bulging at his temples as he pointed an accusing finger. Oh, are we not allowed to speak? Retorted an Iwagakure ninja, shaking his head. The leaf truly is declining. You cannot even bear to hear the truth. Indeed, you speak wisely. Another voice chimed in. We from Kumogakure have long regarded the leaf with disdain. It appears even their own cannot endure living there. Boruto observed the hidden villages of the cloud and sand, sensing an unusual atmosphere. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, Lord Jiraiya, do you not find it peculiar? This is our first visit, yet it seems these cloud and rock shinobi are deliberately provoking us. It is indeed rather strange, Jiraiya replied, his expression contemplative as he cast a glance at Boruto. What are your thoughts, Boruto? Regardless of their actions, our primary objective remains Lady Tsunade. Engaging with them would be a futile distraction. We should promptly summon Naruto and seek out Lady Tsunade without delay, for time is of the essence. As Jiraiya listened to Boruto's articulate analysis, he momentarily appeared taken aback, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. Boruto, you truly differ from Naruto. He is fortunate to have you by his side. Should the day come when Naruto acts foolishly and I am not there to guide him, I would greatly appreciate your vigilance over him. Boruto was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's seemingly nonsensical remark and quickly waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, Huh? Lord Jiraiya, what are you talking about? Just because you're not here doesn't mean I will watch over Naruto. You should take care of that yourself. Don't act as if you're entrusting me with responsibilities. You must not speak ill of Konoha. I aspire to be Hokage, and I will certainly bring Sasuke back. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, Naruto had already reached his limit with the disparagement of Konoha and confronted the ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure single-handedly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, a fierce clash erupted between Naruto and the ninjas from both the Cloud and Rock villages, startling the tourists who had come to visit the area. In an instant, Naruto, demonstrating an overwhelming advantage, brought his adversaries to the ground. Naruto, that's enough. We came to find Tsunade, not to fight. Boruto grasped Naruto's shoulder. Stop. At the same moment, two figures appeared before Naruto and the others. Captain Otsutsuki. This is Konoha bullying us. Captain Darui, Konoha shows us no respect. Upon the arrival of their leader, the ninjas from the Cloud and Rock villages, who had been defeated by Naruto, suddenly found their morale restored and began to vehemently condemn Naruto's actions, as if they were the true victims. Darui, visibly annoyed, retorted, Silence. UCH Nin cannot even best a genin from Konoha, and yet you have the audacity to speak. Darui and Akatsuchi. Boruto beheld the two individuals approaching, who were none other than the future Raikage and Tsuchikage, in a peculiar turn of events. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village found themselves at odds during this period. When did these two clans ever unite? As both sides stood in confrontation, Akatsuchi spoke gravely. Konoha, we are currently in a ceasefire. Your brazen use of force against us, the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone, suggests you wish to provoke a conflict with both of our great ninja villages. Naruto, his face flushed with indignation, retorted fiercely, You scoundrel, the one with short hair. Who desires war? Perhaps you should inquire who among you possesses the foulest tongue. If you insult Konoha, be prepared to face the consequences. We shall not concern ourselves with that. We only witnessed your attack injuring our ninja, and you must provide us with an explanation. Darui stared silently at Naruto. who found himself momentarily at a loss for words. So you wish for war, do you? Boruto stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he met Darui and Akatsuchi's eyes. With an unyielding tone, he declared, "Do not presume that intimidating Naruto will also frighten us. If you seek battle, let it be so. Any grievances should be directed to our third Hokage. Moreover, one of the third's disciples, the legendary Jiraiya, stands here as well. Should you wish to engage in combat? I harbor no objections." "Enough, Naruto. Let us disregard them and depart swiftly," Boruto said, taking Naruto by the arm to return to Jiraiya's side. At that moment, Boruto became acutely aware that these sudden appearances from the hidden cloud and the hidden stone seemed to be a mere stalling tactic, engaging in empty threats rather than genuine conflict. Darui and Akatsuchi, witnessing their disregard, gritted their teeth in frustration, realizing their delaying strategy was nearing its end. They exchanged a knowing nod. "Konoha, you are utterly disrespectful. You wish to leave? Our matters remain unresolved. Do not think you can escape. Earth style, Earth pillar. Lightning style, Black thunder. Have you finally succumbed to the urge to strike?" Boruto caught a glimpse of their jutsu from the corner of his eye. He met Naruto's gaze. And in that instant, Naruto understood. The next moment, as Boruto and Naruto were about to be struck by their adversaries' techniques, they suddenly vanished, transformed into a flash of yellow light. Darui and Akatsuchi were taken aback, looking around in confusion, unable to locate Boruto and Naruto. Where did those two boys go? Just as Darui pondered this, his teammates exclaimed, "Captain, behind you. They are right behind you." Boruto and Naruto simultaneously shouted, "Flying Thunder God, double spiraling sphere, second form." "What?" As Darui and Akatsuchi reacted, their pupils suddenly constricted. As Boruto and Naruto materialized unexpectedly above the two, each wielding a spiraling sphere of chakra, they forcefully struck the backs of Darui and his companion. In that fleeting moment, the spirals created by Boruto and Naruto inadvertently merged into a deep azure sphere, which subsequently propelled Darui and his ally through the air. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, subtly curved his lips in a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "The compatibility of these two youngster spirals is indeed remarkable. Dust release, original realm severing technique. Lightning release chakra mode." Just as Darui was struck and sent flying by the spiral, two distinct voices echoed. In the next instant, a silhouette of lightning appeared, rescuing Darui, while a diminutive elder from a remote region floated in midair, utilizing dust release to disintegrate the spiral into a fine mist of ash. It seems those two old codgers can no longer remain idle. Jiraiya observed the two figures with a knowing smile, remarking, "It is time for me to take the stage. Boruto, Naruto, that should suffice. Return now." Upon hearing Jiraiya's instruction, Boruto understood that the individuals behind them had emerged. It was best to leave the matter to Jiraiya and refrain from further involvement. He then took Naruto by the hand and departed. To his surprise, he still caught a glimpse of the familiar yellow flash, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The fourth Hokage fixed his intense gaze upon Boruto. Should another ninja world war erupt, it might herald the return of the legendary Minato Namikaze. Indeed, Konoha was formidable, brimming with talent. What? Is the fourth Hokage feeling envious? Inoki, accompanied by the unconscious Darui, descended slowly beside A, wearing a teasing expression. A cast a sidelong glance at Inoki, coldly inquiring, Inoki, spare me your sarcastic remarks. Have you located Tsunade?" Finding that young girl is no simple task, Inoki shook his head but then added, "However, I have come across some intriguing tidbits. It seems she has spent some time here, but has been consistently losing at the gambling den, supposedly off to borrow money. TCH. That gambling girl. My presence here feels unnecessary." It turned out they were also after Tsunade. The exchange between Inoki and A was not concealed, and Jiraiya heard every word. What he did not expect was that their target was Tsunade, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. "Lord Jiraiya, judging by the words of these two old fellows, their objective appears to be Lady Tsunade," Boruto remarked as he approached Jiraiya, a contemplative expression adorning his face. "However, when we left, this matter was known only to the upper echelons of Konoha and a few clan heads. It was deemed highly confidential. The sudden appearance of these two here cannot simply be a coincidence." A figure emerged in Boruto's mind, revealing that insects were gnawing at the towering tree of Konoha. Boruto concluded that it was premature to reach a definitive judgment on the matter. Such discussions could wait. The immediate priority was to discern the intentions of these two individuals. Boruto rolled his eyes, silently scoffing to himself. Is there really a need to clarify this? It is undoubtedly some Hokage who has lost his mind, and is driven to madness. The fourth Raikage and the third Tsuchikage, what business do you have here seeking Tsunade? Jiraiya, do not let your thoughts wander astray. Tsunade, being an exceptional ninja like yourself, is also an extraordinarily gifted medical ninja. Our village of Kumogakure, along with Awagakure, simply wishes to invite her for a visit, hoping she may impart her medical expertise to our village's healers, and perhaps assist in treating some patients as well. Upon finishing, the Raikage turned to the imposing Noki, who, with an air of dignified authority, inquired, however, you from Konoha have injured ninjas from our villages of Iwa and Kumo. Do you not owe us a reasonable explanation? Chapter 67. Repelling the two Kages. An explanation? What more do you seek? Upon hearing those words, Boruto chuckled, for it was evident that they had come seeking trouble, yet cloaked their intentions in lofty rhetoric. Jiraiya's gaze narrowed, his expression laden with unprecedented gravity. He leaned in closely to Boruto and said with concern, Boruto, when the fight breaks out, stay behind Naruto and seize any opportunity to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with him. Our adversary wields Dust Release, a bloodline limit, and is also known as the fastest Raikage. I cannot guarantee victory against them. Master Jiraiya, do you intend to confront both Kages alone? Boruto exclaimed. Fear not. We shall not abandon you. If these two Kages seek a confrontation, I shall stand by you unwaveringly. Observing the resolute determination of the two youngsters, Jiraiya helplessly rubbed his forehead, knowing well that this would be their response. Meanwhile, the voice of Raikage A resonated ominously in Boruto's ears. It seems you have chosen not to provide us with an explanation. Very well, in that case, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on respect when facing a Kage. With a fierce glint in his eyes, A's chakra transformed into a blade-like hand, enveloped in lightning armor, and he locked his gaze directly onto Boruto. This is bad, he asked, starting with his ultimate move. This old man intends to kill me. Boruto sensed an overwhelming malice, and under AI's intense gaze, goosebumps prickled across his skin. However, upon reflection, he understood the reason. It was his grandfather, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once quelled the arrogance of AI. How could AI allow a young one, trained in the Flying Thunder God technique, to grow unchallenged? But was he merely a child? Just as Boruto prepared to respond, Jiraiya's silhouette appeared before him. The fourth Raikage, engaging a mere child, would surely tarnish his reputation. Earth release, multiple earth wall. Layers of thick earthen walls erupted from the ground, creating over 10 formidable barriers. Jiraiya's intention was to buy time. He harbored no illusions that these earth walls could withstand the ferocious onslaught of Raikage AI. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya formed hand seals to summon the two great sages of Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku, Shima, young Jiraiya, do you require our assistance? Two great sages, enter sage mode. Understood. As the Raikage relentlessly shattered the earth walls, closing in on Jiraiya, he immediately entered sage mode, his visage gradually transforming with toad-like features, red markings appearing beneath his eyes. Just as Raikage AI broke through the final barrier and approached Jiraiya, delivering a swift hand strike, the situation seemed dire. In that critical moment, Jiraiya opened his toad-like eyes wide and bellowed, Sage Art, Needle Jizo. No sooner had he spoken than the white hair behind him began to harden and elongate, ensnaring Raikage AI's arm unexpectedly and flinging him away. Raikage executed a series of backflips to stabilize himself, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Jiraiya, I was careless just now. I shall take this seriously from here on. Thus commenced a fierce battle between Jiraiya and the fourth Raikage. True to his legendary status as one of the three legendary ninjas, Jiraiya held his ground against the Raikage, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, AI was forced to retreat, his expression darkening as he turned to the onlooker, Anoki. Anoki, have you seen enough? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Are you waiting for Jiraiya and me to exhaust each other so you can reap the benefits? If that is the case, our cooperation ends here. When the time comes for Konoha to strike, I am not afraid, but you Awagakure shinobi better not come crying for support. Raikage. There is no need for such harsh words. My old bones cannot withstand your intensity. In midair, Anoki was gathering the power of dust release, articulating confidently, however. For the sake of our cooperation, I am indeed willing to lend a hand. Dust release, original. Just as Anoki was about to complete his dust technique, Boruto's figure appeared stealthily behind him. Old man, 2 against 1 is hardly honorable for a Tsuchikage. Allow me to take you down. What? Anoki was caught off guard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, In the next moment, Boruto delivered a swift kick to Onoki's back, resulting in a resounding thud as Onoki plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a substantial crater. "Well done," he exclaimed, "ouch. My back," grasping his waist. Onoki gradually emerged from the pit, his gaze fixed upon Boruto, revealing a blend of wariness and curiosity. This young lad had managed to approach him unnoticed, proving to be quite a troublesome individual from Konoha. Children these days, do they not know how to respect their elders? Are the youngsters from Konoha so impolite? Polite? Grandfather Onoki, I assure you I am quite courteous. Had I been discourteous, we would not even be having this conversation. However, I must advise you, as one ages, one should recognize their limitations and refrain from seeking the spotlight. It would be wise for you to return to your role as Tsuchikage and remain in your rightful position. As Boruto's words faded, a terrifying surge of chakra suddenly emanated from him. Though it was fleeting, Noki, who stood closest, genuinely felt the oppressive force radiating from Boruto, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Noki was taken aback. This seemingly inconspicuous young lad possessed such astonishing chakra. The intangible sense of pressure reminded him of what he had experienced with Han and old Zetsu. Indeed, it was the overwhelming aura of a tailed beast. Could it be that this boy was a Jinchuriki from Konohagakure? Or perhaps a perfect Jinchuriki? This thought burgeoned in Naka's mind, filling him with a profound apprehension toward the Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed that dismissing the youth was unwise. The current generation was undeniably fiery. Relenting, he decided to withdraw, allowing the others to engage with that lightning shadow. Noki exhaled heavily, ultimately yielding to his trepidation, a flicker of despondency passing through his eyes as he departed with the unconscious Karatsuchi. Not far away, the lightning shadow, seethed with rage at Naka's abrupt exit. "Noki, you old fool, how dare you defy the alliance? Do you wish to plunge your village into war?" A's roar echoed through the air, and Noki, suspended in midair, paused momentarily before responding. "If you, Lord Raikage, desire war with the Iwagakure, then I shall not shy away. However, I advise you to tread carefully, do not falter here." As Noki spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Boruto before making his exit. "Damn it!" A glared fiercely as he watched Noki depart. With the old man gone, he found himself alone, facing the sage mode Jiraiya, feeling somewhat outmatched. Of course, he could exert himself fully, but such an endeavor seemed like a thankless task. It was not yet time to sever ties with Konohagakure. Ultimately, they engaged Jiraiya briefly before turning to leave. Observing the devastation around him, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Surely, the daimyo of the Fire Country would soon seek his counsel regarding this calamity. At that moment, an unexpected voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen and a pig, appeared before Jiraiya and the others, her eyes wide with disbelief as she surveyed the battleground. Her arrival elicited an amused grin from Jiraiya, who nudged Shizen aside to stand beside Tsunade, proudly declaring, "Tsunade, you arrived a moment too late. Just moments ago, I single-handedly battled two shadows and effortlessly defeated them. Such valor you missed witnessing. What a pity." "Oh, and then what?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. Hey, Tsunade. What kind of expression is that?" Jiraiya raised his voice. "Others may not know you, but how could I not?" Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. "Then why are you here?" "Well, I missed you and wanted to see you," Jiraiya replied, scratching his disheveled white hair. To be honest, Tsunade's expression darkened with a hint of annoyance. "Fine." Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of noticeable seriousness. "I came to persuade you to return to Konoha. I will not go back." Tsunade immediately rejected him, leading Shizen towards a well-maintained gambling house. "Wait, I haven't finished my sentence." Seeing Tsunade leaving, Jiraiya realized he could not persuade her, and Naruto, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Hey, Tsunade, stop right there." Tsunade halted, her gaze piercing like a blade towards Naruto. In an instant, an invisible aura pressed down on Naruto, making it difficult for him to breathe, yet his eyes remained steadfastly fixed on Tsunade. "When did Konoha produce a disrespectful junior like you?" Jiraiya stepped in between them, cautiously explaining, "Tsunade, please don't be angry. He is Naruto Uzumaki, my disciple." "Your disciple?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You took on another student?" Her expression suddenly shifted, dismissively stating, "But what of it? You are not welcome here. Leave." Upon hearing this, Naruto became instantly displeased. "No way. You must come back to Konoha and be Hokage." "Hokage?" Tsunade's eyes widened in realization, a complex expression surfacing. "I see. Has that old man, the third Hokage, passed away? I heard that Orochimaru invaded Konoha recently, and the third. Jiraiya gently shook his head. No. The third is alive and well. Upon learning that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not perished, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then what brings you here? It's just that the third feels he has grown too old and wishes to step down. However, the village lacks a suitable successor. So you chose me? Please return. I cannot go back to that place which brings me sorrow. I will not become Hokage. Tsunade resolutely turned to leave, giving Jiraiya no chance. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Boruto, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Grandma Tsunade, I believe you would want to be Hokage. Grandma Tsunade? Tsunade paused, the muscles in her forehead tensing, as she turned her gaze towards Boruto. And who might you be? Boruto, allow me to introduce myself. I am Boruto, a genin from Konohagakure. Tsunade's expression darkened slightly as she threatened. A genin? Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do not presume that. Just because you are a ninja from Konoha, I am afraid to take action against you. With a faint smile, Boruto assumed a stance and expressed his desire to experience Tsunade's legendary strength. If I can withstand your might, you shall accompany us back. If not, then I shall accept my unfortunate fate. Tsunade's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? She inquired. Of course I do. At that moment, Jiraiya, alarmed, intervened. Boruto, what nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade's strength is formidable. Even I have fallen victim to it. Naruto, standing nearby, also urged Boruto to reconsider his impulsive decision. Do not worry, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto. Please place your trust in me. In response to their concern, Boruto cast a confident glance. Jiraiya, taken aback by Boruto's resolute expression, softened momentarily. Very well, if you seek your own demise, so be it. Though he said this, Jiraiya remained poised to intervene should Tsunade's strength endanger Boruto. Are you prepared, young one? With both sides ready, Tsunade clenched her fist, channeling all her chakra into her right hand. In an instant, she struck first, her fist generating a formidable gale as it descended upon Boruto. Just as everyone anticipated that Boruto would be reduced to mere pulp by Tsunade's immense power. An astonishing scene unfolded. Tsunade's fist passed right through Boruto's form, crashing heavily into the ground, which instantly shattered, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. One could only imagine the terror of Tsunade's strength. What about Boruto? Naruto exclaimed, anxiously scanning the dust cloud for any sign of him. Moments later, as the dust settled, Boruto emerged, unscathed, at the center of a crater formed around him. What? He is completely fine. Tsunade gasped, bewildered. I apologize, Tsunade. But I have triumphed, Boruto said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. And what of your victory? I never agreed to accompany you to Konoha to become that. Hokage, Tsunade countered, having reconsidered her stance. You're being unreasonable, Tsunade. Boruto retorted, a mix of frustration and amusement crossing his face. It appears I must resort to my secret technique. Oh, a secret technique? Tsunade's curiosity piqued, yet she quickly interrupted any notions of compliance. Regardless of your technique. Even if I were to sever my own arms and cease gambling, I will not return with you to become Hokage. Is that so? Boruto replied with a mysterious smile, suddenly revealing a Tsunade photo album in his hands. What if I were to gift this Tsunade photo album to Jiraiya-sensei? Would you then accompany us? A photo album of Tsunade? A single utterance from Boruto instantly captivated both Tsunade and Jiraiya. It was evident that they were unaware of what kind of photo collection Boruto was referring to. Consequently, Boruto glanced at Jiraiya and teased, Lord Jiraiya, I wonder if you have ever beheld the sight of Lady Tsunade adorned in a bikini? Boruto's words resonated like an incantation, relentlessly washing over Jiraiya's understanding. His expression twisted increasingly into an oddity, eventually becoming lecherous, as his gaze fixated fervently on the photo album in Boruto's hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. In stark contrast, Tsunade, the subject of this commotion, wore a countenance that resembled one who had ingested excrement, a palpable fury simmering within her chest, her bosom heaving dramatically. Boruto, hand over that photo album. It is an exceptionally rare source of inspiration for my writing, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eagerness propelling him to reach out for it directly. However, in the next instant, Tsunade's figure materialized before Jiraiya, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his forehead. The blow was not forceful enough to cause injury, merely leaving him bewildered. With a swift motion, Tsunade seized the photo album from Boruto's grasp, secretly relieved, and with a disdainful gaze, she remarked, You little rascal, without this. How do you intend to threaten me now? As Boruto faced Tsunade's smugness, he shrugged and said with deliberate emphasis, "Lady Tsunade, are you certain this is the only copy I possess?" In Chapter 69, Tsunade ultimately succumbed to Boruto's persuasive and heartfelt approach, agreeing to return to Konoha to assume the role of Hokage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had preemptively informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of their return, so upon their arrival in Konoha, the first sight they beheld was Sarutobi Hiruzen and others eagerly waiting at the village entrance. Among the crowd, when Shimura Danzo caught sight of Tsunade behind Jiraiya, his expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed the Raikage and Tsuchikage for their incompetence, unable to accomplish even a single task. What a pair of failures, he thought. Jiraiya, you have endured much. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of smoke, patted Jiraiya's shoulder with a sense of relief, then turned his gaze towards the familiar figure behind him, speaking calmly, "Tsunade, I am delighted to see you return. The future of Konoha rests in your capable hands." Tsunade cast a sideways glance at the silent Boruto and then resolutely stated, "Master Hiruzen, if you wish for me to succeed as Hokage, I must make one thing clear. I expect all decisions regarding the village to be made by me alone, and you shall not interfere." Hiruzen appeared momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's declaration, but before he could respond, Danzo interjected angrily, "Tsunade, you are being unreasonable. Major decisions in the village are made collectively by the higher-ups and the heads of clans. How can you impose a dictatorship?" Danzo then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressing his outrage like a disgruntled daughter-in-law. "Hiruzen, your disciple is utterly insubordinate. She dares to assert herself before even taking office. What will happen once she is in power? I absolutely cannot agree to her becoming Hokage." At this moment, Boruto observed quietly as Danzo sought to assert his presence once more, a cold smirk forming in his mind. As expected, upon hearing Danzo's tirade, Tsunade's eyes flashed with an unspoken fury as she glared at him. Finally, she sighed in resignation, as if all her strength had drained away, and turned to leave. "Wait, Tsunade," Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, directing his gaze towards Danzo with a reprimand. "Danzo, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Tsunade is fighting for the future of Konoha and seeks some measure of authority. What is wrong with that? Speak again, and I will send you back to your roots." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Boruto's voice audibly shattered the delicate balance. "Grandpa Third, there is something I wish to report." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Danzo. "Oh, young Boruto, what is it you wish to share?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's curious gaze shifted to Boruto. "As we set out to locate Granny Tsunade, we encountered the Raikage and Tsuchikage." Upon hearing the news, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and each person's expression varied. Hiruzen's countenance changed, revealing a long-lost seriousness. "Boruto, such words should not be spoken lightly. Grandfather Third, I do not speak without reason. Lord Jiraiya and Naruto can attest to this." Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya, who subtly nodded in affirmation of Boruto's statement. "Let us proceed. This is not the place for discussion." Just as everyone prepared to head to the Hokage building for deliberation, Shimura Danzo, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, interjected, "Hiruzen, I have matters to attend to in my roots. I shall return shortly." Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Danzo, contemplating for a moment before uttering two words, "Go ahead." Hiruzen observed Danzo's unusual behavior, and given his knowledge of Danzo, he understood that it was unlikely for him to be absent from such events. Thus he was aware of certain underlying issues. Within the conference room of the Hokage building, Boruto, alongside Jiraiya and Naruto, began recounting their encounter with the Raikage and Tsuchikage during their search for Tsunade. "Based on your accounts, the presence of the Raikage and Tsuchikage there cannot be mere coincidence. They could not simply have sought Tsunade for a casual visit. Such reasoning is far too tenuous." Upon concluding their recount, Narashikaku, the most astute strategist of Konoha, articulated his perspective. "Moreover, from your descriptions, it appears that the opposing party may have intended to obstruct your efforts to locate Tsunade and return her to Konoha. The decision to reinstate Tsunade as Hokage was a unanimous agreement among us high-ranking officials of Konoha. This is classified information, and yet, they unexpectedly appeared there. The fact that both Kaguya are seeking Tsunade is rather peculiar. The only logical explanation is that these two do not wish for us to find Tsunade to assume the role of Hokage." Shikaku slowly raised his gaze, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, murmuring, "Thus, it seems one among us has leaked information." Boruto gazed at Kakashi, who was articulating his analysis with remarkable clarity, filled with admiration. "Truly, he is the most formidable intellect in Konohagakure. Merely through our verbal accounts, he can deduce such profound conclusions. Now, it is imperative to unearth the traitor within our ranks. At this juncture, Boruto had a strong suspicion of the culprit's identity. Yet he did not mind stoking the flames further. Lord Kakashi, I have an additional remark to make. Speak, Boruto. In this matter, the one who stands to gain is undoubtedly the mastermind. Boruto's words resonated like thunder in a clear sky, echoing throughout the conference room. Everyone present was far from foolish. They instinctively deduced the implications of Boruto's remarks. In unison, their gazes shifted towards the third Hokage. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she spoke with a tone laced with indignation. Sarutobi-sensei, this is precisely why I am reluctant to remain in Konoha. Do you believe there is any necessity for me to stay in such a village? Hiruzen Sarutobi inhaled deeply, the smoke curling from his lips as he slowly opened his eyes, a subtle ache burgeoning within his heart. After this matter, I shall provide everyone with an explanation. For now, the most pressing issue is Tsunade's succession as Hokage. Let us adjourn the meeting. The third Hokage's inaction and his protection of Danzo Shimura had long become a norm among the attendees. While they could not voice their grievances, they pondered how long such a Konoha could endure. Each clan leader harbored their own thoughts. Yet they collectively yearned for Tsunade's ascension to bring a glimmer of hope for revival to the village. Soon, the day of Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage arrived. A day witnessed by all villagers and shinobi of Konoha. However, conspicuously absent from the assembly of the village's high-ranking officials was the figure of Danzo Shimura. Following that fateful day, Hiruzen personally sought him out, and the contents of their conversation remained shrouded in mystery, yet it brought a temporary stillness. The subsequent events unfolded with greater simplicity. After delivering a series of speeches, Tsunade received the ceremonial Hokage cloak and hat from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The countdown for Sarutobi's demise has commenced. Chapter 70. Oh dear. This system is ruthless, even drawing the host into its machinations. Tsunade, I have thoroughly clarified these documents for you. If anything remains unclear, feel free to consult with Kakashi and Sai. They will assist you. Gazing at the mountains of paperwork before her, Tsunade thought to herself, no wonder this old coot was eager to retire. This workload is quite overwhelming. Understood, sensei. With a sense of resignation, Tsunade had no choice but to comply. Yet, it was too late to retract her decision. Time slipped away quietly like a fleeting shadow, and Konoha operated as usual. However, there was an unmistakable difference. After Tsunade's brief stewardship, everyone could feel that Konoha had transformed in subtle ways. If the Konoha under the third Hokage had been shrouded in an intangible gloom, akin to a towering tree on the brink of withering, now, under Tsunade's leadership, it felt as though this great tree was slowly beginning to revive. Although the changes were minimal, they offered a glimmer of hope. In recent months, Danzo had vanished from public view, while the third Hokage had embraced a leisurely retirement, indulging daily in private hot springs or meandering through matchmaking parks, ostensibly to observe the people's livelihood. Meanwhile, Boruto was either engaged in missions or developing his own jutsu, occasionally teaching Naruto new techniques, and everything seemed particularly tranquil. However, this calm was shattered today. On the rooftop of a building in Konoha, two figures, one old and one young, abruptly appeared. These two were none other than the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto, who had traversed through time in pursuit of Kaguya Otsutsuki. The middle-aged Sasuke gazed at the number of sculptures on the Hokage rock, disbelief etched on his face. Master, have we returned to Konoha? Boruto, surveying the simultaneously familiar yet alien architecture, was startled by a sudden voice. Warning, warning, significant deviation detected from the target coordinates of time travel. Boruto exclaimed, it spoke. This location does not align with the time travel coordinates set by Lord Otsutsuki, the voice continued. You mentioned time travel? Sasuke leaned closer, his eyes fixed intently on the source of the voice. Is this the Konoha of the past? Boruto paused for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, we are currently in the era governed by the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Where is Otsutsuki now? Sasuke shifted the topic, asking, you said we deviated from our target coordinates. Has he traveled to another era? Otsutsuki has set the time travel coordinates to the period of Naruto's childhood, due to a miscalculation in time navigation. He will arrive in a few days. So it was. Realization dawned upon middle-aged Sasuke, his expression turning grave as he spoke. I believe Otsutsuki intends to exploit this artifact to seize the Ninetales chakra while Naruto is still a child. This is what he meant by taking the fox's chakra. That while Otsutsuki dares to target my father in his youth, I shall not allow it. Subsequently, Riku elucidated a series of precautions to the two, particularly emphasizing the importance of not interfering with past matters. The middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto acknowledged each point in turn. At the very moment the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto traversed through time, Boruto, who was basking in the sun alongside Sarada, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression alternating between excitement and anticipation. Noticing Boruto's unusual demeanor, Sarada inquired with concern, "Boruto, what is the matter?" "Sarada, come. I will take you to meet two individuals." Boruto rose from the recliner, grasping Sarada's hand as they activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Boruto and Sarada materialized near the middle-aged Sasuke and the young Boruto. "Dad, Boruto?" Sarada exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she glanced at the Boruto beside her, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Two Borutos? Can anyone explain what is happening?" "So, Sarada, are you surprised?" Boruto's gaze fixed upon the two figures as he murmured softly, "To be honest, I find this quite astonishing as well." "Boruto, what exactly is happening?" He pondered. "I believe it is because we exist within a parallel dimension, and they have once visited and experienced events that are woven into the fabric of this timeline. Thus, if I had not possessed the power to traverse time and space, perhaps one day in the future, I too would accompany my master to this very place, just like them." As Boruto provided his explanation, Sarada found herself in a state of bewilderment, still grappling with the events of the day. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating the detection of Boruto Uzumaki, and generating entries for the following techniques: Shadow Clone Jutsu, Clean Eye, Spiraling Sphere, Vanishing Spiraling Sphere, Super Spiraling Sphere, Spiraling Sphere, Vortex Yin, Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere, Compressed Spiraling Sphere, Super Compressed Spiraling Sphere, Wedge Mode, Uchiha Flow Swordsmanship, and Lightning Release Ninjutsu. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonating in his mind, Boruto was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth? This system is ruthless. It even strikes its host." Just as he was lost in thought, the system had already completed its extraction, bestowing upon him the formidable jutsu, Rasengan. The significance of Rasengan's power required no elaboration from Boruto. It was undeniably one of his strongest techniques. Although Boruto had intended to master this technique himself, he had not retained the necessary training methods prior to his journey, leaving him at a loss. Thus, he had no choice but to set it aside for the time being. However, the system had conveniently bypassed this step, granting him immediate possession of the skill. Simultaneously, the principles and damaging effects of Rasengan became vividly clear in his mind. It was as if a pie had fallen from the heavens, leaving Boruto in a state of delightful bewilderment. Yet, amidst his excitement, he quickly regained his composure as a thought emerged in his mind. If he could encounter another version of himself alongside Sasuke, it was indicative that, before long, Kaguya Otsutsuki would also arrive, and her target was none other than Naruto. "Boruto, what shall we do now?" Sarada interjected, breaking Boruto's reverie. Boruto pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, their presence in Konoha would undoubtedly draw attention, especially that other version of myself. The villagers are all familiar with me. There's no way to conceal it, and it would eventually be revealed. It appears we must confront them directly. I trust my master will understand. Author's note: my comprehension of the laws governing time and space is somewhat limited. Should there be any flaws, I would appreciate insights from those well-versed in such matters. Thank you. Additionally, the narrative is beginning to escalate in intensity, and there may be indications of potential disruption that could make viewers uncomfortable. Please refrain from harsh criticisms. Chapter 71. The T0 Level Intelligence Expert Jiraiya. Hello, Boruto. What shall we eat today? The fruits are exceptionally fresh. Boruto, who is this beside you? I don't believe I've seen them before. Boruto Uzumaki was bewildered. Upon entering the streets of Konoha, it seemed as though nearly everyone recognized him. Despite this being his first visit to the past, not only he, but even Sasuke sensed an air of peculiarity permeating the village. As they strolled, absorbing the villagers' warmth, they arrived at a bathhouse when a voice called out, "Boruto." Both Boruto and Sasuke turned to see none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Strangely, this individual had called out Boruto's name, leaving Sasuke and Boruto utterly astonished. "Master, what is going on? How does my father from his childhood know my name?" Boruto exclaimed, momentarily frozen, his voice trembling as he inquired of Sasuke. "Stay calm. We must adapt," Sasuke replied, narrowing his eyes at the approaching Naruto. Were it not for his Rinnegan and Sharingan, he might have thought himself ensnared in an illusion. "Hey, Boruto. So this is where you are." I've been looking for you. Naruto approached Boruto, casually ruffling his spiky blonde hair. Noticing the stranger beside Boruto, he curiously inquired, "Hey, Boruto, who is this person? Your friend? Don't you recognize me?" Boruto pointed to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Boruto, what nonsense are you talking? We are best friends. How could I forget you?" Naruto placed a hand on Boruto's shoulder. "Now enough of that. I've been trying to master that wind release, spiraling shuriken you taught me, but I keep failing. Can you explain it to me again?" Sasuke, overhearing Naruto, furrowed his brow. Wind release, spiraling shuriken? Did Naruto truly learn that technique so quickly? Moreover, according to Naruto, it was Boruto who had taught him? As his disciple, Sasuke should be aware of Naruto's capabilities. Could a Chunin Exam cheater possibly teach Naruto such an S-rank technique? All of this felt surreal to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Boruto stood with his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words, stuttering, Boruto, what's wrong? You seem a bit off today." Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a sudden, urgent roar pierced the air. Quickly, kill that old pervert." A cloud of dust arose not far from the bathhouse, accompanied by shouts and curses. In the next moment, Jiraiya's figure swiftly came into view, pursued by a group of women wielding various implements. "Naruto, Boruto, run!" Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. "You lecherous sage! Are you spying on the women's bathhouse again?" "What do you mean spying? I am merely gathering material." As he spoke, Jiraiya vanished before their eyes in a blur. Sensing the imminent danger as the women closed in, Naruto and Boruto activated their frantic escape mode, while Sasuke, resigned, chose to flee to avoid the unwarranted calamity. Finally, they managed to shake off their pursuers, coming to a halt in a deserted forest park. "We are finally rid of them," Boruto sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. "When did you become so weak, Boruto?" Jiraiya teased, noticing Boruto's breathlessness after only a short sprint. "You were quite fierce when you were training with Naruto earlier. What has happened to you today?" At that moment, Sasuke appeared beside Boruto, scrutinizing Jiraiya and Naruto. He increasingly sensed something amiss. In this village of Konoha, not only did the villagers recognize Boruto, but even Naruto and Jiraiya were familiar with him. What could this mean? In response to Jiraiya's jest, Boruto's gaze flitted around nervously, and he could only manage a weak smile, refraining from speaking. The air in the village felt increasingly strange. Uttering a single wrong word could lead to discovery. "By the way, Boruto, who is this man in the black cloak beside you? I feel like I have seen him before." Just as Boruto struggled to find a suitable excuse, Sasuke interjected, "A performer. I am a traveling acrobat from various lands. When I met Boruto, he invited me to your village for a performance." As Sasuke spoke, he produced several balls, performing a brief display of skill before Jiraiya and Naruto. Yes, exactly," Boruto chimed in, his eyes darting. Jiraiya, noticing something off about Boruto, squinted slightly, his gaze fixated on him, reflecting deep contemplation. Under Jiraiya's scrutinizing stare, Boruto felt a wave of guilt wash over him, his eyes evasively darting. Why are you looking at me like that, sir?" "All right then," Jiraiya finally conceded. Turning to Naruto. "Naruto, you should return home. I will take them to Tsunade, as Boruto has brought them back. It is essential to register them there, lest they be mistaken for spies infiltrating Konoha from another village. However, the lecherous sage, I still have matters to inquire of Boruto." Jiraiya nudged Naruto playfully, forcing a smile. "All right, that kind of question can be asked at any time." As he watched Naruto depart, Jiraiya's expression transformed from a playful grin to one of solemnity. "Boruto, bring your friends and follow me." Boruto and Sasuke exchanged knowing glances and followed in Jiraiya's footsteps. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was observed clearly by Boruto from the shadows. Boruto smiled faintly, contemplating that Jiraiya truly lived up to his reputation as an elite information gatherer. It seemed he had discerned something. The trio traversed through a dense forest, with Jiraiya leading the way, followed closely by Boruto and Sasuke. At this juncture, Sasuke also realized that their companion did not intend to escort them to the Hokage building to report to Tsunade. Hence, he inquired, "Pray tell, where exactly are you taking us, sir?" "It appears that the Hokage building is not in this direction." Jiraiya paused momentarily, turning his body slowly, his eyes glinting with a profound meaning as he muttered to himself, "This direction is certainly not the path to find Tsunade." "What is your intention then?" Sasuke questioned, a hint of wariness creeping in. "May I inquire who you truly are? Why are you masquerading as Boruto within Konoha? And what is your purpose?" Am I impersonating myself?" Boruto exclaimed, pointing at himself. Utterly astonished, his expression exaggerated. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, explaining. The Boruto I am acquainted with possesses a keen glint in his eyes. Yet the lad before me exhibits a naive clarity. Boruto suddenly felt insulted, retorting. Who are you calling naive? I object to that. In response to Boruto's commotion, Jiraiya merely cast a casual glance, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he pointed at Boruto, adding, when faced with Naruto, he exhibits a demeanor as if they are mere acquaintances. This raises considerable suspicion. A ninja may alter their appearance through transformation techniques, yet one's gaze cannot deceive. To fool me, the sage of the toads. You still lack the finesse. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, fixating on Sasuke and Boruto, his voice icy as he pressed. So who exactly are you? Chapter 72. The confrontation. I know not of what you speak, Sasuke replied, his pupils flickering imperceptibly with a hint of panic. Though he maintained a facade of calm as he countered, moreover, from your words, it seems you have encountered Boruto before? Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed peculiar, as their demeanor did not seem feigned. Master Sasuke, I feel quite dizzy. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Boruto suddenly felt lightheaded. As he voiced his discomfort, he promptly collapsed before the gaze of the two. Sasuke rushed to catch Boruto, urgently calling, Boruto, wake up. However, despite Sasuke's fervent attempts to rouse his companion, Boruto remained unresponsive. Sasuke lifted his head, and in the next moment, the Sharingan manifested in his eyes, glaring fiercely at Jiraiya as he demanded loudly, Jiraiya, what have you done to Boruto? To him, nothing held greater significance than his apprentice, not even the legendary Jiraiya. The Sharingan? The sudden appearance of Sasuke's Sharingan left Jiraiya astounded. However, as a tense atmosphere enveloped them, an unexpected voice reached their ears. Lord Jiraiya and Master Sasuke, please do not rush to engage. I'm fine, I merely fainted. Unbeknownst to them, Boruto had approached while they were preoccupied with each other. As Boruto spoke, their gazes converged on the source of the voice, but upon seeing another Boruto appear, their pupils constricted in shock, plunging them into profound disbelief. Two Borutos? At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Boruto and Hiroto witnessed this scene and realized it could not be concealed any longer, prompting them to prepare to reveal themselves. However, just as Boruto took a step forward, the vortex Boruto inexplicably collapsed, causing him to halt in surprise. Fortunately, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, illuminating his understanding. Ding! Detection of the host and their parallel self existing in the same world. Temporal mechanism activated. Note, in the same timeline, one cannot meet another version of oneself. Otherwise, the stronger will affect the weaker, leading to fainting at best or death from absorption at worst. Thankfully, although the vortex Boruto was currently in a weaker state, his boundless potential ensured he would not be drained to death. A shadow clone? Sasuke's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Boruto, his first instinct pointing to shadow clones. Jiraiya shared a similar thought. Wait, did Boruto just say that this person before us is Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya glanced at Sasuke momentarily. Yet, in response to their speculations, Boruto shook his head and clarified. Lord Jiraiya, Master Sasuke, do you find this quite perplexing? I can assure you, this is not a shadow clone. Boruto, could you elucidate what is happening? Sasuke's expression darkened, his voice rising in intensity. Also, can you explain why Hiroto is here? Dad? Hiroto peeked out, awkwardly greeting Sasuke with a smile. Though he was not her original timeline's father, their blood relation remained, and she felt compelled to address him as such. Master Sasuke, I know you're anxious. But please allow me to explain, Boruto said, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. He then proceeded to elucidate the concepts of time and space, as well as the reason behind the vortex Boruto's fainting, to Jiraiya and Sasuke. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Boruto explained extensively, and Jiraiya and Sasuke, being astute individuals, quickly grasped the astonishing revelations Boruto shared. It appeared that I had stumbled upon some extraordinary secrets. Jiraiya gazed teasingly at Sasuke and Boruto, causing the latter two to feel a hint of embarrassment. However, Sasuke quickly regained his composure, a newfound seriousness etched upon his brow. Boruto, before we arrived, Irika cautioned us against altering the future's history. Yet, the third Hokage has long since passed, and now he stands before us, alive. Boruto was well aware of what Sasuke intended to convey, yet he retorted, Master Sasuke, that plow advises against altering the annals of history. However, that merely serves as a warning to you. It has nothing to do with me. Can the actions I undertake not be considered part of history? Father, Boruto, let us set these matters aside for now. What do you intend to do with the unconscious Boruto lying on the ground? Oh right, I nearly overlooked that. Ultimately, the group resolved to quietly escort the unconscious Uzumaki Boruto to his home, entrusting this task to Boruto himself. During this time, Sasuke discovered that the Boruto before him had remarkably mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which left him quite astonished. After returning Uzumaki Boruto to his residence, he entrusted him to Sarada's care. Just as Boruto was preparing to depart and reunite with Sasuke, the system in his mind resonated once more. Detecting fluctuations in the temporal source. Would you like to absorb and upgrade? Boruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the previous location, contemplating the subsequent precautions. Master, your presence here indicates that Otsutsuki Kinshiki is about to appear, correct? Sasuke expressed mild surprise at Boruto's knowledge, but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am pursuing Otsutsuki Kinshiki, unexpectedly arriving at this moment in time. Kinshiki intends to utilize a time-traveling technique to reach a period before Naruto's growth, aiming to steal the Nine Tails from him. However, during our efforts to thwart him, we encountered unforeseen circumstances, arriving here prematurely, while Kinshiki plans to delay his arrival by several days. Sasuke then shared the intelligence he possessed with Boruto and Jiraiya. The individuals present were all closely connected to Naruto, thus Sasuke felt no need for secrecy. Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Who is that? Jiraiya pondered thoughtfully. They are beings from another realm, rooted in a planet where they cultivate what is known as a chakra god tree. Absorbing the planet's chakra to produce a type of chakra fruit, Sasuke conveyed the peril posed by the Otsutsuki clan to Jiraiya. Truly a dangerous group. Jiraiya remarked with a rare expression of gravity. So, this individual has set his sights on Naruto's Nine Tails chakra? Precisely, Sasuke confirmed. He cannot overpower the grown Naruto. So he targets the younger version. I see, Jiraiya replied. Sasuke added, unfortunately, I have lost 9/10 of my chakra to Kinshiki, rendering me unable to exert my full strength. This poses a significant problem, Lord Jiraiya. At this, Boruto recalled one of his own abilities upon hearing Sasuke speak of his chakra being siphoned. The power of shadows. In his leisure, Boruto often contemplates his abilities. As his strength gradually increases, he finds that some of his powers remain unused, yet he discovers other intriguing applications. Among these is the power of shadow, a gift from the system that is undoubtedly exquisite. This ability can be transmitted from oneself to another, with its effectiveness magnified by the compatibility between the two. As the sole individual who can fully harness it, Sasuke is undoubtedly the perfect candidate. After all, does not his mentor suffer from a lack of chakra? Boruto glanced at Sasuke, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Master, here is chapter 73, the Uchiha style. Your pants have fallen. Sasuke, bewildered by Boruto's incomprehensible words, expressed his confusion. What do you mean by that, Boruto? What are you saying about lacking blue? Boruto nearly forgot that the Sasuke before him was not the Sasuke from his own world, still unaccustomed to his manner of speaking. Thus, he spoke plainly. Master Sasuke, what I mean to say is, I possess a method to restore your chakra. Boruto's words resonated like a thunderclap, lingering in Sasuke's ears. Master, lend me your hand. Observing Boruto's earnest demeanor, Sasuke slowly raised his hand. The moment their hands intertwined, Boruto's dark power surged forth. There was no resistance, no discomfort. Space seemed to solidify. And time stood still, enveloping them in a profound silence. Tick-tock. Sasuke gradually opened his eyes, the gentle breeze tousling his fringe, revealing his Rinnegan, which emanated an otherworldly purple light, seemingly harboring immense energy. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, noting that Boruto possessed the same eyes as Nagato. Albeit with a subtle difference, Nagato's Rinnegan lacked the Tomo shape. This contemplation of Nagato prompted Jiraiya to reminisce about his three disciples. The dark power. Sasuke felt the familiar force within him, his breath quickening, his gaze filled with 3 parts confusion and 7 parts astonishment as he stared at Boruto. Boruto, how do you possess dark power? Master Sasuke, this matter is somewhat complicated. Boruto scratched the back of his head, swiftly changing the subject. But that's not important. Have you restored your chakra, Master Sasuke? Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance with Boruto, nodding in agreement. His gaze fell upon the dark power mark on his hand. And with confidence, he declared, not only have I restored all my chakra, but I can also feel myself returning to a previous state. Thank you, Boruto. Faced with Sasuke's unexpected gratitude, Boruto was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, Master Sasuke, what are you saying? Even if we are not of the same era, The bond between master and disciple remains unbroken. Jiraiya stroked his chin, interrupting, "Apologies for interjecting and disrupting your moment. But I have a question. Since Sasuke's strength has been restored, will our efforts against Urashiki be more effective?" Prompted by Jiraiya's reminder, Sasuke suddenly recalled something. "Not at all. That guy's abilities are peculiar. He can appear anywhere using space-time ninjutsu. Then, with a fishing-like tool, he extracts chakra from his opponents as if he were reeling in fish." Reflecting on it now sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine, and he remained unaware of his other abilities. "Is that so? That complicates matters," Jiraiya remarked, furrowing his brow in concern. "Coincidentally, I happen to know about this." Boruto's mocking laugh drew Sasuke and Jiraiya's attention to him. "Boruto, the surprises you bring us are truly astonishing," Jiraiya said, letting out a sigh of relief while teasing. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Boruto took a moment to gather his thoughts before embarking on a detailed introduction to the complexities of the Otsutsuki clan, particularly focusing on Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This formidable entity possesses the space-time ninjutsu known as H-Zuki, a technique that seamlessly blends the 7 elemental transformations of fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. Remarkably, this ninjutsu requires no hand seals, allowing for free and unrestricted movement. Furthermore, his Byakugan can effortlessly switch to the blue Rinnegan, which grants him the extraordinary ability of temporal manipulation. Next came a point of significant concern for his master, Sasuke, the particular ninja tool associated with the fishing rod. I shall refrain from delving into its intricate design and instead focus on its countermeasures. This device can be effectively restrained through the application of sealing techniques. In a brief moment, Boruto revealed the entirety of the secrets held by the Uchiha clan. At that juncture, Uchiha felt a shiver run through him. "What is this? As a god, why do I feel a chill?" A flicker of unrest appeared in Uchiha's previously tranquil gaze. Yet the thought of reclaiming the chakra from that fox soon dismissed any discomfort. "Humph, it matters not. The appointed time must be nearing. It is all the fault of those 2 inferior beings that I find myself in such a predicament. I shall extract every last bit of chakra from them." Now that we are aware of Uchiha's extensive information, we must solidify our plan to counter his sudden arrival. However, I genuinely did not anticipate Uchiha's formidable strength. Had it not been for Boruto's intelligence, we would have been utterly defenseless. Jiraiya felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. "Boruto, Lord Jiraiya, you need not belittle yourself. Our ninjas are no less capable." Subsequently, the group finalized various strategies to counter Urashiki. Once the 3 had established their combat mission, Jiraiya and Boruto returned to Konohagakure as if nothing had transpired, while Sasuke transformed into a shadow, ever vigilant for Urashiki's arrival. Coincidentally, upon their arrival in the village, they encountered Naruto, who was meandering aimlessly through the streets, his demeanor one of utter boredom. How infuriating. That lecherous sage has run off with Boruto. These 2 deceived me, claiming they were visiting Granny Tsunade. When I see them, I shall bestow upon them a Rasengan. After spending a considerable amount of time with Boruto, Naruto had, unbeknownst to him, adopted some of Boruto's mannerisms, his speech now tinged with a hint of Boruto's essence. At that moment, as Naruto grumbled to himself, he lifted his gaze and, to his dismay, found Jiraiya and Boruto standing directly before him, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. However, the gazes of Jiraiya and Boruto carried a weighty significance, while Naruto appeared somewhat awkward. To alleviate this discomfort and avoid any irreparable consequences, Naruto activated his topic-shifting prowess. "Boruto, where have you been?" "I went to Granny Tsunade's, and she mentioned she hadn't seen you 2. "Huh, what about that, uncle?" Naruto inquired, scanning the vicinity. "He had something to attend to, but will return when he can," Boruto explained. Then, with a playful shift in tone, remarked, "I just overheard someone saying they would reward me with a Rasengan. I wonder if there is any truth to that?" Naruto's expression turned comically aghast. Boruto, I think you must have misheard." Jiraiya chimed in with a teasing tone. "I too heard that someone intended to grant this toad sage a Rasengan." "Lecherous sage. Do refrain from meddling." After Boruto and Jiraiya teased Naruto for a while, they officially shifted their focus to the main topic at hand, initiating one of their plans. They intended to take Naruto away from Konoha for ninja training while also preventing any potential panic when Urashiki arrives. This way, Boruto and his companions could concentrate on dealing with Urashiki without distraction. "What did you say? You want me to join you to a secret place for training?" exclaimed Naruto, his excitement palpable at the prospect of leaving the village. Without further ado, Let us depart immediately. As Naruto sprinted off, Boruto suddenly called out to him. Wait. Why the rush? We need to inform Granny Tsunade first. If you dash out of the village in such a frenzy, the entire village might explode. You have a point. Naruto admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Just then, a youthful voice called out from behind them, capturing their attention. Naruto Onaikin, Boruto Onaikin. Finally caught up with you. Komaru? Is there something you need? Both Boruto and Naruto inquired in unison, curiosity evident in their gazes. Absolutely. After all my hard work these past few days, I have finally mastered Naruto Onaikin's signature jutsu. Signature jutsu? Boruto scratched his head, turning to Naruto. Did you teach Komaru the Rasengan so quickly? Not at all, Naruto replied. Lost in contemplation. Don't ignore me. I am the grandson of the third Hokage, Komaru declared, forming hand seals with a determined posture. Seeing the hand signs, Boruto felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened in realization. I remember now. I did teach Komaru. Before Naruto could finish, Komaru shouted, Transformation Jutsu. Harem Jutsu. With a puff, the smoke cleared, revealing a mature and strikingly alluring woman before them. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared breathless behind Komaru. Komaru, why are you running so fast? I can barely keep up. Is there a jutsu that I haven't seen? As the smoke dissipated around Komaru, the third Hokage was taken aback, his nostrils flaring as blood rushed from them. Fortunately, having lived a leisurely life since his retirement, he was in better spirits than before. Otherwise, he might have fainted on the spot. As for Jiraiya, his excitement was palpable. This is pure material. I already have the title for my next masterpiece. I, Komaru, master of the ultimate harem jutsu, starting from rejecting Hinata Hanabi. Onlookers cast curious glances at the scene, while Sasuke, observing from a distance, felt somewhat exasperated. Most astonishing to him was the fact that the third Hokage was still alive. Naruto, this is what you taught Komaru? Boruto gazed at Naruto with a playful expression. Indeed. What is wrong with that? Naruto taunted Konohamaru, saying, You still have not grasped the essence. Watch my harem technique. Boruto wished to intervene, but he had already spotted Sakura's figure approaching swiftly. However, it was too late. As Naruto's transformation technique was revealed, every golden ponytail swayed gracefully, his features refined, with 3 delicate whisker marks adorning his cheeks. A figure, alluring and sensuous, appeared on the street, instantly igniting the atmosphere. As anticipated, Sarutobi Konohamaru's blood pressure surged once more. Following closely was Sakura's righteous iron fist. Boruto found the scene unbearable and chose to depart. Despite Sasuke's presence, he could not endure it any longer. Although he possessed the art of harem, it seemed utterly trivial to him, not worthy of a single word of disdain. Indeed, that is how it is. Upon returning home, Boruto found Sarada attending to the unconscious figure of his counterpart, the Vortex Boruto. The sight was undeniably peculiar. Boruto, you're back, Sarada exclaimed, rising swiftly to greet him. Thank you for your efforts, Sarada, Boruto replied. It's nothing, just minor tasks. But I haven't seen Dad around. Sarada glanced behind him. Oh, Master Sasuke has gone to address the impending threat of the Otsutsuki. By the way, there is something I wish to inform you. Go on, Boruto urged. In the coming days, I will be escorting Naruto out of the village. I'm entrusting this fellow to you, she said, gesturing toward the unconscious Vortex Boruto. Is this because of the Otsutsuki? A fleeting glimmer of concern crossed Sarada's eyes. Yes, I understand. Please be cautious. After discussing everything, Boruto retreated to his room, where he discovered an unexpected object in his hand. It was the plow he had acquired from the Vortex Boruto. At this moment, the plow was activated. Unlike the one he had previously possessed, which remained dormant, its chakra fuel depleted and in a state of slumber. Boruto felt conflicted about the plow. If he allowed the system to absorb its temporal abilities, how would Sasuke and Vortex Boruto return to their own world? He had previously set this issue aside in his haste to reunite with Jiraiya and the others, but now it required careful contemplation. Naturally, consulting the system was the most straightforward course of action. However, after calling upon the system multiple times without success, he reluctantly abandoned the idea and decided to stow the plow away. Worst case, after resolving the situation with Urashiki, he could send Sasuke and the others back and retain the plow. There was also a second option, to infuse the plow with his chakra, awakening it. With the current amount of chakra at his disposal, he could sufficiently restore it. Yet, Boruto hesitated. If he awakened the plow, and it reacted to his intention to absorb it, it might flee, leaving Sasuke and Vortex Boruto stranded here. Boruto sighed lightly. We can only take it one step at a time. Within the Death Forest, by a waterfall, Boruto exclaimed, "How many times must I reiterate the importance of infusing wind nature chakra into the Rasengan? Consider the shared characteristics between the Rasengan and shurikens. By grasping this connection, one could effortlessly sever the waterfall." Several days prior, Boruto and Jiraiya accompanied Naruto into the Death Forest, with Sasuke covertly shadowing them. As in recent days, they diligently worked on enhancing Naruto's physical prowess and mastering hand seals, yielding commendable results. However, they remained hindered by the challenge of integrating wind nature into the Rasengan. Boruto found it quite perplexing. He had managed to activate the effects of the ninjutsu doctor, yet Naruto remained oblivious. "Boruto, hold on for a moment," Jiraiya interrupted, his hand pausing mid-sentence as he fell into deep contemplation. It seems Naruto's practice of the technique is hindered by an obstruction in his chakra flow. Perhaps the issue does not lie with him, not his problem. Boruto pondered briefly, sensing he had overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, his gaze shot up to Jiraiya, and he exclaimed, "Kurama, how could he have forgotten about that troublesome fox?" "Kurama?" Jiraiya was taken aback. He had merely intended to remind Boruto of the nine tails residing within Naruto. And now he was met with this unexpected reference to Kurama. What could that possibly mean? Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Kurama was caught in a state of shock, baring his teeth. In the next moment, he erupted into fury, the malevolent red chakra overflowing uncontrollably. The space reverberated with Kurama's furious roar. "How does this brat know my name?" Chapter 75. If he cannot comprehend human speech, I shall resort to physical prowess. "Boruto, are you referring to Kurama?" Jiraiya queried, his expression one of confusion. "That is the name of the Nine Tails." Stealing a glance at Naruto, who was still immersed in his training, Boruto patiently elaborated, "In my timeline, even in Sasuke's timeline, Kurama has become my father's closest companion." Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Jiraiya appeared momentarily bewildered before his expression shifted to one of contentment. "Oh, is that so? It appears that the future Naruto has indeed fared well and has raised such an exceptional child. Jiraiya-sensei, do you know?" Boruto intended to continue speaking, wishing to share with Jiraiya more about his father's future, but his words were abruptly halted by Jiraiya. "Hold on, Boruto." Boruto abruptly halted. Jiraiya smiled gently and said with nonchalance, "Boruto, Naruto's tale concludes here. After all, the ending of a story is most captivating when revealed at the very end, is it not?" Boruto gazed at Jiraiya, momentarily lost in thought, before a confident smile graced his lips. "Well then, let the esteemed Jiraiya bear witness to the conclusion of this novel." With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya met Boruto's gaze, recognizing the deeper meaning behind it. After a brief hesitation, he erupted into a boisterous chuckle. "Very well, I shall strive to witness the finale of this work. After all, it is my most cherished masterpiece." Hey, perverted sage, Boruto, what are you two laughing about?" Naruto, bare-chested and raucous, approached the pair with an irritated tone. "You never even help me think of a solution. Every time we reach a crucial moment, this technique inexplicably fails." Boruto pointed at Naruto's abdomen. "Do not worry. This is not your concern, but rather the mischievous antics of the Nine Tails residing within you." "My abdomen?" Naruto instinctively touched his belly, taking a moment to comprehend the situation, before erupting in indignation. "Hey, you wretched fox, so it was you causing all this ruckus these past few days?" In the next instant, Naruto's expression shifted, his body trembling uncontrollably as a fierce, ominous red chakra began to emanate from him. Under the influence of this crimson chakra, Naruto's pupils morphed into the slitted eyes of a fox. "This is bad." Boruto, Jiraiya, Sasuke's pupils dilated in alarm. The Nine Tails is going berserk. Jiraiya prepared to apply the sealing technique, ready to contain the overflowing chakra of the Nine Tails at any moment. Just then, Sasuke appeared, his Sharingan activated, poised to exert control over the Nine Tails should Naruto lose his grip. "Master Sasuke, Lord Jiraiya, please hold on. It may not yet be time for your intervention," Boruto urged. His gaze fixed on the impending turmoil within Naruto. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Boruto conjectured that it must have been the recent utterance of a name, or perhaps the mention of the Nine Tails, which provoked an emotional response, causing chakra to surge from Naruto. "Boruto, what are your plans?" he inquired. "I believe it is essential to have a conversation with Kurama." "No, that is far too perilous," Jiraiya interjected, his expression grave as he firmly rejected the bold notion. "Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I am his son. Moreover, The constant turmoil caused by Kurama for Naruto cannot persist, especially with a lurking threat from Urashiki. If the negotiations with Kurama prove successful, there may be unforeseen benefits. Boruto added. Jiraiya paused, a new thought gradually emerging in his mind. Indeed, a perfect Jinchuriki. In that moment, Jiraiya found himself in a dilemma. But Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Let Boruto go. I have faith in him. Should anything go awry, I will swiftly use my Sharingan to intervene. With Sasuke's assurance, Jiraiya ultimately nodded in agreement. Boruto slowly approached Naruto, standing beside him, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes as he murmured, Kurama, I know you can hear me. You must be quite curious about how we came to know your name, wondering why we must resort to such extremes. In a swift motion, taking advantage of Naruto's moment of vulnerability, Boruto placed his chakra-infused hand upon Naruto's shoulder. In an instant, their chakras became intertwined. When Boruto opened his eyes once more, he found himself still within a dark, damp, enclosed space, facing an endless, shadowy corridor ahead. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the distance, Boruto chuckled softly and stepped forward. Moments later, a colossal cage, adorned with seals, materialized before him. In the dim light, a pair of crimson, ferocious fox eyes slowly fluttered open. Kurama, it's been a while. Boruto waved his hand, greeting the Nine-Tails with a courteous nod. Are you not afraid of me, little one? The fox spirit began to materialize, revealing its true form with sharp teeth and eyes filled with an overwhelming negativity, fixated on Boruto, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. Why should I fear you, Kurama? After all, there exists a sealing barrier before me. Your threats are utterly ineffective against a fox confined within a cage. Do not presume that knowing my name grants you the liberty to speak to me in such a manner. Beware, for I might just devour you. Kurama erupted with fury, the force of his rage creating a gust that rustled Boruto's clothes, an invisible pressure descending upon him. Yet, this so-called intimidation was merely a theatrical display. It bore no weight against Boruto. Enough, Kurama. Perhaps you should silence yourself. It seems you haven't brushed your teeth in years, and your breath is nearly suffocating me. Boruto pinched his nose, his face reflecting utter disdain. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Kurama was utterly infuriated. Was it not given the opportunity to brush its teeth? Did it not have the chance? Not only was its body divided, but it was also confined to this dismal, sunless place. Devoid of any light, who could it possibly turn to for solace? It seemed that a moment of calm was necessary before a proper conversation could ensue. In the blink of an eye, an ominous aura erupted from Boruto, signaling the activation of the wedge mode. His physique underwent a transformation, and the pure eye manifested within his gaze, radiating an aura that rivaled that of Kurama, perhaps even surpassing it by a significant margin. Simultaneously, he unleashed the energy of the Nine-Tails mode from his being. While the Nine-Tails mode did not allow Boruto to resemble Naruto, since it had been absorbed by the pure eye, the essence of the Nine-Tails mode had seamlessly integrated into him. This was. Kurama's pupils trembled as he recognized that aura emanating from Boruto. It was unmistakably his own. Yet, why did this young man possess such a powerful essence akin to his own? The most alarming aspect was that this presence instilled a sense of wariness within Kurama's very soul. With a bared grin, Kurama incredulously questioned, Kid, how do you possess my essence? Boruto, unfazed by Kurama's inquiries, retorted, Now, can we engage in a proper conversation? You think you can turn the tables? With this seal in place, even if I cannot harm you, you shall not be able to harm me either. Oh. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Boruto's eyes as he flexed his limbs. Since you seem incapable of understanding my words, allow me to demonstrate a modicum of martial prowess. Kurama scoffed at Boruto's bravado. Stop boasting. Chapter 76, The Proud Compromise of the Nine-Tails. Just as Kurama mocked Boruto's inability to breach the seal, Boruto suddenly sprang into action, his form passing through the iron cage before him. The unexpected scene left the Nine-Tails momentarily stunned. Kurama, prepare yourself for a little surprise. Bang! Boruto struck the forehead of the Nine-Tails with a decisive blow, sending its once proud head crashing into the ground, creating ripples throughout the surrounding space. You little brat. How is this even possible? How could you breach this seal? The Nine-Tails, wincing in pain, glared with a fierce intensity, yet internally, it was engulfed in astonishment. Is there really a need for me to explain so much? Let me simply ask, shall we converse? Not a chance. Bam. Chat? A delusion. Bam. Within the confines of that realm, the clash between man and beast transpired over 100 times. Alas, each time the Nine-Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb, Boruto absorbed it. amplifying the energy before returning it to the Nine Tails, a torment of the highest order. Gradually, the beast grew wiser, opting not to utilize the tailed beast bomb directly, but instead engaging Boruto in close combat. What astounded it even further was that its attacks inexplicably passed through Boruto's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In a bewildering twist, the very fist that had passed through would then rebound and strike its own head with just the right amount of force, leaving it dazed but unharmed. The Nine Tails harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Boruto's underhanded tactics. Stop, stop, stop! As Boruto's fist hovered mere millimeters above the Nine Tails' head, it called for a halt, freezing the fist in midair. What is it? Do you have any advice? Speak. What shall we discuss? Have you finally surrendered? As Boruto gazed at the protrusion atop Kurama's head, he suppressed a chuckle and remarked, I believe we could engage in further discourse. Faced with such a peculiar Boruto, Kurama couldn't help but recall the man who toyed with him as if it were a game. Shaking his head, Kurama dismissed these thoughts. Enough, he conceded. I am not your adversary. I possess enough self-awareness. Observing Kurama's capitulation, Boruto refrained from escalating the situation and replied, Very well, if we are to converse. You must first retract the chakra that is overflowing from Naruto. Understood. Meanwhile, outside, Jiraiya and Sasuke anxiously monitored Naruto and Boruto, their tension palpable. Suddenly, the Nine Tails chakra emanating from Naruto visibly ceased to overflow, and his appearance gradually returned to normal. At that moment, Sasuke and Jiraiya comprehended that Boruto had succeeded. Both exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Kurama fixed a sharp gaze on Boruto and stated in a deep voice, Kid, I have complied with your requests. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Standing face to face, Boruto slowly took a seat, exhibiting no urgency in his demeanor. He looked up at the colossal beast and articulated deliberately, I have come here with a singular purpose, to ensure that Naruto becomes the perfect Jinchuriki. Kurama's eyes narrowed, and he responded with evident displeasure, Do not even think about it, that little brat outside. He seeks to wield my power? Kurama, do not be so quick to refute my words. Hear me out first. Do you recall the words spoken to you nine-tailed beasts by Kaguya Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of Six Paths? How do you know about the sage? Kurama's incredulous gaze fixed upon Boruto, overwhelmed by the surprises this child had presented. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Just ponder it carefully. Kurama fell into contemplation. Seizing the opportunity while Kurama reminisced, Boruto continued, To be honest, I feel deep sympathy for all that you have endured, yet all this pain was inflicted by figures such as Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. Naruto is merely a child. What fault lies with him, that he must bear the suffering imposed by others from the moment of his birth? The verbal assault began. Kurama, your intellect is waning. It was evident that Kurama's resolve was beginning to waver, not solely due to Boruto's words, but because of years dominated by anger. Now, in quiet reflection, he recalled the sage's words to the nine-tailed beasts. Yet, even in this moment of doubt, Kurama remained skeptical. Meeting Boruto's gaze, he mused, Even if you are correct, that blue-eyed boy may not necessarily be Naruto. Rather than choose that underachiever, I would prefer to select you. After all, you too possess blue eyes. Boruto felt a sense of exasperation. Never mind, he sighed, shaking his head. I knew you wouldn't be so easily convinced. Allow me to show you a glimpse of the future. The future? Kurama inquired with skepticism. Look into my eyes, Boruto urged, activating his clear eye, revealing pale blue irises before Kurama. What is this? Kurama was taken aback as his soul was drawn into the clear eye in the next moment. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. When Kurama slowly opened his eyes, they reflected a clarity that contrasted sharply with his previous ferocity. In that illusion, he beheld a future Naruto, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, battling against the Otsutsuki. Simultaneously, he realized the true nature of the individual before him. Everything felt somewhat ethereal. Yet the illusion bore an uncanny authenticity. Kurama, of all beings, was well aware of its reality. Ultimately, he had already accepted half of it in his heart. Yet he felt a profound reluctance. Do you believe now? Boruto observed Kurama's conflicted expression and gently prompted, What are your thoughts? I have no thoughts. I refuse, Kurama replied. Why? Boruto was perplexed. Do you think mere words and fleeting visions of the future can quell the grievances I have harbored for millennia? Kurama paused, his gaze tinged with disdain. Have you, Boruto, become so presumptuous? At Kurama's derision, Boruto stiffened. Indeed, throughout this journey, he had relied solely on his godlike perspective and external assistance, believing he could dictate the narrative. He had even forgotten that, despite their parallel existence. They were beings of flesh and blood, possessing unique thoughts and personalities, not easily swayed by his whims. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Boruto's gaze dimmed as he contemplated the futility of using force against Kurama. Just as he felt lost, Kurama snorted, displaying a hint of arrogance. While I cannot transform Naruto into the perfect Jinchuriki, I can allow him to utilize my chakra. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, a spark of hope ignited in Boruto's eyes. The Nine-Tails chakra mode? Strange, why have these two not awakened yet? Jiraiya remarked as he gently prodded Boruto's cheek, scrutinizing him closely. Senior Jiraiya, you need not worry. Since Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra has dissipated, it indicates he is unharmed. Perhaps Boruto has his own plans, replied another. You have a point. I may have been overly anxious. Jiraiya conceded. Just then, Boruto and Naruto simultaneously began to open their eyes. Perverted sage, what has happened to me? Naruto inquired. Master Sasuke, Lord Jiraiya. We are all fine now. I hope you haven't been too worried, Boruto reassured them. Chapter 77, The Art of Words Enhances Boruto. Are you suggesting we unseal Naruto's chakra? As Boruto's soul emerged from the sealed space of the Nine-Tails, he articulated his intentions, only to be met with Jiraiya's vehement opposition. Rarely serious, Jiraiya firmly declared, absolutely not. Boruto, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? I am aware, but I have already discussed this with Kurama, Boruto implored. Despite his persuasion, Jiraiya remained resolute. That is unacceptable. You cannot place all your hopes on mere promises. In the midst of this dilemma, Naruto finally grasped the gravity of their conversation and lowered his voice, saying, Pervy Sage, I wish to try. What? Jiraiya paused, astonished as he turned to Naruto. I want to grow stronger, to bring Sasuke back. And I aspire to become Hokage. I also look forward to befriending the fox spirit within me. No, I should call him Kurama. This is my ninja way. Naruto's eyes radiated with fervor. Moved by Naruto's passion, Jiraiya appeared momentarily stunned, ultimately relenting. He summoned Fukasaku and produced the unsealing method for the 8 trigram seal, handing it to Naruto. During this time, Jiraiya instructed Naruto on how to utilize the unsealing technique. Soon enough, Naruto mastered the unsealing of the 8 trigrams. Naruto, extend your hand to me. Just in case, I will be watching from the side, Jiraiya advised. Naruto nodded, and their chakra intertwined, suddenly drawing their souls into the sealed space. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the same damp, dark corridor. They adeptly approached the iron door that led to Kurama. The moment they appeared, Kurama sensed their presence, gradually materializing from the shadows. Glaring at Naruto with a peculiar expression, Kurama sneered, What? Have you come to unseal me? You are Kurama, correct? Naruto met Kurama's hateful gaze without flinching, raising his voice. Indeed, I have come to unseal you. But only for a brief moment. I hope that's acceptable to you, Kurama. You little brat, still lacking fur, dare to speak so boldly? Be careful, or I might just devour you. In this brief exchange, Naruto seemed to gain little ground, yet Boruto could distinctly sense a slight reduction in Kurama's animosity. It was a modest beginning, but nonetheless a promising one. All right, you two, cease your bickering. Let us commence. Naruto nodded and slowly approached the Nine-Tails. Drawing within less than a meter of the creature, separated only by a door, he ascended gradually into the air, confronting a sealing talisman before him. The Nine-Tails gazed at Naruto with eager anticipation, witnessing him tear the talisman apart with his own hands. Immediately, Naruto extended his fingers, and 5 orbs of chakra emerged at his fingertips. He lifted his garment, revealing the intricate design of the 8 trigram seal, and pressed his fingers firmly against it. As he turned it counterclockwise, the 8 trigram seal began to rotate, akin to a lock on the verge of being opened. While the space around them appeared tranquil, the external world was in stark contrast. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, his demonic fox cloak already manifesting, and an aura of hatred erupted around him. As tails began to sprout one after another, this transformation filled Jiraiya with immense anxiety. Should Naruto's 7th tail emerge, he would need to be prepared for action. However, when Jiraiya observed that Naruto's tails had halted at the 6th, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, within the sealing space, a figure with golden hair abruptly appeared beside Naruto, placing a hand to halt his attempts to activate the 8 trigram seal. Not so fast, Naruto. Startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger with hair identical to his own, Naruto exclaimed, Wait, who are you, uncle? Why are you inside my body? In contrast to Naruto's shock, Boruto remained relatively composed, while the Nine Tails regarded Minato with disdain, internally scoffing. Humph, the fourth Hokage, I knew you weren't truly gone. Upon hearing Naruto refer to him as uncle, Minato momentarily froze, then a wry smile crept across his face. Uncle, huh? It seems the third Hokage's confidentiality measures were quite effective. Naruto, you foolish child, that's you. Boruto's voice reverberated throughout the expanse, stirring tumultuous waves within Naruto's mind. The sight of the boy below, sharing the same hair color as himself, caught the attention of Minato Namikaze, who noted the look of astonishment in his eyes. Nevertheless, he turned his focus back to Naruto, smiling as he said, Naruto, that child speaks the truth. I am indeed your father. Unsurprisingly, this was followed by a warm exchange between father and son. The system detected a shift in the narrative, allowing Naruto to recognize Minato earlier, and thus rewarded Boruto with an enhancement in his verbal prowess. As the notification echoed in his mind, Boruto gradually regained his composure. His C-level verbal skills were elevated to B-level. Just as Boruto was contemplating this newfound ability, Minato's voice resonated beside him. Hello, are you a friend of Naruto? In an instant, Boruto regained his composure, gazing at his grandfather from another dimension before him. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he nodded. I am uncertain as to why, but despite this being our first encounter, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards you. Could you enlighten me as to why you incited Naruto to unseal the Nine Tails? Although the visage of Minato Namikaze bore a gentle demeanor, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of vigilance in his words. Subsequently, Boruto conveyed the entirety of the circumstances to Minato, who grew increasingly astonished as he listened. The boy before him had somehow forged an alliance with the Nine Tails. Due to Naruto's presence, Boruto refrained from revealing Minato's true identity. Even if he had chosen to disclose it, this manifestation of Minato was merely a projection of consciousness, destined to dissipate shortly. Thus, whether or not he revealed it held little significance. Is that so? I never anticipated you could establish such a collaboration with the Nine Tails. This is truly unexpected. Given the circumstances, I shall not impede your endeavors. If Naruto seeks the chakra of the Nine Tails, perhaps Kushina will assist you. My essence is destined to fade soon. My existence here is solely to ensure Naruto avoids complete transformation into the Nine Tails. There is no longer a need for my presence. He continued, please, when you encounter Kushina, convey to her that I miss her dearly. I recall that Minato's soul was taken by the Shinigami and does not reside in the Pure Land. Dad! Naruto exclaimed in a desperate cry, witnessing the imminent dissolution of the Minato he had just recognized. Yet, at that moment, as Minato's soul began to dissipate, a surge of pure chakra flowed into his being, halting the process of dissolution. What is this? Minato slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. As Boruto's deep voice resonated in his ears, Minato-sensei, the one you long to see, you should meet in person. We cannot possibly convey the depth of your yearning. Chapter 78, Tug of War, Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Little one, who are you? At the moment Boruto infused chakra into Minato's soul, fragments of Boruto's memories were also unveiled to him. Minato was profoundly shocked, momentarily at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Boruto speculated that Minato Namikaze must have realized his identity. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, Minato-sensei, it's sufficient that you are aware. There is no need to vocalize it. Minato met Boruto's gaze, and a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes as he replied with a knowing smile. I see now. I understand. Observing the expressions of both Boruto and Naruto, Minato surmised that his future grandson wished to remain undiscovered by Naruto, compelling him to cooperate with Boruto. Boruto found an unexpected resonance with Minato Namikaze and let out a quiet sigh of relief. His gaze then turned to Naruto as he advised, Naruto, since I must maintain your father's state with my chakra, the upcoming matters will rest solely upon your shoulders. Yash, no problem. I entrust you with the task of keeping an eye on Dad, Naruto responded confidently. As for Kurama, leave that to me. In the moments that followed, as the long-awaited seal was shattered, the pent-up resentment erupted with a roar from the Nine Tails, disrupting the once serene ceiling space, causing Nine Tails to whirl in a tempestuous frenzy. Speaking of which, Boruto, you appear utterly unconcerned for Naruto's safety. Came the voice of Minato as he and Boruto both observed the confrontation between Naruto and Kurama below. Boruto smiled and replied, of course. He is destined to become the Hokage, so how could such difficulties possibly hinder him? Understanding his point, Minato paused for a moment, his voice softening as he remarked, In the face of such formidable foes, your journey alongside Naruto must have been quite arduous, hasn't it? Boruto momentarily froze, then smiled as he remarked, "It is my father who bears the burden. As his son, all I can do is share a part of it. It hardly qualifies as hardship." During their conversation, Naruto and Kurama entered a fervent clash. Despite Boruto's prior briefing, Kurama could not carelessly allow anyone to inspect the chakra. Otherwise, the centuries-old animosity would be rendered a farce. One must fully commit to the performance, and a struggle is essential. If Naruto could not even defeat Kurama, who was holding back, then discussions of extracting chakra would be futile. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Within this sealed space, free from Kurama's interference, Naruto successfully executed this still immature technique. Unexpectedly, Naruto not only mastered the Rasengan but also grasped the transformation of wind nature. "You taught him, didn't you, Boruto?" "Indeed," Boruto conceded, albeit with a hint of regret in his tone, "but its power is somewhat lacking. It is not a fully developed spiraling shuriken. Let me add some fuel to the fire." Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Boruto skillfully controlled the flow of chakra to Minato, while simultaneously manifesting a wind-style Rasen shuriken, significantly larger than Naruto's. Even Minato was taken aback by this display. As Boruto hurled the wind Rasen shuriken towards Kurama, the latter's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Boruto, you lack martial ethics." In the next moment, Kurama was sent crashing to the ground by Boruto's formidable attack. "Naruto, now is the time. Use the method I taught you to extract Kurama's chakra with your soul." With Boruto's urging, Naruto quickly responded, seizing one of Kurama's tails with his spirit, initiating a tug-of-war. Both sides engaged fiercely, with Naruto exerting every ounce of strength, reminiscent of consuming spoiled milk, refusing to yield as he gradually drew out the Nine-Tails chakra. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Even though Kurama did not intentionally complicate matters for Naruto, a moment later, the long-accumulated hatred energy surged through the chakra, directly invading Naruto's consciousness. At that moment, Naruto found himself in a state of half-awareness, half-controlled by hatred. Yet, this precarious state persisted for some time until suddenly, Naruto's body halted, caught in a standstill. It seemed that Kushina had intervened, prompting a relieved smile from Minato. As expected, a few minutes later, several golden chains shot from Naruto's back toward Kurama, ensnaring him. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, revealing clear tear tracks at the corners. "Mother, thank you." In the next instant, Kushina's spiritual presence appeared beside Naruto, encouraging him. "Son, why are you thanking me? This is the last thing I can do for you. Together, we will extract the Nine-Tails chakra." "Kushina, it truly is you," Kurama roared. "Nine-Tails, we can reminisce later. Right now, my son needs your chakra, so kindly surrender it." Upon witnessing Kushina's arrival, Minato, who had been observing from a distance, felt a surge of excitement. Had it not been for Boruto needing to maintain the chakra flow, he would have rushed to Kushina's side. "Grandfather, go." However, Boruto's voice echoed in Minato's ears, bringing him back to reality. Noticing Boruto's nod, he executed a Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Naruto and the others. "Kushina." "Huh? Minato, what are you doing here? Aren't you?" Kushina expressed her surprise at Minato's sudden appearance. "My dear, how are you here?" In the beginning, Minato sealed half of the Nine-Tails within Naruto's being to ensure his safety. One of them existed as a precaution against Naruto's potential rampage, while the other was there to provide strength when Naruto required the power of the Nine-Tails. Even in death, they vowed to serve as the final two guardians in Naruto's life. The sudden appearance of Minato brought both surprise and joy to Kushina. "Kushina, I know you have many questions to ask, but the most pressing matter now is to help Naruto extract the Nine-Tails chakra." With Minato's reminder, Kushina regained her composure. "All right, Minato. Together as a family of three, we shall unite our efforts to subdue the Nine-Tails." Boruto observed the family from the side. He understood that his presence was no longer necessary, as the chakra energy provided to Namica's Minato was sufficient to ensure ample time for the three of them to be together. Boruto quietly emerged from the seal space, awaiting the moment when Naruto would transform into the Nine-Tails chakra mode. As he exited the seal space and his soul returned to his body, Jiraiya and Sasuke outside could hardly contain their anticipation. He could even discern the sealing talisman in Jiraiya's hand and the activated Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei, Sasuke-sensei, there is no need to be so anxious. Everything is fine now. Boruto, you have finally awakened." Jiraiya was the first to step forward, inquiring, "How is Naruto?" "Rest assured, he is perfectly fine, barring any unforeseen circumstances. he will succeed. Upon receiving this reassuring response, Jiraiya could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, Sasuke, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "But why is Naruto not awakened yet?" Boruto smiled and explained, "Let them have some time together as a family." Sasuke, perplexed, was unaware that Naruto had activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode in his absence, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, Jiraiya, observing from the side, grasped the implication. It became clear that during the sealing of the Nine-Tails, Minato had left his and Kushina's spiritual essence intertwined within Naruto. Boruto nodded silently as time passed gradually. At last, an astonishing chakra erupted from Naruto, radiating an aura that enveloped one in a sense of comfort and warmth, in stark contrast to the previous chilling and eerie presence. It was as if one were in the heavens while the other remained below. It has happened. The three gazed in awe at Naruto, whose appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. Meanwhile, at a distant juncture in time, a curious presence stirred. The scent of the fox? The chakra unleashed by Naruto caught the attention of Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Ah, so this is where you are?" Urashiki sneered. "It truly made it easy for me to find you." Chapter 79. The Awakening of Vortex Boruto. This Konoha is unusual. Konoha. Hiss. What is happening? Why does it feel as though all my strength has been drained away? In Boruto's room, feeling a wave of weakness enveloping his body, he slowly opened his eyes and pushed himself up with his hands. Where am I? He pondered, glancing around. He distinctly recalled being in a forest, accompanying Jiraiya to visit the fifth Hokage, only to have lost consciousness. How did he end up here? Sasuke-sensei, are you there? Boruto softly called out, yet received no response. Strange, could it be that they went to investigate the Uchiha? Gradually standing up, Boruto surveyed his surroundings and found himself in an ordinary house. Is anyone here? He called out repeatedly, but there was no reply. It seemed the owner of the house had stepped out. As Boruto wandered about the house, he inadvertently discovered a hidden photo album in a corner. Curiosity piqued. He took the frame and examined it closely. To his shock, the album was filled with pictures of himself, his father, and others. Among them, he even spotted a photograph of Sarada. This was utterly bewildering. The atmosphere in Konoha felt decidedly off. What was happening? Recalling his arrival in Konoha, where nearly every villager had recognized his name, he felt incredulous. Now, finding such a peculiar album in this house left his mind in disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that rather than dwell on confusion, it would be wiser to venture outside for clarity. As Boruto stepped out of the house, Sarada, carrying dinner, was returning home. Upon noticing that Boruto, who had been resting on the couch, had vanished, she gasped, dropping her basket and sprinting outside. Without a doubt, the parallel Boruto must have gone to the streets of Konoha, and if he encountered someone familiar, it would be impossible to explain. Sarada was determined not to let any unforeseen circumstances disrupt Boruto's flow. At that moment, Boruto wandered through the streets, his eyes filled with curiosity. True to form, his appearance attracted many greetings from passers-by. After a while, an excited voice called out from behind him. "Boruto, what are you doing here? Since you're here, I want to have to search for you." It was Rock Lee, with a hairstyle reminiscent of metals, who charged towards Boruto, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. "Boruto, you must accept my challenge." Boruto turned to see Lee approaching him confidently. "Rock Lee, do you know me?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. Vortex Boruto awkwardly inquired, leaving the other person, who seemed slightly perplexed and somewhat irritated, to respond, "Boruto, what nonsense are you speaking? We were once comrades." "Comrades?" "Boruto, that individual is my lifelong rival. Recently, I have learned a formidable taijutsu technique from Master Guy, and I am eager to engage you in battle." "Ah," Vortex Boruto inexplicably agreed, much to the delight of Rock Lee. "At last, I can engage you in a fair fight using the 8 gates technique that Master taught me." Seizing the moment while Vortex Boruto was still in a daze, Rock Lee dragged him away. "Curse it, where did that guy run off to?" Sarada was frantic, wishing she could turn Konoha upside down. "Young lady, are you searching for Boruto?" At that moment, a fruit vendor nearby inquired. "Yes, do you know where he has gone?" Sarada asked eagerly. "I believe Boruto was taken to the training ground by a green mushroom-headed fellow. You might want to check there." Upon arriving at the training ground, Sarada indeed found Boruto engaged in combat with Rock Lee, surrounded by a crowd, including many from their parents' generation. "Ah, Sarada, you've come." In the midst of the spectators, Ino quickly spotted Sarada's figure. During her time in Konoha, Sarada had blended seamlessly with Ino, Hinata, and Sakura. while battling Rock Lee. Vortex Boruto heard Sarada's voice and turned to find her amidst the throng. Sarada, she's really here. However, this moment of distraction allowed Rock Lee to seize the opportunity and send Vortex Boruto flying. Strangely, Shikamaru pondered, why does it feel like Boruto has grown weaker? His gaze remained fixed on Boruto, a sense of doubt blossoming within him. Though his mutterings were soft, they did not escape the keen ears of Neji beside him. There's no need to speculate. That guy has indeed weakened. As someone who regarded Boruto as one of his rivals, Neji possessed an instinctive awareness of this change. The Boruto before them seemed as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. In the roots, Elder Danzo, we have discovered Boruto's presence within Konoha. The once silent Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes upon hearing of Boruto's return to Konoha. Since that incident with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had remained in seclusion, and with Hiruzen's retirement, he had been dragged into a life of obscurity, nearly becoming a ghost. Boruto? Isn't that the kid who left Konoha with Jiraiya and that fox demon? Why has he suddenly returned? Where is he now? The root member replied, he has been taken to the training ground by Rock Lee. Towanzo's expression darkened, and he scoffed, pondering what words the fifth Hokage could muster after such a dereliction of duty during the mission. Let us go. With a resounding crash. The events unfolding in Konoha were unbeknownst to Boruto, who was presently aiding Naruto, now endowed with new powers, in acclimating to the Nine Tails chakra mode. Of course, he was not exerting his full strength. To put it bluntly, Naruto was as feeble as a half-baked sage of 6 paths at that moment. Naruto, with a swift motion, reverted his chakra mode back to his normal state, a bitter smile gracing his face as he remarked, Boruto, even with the Nine Tails chakra mode, I am still no match for you. Take your time. This is not your limit, Naruto, Boruto encouraged, patting Naruto's shoulder. Forge a good relationship with Kurama, and someday, you too shall reach my level. However, amidst their conversation, both Boruto and Sasuke felt a sudden tension, instinctively gazing towards a specific direction. They were taken aback by how quickly it had arrived. A spatial rift materialized in midair, and Urashiki's figure gradually emerged before the trio. With a cold, sinister smile, Urashiki surveyed them, his voice tinged with an uncontainable excitement. Fox, you were indeed easy to find. So, you were hiding here. Chapter 80. The arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki in the fall stinking fox. I finally found you. Urashiki's gaze greedily fixated on Naruto, perceiving him as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. The others were mere lower beings, hardly worthy of his attention. Hey, aren't you that Otsutsuki fellow? What was your name again? Naruto, taken aback by the sudden appearance above him, paused in thought before recalling Boruto's mention of the Otsutsuki name. Right, I remember now. It's Urashiki, isn't it? To think this fox actually knows my name. Urashiki exclaimed, surprised yet unconcerned, as Naruto was merely a tool for him. Behave and become mine. Before Urashiki could finish his sentence, Boruto vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he hovered above Urashiki, conjuring an extraordinary Rasengan shimmering with silver light. Urashiki, you talk too much. Rasengan, spiraling wave. Not good. Urashiki's heart raced at the sight of the jutsu, prompting him to activate his Byakugan and initiate the H-Zuki technique. Yet, Sasuke had already detected the unfolding events, swiftly launching his Kusanagi sword at Urashiki. Urashiki, witnessing this, scoffed, lower beings like you could never comprehend the power of a god. Just then, Sasuke's left Rinnegan flickered with purple light as he fixed his gaze on Urashiki, activating his heavenly hand power. In the blink of an eye, Urashiki swapped positions with the Kusanagi sword, evading the spatial trap of H-Zuki. Damn it, that Rinnegan-wielding man in the black cloak. Urashiki glared disdainfully at Sasuke, having cursed him 1,000 times in his mind. Taking advantage of the moment, Boruto seized the Kusanagi sword, combining it with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a brilliant flash of yellow. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Boruto left several deep gashes on Urashiki's body. A splendid opportunity. Naruto and Jiraiya were equally determined. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken. As the two formidable ninjutsu approached, Urashiki, for the first time, broke into a fine sheen of sweat and promptly activated the H-Rage technique to escape. In the next moment, the two immense techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that utterly obliterated the surrounding trees. As Boruto and Sasuke sensed the impending danger, they swiftly rescued the two individuals. Thanks to Naruto's protective Nine Tails chakra, he emerged unscathed, but Jiraiya's fate was less certain. Fortunately, they all remained safe. However, in the very next moment, an inconspicuous rift in space opened beside them, and a fishhook darted towards Sasuke. Caught off guard, they fell prey to Urashiki's scheme. Among them, the man clad in black with the Rinnegan was particularly irksome. I shall deal with you first, and then methodically handle the others. Urashiki emerged slowly from the rift, his gaze radiating an arrogant sense of survival. Yet, as he retracted the fishhook, he was astonished to find no chakra whatsoever. What? How can there be no chakra? Activating his Byakugan, Urashiki discovered a sealing technique behind Sasuke. A sealing technique, how troublesome indeed. You lowly beings have truly provoked my ire. Subsequently, Boruto and the others confronted Urashiki, while Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo. During the fray, Urashiki employed the Rinnegan's ability to reverse time. But equipped with Boruto's intelligence and a meticulously crafted battle strategy, they swiftly dismantled Urashiki's greatest advantage. The battle raged fiercely, transforming the surrounding landscape into a chaotic tableau of destruction, with mountains crumbling and winds howling, nearly obliterating the forest. As time wore on, Urashiki increasingly felt the oppressive force of these inferior beings weighing upon him, a reality intolerable for one of noble lineage from the Otsutsuki clan. Seizing a moment of respite in the battle, Urashiki consumed his own Rinnegan, activating the second stage, the Crane Sage mode. His forehead bore a golden Rinnegan, mysterious and formidable, while his eyes also manifested golden pupils filled with fury and arrogance. Black markings adorned his face, and he sprouted twin horn-like appendages resembling bird wings atop his head, with his arms transforming into razor-sharp wings. His presence radiated an aura of terror. In this Sage Crane mode, Urashiki shattered Sasuke's Susanoo with a single kick, and Jiraiya and Naruto fell in quick succession. At last, only Boruto remained. Inferior being, it appears you are the last one standing. How does it feel to be in such despair? Urashiki's eyes glinted with madness and brutality, regarding Boruto as one might a mere ant destined to be crushed. Urashiki, your arrogance is quite remarkable. Do not presume that your transformations grant you the freedom to prance before me. Boruto's gaze was piercing, and his right eye, the pure eye, manifested. Grasping the seal with one hand, he began to undergo a transformation as a formidable chakra erupted within him. The era of the Uchiha has passed. We now embrace the age of tattoos. The old times offer no vessel to carry you forward. You may depart with ease. As the words fell from his lips, Boruto, in his pure eye and wedge mode, made his entrance. This is the wedge of the peach style. In the pure eye, the Uchiha appeared to witness something terrifying or incomprehensible, displaying a look of astonishment. This is impossible. You cannot possibly resolve the peach style's wedge so swiftly. Moreover, you can autonomously control the pure eye. It was not like this last time. Boruto's gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, and his voice, devoid of any emotion, declared, "Nothing is impossible, for I am Uzumaki Boruto." As the words left his lips, Boruto transformed into a fleeting shadow, or rather, he vanished into thin air, eluding the naked eye entirely. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Urashiki and delivered a powerful kick that sent Urashiki hurtling through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Seizing this moment, Boruto had long desired to test a particular technique, and today was the perfect opportunity to try it out on Urashiki. 8 gates released formation. Death Gate, open. Red steam enveloped Boruto, and he subsequently vanished, reappearing directly behind Urashiki. Urashiki, where are you looking? Just as Urashiki scanned for Boruto's figure, Boruto emerged behind him. 8 gates, night guy? With a low exclamation from Boruto, an overwhelming torrent of crimson steam erupted from within him. The red steam coalesced around his body, forming a colossal dragon that roared within the expanse of this world. Boruto launched a swift attack, so rapid that it seemed to rend the very air around him. As he closed in on Urashiki, he delivered a powerful kick, sending forth a dragon head of steam that struck Urashiki directly. In the end, Urashiki was left battered and bruised. In contrast, Boruto himself did not emerge unscathed. He recalled how Might Guy had nearly met his demise using this very technique. Now, experiencing the sensation himself, he understood the toll it took. However, with the assistance of the seal, the Byakugan, and the latent Nine Tails chakra within him, Boruto swiftly regained his composure. He was uncertain whether this could be considered an unscathed 8 gates, but it mattered little in the grand scheme, as Urashiki had been significantly weakened. Yet, he soon realized a troubling fact. The seal's power was waning. A swift resolution was imperative. Boruto gathered the remaining chakra within him, coalescing it into his left hand to form the Rasengan, as he steadily approached Urashiki. Coincidentally, Urashiki also staggered to his feet, casting a glance at Boruto while erupting into a derisive and chilling laughter. Ha ha ha, inferior creature. Even if you defeat me, what of it? The Otsutsuki clan will never abandon this seedbed. Even in death, countless others like me will emerge in my stead. Fear not, I shall not allow your Otsutsuki to prevail. Boruto surged forward towards Urashiki. Do you think I will surrender? Dream on, you inferior being. In a final frenzy, Urashiki consumed a handful of chakra pills from the bamboo basket at his waist. Tenshin sh Ri no Jutsu, Ri-ji. A colossal serpent manifested in the sky, unleashing a violet shockwave directed at Boruto. In Urashiki's last desperate strike, Boruto raised his right hand, invoking the seal to devour the serpent's assault entirely. Urashiki, in his folly, had forgotten that this was a power bestowed by Momoshiki. With the infusion of energy from Urashiki, the Rasengan in Boruto's left hand expanded significantly. In that moment, the Rasengan shone like a celestial star, illuminating the vast expanse around them. As Boruto brought the Rasengan crashing down upon Urashiki, under its unique jutsu, Urashiki was utterly obliterated, his very soul dissipating, while his essence transformed into pure energy that surged into Boruto's body. However, unbeknownst to Boruto, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, casting his gaze towards Sasuke and the others, revealing a long-lost smile. Chapter 81. The end, yet also the beginning. Has it truly come to an end? Naruto surveyed the ravaged land around him and approached Boruto, helping him to his feet. I sincerely hope this is the conclusion. Boruto gazed towards the horizon, murmuring, yet. As Otsutsuki has stated, the Otsutsuki clan is indeed a collective. When they rediscover this place, they will inevitably descend upon it once more. Therefore, I must strive to grow stronger. I shall protect all those I hold dear. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Naruto, I believe in you. At that moment, Boruto recalled something, shifting the conversation. By the way, Boruto, your surname is also Uzumaki, is it not? Now that I think about it, you've never mentioned your surname. Oh, right. Boruto responded, feeling a bit awkward and unsure of how to reply, not wishing to delve further into that topic, thus slipping into a moment of daze. A day later, when Boruto awoke once more, his first sight was the ceiling of the Konoha hospital ward. Noticing the absence of anyone around, Boruto quietly accessed the system. Host, Boruto age, 11 strength, super shadow chakra, 300 units title, master of ninjutsu physique, unparalleled constitution, Otsutsuki body ninjutsu, SS rank, sage art, frog, sage art, dragon cave. Clear eye, proficiency, 15, power, flying thunder god, maturity, 100, lightning release. Kirin, wedge mode, unlock progress, 35, 8 gates, Rasengan. Sia, time rewind. S rank, lightning nature transformation, Rasengan, lost Rasengan. Kamui, defense, release, under development. 0 Sia, Jinjutsu, a rank. Rasengan, standard, shadow clone jutsu, sealing technique. B rank, wind release, gale palm, wind release, vacuum wave, water release, clean wave, color deception technique, harem jutsu, mouth jutsu. C rank, 3 body technique. The unlock progress for wedge mode has accelerated. Even the time rewind ability of Otsutsuki has seemingly been replicated by me. And when did I acquire this Otsutsuki body? Boruto stared in astonishment for a moment, and the next second, his gaze was firmly fixed on the noteworthy words displayed on the panel. Boruto's heart raced fervently, his once tranquil eyes now engulfed by a surge of exhilaration. Yet amidst this excitement, he found himself grappling with a perplexing question. Why had Urashiki's abilities manifested within him? As he meticulously recalled the moment of Urashiki's demise, a spark of realization ignited within him. Could it be that after the obliteration of Urashiki's physical form and soul by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a particular energy was born from that annihilation? Boruto tentatively named this energy the essence of the Otsutsuki's origin. Following Urashiki's defeat, it appeared that this essence was absorbed into his own Otsutsuki body, much like how Kinshiki had devoured Kin's essence previously. In this twist of fate, not only had he advanced the progress of the wedge form, but he had also usurped Urashiki's powers. As Boruto pondered more deeply, he increasingly felt a sense of urgency. After regaining his composure, he contemplated the fact that Kaguya and Ishiki had yet to reveal themselves in this world. If he were to consume these two beings, he wondered just how much he would need to grow. It was likely that Kaguya would not emerge in the immediate future. While Ishiki was currently hiding in a space of his own creation, nursing his wounds, and his shell organization had not yet made an appearance. Of the two, Kaguya seemed to provide a clearer path. He recalled how Black Zetsu had utilized the Akatsuki organization to gather tailed beasts. He could expedite the process to bring Kaguya forth sooner. Although the power of the Byakugan would aid in locating Ishiki, the vastness of the shinobi world rendered it impractical to search every location individually. Such an endeavor would be a tremendous waste of time. Weighing the options, Boruto resolved to pursue the first course of action. He would assist in bringing Kaguya forth, and then, just as Boruto was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a stirring in his embrace. Boruto retrieved the scythe and was astonished to discover that the entity had awakened. The scythe gradually unfurled its limbs and gazed upon Boruto, the one with the whirlpool lineage, inquiring if this journey had been satisfactory. As he contemplated the scythe, Boruto was suddenly struck by a thought. Surely, the immense energy generated from his previous battle with Urashiki had caused a chakra leakage, allowing this being to replenish itself and thus awaken. Scythe, if there were a shift in this world, or if such a shift occurred prior to your arrival, what ramifications would that hold upon your return? Boruto's gaze was sharp, fixated on the results awaited by the plow. According to your assertions, the fabric of time and space is destined to become exceedingly unstable, rendering all futures precarious. However, the consequences of Otsutsuki's creation were not explicitly detailed. The plow offered a vague response, causing Boruto's brow to furrow slightly. For him, it was of little concern, as he could utilize the energy of the system to traverse space. Yet, his mentor Sasuke and the alternate version of himself were not so fortunate. Helpless, Boruto resolved to make a decision that defied his ancestors, motivated by the well-being of the two. He silently murmured an apology to the system within his heart. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly. "Boruto, you are finally awake." "Sarada, is that you?" Boruto replied. "I was merely exhausted." "It's nothing serious." Seeing Sarada's concern, he spoke to reassure her, but then suddenly changed the subject, asking, by the way, during my absence from Konoha, "Has anything gone awry?" Upon hearing this, Sarada retorted, "You still ask? The other you woke up and got pummeled by Uncle Lee. Fortunately, I brought him back. He kept questioning me about why he was here, and I had to knock him out. He is still unconscious now." As she concluded her tale, Sarada gestured with a hand sign, mimicking a blade. As Boruto listened to Sarada's account, he felt a sense of embarrassment regarding her violent nature. Simultaneously, he came to a realization. It appeared that the reaction of spatial repulsion would gradually dissipate once both parties distanced themselves from one another. During their brief exchange, Boruto was unexpectedly informed by Sarada that Shimura Danzo had also troubled her. After absorbing Sarada's narrative, Boruto fell into a deep contemplation. The matter of Danzo, although it posed no direct threat to Boruto, was nonetheless irksome, as he occasionally emerged to provoke disdain. Speaking of Danzo inevitably reminded Boruto of Sasuke. He wondered how Sasuke was progressing with his Sharingan training. It seemed he should check in on him soon. Just as the two were conversing, adult Sasuke, along with Jiraiya and Naruto, entered the hospital room. Upon entering, Naruto's booming voice filled the air. "Ah, Boruto, you are finally awake." "Naruto, I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift." "Ah, I owe my rapid recovery to Kurama's chakra," Naruto replied. As Boruto and Naruto conversed, Sasuke suddenly interjected, "Boruto, I apologize for the prolonged disturbance. I believe it is time for us to part ways." Chapter 82. Farewell, Master. Are you leaving? Boruto exclaimed, realizing he had let slip a critical detail. He cast a furtive glance at Naruto, feeling a pang of anxiety. Sarada, standing beside him, tensed up upon hearing Sasuke's intent to depart, her hesitation palpable. As anticipated, Naruto immediately sensed something amiss and pointed at Sasuke, incredulously questioning, "Boruto, this person is your master." Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke, scrutinizing him intently. "By the way, sir, during your battle with Urashiki, you possessed a Sharingan. And that circular eye, especially when you summoned that enormous purple creature. Your strength is truly formidable. I can't believe you are Boruto's master." Upon witnessing Sasuke's awkward expression, Boruto quickly intervened. "Master, are you leaving now?" "Yes, they still require my presence," Sasuke replied with ambiguous words, yet only Boruto understood their true meaning. "Ah, I see," Boruto acknowledged. After Sasuke finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Sarada followed him, seemingly unaware of what she intended to say. "Boruto, that man is quite peculiar," Sarada remarked. "He is simply like that," Boruto replied, gazing at the retreating figures of the two. "Dad, wait." Sarada called out, catching up to Sasuke. What's the matter, Sarada? Sasuke inquired. Though she wasn't his daughter from the same timeline, it did not diminish the fact that he cherished her as his own. Sarada hesitated for a moment, and Sasuke, sensing her need to convey something, crouched down and gently stroked her head, softly asking, Sarada, do you have something to tell me? Though we exist in different timelines, our bloodline remains unaltered. Speak your mind. Your father is listening. Eventually, Sarada produced a photograph that Itachi had entrusted to her. Dad, this is from Uncle Itachi. As Sasuke took the photograph from her hands, a complex and subtle shift occurred in his emotions. Once upon a time, he had desperately sought the only memento he could cling to, a photograph he could not find despite scouring the entire Uchiha clan or rummaging through Itachi's belongings. Yet here it was, in Sarada's possession. Perhaps Sasuke had come to terms with it. After a brief moment, he gently tapped Sarada's forehead and said softly, Sarada, you should keep this photograph. Since Itachi gave it to you, cherish it well. I am not from your timeline. It belongs to the true person. Meanwhile, on the other side, I already have someone I truly cherish. The Sarada from that realm is waiting for me. The following morning, in a secluded forest outside of Konoha, Jiraiya, along with Naruto, Boruto, Sarada, and Sasuke, who was playfully teasing Boruto, gathered there. As they prepared to part ways, Jiraiya handed a wrapped gift to Sasuke. Please deliver this to the future Naruto for me, and do relay this message. As your master, I am truly proud of you, Naruto. I will. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Eh? Perverted sage, what do you need me for? Am I not right in front of you? What do you mean, future Naruto? What are you all talking about? Boruto exclaimed. And that man on your shoulder, if I am not mistaken, is Boruto, right? Hey. Two Borutos. Perverted sage, look. On the side, Naruto erupted in a frenzy, wildly gesturing between Boruto and Uzumaki Boruto. Jiraiya merely chuckled, offering no explanation, allowing Sasuke to speak aside. The two retreated to a tranquil location. Before we return, I must convey something to you. Sasuke listened attentively. In recent days, we have undergone an extraordinary experience, one that is almost unfathomable. Jiraiya cast a glance at the agitated Naruto. You must understand that the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. It would be ideal if no one knew at all. We have assisted you in dealing with Kaguya Otsutsuki, and as a favor, you ought to reciprocate. Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned grave, his gaze imbued with profundity. You must possess a means to erase those memories that ought not to be known, correct? Yes, I can accomplish that with my ninjutsu. Sasuke readily affirmed. Is that so? Then I entrust this task to you. Erase the memories of Naruto and me. As for Boruto, Jiraiya revealed a knowing smile. This fellow seems to have unfinished business. Let him handle it. Initially, I believed that a fixed conclusion was what made a story most captivating. Yet, the appearance of this individual has led me to reconsider. The conclusion of a narrative appears to harbor more possibilities, and it need not adhere to a singular ending. Subsequently, Jiraiya beckoned the still-stunned Naruto. Naruto, do you not wish to know why there are two Borutos? This uncle will provide you with the answer. Upon hearing this, Naruto eagerly approached, his curiosity piqued. However, what responded to Naruto was Sasuke's Sharingan. After a flash of blinding light in the sky, both Jiraiya and Naruto fell into unconsciousness. Observing the two collapsed figures, Boruto stepped forward. Master, please take care. Boruto produced a scroll, instructing. Within this scroll lies all the intelligence I have personally compiled regarding future adversaries. You must exercise caution upon your return. Sasuke, noticing the scroll in Boruto's hand, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue as he accepted it. I understand. Naruto and I will be vigilant. To prevent the recurrence of the event where that father from another timeline is forced to lose the Nine Tails, Boruto felt compelled to take this action, for he could not traverse to that timeline. Seeing Sasuke accept the scroll, Boruto handed him a plow. Master, let this aid you in your departure. I have replenished the chakra energy within it for your benefit. Sasuke, taken aback, accepted the plow. Once everything was arranged properly, Boruto and Sarada stepped aside, watching from afar as Sasuke and the others departed, finally feeling relieved. However, unbeknownst to them, as Sasuke left this timeline with Boruto Uzumaki, the plow suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation during the traversal process. Due to the instability of time and space, the plow seemed to be subjected to a peculiar temporal interference, forcefully propelled back to Boruto's timeline by an enigmatic power. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Boruto Uzumaki were drawn into another mysterious realm by a swirling vortex of time. At that very moment, As Boruto was about to awaken Jiraiya and Naruto, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his vision fading to black, and he collapsed. Alarmed, Sarada's expression turned pale as she frantically called out to Boruto, relieved that his unconsciousness lasted only a fleeting moment before he vanished. "Boruto, what has happened to you?" Boruto shook his head, the sense of weakness dissipating in an instant. He sheepishly replied, "It's nothing, Sarada. I suppose I'm just tired. Let us hurry and wake them up. We need to return to Konoha." At that very moment, within the confines of Konoha, a secluded corner of a bathhouse revealed a slowly materializing black vortex. A figure cloaked in a dark robe adorned with golden edges, obscuring their face, emerged. Coincidentally, this figure encountered a somewhat familiar acquaintance. "Lord Third, how may I serve you today? Do visit our establishment more often," a voice chimed. Indeed, since his retirement, Hiruzen Sarutobi had indulged in a life of leisure. His once gaunt cheeks now visibly plump. Initially, he intended to invite Danzo for a bath, but alas, that old man declined for reasons unknown. Left with no choice, he ventured alone, seeking the company of a young girl to provide a massage for his back. After bathing, he sauntered into the changing room, preparing to head home, only to unexpectedly collide with the cloaked figure. "Who are you?" Hiruzen instinctively tensed, adopting a defensive stance. The sudden appearance of a figure in black raised immediate suspicions. "The disturbed timeline shall be rectified by me," the cloaked figure declared, locking eyes with Hiruzen. A blue-purple glow flickered beneath the dark cloak as a hoarse, yet magnetic voice continued. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are a man who should not exist. The correction shall commence with you." Chapter 83. The Grief of the Third. However, during Boruto's journey back to Konoha, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread throughout the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had perished in the bathhouse, his lifeless body in a state too gruesome to behold. This devastating revelation sent ripples of shock through Konoha, affecting even the villagers. "Is it true the third is dead? You must be joking. How could someone so powerful die?" "You don't know. He died in the bathhouse." "Could it be that he, in his old age, met his end surrounded by women?" "Don't speak carelessly. There are ninjas everywhere. If this is overheard, we might find ourselves in trouble. Best to head home." Meanwhile, at the Umbu headquarters, "What? Hiruzen is dead." Danzo slammed his palm on the table, his body reacting instinctively to the news. His gaze bore into his subordinates with alarm. "Yes, Lord Danzo. The third died in the bathhouse. My subordinates investigated and found no fatal injuries on him. However, they noted that his pupils were dilated, as if he had witnessed something terrifying before his demise. It is suspected that he may have fallen victim to some form of illusion." "Illusions," murmured Danzo. "Apart from Itachi's genjutsu, his left eye held the title of the most formidable in the ninja world. Who else could silently employ genjutsu to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi in the heart of Konoha?" At this moment, his emotions were particularly intricate. Although he often found Sarutobi irksome and occasionally lamented how the man hindered his path to the Hokage title. Now that this detestable figure was deceased, there lingered a sense of emptiness within Danzo's heart. Was he pleased? Undoubtedly, he was exceedingly elated. At last, no one could obstruct his ascent to the position of Hokage. The third Hokage was dead. Upon returning to Konoha, Boruto was struck with shock upon hearing of the bizarre demise of the third Hokage. Had he truly been absent for only a brief moment? And yet Sarutobi Hiruzen was no more? He was not alone in his astonishment. Jiraiya, as a disciple of the third, also fell into a state of bewilderment. Where could his teacher possibly be? Jiraiya silently pondered. The messenger ninja informed them, the body of Lord Third is currently in the autopsy room of Konoha Hospital. Lord Fifth and other dignitaries have already arrived. The group swiftly made their way to the hospital's autopsy room. Inside, Tsunade was conducting her final examination of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifeless form. It was evident that her emotional state was also somewhat askew. It was no wonder. With the loss of both her lover and brother, now even her mentor had departed from her side. One could only imagine the turmoil within her heart. Upon Jiraiya's arrival, the prominent leaders of various clans gathered, including the likes of Tenten and Mito, and each countenance bore the weight of sorrow. After exchanging greetings with them, Jiraiya naturally approached Tsunade, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her examination while scrutinizing Hiruzen's body in hopes of uncovering any clues. At this moment, Boruto approached, examining the lifeless body of the third Hokage. He was deeply troubled. Having painstakingly saved the third, it was incomprehensible that he had now perished. Observing the cause and manner of his death, it was evident that he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. What kind of illusion could possibly claim the life of the third in such a brief span? Moreover, how could it transpire in Konoha, silently and without a trace? As Boruto's mind raced, he eliminated numerous potential adversaries from consideration. The Kara organization had left no discernible signs, and given the lack of any vested interests, he momentarily dismissed them. That left only the Akatsuki. The ability to infiltrate Konoha undetected, apart from the Black Zetsu, was a hallmark of Uchiha Obito. Regarding Genjutsu, he briefly contemplated Uchiha Itachi but quickly dismissed the thought. It seemed implausible. After much deliberation, Boruto found himself at a loss. Tsunade, do you have any leads? Jiraiya turned his hopeful gaze towards Tsunade, who had just concluded her examination. She shook her head, revealing that she had no clues beyond the fact that her mentor had fallen victim to a lethal illusion. Do you think it's possible that Uchiha Itachi appeared in Konoha and killed the third? Hyuga Hizashi proposed his perspective, drawing the attention of everyone present. Uchiha Itachi? Jiraiya stroked his chin, a pensive expression crossing his face. Your reminder brings to mind a distinct possibility. I've heard he has joined an organization known as Akatsuki, which has recently been active across the ninja world, seemingly with designs on the tailed beasts. Kakashi, present among them, suddenly recalled something, his expression becoming notably complex as he added, Lord Jiraiya, though I am reluctant to mention it, I must share what I know. My former close friend and companion from the same era, Uchiha Obito, is also a member of Akatsuki. His Sharingan possesses the ability to manipulate space-time, which indeed aligns with the capacity to silently infiltrate Konoha. If both of these individuals were to appear simultaneously in Konoha, it would undoubtedly fulfill the conditions we discussed. Obito Uchiha first ensnared the unguarded third Hokage within a spatial dimension, subsequently employing Itachi's Genjutsu to terminate him. As Kakashi articulated his hypothesis, Boruto, standing nearby, appeared somewhat astonished. However, he could not bring himself to believe that Itachi would personally descend to eliminate the third. Setting aside their previous heartfelt conversation, it was inconceivable that Itachi would ever raise a hand against the third Hokage, especially considering the singular reason, Sasuke. Assassinating the third would yield no advantage for him. Yet, the evidence pointed inexorably towards the Akatsuki organization. While the conjectures posited by those present were sound and well-reasoned, they lacked one critical element: motive. Why would the Akatsuki seek to assassinate the third, expending such effort to eliminate a retired figure who posed no significant threat to Konoha? This perspective was bluntly articulated by Jiraiya. Indeed, what was the motive? If the Akatsuki aimed to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki, they should initiate a large-scale invasion, reminiscent of the destruction of Konoha, rather than merely targeting the third Hokage. It was evident that Jiraiya's query left everyone momentarily speechless. The progression of events reached an impasse, with even the Nara clan, known as the intellectuals of Konoha, at a loss. A few days later, at the third Hokage's funeral, the skies above Konoha were shrouded in ominous clouds, with a gentle drizzle falling, tapping against the umbrellas held by the mourners. Even Danzo Shimura attended the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Each citizen of Konoha, bearing a heavy heart, presented their prepared bouquets at the third-S gravestone. Yet, amid this profound sorrow, an unexpected visitor arrived in Konoha. Izumi Kamizuki, stationed at the village's entrance, appeared before the crowd, announcing, Lord Fifth, outside Konoha. We have encountered the rogue ninja Orochimaru, along with the traitor Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing these names, a wave of astonishment washed over every face. How could these two have suddenly returned to Konoha? Chapter 84. Orochimaru's cordial visit outside Konoha. The vigilant gatekeeper, Kanzo Tetsu, fixated nervously on Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha. Though they remained still, Kanzo's body involuntarily stiffened. Orochimaru, how much longer must we wait here? Sasuke's expression was calm. After a long absence, Sasuke had not grown much taller. Yet his features bore a semblance of maturity, his demeanor exuding an air of severity. Clad in a pristine white kimono, he wore a purple obi at his waist, with the Kusanagi sword sheathed beside him. You may interpret this as a miniature version of Sasuke 2 years hence. Don't inquire further. Time simply slipped away. Sasuke-kun. It seems you can hardly wait to receive your answers, Orochimaru remarked, observing Sasuke with a subtle, sinister smile. Sasuke gazed longingly towards Konoha, tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. I have already awaited this day far too long. The truth I shall perceive with clarity through these eyes of mine. Shortly, the inhabitants of Konoha emerged in succession, and upon witnessing Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha, their expressions were indeed a tapestry of emotions. Orochimaru, Sasuke Uchiha, What brings you to Konoha? Bellowed Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo, why such anger? We have done nothing. Orochimaru replied, casting a glance across the way, where he unexpectedly spotted familiar faces. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I did not anticipate your presence here. It is indeed rare to witness the three of us together. Orochimaru, what is your purpose for returning to Konoha? Tsunade inquired sternly. At present, I harbor no interest in Konoha and do not intend any harm. However, I do have some inquiries to make of Lord Hiruzen and Lord Danzo, Orochimaru stated. Yet, as he scanned the crowd, clad in simple garb, he noticed the absence of his dear mentor, Hiruzen. His gaze sharpened, and with a slight smirk, he inquired, Jiraiya, where is my beloved third Hokage? Jiraiya lowered his eyes slightly. He has passed away. Orochimaru's pupils constricted momentarily, but he quickly regained composure, teasing. What a surprising piece of news. The death of the third Hokage held little significance for Sasuke, who coldly regarded Danzo Shimura. The third was gone, yet Danzo remained. And questioning him would yield the same result. Danzo, displeased, interjected, Jiraiya, what further dialogue is there with these rogue ninjas? Seize them all, and bring them back to Konoha. Among the crowd, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki could no longer contain themselves, rushing forth to stand before Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists, his expression growing serious. Sasuke, you bastard. Come back now. If you don't, I'll take you down and bring you back myself. Sasuke, I beg you to return. We all miss you, Sakura pleaded. You too, cease your idle chatter. How much can you comprehend of my suffering? Stay out of the way. As they spoke, the ninjas of Konoha encircled Orochimaru and Sasuke. It appeared that negotiation was no longer an option. Orochimaru bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and intoned, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, with a series of resounding thuds. 9 coffins rose from the ground behind Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the deceased? Tsunade gritted her teeth, her face etched with gravity. Tsunade, words are futile. Let these departed souls entertain you, Orochimaru retorted. Coffins were opened one after another, revealing individuals who caused the faces of the Leaf Village to change dramatically. Among them were the formidable figures of the Cloud Village's Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the Hyuga clan's Hayashi Hyuga, Kato Dan from the Leaf, and the Wind Shadow of the Sand Village. Upon witnessing these apparitions, everyone instinctively recoiled. Tsunade's gaze was fixated on Kato Dan's figure, her expression grim. Hayashi Hyuga watched in anguish as his brother was resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. A torrent of indescribable emotions surging within him. Particularly, among the crowd, Neji Hyuga's eyes were locked on his father, his eyelids glistening with tears. Father, Tsunade Jiraiya. Are there any familiar faces among these individuals? Orochimaru wore a playful smirk. Tsunade exclaimed, damn it. Orochimaru, faced with this precarious situation, Danzo Shimura suddenly recalled something and turned to Boruto, bellowing, Boruto, I remember you possess the ability to dispel Edo Tensei. Why aren't you hastening to release these individuals? As a mere bystander, Boruto felt displeasure wash over him at being singled out by Danzo and chose to disregard the Elder's command. I apologize, Elder Danzo, but I am not a member of Root, and you have yet to reach a status that allows you to issue orders to me. Boruto, how dare you disregard the Elder's command? Boruto cast a glance at Danzo and spoke deliberately. What is it? Elder Danzo, do you intend to use that hand, riddled with eyes, against me? Or do you mean to control me with whatever lies beneath those bandages? What are you babbling about? I do not comprehend your words. A wave of apprehension washed over Danzo, his expression turning ashen. He pondered, why does Boruto know my secret? I trust you are aware of what I am referring to. Danzo, your pallid visage speaks volumes. I shan't frighten you further, for today, the spotlight is not on me. Despite his confusion regarding Boruto's words, it was evident that Boruto intended to withdraw. Ultimately, it was Tsunade, acting in her capacity as Hokage, who issued a command for him to release the Edo Tensei. Reluctantly, Boruto complied. However, he could only manage to release 4 of the reanimated, leaving a chaotic mess in their wake. Hokage-sama, I truly cannot continue. I am recovering from a serious illness, and my chakra is insufficient to dispel them all. Boruto had yet to finish his words before collapsing into unconsciousness. Embracing chaos, Boruto showed no hesitation. Witnessing his state, Danzo's teeth ground in frustration. Tsunade, recognizing the situation, felt a sense of helplessness. What could be done? They had no choice but to press on. Subsequently, numerous ninjas from Konoha joined the fray, launching a full-scale assault on Kin and Jin, along with the other three. Tsunade, unwilling to confront Danzo directly, decisively allied with Jiraiya to combat Orochimaru, summoning their respective summoning beasts, creating a chaotic battlefield of legendary ninjas. As for Sasuke, Naruto was there to intercept him. The battle between the two escalated further afield, culminating in Naruto entering the Nine-Tails chakra mode, while Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning the first phase of Susanoo, resulting in an earth-shattering clash. The Manjiki was newly awakened and unstable. If there are differing opinions, kindly leave your thoughts with me first. Meanwhile, observing the turmoil in Konoha, Danzo stealthily made his way back to the roots. However, all of this was witnessed by Boruto. Chapter 85, My apologies, you are not even fit to be the 5th Hokage. While returning to the roots, Danzo's footsteps suddenly halted, prompting the 4 root ninjas surrounding him to adopt a defensive stance. Danzo's cold gaze fixated on a corner. Come out. I am not senile yet. And your inept attempt at stealth is unnecessary. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the sound of applause resonated from the corner, revealing Boruto's figure gradually emerging before him. Elder Danzo, you truly possess extraordinary perception. I wonder where you're headed? Boruto? Upon seeing Boruto, Danzo frowned, his voice cold. It seems you were merely feigning weakness outside. Bingo. Elder Danzo had answered correctly. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, Orochimaru and Sasuke appeared almost immediately. This could not be mere coincidence. Danzo appeared to connect the dots, his gaze suddenly igniting with clarity as he questioned, You conspired with Orochimaru and Sasuke. Boruto, are you intending to betray the village? Elder Danzo, please refrain from using such harsh language. What do you mean by betraying the village? I am merely safeguarding Konoha in my own way. This towering tree of Konoha has survived for so long, yet some parts must inevitably decay. I wish only to act as a gardener, trimming away the rotten roots and branches that hinder the tree's robust growth. Furthermore, with the 3rd Hokage deceased as his closest friends, can you truly bear to leave him to rest alone in the Pure Land? How absurd. Danzo seemed to have heard a rather amusing joke. Boruto, you lack the standing to dictate Konoha's fate. If you wish to be a gardener, you are far from qualified. I advise you not to end up like those Uchiha, lest you find yourself in eternal damnation. Uchiha? Boruto wore a contemplative expression. Elder Danzo, your mention of the Uchiha clan piques my curiosity. I have heard whispers that it was you who persuaded Itachi to annihilate his own family. Is there any truth to this? It seemed that Boruto had struck a nerve, for Danzo's heart jolted sharply, and he erupted in a frenzied roar. Nonsense. Who has fed you such absurdities? Itachi, Boruto replied, a smirk playing on his lips. To be candid, when Itachi last visited the Hidden Leaf, I followed him, and he disclosed all of this to me. Impossible. He vowed to keep our secrets, provided we safeguarded Sasuke Uchiha. There is no way he would divulge such information. Danzo's words faltered, a sense of foreboding washing over him as a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Boruto, you are attempting to extract information from me. Boruto, is this truly significant? Danzo suddenly calmed down, fixing his gaze upon Boruto while emitting a series of chilling sneers. Indeed, these matters are of little consequence, as long as we eliminate you. These so-called secrets will never see the light of day. The Uchiha clan are nothing more than ticking time bombs. They once attempted a coup, yet in the end, were annihilated by Itachi Uchiha. Perhaps growing increasingly fervent in his speech, Shimura Danzo's expression became ever more menacing. So what are your thoughts? Knowing the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan? To be frank, I feel little, merely a sense of sorrow for your plight. Boruto shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. Haha, since you seem to know everything. Shimura Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. Then, as a trade, I shall not allow you to disseminate today's conversation. With that, he commanded the 4 individuals beside him, seize Boruto at once. No sooner had Danzo spoken than the 4 rushed towards Boruto, unleashing their ninjutsu. Boruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, effortlessly dispatching the 4 guards of Danzo in an instant. Danzo, was it truly necessary to send these 4 to their demise? He taunted as he turned away after eliminating them. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo, gathering chakra within his abdomen, unleashed a spherical wave of light towards Boruto. Despite the vacuum sphere's velocity, capable of slicing through the air, Boruto easily evaded it. Is this really necessary, Danzo? We both know it's futile. Yet stalling you for just a moment will suffice. A cold smirk crossed Danzo's face as he tore off the bandage covering his left eye. Boruto, your strength compels me to unleash my ultimate trump card, becoming the ace of my roots. How foolish of Danzo to resort to such underhanded tactics, Boruto thought, shaking his head in exasperation. Just as Danzo was about to open his eyes, Boruto, wielding the Kusanagi sword, suddenly vanished into thin air. In an instant, 2 blood arrows erupted into the air with a sickening splatter. At that moment, Boruto held 2 items. One was Shirsue's Sharingan, and the other was Hashirama's arm. Preventing Danzo from entering his resurrection state, an arm adorned with the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Boruto, how dare you? With a severed arm bleeding profusely and one eye socketed dark void, Danzo glared at Boruto with a fury that rendered him particularly monstrous. After sealing these 2 items into the scroll, Boruto let out a soft sigh and turned to face Shimura Danzo. Forgive me, Danzo-sama, for preventing you from even becoming the 5th Hokage. Upon seeing the pity in Boruto's eyes, Danzo was momentarily taken aback. However, as he heard Boruto's bewildering words, he erupted with fury. Boruto, even in death, I shall take you down with me. For symbol seal. Just as Danzo was about to execute the 4 symbol seal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow materialized beside Danzo, abruptly interrupting his jutsu. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. The reason was simple. The individual before him had just executed the very ninjutsu known as the Flying Thunder God, an art he was intimately acquainted with. In this realm of shinobi, who else could possibly wield such a technique, if not him? Boruto was intent on halting his opponent's movements. However, in the next instant, it appeared that the adversary had no desire to engage in battle, instead forming an enormous Rasengan in their hands. Boruto, in a moment of desperation, could only evade using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly witnessed his opponent vanishing into a spatial vortex while carrying Danzo. The residual force of the Rasengan dissipated, ultimately leaving behind a vast crater in the heart of Konoha, with the surrounding buildings utterly destroyed. A testament to the immense power unleashed by the Rasengan. Boruto furrowed his brow into a frown as he gazed in the direction where the mysterious figure had vanished. The unexpected appearance of this enigmatic individual, who could simultaneously wield both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, left him bewildered. Could it be that his grandfather had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Boruto dismissed it. The soul of his grandfather from this timeline remained in the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Upon this thought, Boruto momentarily froze. Could it be that someone truly extracted his grandfather from the belly of death? As Boruto pondered the identity of this enigmatic individual, the commotion within Konoha caught the attention of the villagers engaged in battle outside. Reluctantly, they abandoned their confrontation with Orochimaru and converged towards the heart of Konoha. It appeared that Orochimaru was not intent on provoking Konoha. Upon witnessing their cessation of hostilities, he refrained from further entanglement, dispelling the reanimation jutsu before turning to depart. Boruto sensed a multitude of individuals converging in his vicinity. He realized that remaining there was no longer tenable. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to make his escape. Chapter 86. You actually lost to Sasuke. The battlefield of Sasuke and Naruto. After departing from Konoha, Boruto followed the energy signatures of these two and arrived at their location, only to find himself once again at the Valley of the End. Boruto couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed a fateful confrontation. However, the outcome of this battle revealed that Sasuke had the upper hand, much to Boruto's astonishment. He never anticipated that despite Naruto and Sasuke's early enhancements, Naruto would still be outmatched by Sasuke. Sasuke, how have you been? Boruto appeared between the two, expressing his concern for Sasuke. I'm fine. I didn't expect this guy to have become so powerful. If it weren't for the assistance of the curse mark, I might have genuinely lost to him. Sasuke wiped the blood from his face and cast a sidelong glance at Boruto, retorting, "This remarkable transformation of his must be attributed to you, right?" Boruto nodded in tacit agreement. Simultaneously, he understood why Naruto had succumbed to Sasuke. It was indeed due to a lack of sage techniques. Speaking of which, Naruto had yet to master such arts. Shifting his gaze from Naruto, Boruto harbored no concerns regarding Naruto's safety. With the recuperative power of the Nine-Tails chakra, as long as he was not fatally injured, Naruto would soon return to his lively self. Where was Danzo now? In response to Sasuke's inquiry, Boruto smiled lightly, remarking on Sasuke's stubbornness regarding the matter. Did you not assert that he was? Aside from the third Hokage and Itachi, the only one privy to the truth? Sasuke clearly exhibited a flicker of displeasure. That was indeed the case. But he had been rescued. Rescued? Now it was Sasuke's turn to be taken aback, his tone lowering and laced with an icy edge. What on earth was happening? Boruto subsequently recounted the encounter he had with Danzo and the circumstances of his rescue. Sasuke's expression visibly darkened. Enough with the grim countenance, at least prior to my rescue. I extracted everything I sought and the truth from him. What? Sasuke paused, taken aback. Do not resist me. Fix your gaze upon my eyes. Boruto's pure eyes subtly opened. As Sasuke locked eyes with Boruto's clear gaze, his Sharingan manifested and began to whirl, as though a connection was forged between them. Soon, Sasuke found himself ensnared within the illusion conjured by Boruto. Within this illusion, he witnessed the entire truth as articulated by Danzo from Boruto's perspective. Moments later, the illusion dissipated, leaving Sasuke's expression grim, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a crackling sound. Now that you know the truth, what do you intend to do? Boruto regarded Sasuke with a calm demeanor. After a moment of respite, Sasuke slowly lifted his head, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. A bitter smile forming on his lips. Itachi Uchiha is truly foolish yet charming. However, even with his reasons, it does not alter the fact that he slaughtered our clan. I will still take his life. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Boruto let out a soft sigh. Unfazed by Boruto's presence, Sasuke muttered to himself, moreover, did you not mention that excessive use of the Sharingan leads to blindness? To mitigate this risk, one must utilize the eyes of a blood relative to compensate for this flaw. Itachi must surely be aware of this. Therefore, let us see who will take the other's eyes first. Ultimately, Boruto departed with Naruto, leaving Sasuke alone atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, lost in thought. Upon Boruto's return to Konohagakure, news swiftly spread throughout the village. Konoha had been attacked by an unknown enemy, and the leader of the rout, Danzo Shimura, had mysteriously vanished. Panic began to permeate the air in Konoha. In the Hokage building, Jiraiya pondered the recent attack and Danzo's disappearance. What do you think about the attack and Danzo's vanishing? Tsunade inquired, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Jiraiya paused thoughtfully. What do I think? I merely observe. Jiraiya, please take this seriously. Tsunade's expression reflected her irritation. All right, Tsunade. I was merely jesting to lighten the mood, he reassured her before continuing. Our primary objective now must be to reassure the citizens of Konoha to prevent unnecessary panic. Secondly, I sense a peculiar connection between Orochimaru's unexpected arrival and Danzo's enigmatic disappearance. During my encounter with Orochimaru, I felt something was amiss. Following the attack, he did not seize the opportunity to invade, but instead chose to retreat. Isn't that strange, Tsunade? Tsunade nodded slightly. I do share that sentiment. Could it be that Orochimaru is deliberately stalling us? Furthermore, in the aftermath of the attack, the traces left behind that resemble the Rasengan can only be utilized by Naruto, Boruto, and myself. Yet, as you know, both Naruto and I have alibis, and as for Boruto, after he dealt with the 4 reanimated corpses, I lost track of him. For a fleeting moment, Jiraiya found himself questioning Boruto's integrity, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Given Boruto's evident loyalty to Konoha, how could he even entertain such doubt? As the atmosphere grew tense, Tsunade interjected, since we have no leads regarding the attack, let us set that aside for now. We should focus on reassuring the populace and addressing the remnants of Danzo's rout. After a discussion among several individuals, Tsunade resolved to disband the rout division and took measures to reassure the populace. As Jiraiya emerged from the Hokage building, weary from his labors, he soon passed a location where he overheard an agitated argument. Naruto, I can't believe you lost to Sasuke. Boruto, I did not lose to Sasuke. He cheated first. Well, a loss is a loss. What excuses are you making? How infuriating, Boruto. I want to challenge you to a duel. At that moment, Jiraiya, intrigued, appeared before the two. Pervy Sage, I want to train. I want to become stronger. Naruto's recent defeat against Sasuke had not crushed his spirit. Rather, it ignited his competitive fire. Upon seeing Jiraiya, he immediately expressed his desire to grow stronger. Do you truly wish to become stronger? Jiraiya pondered. Having gleaned from Naruto's earlier remarks that Sasuke had utilized Orochimaru's curse mark along with his Sharingan to defeat him, it seemed the time had come to take Naruto to a new place for training. With determination in his heart, Jiraiya solemnly asked, Naruto, do you want to become stronger? Naruto nodded vigorously. Yes. Seeing Naruto's eagerness, Jiraiya smiled mysteriously. Since you are resolute, You must bid farewell to Konoha and accompany me to a place for training. Where are we going? Naruto inquired. Mount Myaboku. Chapter 87. Grim news from Tsunegakure Boruto. Are you sure you don't want to join us at Mount Myaboku for training? At the gates of Konoha, Boruto, along with Sarada and other companions, had come to see Naruto off. Boruto gently shook his head, expressing his reluctance to leave, stating that Konoha still needed him. However, he then turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, his concern evident as he inquired, Master Jiraiya, how long will Naruto be at Mount Myaboku this time? Jiraiya stroked his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, teasingly replying, it's hard to say. With Naruto's cleverness, it might take him a year and a half, or at most, 2 years. Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted in indignation, pointing at Jiraiya and exclaiming, perverted sage, don't underestimate me. I will definitely master it in less than a year. Finally, as everyone looked on, Jiraiya performed the reverse summoning technique, transporting himself and Naruto to Mount Myaboku for training. At the same moment, within a serene, dimly lit, and damp cave, Danzo slowly opened his eyes, yes, his eyes. Gazing at the droplets of water falling from above, a wave of confusion surged within him. Where's this place? Wasn't I already dead? No, you're not dead. The previously tranquil atmosphere was pierced by a chilling, raspy voice that echoed in Danzo's ears, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Who are you? Danzo exclaimed, abruptly turning to the source of the voice, where a shadowy figure clad in black stood silently. Had it not been for the voice, he would not have noticed the individual at all. What am I? Merely your savior, came the enigmatic reply. Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness ignited within Danzo. As the leader of Root, he was not one to trust easily. He glanced at his left arm, astonished to find that it had been reattached. Though it was not the original arm embedded with Sharingan, it was only then that he realized his eyes, previously taken by Boruto, had also been restored to their normal state. Curiosity piqued, Danzo asked, why did you save me? He was well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The mysterious figure must have an ulterior motive for rescuing him. Perhaps he could leverage this enigmatic individual to acquire something beneficial for himself. Danzo, do not entertain any ulterior motives before me. Rescuing you was merely an acknowledgement that you have not yet reached the end of your life. A flicker of anger surfaced in Danzo's eyes. What did it mean that he had not yet reached the threshold of death? When had he ever allowed others to dictate his fate? This thought ignited a fire of rage within him. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed a series of wind release techniques, only to be astounded when he discovered that his jutsu had no effect on the cloaked figure. Not only was it ineffective, but in the blink of an eye, the figure appeared before him and seized Danzo as one might grasp a chick. This is your first and last test, Danzo. I hope you do not misjudge the situation, for I would not hesitate to reduce you to your original form. Confronted by the oppressive aura emanating from the figure in the black cloak, Danzo felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was the first time he had experienced such suffocating pressure, one that even his master, Hashirama Senju, had never instilled in him. Speak, he said, as he was set down, his demeanor resembling that of a deflated balloon, drained of strength. What is it that you require of me? Quite simple. From this moment forward, you will remain Danzo of Root, while I shall be one of your subordinates, serving as your personal bodyguard. Upon hearing this unexpected response, Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. What do you intend to do? His tone shifted to one of seriousness, as he discerned the other's intention to leverage his position to infiltrate Konoha. With regards to this enigmatic figure, whose allegiance remained uncertain, Danzo harbored an unwavering suspicion. Given the individual's prowess, should they wreak havoc upon Konoha, it would deliver a severe blow to the village. In that moment, Danzo contemplated many things. Although he aspired to become Hokage, he wished to protect Konoha in his own manner. Faced with a volatile ticking time bomb, he would rather preserve his final reputation than risk it all. Seemingly anticipating Danzo's thoughts, the cloaked figure let out a cold snort. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of bringing harm to Konoha. My goal has always been singular. Upon hearing the black-cloaked figure's words, curiosity sparked within Danzo. What is it? Correction. Correction? Danzo was left bewildered. There is no need for you to know the details. Simply understand that we share a common enemy. Enemy? Danzo pondered for a moment, a figure surfacing in his mind. He suddenly lifted his gaze. Are you referring to Boruto? Danzo, I have already provided you with ample information. The rest is beyond your purview. You need only answer me. Is our collaboration agreed upon? The voice of the cloaked figure was laced with a chilling coldness. Danzo smiled wryly. Do I possess the right to refuse? Time swiftly passed, and 4 months later, at the Hokage building. Teacher, are you sending us to Sunagakure? Upon receiving the mission designated by Tsunade, Kakashi, Boruto, Sakura, and Sarada exhibited a range of expressions. The reason for their presence in the same team stemmed from Naruto's departure from the village for training and Sasuke's defection, resulting in vacancies within Team 7, which were temporarily filled by Sarada and Boruto. After days of collaboration, their squad had become capable enough to undertake A-rank missions. However, this journey to Sunagakure posed an S-rank challenge. Indeed, Sakura. Tsunade placed her hands firmly on the table, her expression unusually grave as she spoke in a low voice. We have received a distress signal from Sunagakure, indicating that the Akatsuki organization has made an appearance and captured their Kazekage, Gaara. The situation in Sunagakure has descended into chaos. Upon hearing Tsunade's report, while Kakashi and Sakura displayed palpable shock, Boruto and Sarada remained notably composed, since clarifying his objectives and facilitating the early emergence of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Boruto had recently begun to address the matter of the tailed beasts, including Gaara's abduction. Although he was not directly involved, his influence was subtly present. It was not that he held Gaara in low regard. Rather, before confirming the situation, Boruto had drawn the power of the sun from the system, a skill inherited from Naruto. This newfound ability instilled him with the confidence to make such a decisive resolution. After all, if the power of the sun could revive Might Guy even at death's door, Boruto firmly believed it could save Gaara. Of course, should that fail, he had contingency plans in place. Without further ado, let us prepare to set forth for Sunagakure. Chapter 88. Arrival at Sunagakure. The following morning, Team 7, led by Kakashi, embarked towards Sunagakure. However, shortly after their departure, Konoha was graced by the unexpected return of a long-missing figure, Shimura Danzo. As Boruto and Kakashi's group stepped onto the arid land of the Wind Country, they found it starkly different from the mountainous terrain of the Leaf Village, dominated instead by vast, unending deserts. With no time to admire the scenery, they hastened towards Sunagakure, only to stumble upon a lifeless body sprawled in the sands. Boruto was the first to make the discovery. Kakashi-sensei, it is Kankuro from Sunagakure. Boruto probed the breath of the other party and replied, he is still alive, though it seems he has been poisoned. Scattered remnants of puppets lay around, indicating that a fierce battle of puppetry had once unfolded here, with the defeated being Kanjuro. Let us take him away. As the party seeking assistance, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to this. Sakura, the sole medical ninja in their team, looked pale as she laboriously addressed Kakashi, but Kakashi-sensei, the poison he has endured appears to be quite unusual. I cannot detoxify it. Kakashi pondered for a moment. Then let us take him for now. In Sunagakure, there is a Chiyo who rivals Lady Tsunade. I believe she will be able to cure him. There is no need for such trouble. I shall handle the antidote myself. Upon encountering Kakashi, Boruto remarked, to carry an individual afflicted by poison is, without reason, to impede the progress of our team. Kakashi, taken aback, gazed at Boruto with astonishment and inquired, do you possess any medical skills? No, Boruto replied. Boruto paused for a moment, unreservedly declaring, although I cannot neutralize the poison, I can extract it, can I? Kakashi, taken aback, gazed at him with a look of bewilderment. With Kakashi's perplexed gaze upon him, Boruto placed his hand upon the poison wound of Kankuro. In an instant, the technique known as KCHRS was activated, swiftly drawing out the poison of the scorpion and the chakra that resided solely within Kankuro. Kakashi, observing this extraordinary scene through his Sharingan, found himself genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated that Boruto possessed such an extraordinary ability. Boruto, is this your power? The ability to absorb another's chakra? Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, Boruto replied. I have named this technique KCHRS, a discovery I stumbled upon by chance. However, it remains in its nascent stage, with a limited capacity for absorption. You must keep the secret for me, it is my trump card. Boruto, in his innocence, had told a little lie, observing Boruto's cautious demeanor. Kakashi smiled gently and reassured him, do not worry, I shall keep your secret. Sakura added, Boruto, I too will. As their conversation unfolded, Kankuro slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, am I dead? Upon noticing Kankuro stirring, Kakashi and the others immediately focused their attention on him. Rest assured, you are not dead, Kakashi affirmed. Once Kankuro's vision cleared, he realized that those surrounding him were from Konoha. Konoha? How did you come to be here? Kakashi explained, it was your higher-ups in Sunagakure who sought our assistance. Understanding dawned on Kankuro as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Kakashi replied, "It was not I who saved you. It was this young man beside me." Gesturing towards Boruto, Kankuro turned his gaze to Boruto, momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his savior would be someone of his own age. Nevertheless, he managed to say, "Thank you. I owe you my life." Boruto waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing, just a small matter." He then inquired, "But how did you end up here, poisoned, and it appears you have been through a fierce battle?" At Boruto's question, Kankuro suddenly recalled something, his face paling as he spoke urgently, quickly. "Gaara has been taken by members of Akatsuki. Scorpion is with them. I must relay this information to Chiyo." Kankuro hastily attempted to rise, but stumbled, nearly falling, only to be caught by Boruto. Unbeknownst to everyone, Boruto discreetly transferred some chakra to Kankuro, helping him regain his composure. "Did you just say that one of Akatsuki's members is from Sunagakure?" Kakashi keenly noted Kankuro's words. "Yes, that individual is Chiyo's grandson, Scorpion, who, like me, specializes in puppetry." "Excellent. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once." Aware of the urgency, Kakashi refrained from further delay and swiftly led Kankuro towards Sunagakure. Before long, they reached the outskirts of Sunagakure, where their presence was immediately detected by the vigilant sand ninjas. "Kankuro, you have finally returned. Lady Temari has been quite anxious." Upon seeing Kankuro, the sand ninja momentarily forgot about Kakashi and the others, rushing to assist him. "I am fine, thanks to these companions from Konoha who saved me. Otherwise, you would have had to arrange my funeral. Enough of that, let us not linger. These are our allies from Konoha. Quickly, take us to see Chiyo." In a secluded retreat, the elderly Chiyo and her brother, K-Eyes, were enjoying a day of fishing. Suddenly, Chiyo clutched her chest, her legs flailing as she collapsed to the ground. K-Eyes, accustomed to his sister's tendency to jest, calmly remarked, "Sister, please don't scare me. This marks the 100th time you've pretended to be dead." "Sister? Sister." As K-Eyes called her name with increasing concern, a sense of unease washed over him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Ha ha ha. Brother, you have fallen for my trick again." Despite Chiyo's playful deception, K-Eyes did not show any anger, but instead joined her in laughter. "I'm relieved to see you alive," he stated, just as their playful banter continued. An urgent voice called from outside. "Chiyo, please come out. I have something important to discuss." "Is that you, Kankuro?" Chiyo paused momentarily, her demeanor shifting to one of nonchalance. "Oh well, this is a world for the young. We old bones have little interest in such matters. Besides, haven't we already summoned the help from Konoha? What more do we need?" However, as Kankuro's anxious voice echoed outside, K-Eyes felt compelled to intervene. "Sister, judging by Kankuro's urgency, it must be something serious. That boy wouldn't be so frantic unless it were dire. Perhaps we should check?" Chiyo raised her chin defiantly. "No, we will not look," just as she resolutely refused. Kankuro boldly revealed the matter of utmost concern to Chiyo. "Grandma Chiyo, the urgent matter pertains to your grandson, Sasori." "What? Sasori?" The door swung open forcefully, and Chiyo's face flushed with emotion as she fixed her intense gaze upon Kankuro. "What did you say? Have you seen my grandson, Sasori?" "Grandma Chiyo, I understand your excitement, but please remain calm," Kankuro stammered, disoriented by her fervor. At that moment, Temari, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and immediately spotted Kakashi and others. However, their presence was not her primary concern. "Kankuro, are you all right?" "I'm fine, sister," he replied as Temari pulled him away from Chiyo. "Kankuro, what exactly has transpired? Where's Gaara?" Confronted by Shoju's inquiries, Kankuro recounted his pursuit of the Scorpion and their ensuing battle to the assembled group. To his astonishment, he learned that the Scorpion had allied himself with the Akatsuki and had set his sights on Gaara. However, when they heard of Kankuro's poisoning and subsequent revival by Konoha, their expression shifted dramatically. Konoha truly is remarkable. Not only has it produced an exceptional medical ninja like Tsunade, but it also boasts someone capable of neutralizing the Scorpion's venom. Chiyo's gaze flickered with a glint of determination as she glanced at Boruto, who was idly observing the scene. "Flattery aside, our immediate priority remains the search for the Kazekage." The group then exchanged intelligence regarding the Akatsuki, deducing the direction of Daidar's retreat and determining their target. "Wait, I must join as well," Chiyo declared, her eyes shimmering with fervor, her stooped frame inexplicably straightening. "I must retrieve my grandson. I owe him far too much. As a grandmother, I have been woefully inadequate." Kakashi interjected, "Chiyo-senpai, how's your health?" Chiyo turned to him inquiring, and who might you be? I am their team leader for this mission, Kakashi Hatake. Hatake? Chiyo's expression sharpened, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. What relation do you have to Shimo Hatake? He is my father. Chiyo's pupils widened in shock, a cold smirk forming on her lips. I did not expect to encounter the son of my adversary. The atmosphere immediately chilled, tension thickening in the air. Sensing the shift, Chiyo sighed. Ah, it is merely an old grudge. Since I have invited you to assist in locating the Kazekage, I shall not make things difficult for you. We must not delay. Let us set forth without further ado. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki's gathering place, within the cavern, a suffocating silence prevailed. The walls were adorned with strange patterns, exuding a chilling aura in the dim light. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like sharp fangs. In the center lay a colossal circular formation emanating an eerie glow. Above it, the illusionary Dragon Nine Seals technique ensnared Gaara in countless black chains, suspending him in midair with his eyes tightly closed. As his chakra was relentlessly siphoned away, Gaara's complexion turned ashen. Surrounding him stood Akatsuki members clad in black cloaks with red clouds, their faces concealed beneath wide-brimmed hats, revealing only their cold gazes as they silently observed the central formation. As time inexorably passed, the completion of the technique drew near. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the entrance, where the previously sealed stone door shattered. This commotion jolted the Akatsuki members from their reverie. They had not anticipated being pursued so swiftly. As the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain slowly lifted his gaze, revealing his Rinnegan glimmering with a violet hue. The technique was nearing its conclusion, leaving no room for error. Scorpion, Deidara, Itachi, Kisame, you must delay the intruders. I will oversee matters here. Deidara raked his golden locks and lamented, ah, how troublesome. Can't these people allow me to quietly witness the extraction of the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki? Such a rare opportunity. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Deidara complied, and the group swiftly moved to the entrance to intercept the intruders. However, upon reaching the threshold and catching sight of their visitors, they were taken aback. Who could it be? Oh, it's from Konoha. How utterly pathetic that the Sand Village has resorted to seeking aid from former foes. As Deidara dashed out, Itachi and the others immediately sensed a surge of vigilance. It was the S-rank rogue ninja from Awagakure, Deidara. Itachi, you're here too. Scorpion, is that you? My grandson. Chiyo's gaze swept over the group, and when it landed on one of the Akatsuki members with an unusual figure, her heart skipped a beat. And she dared not look away. Scorpion, that old woman seems to recognize you, Deidara whispered teasingly. Silence, she is my grandmother, Scorpion retorted. Deidara, taken aback, replied, oh, I see. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Itachi and stated, Itachi, quickly hand over Gaara. With a calm glance at the unassuming Boruto and Sarada, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan materialized. Kakashi, if you wish to reclaim Gaara from our grasp, let's see if your Sharingan can surpass my bloodline limit. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a crow and engaged Kakashi in battle. Kid, we meet again, Kisame announced, brandishing his sword, Samahata, before Boruto. Last time I was careless, allowing you to escape. This time, I shan't be so lenient. Kisame, I am not your adversary, Boruto replied firmly. I have no time to play with you. If this drags on, Gaara will truly perish. What? Kisame was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a green figure appeared before Boruto, followed by 3 familiar silhouettes. Kai-sensei, Lee, Tenten. Niji, you finally arrived. Boruto, leave this to us. Go and do what you must. Boruto nodded, entrusting his fate to them. Just as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the Akatsuki's stronghold, Deidara materialized before him. Have you forgotten to ask me something, young one? Prepare to appreciate my art. With that, he produced a white clay from his hands, which, after a series of chews from his mouth-like appendage, transformed into countless miniature spiders that began to converge upon Boruto. What a tedious trick. Boruto, indifferent to Deidara, continued to unleash his lightning technique, Kirin. In an instant, a surge of thunder struck, leaving Deidara utterly unprepared, enveloped in smoke as his body crackled with electricity, rendering all his abilities futile. With just a single move, he subdued Deidara, much to the dismay of Sasori, who was poised to intervene. Boruto, I will handle Sasori. You should focus on finding the Kazekage, he said. Fortunately, Chiyo's timely arrival positioned her as a barrier against Sasori. Under Boruto's directive, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a brilliant flash of yellow and vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. At that moment, the ritual to extract the tailed beast was nearing its conclusion. Pain cast a glance towards the entrance, noting that more intruders had arrived. No sooner had Pain spoken than Boruto reappeared beside Gaara, abruptly interrupting the ongoing ceremony. The others attempted to intervene, but Pain gestured for them to refrain, declaring that the ritual had already achieved substantial success and further efforts would be futile, thus allowing Boruto to proceed unhindered. Boruto noticed that his opponent had no intention of striking. Seeing Gaara in a precarious state, he promptly infused him with the power of the sun. It was soon evident that his hypothesis had borne fruit. Although Gaara's breath was faint, the depletion of his life force had ceased. Boruto let out a quiet sigh of relief, having successfully preserved the life of Gaara. Once he completed this task, he turned his gaze towards the members of Akatsuki and jestingly remarked, "Oh, what a lively gathering. Is this a banquet?" Chapter 90. The recruitment of Akatsuki. Seeing that Gaara was temporarily safe, Boruto felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then shifted his attention to the remaining individuals, particularly focusing on Pain. Curiously observing him, he inquired, "You must be the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, correct? Are you aware of my identity?" Boruto scrutinized Pain, who was also assessing him in return. The Devapath Pain, who proclaimed himself a god, was indeed a figure of renown. With a mocking expression, Boruto shifted his tone, casting a sidelong glance at the corner where the intangible Kaguya stood, letting out a cold laugh. "But have you ever encountered a true god?" Upon hearing Boruto's words, Devapath Pain smiled, asserting, "I am the very embodiment of a true god. You are Boruto, correct? I have heard of you from Itachi. Join us in Akatsuki, and together we can forge a world devoid of war and suffering." "Are you attempting to recruit me?" Boruto inquired. "Of course, otherwise we would not have deliberately waited here for you." "Forget it. I have no interest in your fabricated world." With that, Boruto hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder, his gaze fixed on Kaguya, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Am I not correct, Kaguya?" "What?" Kaguya's heart raced. From the moment Boruto appeared, he had been on high alert, particularly as this individual discerned Obito's true identity at a glance, a fact that intrigued him. Now, hearing Boruto's tone, he sensed an unsettling familiarity. It was as if Boruto was privy to his plans. Impossible, utterly impossible, Kaguya dismissed the notion, banishing it from his mind. This scheme had been meticulously crafted over millennia, and even Uchiha Madara had been manipulated by him. How could this mere child be aware of his intentions? Regaining his composure, Kaguya replied, "I am not certain of what you are speaking." "Haha, merely jesting," Boruto thought to himself with a cold smirk. "You are quite the actor. Even Uchiha Itachi is less pretentious than you." As Boruto turned to leave, Pain called out once more, "Boruto, are you certain you won't reconsider?" Pain sought to recruit Boruto, aware that he had discreetly intervened during the capture of the One-Tail, thus harboring no significant animosity towards him, only mutual wariness. "If you wish for me to join Akatsuki, let Nagato come and speak with me personally." Boruto paused, turning back to offer a knowing smile before vanishing in a flash of yellow light from Akatsuki's stronghold. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Pain's pupils constricted sharply, and even Konan beside him appeared astounded. How could he know about Nagato? Curious, Konan asked, "Leader, who is this Nagato he speaks of? Is he the one pulling your strings?" "That is classified," Pain replied tersely. Haiden, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Leader, I don't care who this Nagato is. Since we cannot recruit that kid, he is now mine, right? I can sense his blood. It exhilarates me. I believe Lord Jashin would relish this one's blood. If you can kill him, feel free." With the One-Tail already secured, there was no further need to linger. "Inform Itachi and the others outside to withdraw," Pain commanded. After Pain finished speaking, he departed immediately, followed by the others who began to leave in succession. Outside, Itachi and the others, having received Pain's notification, hurriedly made their exit. After distancing himself from Might Guy, Kisame noticed Deidara, who had fallen into unconsciousness, and swiftly seized him by the collar before making his escape. Among them, only Scorpion was entangled by Chiyo, unable to break free. Ultimately, Scorpion was overwhelmed and defeated by the combined efforts of Chiyo, Sakura, and Sarada, who discovered his weakness. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his group were converging towards this location. Even Boruto appeared alongside Gaara. At this moment, Gaara's aura was faint, as if he might collapse at any moment. Gazing at Scorpion's lifeless body, Chiyo's eyes glistened with tears. Her frail fingers brushed against the shattered chest of the puppet, her palms stained with the rust of its joints. "Scorpion, my grandson, You have fashioned yourself into a heartless puppet, yet this final blow. Chiyo's fingertips lingered on the hollow space where the puppet's heart once resided. A bitter smile gracing her lips as she murmured, I see now, you are indeed just as you were in your youth, always awkwardly seeking the attention of adults. For a moment, it seemed as though Chiyo had an endless stream of words to share, whispering beside Scorpion's corpse. At that moment, from a certain direction, a multitude of Sunagakure ninja gathered, led by Chiyo's brother, Haizong. Sister, he called out, but Chiyo remained oblivious, lost in her own world. Scorpion, I am so sorry. You should not have died. Hearing Chiyo's despondent tone, Boruto frowned. Given Chiyo's demeanor, could it be that she intended to resurrect Scorpion? Because of him, Gaara was not on the brink of death, needing Chiyo's life force for healing. But what was happening now? Why had the protagonist shifted to Scorpion? At this moment, Boruto interjected, Chiyo-sensei, you cannot be contemplating using the rebirth technique to resurrect Sasori, can you? His core has been utterly destroyed, and the likelihood of reviving him through the rebirth technique is exceedingly slim. You must consider this carefully. Rebirth technique. Haiden's expression changed drastically, and he spoke with urgency. Elder sister, you must not despair. Given Sasori's condition, the chances of resurrection are virtually negligible. Why must you pursue this? Silence, brother. This is my debt to Sasori and his family. I cannot bear to witness his demise. Do not attempt to dissuade me. My mind is resolute. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chiyo's eyes as her chakra surged within her, rejuvenating her previously frail arms. Medical forbidden technique. Self-rebirth, she exclaimed. As an overwhelming surge of chakra transformed into life energy, flooding into the hollow core of Sasori. As this life force poured into Sasori's core, his shattered heart began to visibly mend at a remarkable pace. Moments later, Chiyo's vitality waned, yet in that instant, everyone beheld Sasori's severed puppet arm twitch unexpectedly. It worked. Sakura, the medical ninja, was overwhelmed with excitement. When hope emerges, it ignites boundless potential, and thus Chiyo increased her output. Shortly thereafter, Sasori's eyelids fluttered. However, just as everyone anticipated Sasori's revival, a figure abruptly materialized at a distance. Root. The attire of the newcomer was instantly recognized by Kakashi and the others as belonging to Konoha. Yet, the Root had been disbanded. From whence did this individual emerge? Just then, the Root ninja brandished the Kusanagi sword, transforming into a streak of darkness that hurtled toward them. Flying Thunder God. Kakashi and Boruto gasped in shock. When had the Flying Thunder God become so commonplace? Was it not supposed to be exceedingly difficult to master? Regardless, Kakashi and his companions could not afford to dwell on this, since the individual hailed from Konoha yet appeared to target Chiyo and the others. They could not stand idly by. Kakashi and his team immediately rushed to thwart the mysterious Root operative. However, within mere moments of combat, the adversary managed to incapacitate Kakashi. And even Might Guy had not yet summoned the eighth gate before being knocked unconscious. As Boruto continued to observe, his brow furrowed ever deeper. For it appeared that each individual's techniques were increasingly formidable. In the midst of his contemplation, a Kusanagi sword hurtled toward him. Boruto's pupils dilated in shock as the blade pierced through his very being, streaking toward Chiyo. At that moment, a mysterious member of the Root faction materialized before Boruto, launching a Rasengan directly at him. Instantly, Boruto activated Sage Mode, deftly evading the attack. Who are you? He demanded, locking his gaze onto his opponent. Yet, the figure showed no inclination to converse, continuing to unleash ninjutsu upon Boruto. Throughout this exchange, Boruto gradually discerned that aside from employing the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God technique, the adversary engaged primarily in physical confrontations, seemingly intent on restraining the use of ninjutsu. Chapter 91, Sage Art, Lightning Release. Kirin. The two Kusanagi swords clashed against one another as Boruto grimaced, his eyes fixed upon his foe. Unfortunately, the opponent's Root mask and hooded cloak obscured their visage entirely. Who are you? Boruto pressed again, his voice a low, urgent inquiry. The figure did not respond directly. Instead, a deep, gravelly tone resonated with a profound gravity. Those who have passed shall not be disturbed from their eternal slumber. According to the course of history, Scorpion and Chiyo were destined to perish. You, Uzumaki Boruto, are attempting to alter the future's timeline. You cannot thwart their fate. Boruto's gaze suddenly narrowed. The person before him possessed knowledge of his secrets, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. Boruto's expression grew somber as he questioned, Are you attempting to hinder my transformation? The ninja from the Root organization could only acknowledge this with undeniable acceptance. Damn it, if that is the case, Boruto would never sit idly by. Spiraling sphere, vortex. As the two engaged in combat, Boruto deftly formed the vortex with a single hand. The immense power of such a formidable jutsu in your possession is utterly laughable. Just as Boruto aimed to strike the abdomen of the root member with the vortex, the adversary seemingly anticipated his move, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, it was above Boruto, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, its blade crackling with purple lightning. Sage art, lightning release, Kirin. In an instant, the atmosphere above became suffocatingly oppressive, the range of the opponent's Kirin enveloping the surroundings entirely. It was evident to any observer that the opponent's Kirin and Boruto's Kirin were worlds apart, one soaring high above while the other languished below. At this moment, shock was vividly etched in Boruto's eyes. The adversary not only wielded the flying Raijin and the Rasengan, but also possessed mastery over sage techniques and the Kirin. The seamless integration of these abilities compelled Boruto to adopt an unprecedented seriousness. With a swift swing of the Kusanagi sword, the root ninja summoned a colossal Kirin, illuminated by violet lightning, illuminating the sky. Could it be? What manner of foe is this? Is this something we can withstand? We must flee. Such an enemy is beyond our capacity to resist. In that instant, all those who were conscious fixed their eyes, filled with despair, upon the two thunderous Kirins above. Deeply ensnared by hopelessness, for a fleeting moment, everyone scattered like headless flies. As the two violet lightning Kirins descended, Boruto gritted his teeth and activated the clean eye in the wedge form. The only viable strategy was to absorb the enemy's abilities. Yet the enormity of the natural energy embodied in the Kirin left him feeling uncertain. It was said that the High Emperor of Spiritual Production could absorb ninjutsu and release it in multiples, but he had never tested this with sage techniques. In the blink of an eye, as the Kirin descended, Boruto desperately raised the wedge seal to absorb the incoming Kirin. It soon became evident that the High Emperor of Spiritual Production could absorb natural energy, yet he sensed something amiss. It was insatiable. He could not absorb it all. As soon as one Kirin was consumed, another appeared. Faced with the incessant barrage of violet lightning, Boruto's expression was laden with gravity. Simultaneously, he realized a crucial truth. While the High Emperor could absorb ninjutsu, which was a form of energy generated by a human body, there was always a limit to it. However, natural energy was different. It originated from nature itself, an inexhaustible force, akin to the very essence of the ninja world. If chakra could be likened to a pond, then natural energy resembled an endless ocean. How could he continue to absorb it? Boruto dared not gamble on whether the High Emperor truly had no threshold. Just as he was absorbing the ninjutsu, the root ninja, realizing that the Kirin posed no threat to Boruto, moved in, brandishing the Kusanagi sword with lethal intent. As the sage art, lightning release, Kirin detached from its summoner, its power gradually waned, at least no longer descending in an unbroken stream. Just as Boruto was on the verge of absorbing the last Kirin, the root ninja, gripping the Kusanagi sword, appeared before him. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure interposed itself before Boruto. Sarada. Boruto gazed at the silhouette, momentarily taken aback. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Boruto in the slightest. At that moment, Sarada, wielding a kunai, instinctively activated her Sharingan, its third tomo beginning to swirl into motion. Sarada, quickly evade. Boruto's heart raced as he accelerated the absorption of Kirin. Yet, an inexplicable twist unfolded. The root ninja, witnessing the tip of his Kusanagi sword poised to strike Sarada, felt a sudden jolt in his eye behind the mask. Abruptly, he altered his attack, executing a swift rotation to redirect the blade's trajectory, narrowly missing Sarada's vital points. The Kusanagi was then hurled towards Chiyo and the soon-to-awaken Scorpion, its speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, Boruto had fully absorbed the Kirin, activating the Flying Thunder God to whisk Sarada away. He then unleashed the recently absorbed Kirin with even greater potency towards the root ninja. The ninja cast a fleeting glance at the descending Kirin, utterly unfazed. Beneath the mask, his left eye flickered with a purple light. Just as the Kirin descended, he inexplicably vanished, reappearing precisely at the spot where the Kusanagi had been, directly behind Chiyo. Heavenly Hand Power. Boruto's heart quaked as he recognized the ability just unleashed by his foe. Why does this guy possess Master S Heavenly Hand Power? However, before Boruto could fully process his shock, the ninja struck again. Chidori. The root ninja transformed one hand into a blade, crackling with lightning, summoning a sharp arc of electric birdsong. With a sickening sound, a scarlet, searing arrow of blood arced through the air. Drip, drip. The scorpion puppet's cheek continuously dripped with blood, trailing down its tear line. The root ninja withdrew his hand, flicking the blood off, his gaze calm and fixed on Boruto. As if proclaiming his victory, Chiyo could not stem the crimson flow from her lips, the green glow in her hand gradually fading. Her once clouded eyes now utterly failing to discern her grandson's face. Ultimately, Chiyo halted the technique of her own life transfer in her last moments. She made a feeble effort to lift her frail hand, gently caressing Scorpion's cheek, wiping away the tear stains. Time froze at that instant, as if Chiyo's hand had lost all its strength. Scorpion, do not fear. Grandma will soon bring your parents to you. Grandma's legs are not what they used to be. As Chiyo's life flickered, Boruto gritted his teeth, his gaze locked on the enigmatic root ninja, filled with an unprecedented fury. You truly deserve to die. Should I die? Then come and kill me yourself, the root ninja scoffed, beckoning with a finger. So infuriating, excessively so. 8 gates release. Death gate. Open. The crimson steam surged around Boruto. And with the wedge mode activated, his overall strength experienced a significant enhancement. With a single movement, the world transformed. Are you serious? The figure from the roots let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 92. As for me, I am the last scion of the Uzumaki clan. The battle between Boruto and the root ninja was on the brink of eruption. Ultimately, Boruto utilized his Kamui to exploit an opening, forcing his adversary to retreat and allowing him to swiftly appear beside Chiyo. Remarkably, the root ninja refrained from further engagement, as Boruto intended to employ the power of the sun to assist Chiyo in taking a breath. Her frail hand seemed to muster the last of her strength to halt his actions. Boruto, there's no need to save me. Perhaps this is my best outcome, just fulfill my wishes for my old self. Witnessing the resolute demeanor of Chiyo, a string deep within Boruto's heart seemed to stir, prompting him to gently withdraw his hand. All right, I understand. In her final moments, Chiyo implored him with one last request. After my death, please bury me alongside Scorpion's parents. In that last instant, her withered hand, as if shedding all its strength, fell limply to the ground. She remained quietly beside Scorpion, as if the world around them had come to a standstill. Boruto stood silently by, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He did not revive Chiyo, nor did he alter the original outcome. Chiyo also did not save Gaara, leading to her demise. Yet, perhaps dying beside Sasori was, for this elderly woman, a different kind of best conclusion. Uzumaki Boruto, how do you feel? Does the inability to save those you wish to rescue bring you profound sorrow? Behind Boruto, a voice laced with mockery and madness echoed. Boruto slowly turned, his gaze meeting that of the enigmatic root ninja with a calm intensity. In that moment, the two seemed to transcend into a realm of profound mystery, where even time itself felt as though it had come to a standstill. Who are you? Why do you possess the power of Tenten? Boruto demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Yet, the root ninja appeared indifferent to Boruto's inquiries, seemingly entranced in a frenzied reverie, murmuring to himself, Vortex Boruto, this is merely the beginning. If you remain a passive observer, quietly witnessing the relentless suffering of this world, I can easily blend into the background. However, should you dare to alter history and amend the suffering of others, I shall become the harbinger of historical correction, thwarting your efforts and perhaps even extinguishing your life. Vortex Boruto, I eagerly anticipate your next decision. Just as the root ninja was about to depart, he paused, as if compelled to add something. By the way, to rid Konoha of pests like you, I have prepared a delightful surprise gift. Boruto's gaze narrowed as he witnessed the other party depart silently. An enemy had appeared unexpectedly, engaging in actions that were in stark contrast to his own. A sense of unease lingered within Boruto's heart. Who could that person be? What precisely was the gift they spoke of? All of this filled Boruto with an unsettling feeling, as though events were slipping beyond his grasp. Boruto awakened. As his body swayed momentarily, Boruto returned to reality from the fragments of his thoughts. Sarada, what is it? Boruto, what is the matter with you? Why are you standing here motionless? No one can rouse you despite calling your name repeatedly. Boruto scanned his surroundings, inquiring if the person had departed. He has left. At that moment, a throng of villagers from Sunagakure encircled him, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous blonde boy from Konoha could vanquish such a formidable adversary. Despite their astonishment, the paramount task was to escort the Kazekage away and return Lady Chiyo to Sunagakure. As Chiyo's brother, the responsibility of personally seeing her off naturally fell upon Kazashi. To fulfill Chiyo's dying wish, he intended to bring back the remains of Sasori to ensure they were interred together. Given that the Land of Wind is situated in a desert with arid conditions, Preserving the body was impossible. Thus, upon their return to Sunagakure, a funeral was arranged promptly. As the Kazekage, Gaara could only manage to preside over the ceremony with his frail physique. On this day, Boruto and his companions observed the somber farewell for Chiyo from the sidelines. Boruto, we have always referred to you by your given name, and yet you have never mentioned your surname. That individual seemed quite familiar with you and even addressed you by your family name. Could it be that you belong to the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi's voice inquired, causing Boruto to stiffen imperceptibly before nodding mechanically. Even Sarada beside him felt a pang of anxiety. Stealing a glance at Boruto. I see, Kakashi mused, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. It appears you are an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Left to wander outside. Upon hearing Kakashi's self-invented identity, Boruto felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, and he sighed in relief, responding, Kakashi, you've uncovered my secret. Indeed, I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. When the land of whirlpools was tragically destroyed, I was but a child. My kin took me away and cautioned me against using the Uzumaki surname in the shinobi world. Kakashi nodded subtly at Boruto's explanation. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is indeed unique, renowned for its mastery of formidable sealing techniques and an abundant chakra reserve. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, Kakashi-sensei, Guy, and everyone, please keep this a secret for me. Kakashi and the other allies nodded in agreement. Only Guy pounded his chest, thumb raised, displaying his gleaming 24K white teeth, assuring, fear not. I, Might Guy, am famously tight-lipped. Soon, the funeral in Sunagakure concluded swiftly. As the host, Gaara expressed his gratitude for Boruto's life-saving intervention by inviting them to stay and enjoy their hospitality for a few days. Naturally, resources in Sunagakure were scarce, offering only the most commonplace provisions. One day, under the pretense of returning to Konohagakure to report their mission, Kakashi and the others decided to embark on their journey back. After several days of recuperation, Gaara's health gradually improved, and his complexion visibly brightened. Theoretically, having lost Shikaku, Gaara should not have recovered so quickly, even with Boruto's help. However, just a few nights prior, Boruto had visited Gaara. What transpired between them remains a mystery, but the following morning, Gaara appeared in public as if nothing had happened. At the time of their departure, the Kazekage, accompanied by high-ranking officials, came to bid farewell to Boruto and his companions. Boruto, I shall remember this favor. As the Kazekage, I wish to forge a friendship with Konohagakure. A gentle breeze stirred the fine sand, lifting Boruto's hand to clasp with Gaara's. In that moment of their handshake, a melodious voice resonated in Boruto's mind. Host has successfully altered the plot. Reward, random ninjutsu enhancement. Chapter 93. A sudden change upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind. Boruto took a moment to reflect. Is it another mouth technique? He furrowed his brow. Last time it was upgraded, and now again? What is this system up to, elevating the mouth technique to A rank? Unable to fathom the system's erratic behavior, Boruto set aside the troubling question. After bidding farewell to the Kazekage and others, he followed Kakashi on the road back to Konohagakure. Have you heard? In a few days, the Land of Snow will host a grand auction. Would you like to attend? Boruto had heard of this event, rumored to be organized by several major merchant companies within the shinobi world, boasting an impressive scale and highly sought-after items. It was said that all 4 great ninja villages would be present. I must say, I once leveraged connections to inquire about the items to be auctioned at this event. Oh, is that so? Please enlighten us, as it would serve as a valuable reference for me. Is there truly an artifact among the auctioned items, a turtle shell? Do you discern any significance in it? I am uncertain. It appears rather unremarkable. During their return journey to Konoha, Boruto and his companions happened upon an obscure ninja village. While taking a brief respite in a modest eatery, Boruto inadvertently overheard a few ninjas from another village discussing an auction. The mention of a turtle shell caused him to pause mid-bite, his brow furrowing in curiosity. A turtle shell? He mused, turning to Kakashi and Might Guy beside him. Sensei Kakashi, Sensei Guy, do you happen to know about the auction they mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, both Kakashi and Guy shook their heads in unison. Kakashi added, we are unaware of it. Perhaps it surfaced only after our departure. He then inquired, what piques your interest in this auction, Boruto? I am merely intrigued by the auction items they spoke of, Boruto replied, disregarding the curious gazes of others and rising to approach the group engaged in conversation. Excuse me, would you mind sharing the information you possess? Boruto patted the ninja who held the auction information. Who are you? On what grounds do you claim to be from Konoha? The individual initially displayed signs of impatience, but upon noticing the forehead protector adorning Boruto's brow, he fell silent in astonishment. Konoha was not a village that someone of his stature could afford to provoke, so he wisely handed over the scroll of information to Boruto. After all, it held little value. If he could take a look, then so be it. Boruto received the scroll, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was not intelligence, but rather a promotional poster. He muttered to himself that how could such trivial information be stolen by a mere genin. However, when his gaze fell upon a particular image within the poster, he was instantly struck with astonishment. The plow artifact. To his disbelief, he spotted the silhouette of the plow artifact on this poster. He was uncertain whether it was the same one gifted to the middle-aged Sasuke. After all, he had once searched for the remnants of the plow artifact in this timeline but had found nothing. At that time, two possibilities crossed his mind. Either the Uchiha had not yet descended upon this period, leaving no plow artifact behind, or the artifact had been claimed by someone else and turned into a relic. He leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Thus, when Boruto beheld the plow artifact within his sight, his emotions were understandably tumultuous. Perhaps upon returning to Konoha, a visit to the land of snow would be imperative. He needed to ascertain the exact time frame of this plow artifact. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that his system was due for an upgrade. Having acquired the intelligence he sought, Boruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. To avoid wasting any time, he and his companions hastily finished their meal and set forth back to Konoha. After a day and a half of travel, they finally beheld the Hokage rock in the distance. At last, we have returned. This time home, I shall indulge in a hot spring bath. Tenten, Sarada, will you join me? Sakura stretched lazily, glancing at Sarada and Tenten beside her. Tenten replied, absolutely. After these days of battle, I feel all sticky. Sarada, blushing slightly, smiled and said, I think I'll pass. The group playfully bantered as they entered the vicinity of Konoha, where they quickly spotted the guards, Ganko and Kamizuki Izumi. Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work. We are back, Kakashi greeted them politely. Both Kamizuki Izumi and Ganko acknowledged Kakashi and his team, though when their eyes fell upon Boruto, a glint of coldness flashed in their gazes, and they exchanged discreet nods, their expression shifting rapidly as they smiled and said, Ah, it's you all, Kakashi. Has the mission concluded perfectly? Yet, their subtle changes did not escape Boruto, who possessed a keen sense of morality. Boruto furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. It was peculiar. Why did these two harbor such intense animosity towards him? With lingering doubts, Boruto followed Kakashi and the others through the gates of Konoha. Meanwhile, Steel and Iron, after witnessing the group disappear from view, unexpectedly produced a communication talisman. Unbeknownst to Boruto, as he stepped into Konoha, his feelings of disquiet intensified. Upon entering the streets of Konoha, Boruto distinctly sensed a palpable difference. The ordinary citizens around him not only refrained from greeting him, but he could also perceive a hint of avoidance and fear in their gazes. This unsettling atmosphere did not escape the notice of his companions, who too felt a rising tide of confusion. Kakashi-sensei, have you noticed that the villagers seem to regard us differently? Sakura queried, her voice laced with concern as she leaned closer to Kakashi. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Kakashi replied, a profound seriousness evident in his eyes. Just then, Nara Shikaku appeared before Kakashi and his companions, flanked by several Jonin and Chunin. The moment they arrived, Boruto's expression shifted dramatically, as he sensed overwhelming hostility directed at him. Kakashi hesitated before asking, Shikaku, what is your intent? I have come at the Hokage's command to greet you. She requires your immediate report, Shikaku stated, though Kakashi remained skeptical. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Shikaku, leading Might Guy and Sakura towards him. In the next instant, the Jonin and Chunin behind Shikaku suddenly moved, swiftly separating Kakashi's group from Boruto. What is happening? Boruto. The abrupt turn of events caused alarm among Kakashi and his companions, who wished to confront the situation but were restrained by the nearby Jonin. Shikaku, what are you doing? Kakashi demanded. This does not concern you, Shikaku warned, then turned his gaze towards Boruto. Vortex Boruto. You are accused of assaulting the root leader Shimura Danzo and severely injuring the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, rendering her unconscious. Such crimes are unforgivable. You are hereby expelled from Konoha and branded a rogue ninja. Seize him. Capture the rogue ninja Vortex Boruto for interrogation. Shikaku's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout Konoha. What? Upon hearing this shocking declaration, Astonishment swept across the faces of Kakashi, Might Guy, and their companions. Shikaku, you must be mistaken. Boruto was with us on the mission. How could he have harmed the fifth Hokage? Furthermore, how do you discern that it was Boruto who acted? Riku let out a cold snort. If there is something to discuss, seek out the acting Hokage. The acting Hokage? Kakashi was perplexed. How could a mere outing result in a change of Hokage? The acting Hokage referred to by Riku as me. Just as Kakashi was about to voice his skepticism, a path was unexpectedly cleared in the crowd. And Danzo slowly emerged before Boruto and Kakashi. Danzo, it's you. The expressions of Kakashi and the others were filled with astonishment. Not because they were surprised that Danzo was still alive, but rather that he had assumed the role of acting Hokage. Shimura Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. His voice tinged with barely contained excitement as he declared, Kakashi, due to Tsunade being gravely injured and comatose from the attack by the rogue ninja Boruto Uzumaki, I have taken up the mantle of acting Hokage. Understand? As for you, Boruto Uzumaki, I advise you to surrender willingly to avoid unnecessary suffering. Danzo, I never expected your hands and eyes to heal so swiftly. Boruto glanced at Danzo's arms and hands, mocking, do you truly believe you can compel me to surrender? Just see if you possess the capability to do so. Danzo's expression turned frigid as he darkly intoned, stubborn and unyielding. Everyone, apprehend the rogue ninja Boruto Uzumaki. No sooner had Shimura Danzo's words left his lips than all the J-nin at his side sprang into action, including heads of various clans. And even Hinata Hizashi was among them. Boruto gritted his teeth, ensnared in peril, not because he was incapable of dealing with these individuals, but rather due to the exceptional camaraderie they shared. Now, however, they obeyed Danzo's commands like puppets. Suddenly, Boruto recalled the words of that enigmatic root ninja. Yet, during his moment of distraction, the ninjas surrounding him unleashed their jutsu and launched an assault. Fire release, great fireball technique, secret technique, shadow strangle beast technique. Earth release, earth spike, multiplication technique. In an instant, a multitude of jutsu surged toward Boruto. Confronted with this array of techniques, Boruto wielded his Kusanagi sword and charged directly at Danzo, while the jutsu penetrated his form, leading to a tremendous explosion behind him. To Boruto, Danzo was hardly a concern. His intention to rush at him was merely to draw out the true mastermind. Indeed, it was that person who had rescued Danzo. As for why everyone had become so estranged, he speculated it was undoubtedly the handiwork of that individual. To unravel this mystery, he must first unearth the person responsible. Vortex Boruto, how audacious you are to dare attack the acting Hokage. In the face of Boruto's chilling murderous intent, Danzo's back was drenched in cold sweat. Nonetheless, he continued to threaten Boruto. Just as Boruto's Kusanagi sword was mere millimeters from Danzo's throat, a shadow materialized out of thin air. With a swift motion, another Kusanagi sword deflected Boruto's blade. The newcomer was none other than the individual lurking behind Danzo. Vortex Boruto, your acting skills leave much to be desired. Yet I must concede that your ploy to lure the enemy has proven effective. Behold, I have emerged. At last, you have arrived. Danzo exhaled with relief upon the arrival of his savior, remarking that had they not appeared sooner, his life would have been forfeit. However, in response to Danzo's complaints, the newcomer replied with an indifferent tone, incompetent. You. Danzo's complexion darkened. The root ninja disregarded Danzo's changing expression, transforming into a flash as they engaged Boruto in combat. The two clashing fiercely. Vortex Boruto, are you satisfied with the gift I have prepared for you? Boruto furrowed his brows, his tone heavy with an undercurrent of anger. What have you done to them? Fear not, I shall not harm them. I merely cast a trivial illusion upon them, came the reply. An illusion? What are your true intentions? Boruto demanded, his voice rising with urgency. What do I do now? Did you not heed Danzo's words? You, Uzumaki Boruto, are now a rogue ninja. Flee, for this place is no longer yours. Hide, like a rat scurrying to evade capture. Such is your rightful fate. Of course, you may choose to confront me here in battle, he continued, but ponder carefully the repercussions our conflict may unleash upon Konoha. Are you willing to wager on this? Boruto gritted his teeth, his gaze piercing with fury. He truly dared not to gamble. Should a confrontation erupt here with this individual, Konoha would swiftly be reduced to ruins. Weighing the pros and cons, Boruto had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from Konoha. Yet he was resolute in ensuring that Sarada would not be left alone in this perilous situation. With that thought in mind, Boruto fixed a steely glare upon his opponent. It seems you have made your choice. As the words left his adversary's lips, Boruto instantly entered the Kisei mode, simultaneously activating the Byakugan in his right eye. Zero Vortex unleashed. Caught off guard, his opponent fell victim to Boruto's illusion technique. Seizing this fleeting moment, Boruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. However, his illusion could only bind the opponent for 2 fleeting seconds. Yet, that mere 2 seconds was ample time for him to accomplish a great deal. He suddenly appeared before Sarada, grasping her hand and fleeing beyond the borders of Konoha. Just as the root ninja broke free from the illusion, Boruto unleashed a colossal Rasengan as a smokescreen. Gazing at the immense Rasengan hovering over Konoha, a wave of terror washed over nearly everyone. Should it descend, the entire village would be obliterated. In a moment of desperation, just as the root ninja prepared to pursue Boruto, he paused, his eyes fixated on the Rasengan, a subtle smirk curling beneath his mask. Clever. Are you wagering on my compassion? Uzumaki Boruto, this time, you have indeed guessed correctly. He raised his right hand, revealing his palm, upon which a diamond-shaped mark materialized in view. The High Imperial Spirit. As a whisper resonated through the air, the colossal Rasengan was drawn into the diamond mark at a visible speed, vanishing completely. With the crisis averted, every inhabitant of Konoha felt a surge of relief. Their gazes directed towards the root ninja, filled with reverence. Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out. Hero, you are the hero of Konoha. Yet, amidst the surrounding cheers, the individual paid them no heed. His gaze remained fixed on the direction Boruto had departed, his eyes beneath the mask deep as an abyss. Uzumaki Boruto. Our battle has yet to truly begin. Only one of us can survive. Chapter 95. The Pursuit of Wealth. Boruto, what shall we do now? As Sarada watched the Rasengan gradually fade in the sky above Konoha, a sense of unease settled within her. How had matters escalated to this point? Who exactly was that person? A few kilometers outside Konoha, atop a towering tree, Boruto and Sarada gazed into the distance at the vanishing Rasengan. Boruto's eyelids drooped slightly, as if deep in thought. Regarding this enigmatic individual who had suddenly appeared, I remained uncertain, yet I was resolute in 2 aspects. Firstly, that person would not inflict any harm upon Konoha. From the beginning, their true objective was me. Secondly, this individual primarily aimed to thwart my attempts to alter the course of history. Most crucially, their abilities encompassed not only the Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan but also Sage Jutsu, as well as the mastery of my master's Heavenly Hand power and Lightning Release. Kirin. To wield the Heavenly Hand power, one must possess the Rinnegan. However, the Rinnegan is a rare gift, held solely by my master, rendering this situation perplexing. In any case, the emergence of this mysterious figure shrouded matters in a contemptible haze. For now, let us temporarily depart from Konoha. Although currently under the control of Danzo, Konoha does not face an immediate crisis. Sarada inquired, Boruto, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to journey to the Land of Snow, I replied. The Land of Snow? Sarada exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Are you going to attend that auction? Indeed, there are leads regarding the plow. I must investigate, I affirmed. But there is one thing you seem to have forgotten. Boruto, she interjected. Sarada's face flushed slightly as she shot Boruto a glance. We have no money. At her reminder, Boruto stiffened, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. How could he have forgotten? Indeed, he chuckled. Even though Boruto usually had some savings from completing missions, the prospect of attending an extravagant auction rendered his funds laughably inadequate. Not to mention, he had yet to convert the reward for assisting the Wind Shadow. Perhaps I should inform Danzo of my situation? Days later, in a clandestine currency exchange in the Land of Fire, 2 unexpected guests arrived. Bang! Within the exchange, a lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground as 2 members of Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Haiden, approached the counter. Kakuzu slammed a paper bounty notice onto the table. Boss, I'd like to exchange this bounty. The proprietor behind the counter recognized Kakuzu and smiled with a knowing grin. Kakuzu, back again to collect your bounty? Of course. Kakuzu replied, expertly placing the bounty order on the table. As usual, please verify the goods. S-rank bounty, S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, the boss noted, glancing at the body and the bounty order before nodding slightly. Indeed, your work is reliable, Kakuzu. Here is your payment, he said, handing over the bounty. Kakuzu weighed the reward in his hands, satisfied with the amount before stowing it away. Kakuzu then inquired of the bounty boss, do you have any other higher bounties available? Kakuzu, you truly seem ensnared by the allure of wealth. I shall take a look. The boss chuckled as he turned and made his way to the archive room. After a brief search, His eyes brightened upon discovering the bounties freshly arrived today. I have found it. Kakuzu, I happen to have a bounty here, amounting to a staggering 100 million ryo, seemingly for the capture of a rogue ninja from Konoha. A rogue ninja from Konoha? 100 million ryo? Kakuzu felt a stir within, his voice rising in excitement, even revealing a slight tremor. In an instant, he transformed into a greedy miser, breath-quickening as he exclaimed, "Hurry! Let me see it. I have hunted all my life and have yet to encounter such a lucrative prize." Kakuzu took the bounty and examined it meticulously. But as he glanced at the name and photo, his brow furrowed in concern. Bounty target: Uzumaki Boruto identity, rogue ninja from Konoha reason, assault on a superior strength, suspected to be of extraordinary power bounty amount, 100 million ryo alive, 50 million ryo dead. It's that boy. I never imagined that in just a few days, he would turn rogue. Konoha truly is faltering if such a formidable individual can be driven away. Kakuzu scoffed sarcastically. As for whether he should take on this job, absolutely. This is precisely his line of work, and with a bounty so high, coupled with Hayden incessantly whispering about wanting to kill this Uzumaki Boruto as a sacrifice to some malevolent deity, he felt compelled to assist his teammate. Kakuzu, are you done yet? It takes you this long to switch bounties? Just as Kakuzu contemplated Hayden's desires, Hayden's languid voice echoed in his ear. Hayden, wielding his scythe, sauntered up to Kakuzu, visibly displeased and poised to chide him, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the bounty in Kakuzu's hand. Kakuzu chuckled softly, extending the bounty towards Hayden. Have a look. You might find it intriguing. Upon receiving the bounty from Kakuzu, Hayden cast a puzzled glance at him before shifting his gaze to the document. Upon reading its contents, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Kakuzu, is it that boy? Indeed. Hayden exclaimed with fervor. I never expected that the boy's bloodline belonged to the Uzumaki clan. No wonder I sensed an insatiable restlessness within him. I have yet to collect the blood of the Uzumaki clan. I am certain that the Lord of the evil deity will be most pleased. Hayden grew increasingly animated, his shoulders trembling with exhilaration. Now that we are aware, let us proceed with our plans. You may have Uzumaki Boruto's body, but I shall still claim the bounty. So, you understand the terms. No problem, Kakuzu. As Jiao Du and Fei Duan began to assess Boruto's worth before even encountering him, Boruto was approaching the exchange center. Given his current financial constraints, it seemed unrealistic for him to amass sufficient funds in a short span to make a significant bid at the upcoming auction through honest means. In this moment of desperation, Boruto recalled a certain individual, Jiao Du, the Akatsuki's steward, who was notorious for preparing an astounding 600 billion explosive tags for Conan in the future. However, Jiao Du's whereabouts were notoriously elusive. And with little time on his hands, Boruto resolved to venture to the exchange center, a place frequented by Jiao Du, in hopes of fortuitously crossing paths with him. The exchange center in the Land of Fire became Boruto's primary destination, where he hoped to encounter Jiao Du if fortune did not favor him there. He would have to see if he might encounter him on his journey to the Land of Snow. It seems fate was on Boruto's side. Upon arriving near the exchange center, two familiar figures suddenly came into view. Chapter 96. In dire straits, seeking some funds from you. Jiao Du, truly a serendipitous encounter. Boruto's gaze fixated on Kakuzu and Hayden, a faint smile gracing his features. Of course, as Boruto noticed them, Kakuzu and Hayden became equally aware of his presence. The two parties exchanged glances, and a momentary silence enveloped the scene. Ha! Brother Kakuzu, I must say, you must have stepped into some extraordinary luck today. For the main character has practically delivered himself right to your doorstep, Hayden exclaimed, shattering the stillness with his maniacal laughter. Kakuzu, visibly exasperated, retorted, What do you mean by my extraordinary luck? You are the one who has stumbled upon misfortune. Your entire family is steeped in it. Listening to the tone and implications of Hayden, Boruto couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity, as it seemed these two were indeed searching for him. Gentlemen, it appears you have matters to discuss with me? Hayden, impatient, brandished his scythe and shouted at Boruto, Listen here, young one. I present you with two choices. Either willingly offer your blood, or endure torment until death. After which I shall extract every drop of your essence to present as the finest offering to my dark deity. Haha, is Hayden truly unhinged? Boruto thought, a frown creasing his brow. Nonetheless, the mention of this dark deity piqued his interest. Could such a being genuinely exist? Turning his gaze towards Kakuzu, whose eyes were filled with unbridled greed, Boruto inquired, And you, Kakuzu, If Faden seeks my blood, what role do you play in this? Apparently, you remain unaware. Kakuya replied cryptically. Boruto countered, what is it that I need to know? With a casual flick, Kakuya tossed a bounty notice towards Boruto, saying, take a look at this. Once you've read it, come with me quietly, and do not compel me to take action. Upon catching the item Kakuya had thrown, Boruto glanced at it, his pupils widening in surprise. At that moment, Sarada also approached, and upon seeing the notice detailing Boruto's bounty, she too was taken aback, particularly by the staggering sum of 100 million ryo, which nearly blinded her with its magnitude. Worry creased Sarada's features as she glanced at Boruto. Sensing her unease, Boruto reassured her, do not worry, Sarada, I am fine. Boruto not only comforted Sarada but also jested about himself, remarking, I never expected that fellow would place a bounty on me, and for a staggering 100 million ryo. 100 million, indeed. It makes me ponder selling myself. Are you done reading? If so, let us proceed together. With a subtle smile, Boruto raised his gaze and addressed the two with a hint of mockery. Are you both so confident that you can defeat me? My strength is inscribed within this. The young one retorted, do not try to intimidate me. I am the most devoted servant of the Dark God. Furthermore, I have only heard of the shadow level. What on earth is this so-called super shadow level? I have never even encountered the term. Upon hearing about the super shadow level, it was no wonder that Kakuya scoffed. In this ninja world, the shadow level was rather commonplace, while the super shadow level was merely a fabrication devised by that mysterious individual at Danzo's behest, leaving even Danzo himself in a fog of confusion. Enough. I happen to have matters to discuss with Kakuya, and since you are here, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. Boruto shrugged, his tone laced with jest. Looking for me? Kakuya was taken aback. What for? Oh, I've been a bit short on funds lately, so I'm here to ask you for some money. Money from me? Upon hearing Boruto's request, it seemed to trigger a certain keyword in Kakuya, igniting his fury. Vortex Boruto. In the ninja world, who does not know that I, Kakuya, am only in the business of collecting money? There is no logic in me giving it away. You are courting death. Earth grudge fear. As Kakuya initiated his ninjutsu, Haiden cackled. Ha ha ha. Brother Kakuya is truly enraged. Vortex Boruto, how dare you utter such a request for money? Since that is the case, Brother Kakuya, I will leave Vortex Boruto to you. That girl beside him seems quite appealing. I shall take her as an offering for the Dark God. As Haiden's words fell, he launched an ambush towards Sarada, who stood ready to engage. Meanwhile, Boruto observed as Kakuya's body underwent a fierce transformation, 5 black tendrils thrashing about, each adorned with various masks. Earth style, Earth Spear. Wind style, Pressure Damage. Lightning style, False Darkness. Fire style, Head Hardship. Water style, Water Curtain. With 5 ninjutsu unleashed simultaneously. Kakuya smiled confidently, believing that even on the battlefield of the first Hokage, such an assault would merely cause a scratch. This mere Vortex Boruto is destined to perish. However, in the next moment, the 5 ninjutsu techniques failed to inflict any harm upon Boruto, instead being drawn into the palm of his hand in a swirling vortex. Kakuya's pupils constricted, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. The ability to absorb ninjutsu was something he had only witnessed in one individual, their leader, Nagato. How could you? Kakuya's brow beaded with sweat, his back instantly drenched. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a more despairing revelation awaited him. Boruto, having absorbed the 5 ninjutsu, began to manifest a black sphere in his palm, which expanded at a visible rate, with the 5 techniques swirling around it, their potency magnified several-fold. The residual energy of the ninjutsu unleashed relentless lightning strikes upon the ground, while the air was lacerated by the ferocity of wind techniques. Countless earthen projectiles erupted, and the remnants of water techniques transformed the previously arid terrain into a deluge. This spectacle resembled the onset of an apocalypse, instilling a profound sense of hopelessness in Kakuya. At this moment, he finally comprehended what it meant to transcend the shadow level of power. This was not a ninjutsu that an ordinary person could wield. If anyone could contend with it, Kakuya could only think of his own leader. Meanwhile, Haiden, engaged in battle with Sarada, was struck dumb by the astonishment. And it was this lapse in focus that provided Sarada with an opportunity. Kakuya, I will offer you one last chance. Will you pay up? Boruto appeared tranquil, yet his voice seemed to impose an immense pressure upon Kankuro. This was a confrontation between reason and obsession. However, Boruto would not afford Kankuro an extended moment of indecision. It seems you have made your choice. As Boruto raised his hand to perform the ninjutsu, Kakuzu's urgent voice suddenly pierced the air. Wait. Ultimately, Kakuzu's rationality triumphed over his obsession. I agree to pay you. Upon hearing Kakuzu's response, a smirk curved Boruto's lips, a wise choice. Subsequently, Boruto retracted his ninjutsu. And as the technique gradually dissipated and weakened, Kakuzu silently exhaled in relief. That kind of power would be of no use even if he possessed 5 lives. It was better to comply with him. As long as life remained, money could always be earned. However, if life were lost, nothing would remain. Kakuzu understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, while Boruto's issue was resolved, Sarada's predicament still lingered. Confronting Haiden would be quite troublesome without knowledge of his abilities. But Boruto was well versed in Haiden's nature. In no time, Boruto swiftly subdued Haiden, promising that if given the chance in the future, he would allow him to taste blood even more exquisite than that of his Uzumaki clan. In exchange, he earned a moment of silence from Haiden. In truth, Haiden was not of great importance. Boruto valued far more the enigmatic figure lurking behind him, the Shinigami. As for sparing Kakuzu? Please. A walking piggy bank, who would be foolish enough to eliminate such a source of wealth? Boruto was well aware of the distinction between indulgence and necessity. With the situation calming, the group began to communicate with a newfound tranquility. Kakuzu exhaled heavily, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he inquired, Uzumaki Boruto, tell me, how much do you require? Chapter 97. Journey to the land of snow. You wish for us to accompany you to the land of snow? Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Boruto's request, a flicker of intrigue crossed Kakuzu's eyes. It was rumored that an auction was to be held there, attracting numerous wealthy nobles and high-ranking officials from other ninja villages. The scene would be nothing short of astounding, and it would undoubtedly become a tempest of blood and money. The thought of his hard-earned wealth being jeopardized caused all 5 of Kakuzu's hearts to ache simultaneously. Boruto keenly observed the expression of Kakuzu, yet he remained unfazed, simply shrugging his shoulders and offering a sheepish grin. It seems you are already aware of the purpose of my visit. In your presence, esteemed Kakuzu, everyone else pales in comparison. I shall rely on you for assistance when the time comes. Gazing into Boruto's indifferent eyes, Kakuzu's mind was inundated with countless expletives, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Oh, esteemed one, your entire family is esteemed. It is easy for you to maintain such a nonchalant demeanor when the expenses are not borne by you. Boruto observed Kakuzu, who appeared to be in a state of disarray, and felt compelled to offer some guidance. Kakuzu, he began, there's no need to wear such a troubled expression. Consider this from a different perspective. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you. Do not remain ensnared by mere fragments of silver. One must be willing to give in order to receive. Look beyond the immediate, and you may discover more abundant rewards awaiting you. Kakuzu, taken aback, found himself momentarily perplexed, unsure of what Boruto was alluding to. Boruto, without any hesitation, directly revealed the riddle. I asked you, who are the attendees expected at this auction hosted by the Land of Snow? Before Kakuzu could respond, Haiden eagerly interjected, declaring, I know. There will be feudal lords, nobles from various nations, merchants, and powerful ninja villages. As Haiden enumerated these identities, Kakuzu's initially troubled expression gradually transformed, culminating in a glimmer of insight. So, have you unraveled a crucial point? Observing Kakuzu's demeanor, Boruto couldn't help but smile. After all, those individuals Haiden mentioned are akin to walking treasures, often elusive and rarely encountered in daily life. At this moment, Boruto approached quietly and remarked, who knows, we might even encounter the bounty targets from various countries. At that time, capturing them all to exchange for the bounties would be quite manageable, wouldn't it? I fear that when you arrive, even your 5 heart tentacles will be overwhelmed, and you might need to call upon your comrades from Akatsuki for assistance. The question remains, dear Kakuzu, do you dare to take on this challenge? As Boruto's final words echoed, Kakuzu was abruptly jolted back to reality, his breath quickening noticeably and his eyes reddening. How could he have hesitated? Kakuzu let out a howl towards the heavens, on the verge of losing his sanity, as if he were envisioning vast riches beckoning him. Very well, having made up my mind, we shall set off immediately. Seeing Kakuzu's fervor, Boruto rose to prepare. Wait, huh? Boruto looked at Kakuzu in confusion, wondering if there was some unforeseen twist. Vortex Boruto, I found your earlier assertion quite compelling. Indeed, both Haiden and I are overwhelmed. Thus, I have resolved to summon the others from Akatsuki for assistance. What? Boruto was taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly. Surely, Kakuzu did not intend to sweep the entire shinobi world into their fold? Haiden, You return to our Akatsuki contact point and inform our comrades. Vortex Boruto and I will proceed to the land of snow, and you shall follow shortly. Hayden, feeling quite flustered, questioned, Brother Kakuzu, are you certain? A misstep could lead to our exposure. Hayden's warning brought a measure of clarity back to Kakuzu. Indeed, they were currently operating from the shadows. It was unwise to make a grand appearance in the shinobi world. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he interjected, Hayden, upon your return, kindly inform Conan to inquire whether she still desires the explosive tags. Explosive tags? Hayden queried in confusion. What does that have to do with them? Kakuzu, feeling a chill run down his spine, responded cryptically, you need not concern yourself with the details, simply convey that to her, and she will understand. Given the circumstances, Boruto was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, Hayden said resignedly before taking his leave. As they watched Hayden's diminishing figure, Boruto, Sarada, and Kakuzu embarked on their journey to the land of snow. In the hidden leaf village, within the hospital, Sai inquired, how is Tsunade? In Tsunade's hospital room. Jiraiya regarded the unconscious Tsunade with a grave expression, questioning Sai who stood nearby. Several days prior, Jiraiya had left Naruto to train alone in Myobokuzen while he returned to the hidden leaf. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a shocking reality. Not only was Tsunade comatose, but Danzo had also assumed the role of acting Hokage. More alarmingly, Boruto had become a rogue ninja. He had even sought confirmation from Kakashi and others, only to receive the same distressing news. This series of unfortunate events had undoubtedly taken a toll on his appearance, rendering him notably haggard. Sai, with a somber expression, replied, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade remains unchanged and shows no signs of awakening. Rest assured, I will inform you the moment she regains consciousness. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Danzo is seeking you, a ninja suddenly announced from the doorway. Danzo? What does he want with me? With his keen intellect, Jiraiya speculated that the abrupt changes in the village were somehow orchestrated by Danzo himself. Indeed, throughout the hidden leaf, from the common villagers to the esteemed clans, there was an overwhelming reverence for Danzo, as if they were compelled to etch his authority upon their very faces. While others might accept Danzo as Hokage, Jiraiya had no faith in such a notion. To put it plainly, even if Jiraiya were to believe that a pig on the roadside could become Hokage, he would never concede that Danzo could hold such a position. Had Tsunade not fallen into a coma, preventing the proper transfer of Hokage duties, Danzo would likely have already claimed the title for himself. The entire situation reeked of something amiss, leading Jiraiya to conclude that Danzo was indeed the mastermind behind it all. His decision to remain was driven by a desire to uncover the truth. Very well, I understand, he said, granting the ninja permission to leave. After casting one last glance at Tsunade, Jiraiya made his way swiftly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Danzo, that old schemer, lounging comfortably as if relishing his newfound authority, which sent a shudder through Jiraiya. Ah, Jiraiya, you've arrived, Danzo greeted him with a smirk. Tobirama noticed Jiraiya's arrival and resumed his usual solemn demeanor. Tobirama, what business do you have with me? He asked boldly. How audacious. Jiraiya, do you presume to address the esteemed Hokage by name? Interjected a secretary nearby. Jiraiya cast a glance at her but dismissed it. Enough of that. Today, I, the Hokage, have summoned you for a singular purpose. Regarding the auction in the land of snow, I require you to escort Kakashi and the others there. Tobirama retrieved a scroll from beneath his desk, unfurling it to indicate an item within, his eyes narrowing slightly. You must ensure that this item is acquired at the auction. Jiraiya, filled with a hint of curiosity, examined the contents of the scroll. The item Tobirama pointed to was none other than the Plow of Treasures. Chapter 98. The land of snow. Tobirama gazed through the window, watching Jiraiya's receding figure, shadows of malice flickering in his eyes like a serpent's. Are you truly convinced this will succeed? His voice echoed in the Hokage's office, low and chilling. What? Now that you have become Hokage, do you feel emboldened to question me? Tobirama retorted. Humph, rest assured, there lies what he desires. It is his only path back. A root ninja materialized within the Hokage's office, his tone dripping with disdain for Tobirama. Tobirama gritted his teeth in silence. Then what purpose does sending Jiraiya to the land of snow serve? Haha. We must allow this self-proclaimed sage Jiraiya to witness the true emergence of Uzumaki Boruto as a genuine rogue ninja. Humph, if not for your words. It would be hard to believe that Uzumaki Boruto is indeed a figure of the future. Tobirama sighed, his gaze shifting meaningfully to the individual behind him. So, are you too, Like him, a being from the future? The land of snow. Boruto, Sarada, and Kankuro had journeyed for several days and finally arrived in this nation, perpetually cloaked in a blanket of snow. Traditionally, the land of snow was seldom frequented, with few souls traversing its expanse. However, due to the upcoming auction, the influx of visitors was undeniably vibrant. This was precisely what the feudal lord of the land of snow had longed to witness. Otherwise, he would not have permitted various merchant factions to organize such an event on his territory. The land of snow was impoverished, and he was compelled to initiate activities to invigorate its popularity. Amidst the bustling crowd, Boruto even spotted ninjas from other villages, notably the likes of Noki, Reikage, and even the newly appointed Mizukage, Terumi Mei, were present. Before long, several familiar figures caught Boruto's attention: Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other members of the Leaf Village. Boruto's gaze swept across the direction of Konoha, fixating intently on the figure with white hair, his expression tinged with surprise. How could Jiraiya be here? Wasn't he supposed to be at Mount Myaboku? And what of Naruto? Boruto searched diligently yet found no trace of Naruto. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that he had not yet mastered Sage technique and had been left behind by Jiraiya. This possibility loomed large. Fortunately, before their arrival in the land of snow, Boruto and his companions had utilized transformation jutsu to assume the guise of inconspicuous little ninjas, allowing Jiraiya and his team to overlook them. Boruto diverted his gaze from Jiraiya, contemplating that it would be best to draw Jiraiya over to his side. Greetings. A fee of 1,000 Ryo is required for entry into the land of snow. Boruto, Sarada, and Kakuzu arrived at the city gate, only to be confronted by a jonin from the snow-hidden village, who demanded an entrance fee of 1,000 Ry. This outrageous demand provoked Kakuzu's fury, exclaiming, "What a wretched country! 1,000 Ri just to enter the city? Are they out of their minds?" Indeed, he was correct. They were truly in dire straits. In response to Kakuzu's outburst, the snow jonin adopted a thuggish demeanor. Had it not been for Boruto's intervention, Kakuzu's temper would have led him to confront the man about far more than just money. Reluctantly, under Boruto's urging gaze, Kakuzu begrudgingly handed over the exorbitant fee, casting a fierce glare at the snow ninja. "Apologies, it's 1,000 Ri per person," the jonin added nonchalantly. Once inside the land of snow, Boruto and Kakuzu sought out a lodging establishment. Due to a surge in visitors, accommodations in the region were nearly full, and their ability to secure a room was largely thanks to Kakuzu's extraordinary capabilities. However, before checking in, they remained vigilant, carefully surveying their surroundings. Boruto even took a moment to sense any malevolent intentions directed at them. Only when he felt no trace of hostility did they feel secure enough to settle in. Nevertheless, in pursuit of valuable information regarding the upcoming auction, the trio decided to disperse. Boruto wandered through the streets of the land of snow, his gaze scanning the passing ninjas. Fortunately, the local snow ninja were maintaining order. Otherwise, given the tensions among the 5 great nations, a chaotic battle could easily erupt here. Nevertheless, Boruto did observe some minor altercations taking place. "Boruto-kun, I never expected to encounter you here. It truly is a twist of fate." Just as Boruto was about to turn back, a soft voice from behind him piqued his alertness. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to see none other than Orochimaru. Sasuke. Opposite Boruto stood an individual with a delicate appearance, possessing a fair complexion, an oval face, and adorned with purple eyeshadow. Upon a glance, Boruto instantly recognized the individual before him. Beside her stood none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who remained as aloof as ever, devoid of any pretense. "Boruto, long time no see," he greeted, a hint of familiarity in his tone. "Haha, Sasuke, keep your voice down. I'm still in disguise," Boruto replied, gesturing for silence. He then attempted to lighten the mood, quipping, "Sasuke, it's been ages, and you've grown even more handsome." Sasuke, upon hearing this, merely glanced aside, feigning impatience, though a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Orochimaru-senpai, how did you and Sasuke end up in the land of snow?" Boruto inquired, choosing to overlook Sasuke's subtle demeanor. "Are you here for the auction as well?" With a chilling smile, Orochimaru responded, "Boruto-kun, this is not the place for idle chatter." The group made their way to a secluded corner, opening a barrier for privacy. "Now, we are safe," Orochimaru declared, nodding with satisfaction. "You remain as cautious as ever, Orochimaru-senpai," Boruto remarked, admiring Orochimaru's keen sense of evasion. "Such trivial matters are mere child's play," Orochimaru said, shifting back to the subject at hand. Regarding what you mentioned earlier, you were only half correct. While attending such lively gatherings is indeed delightful, the items up for auction hold no significance for me. And what is your purpose then? Boruto probed. I've heard that the land of snow is home to many ninjas possessing the snow release bloodline, and I am curious to see if I might encounter one. The implication behind Orochimaru's words was unmistakable. By the way, Boruto-kun, I've also heard that you have become a rogue ninja from Konoha. I never expected you would be under the leadership of Danzo, even if only in an acting capacity. As Orochimaru shifted the conversation to Boruto's status as a rogue, a mocking glint filled his eyes. That matter is rather complicated, Boruto admitted. Sasuke interjected with dissatisfaction. Boruto, I believe there is nothing left for you in Konoha. You should come with us. Haha, I appreciate your kind invitation, Sasuke. Boruto replied, firmly declining. I knew you would, Sasuke muttered, his tone icy. If you ever need assistance, just let me know. I will, Boruto assured. Feeling a sense of joy at Sasuke's evident transformation, at least he no longer acted impulsively in anger. However, amidst their conversation, a communication device from Kakuzu suddenly buzzed. Vortex Boruto, how are things on your end? Came the voice. Kakuzu? Orochimaru, having once been a member of Akatsuki, recognized the speaker and cast a curious glance at Boruto and the others, eager to hear what would follow. Yet, Kakuzu's subsequent words sent Sasuke into a furious rage. They've arrived here, Itachi and the others. Itachi. Upon hearing the name Itachi, Sasuke, who appeared to be nonchalant, suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing his Manjiki Sharingan. Well, that was quite a compliment. Boruto glanced at Sasuke's Konoha emblem, rolled his eyes, and inwardly lamented. What a guy. Why must he choose this moment to speak up? Stirring the pot? Chapter 100. Kurizetsu. I too eagerly wish to meet your mother. Sasuke, perhaps you should take a moment to compose yourself? Boruto gazed at Sasuke, who appeared as if he were ready to devour him, sending a wave of trepidation through his being. He was loath to create any unforeseen disturbances at such a critical juncture. However, just as Boruto's anxiety peaked, Sasuke's demeanor seemed to soften. The kaleidoscope in his eyes gradually faded, yet his expression remained chillingly austere. Boruto, although I am acutely aware that all of this is orchestrated by Danzo, Itachi ultimately did slay my kin and took the lives of my parents. This truth is immutable. Therefore, I shall take vengeance upon Danzo. As for Uchiha Itachi, I shall also seek retribution for my parents. None shall waver my resolve. Today, I shall spare him, solely out of consideration for you, Boruto. But mark my words. Next time, I shall ensure his demise. Is it really just you who would let Itachi go unpunished? Boruto discreetly rolled his eyes. Yet he felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful that nothing untoward had transpired. Sasuke, I appreciate your assistance, he remarked. Turning to Orochimaru, he inquired. Do you wish to accompany us? Orochimaru, donning a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful, replied, No, Boruto-kun, I would rather not encounter my former colleagues. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. As he watched Orochimaru and Sasuke depart, Boruto redirected his gaze, preparing to head towards his rendezvous with Kakuzu and the others. Upon returning to the lodging, he was greeted by familiar faces. I can't believe it's you all that Pain summoned, he exclaimed. Itachi, it has been far too long. He noted, Deidara. I am surprised to see that your injuries have healed so swiftly. To Kisame, he cautioned, please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze. Boruto's gaze swept across the assembly. Aside from Pain and Konan, almost everyone was present. However, amidst the crowd, Boruto was unexpectedly taken aback by the presence of a certain individual, Kurizetsu. To his astonishment, this fellow had also arrived. Deidara's voice rang out. Hey kid. You certainly possess some skill, managing to gather us Akatsuki members so swiftly. What are your intentions? Deidara, the acoustics in this place leave much to be desired. Lower your voice, unless you wish to expose us, Itachi interjected, his gaze subtly lingering on his niece, Sarada. Wazaka Boruto, I've heard whispers that you've become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Tell me, are you not tempted to join our ranks? The previously silent Kurizetsu suddenly spoke, attempting to sway Boruto. Boruto regarded Kaguya with a playful gaze. Pain had extended an invitation to me once before, and thus I reiterate, I have no interest. Observing the failed recruitment, a barely perceptible chill flickered in Kaguya's eyes as he muttered dismissively, what an unappreciative little fellow. Kid, although Jago has gathered us here, we shall not heed your commands. Feel free to do as you wish. After all, I merely suggested it to Jago, who seemed rather enthusiastic about it. But then again, considering your organization's current dire straits, if this operation succeeds, your future days will be quite comfortable. However, you will also find yourselves exposed within the ninja world, with all eyes fixated upon you. The members of Akatsuki present did not oppose Boruto's words. Indeed, this venture could prove advantageous for them, albeit accompanied by considerable risk. The fact remains that Akatsuki would be laid bare to the ninja realm, significantly hindering future attempts to capture tailed beasts. Perhaps sensing their apprehensions, Boruto spoke up, "I understand your concerns. It is merely the desire to capture the tailed beasts you fret over. Regardless, it is inevitable that you will have to seize them eventually. So why not make a grand return, proclaiming to the entire ninja world the terror of your Akatsuki and initiate the Moon Eye plan? Summon the Moon Eye?" Boruto's words left everyone present utterly bewildered, with the exception of Kisame and Kaguya. However, among the two, it was only Kaguya who gazed at Boruto in sheer astonishment, pondering how he could possibly be aware of the Eye of the Moon. "Oh dear, I inadvertently let that slip. Let us pretend I never said anything." Boruto covered his mouth, casting a glance at Korezetsu's grotesque visage, akin to that of someone indulging in excrement. How does it feel to suppress laughter? Nearly turning his face crimson in the process, Boruto subsequently shifted the conversation, directing the focus towards the tailed beasts. He assured that he would assist the Akatsuki in swiftly gathering the tailed beasts. In return, Boruto cautioned them against disrupting his plans. The assurance given by Boruto left everyone present in a state of perplexity. It was indeed peculiar that even members of the Akatsuki were willing to assist in the pursuit of the tailed beasts. As for thwarting his plans, they readily consented. Inside the room, after having conspired with Boruto, the others discreetly withdrew from his chamber. However, only a brief moment later, a black head gradually emerged from the floor. "Korezetsu, reveal yourself. I am aware of your presence." Boruto seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Kaguya's impending arrival, his voice resonating slowly throughout the chamber as he suddenly materialized behind Kaguya. This unexpected movement startled Kaguya greatly. "Kaguya, it is an honor to finally meet you. What brings you to linger in the depths?" he inquired, subtly implying that my hospitality had been lacking. When Kaguya observed Boruto's hand reaching towards him, his instinctive response was to employ the technique of the mayfly, burrowing into the ground. Yet, Boruto's hand, seemingly imbued with enchantment, seized Kaguya at the very moment he attempted to escape, rendering his mayfly technique ineffective. With a swift tug, Boruto lifted him from the earth. Gazing upon this child who could effortlessly dismantle his mayfly technique, Kaguya felt an unprecedented surge of tension. "Vortex Boruto, what is it that you truly desire?" In Boruto's eyes, a hint of mockery glinted as he regarded Kaguya. "What is it that you wish to convey? You must articulate your intentions clearly. You, who not only comprehend Obito's identity but also the Moon Eye plan, who exactly are you?" Boruto was taken aback by Kaguya's immediate revelation of his aliases. "Do you believe it is necessary for me to divulge such information to you?" "You," Kaguya retorted. "What do you mean by that? You, a single-celled organism, an ancient relic that has survived for millennia. Do not even dare entertain any duplicitous thoughts in my presence. You are nothing more than a mere lump of 1,000-year-old mucus expelled by Kaguya Otsutsuki." "What?" Kaguya faltered, his countenance darkening as he fixed his gaze on Boruto. The question arose, how could the Vortex Boruto possibly know his mother's name? Kaguya Otsutsuki, such a distant memory, a name unknown to anyone in this ninja world. Why would this Vortex Boruto possess such knowledge? I intended to portray Kaguya's insidious cunning, yet my pen falters, and I can only replay it in my mind. It is truly frustrating. Why? How is it that you know this? Though Kaguya's expression was typically grim, Boruto could see that he was genuinely furious now, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Kaguya, do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. I will not impede your efforts to rescue your mother. On the contrary, as I previously stated, I shall assist you in swiftly gathering the tailed beasts, enabling you to reunite with your mother." Boruto's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating within Black Zetsu's mind. Black Zetsu glared at Boruto with seething hatred. "Vortex Boruto, what is your true intention?" Boruto smiled subtly, his lips curving into an enigmatic arc as he remarked, "I have no particular motive. I simply yearn to meet your mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki." Chapter 100. The auction days later, in the land of snow, a long-dormant arena was awakened. Within a brief span, the expansive venue was nearly filled to capacity with ninjas from various nations, their cheers rising in a crescendo. Boruto and Sarada, along with Kakuzu, arrived at a private room designated as V. As for the reason behind the letter V, it is simply due to the affluence of Lord Kakuzu. Shortly thereafter, a maid from the land of snow entered Boruto's chamber, presenting a selection of delicacies unique to her homeland, accompanied by a booklet detailing the items up for auction today, which found its way into Boruto's hands. Boruto casually flipped through the items, yet among them, there were several that caught his attention. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that the maid standing beside him showed no signs of departing. Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you require any additional special services? The maid's mechanical smile and blank stare suggested that she paid little heed to her own words. In recent days, Boruto has gathered information regarding the land of snow. As for the maid before him, she is merely a product of this nation, trained to serve as a mere plaything for the pleasure of nobles like themselves. Boruto scoffed at this notion. Kisame, do you require her? He inquired with a hint of amusement. After all, you did spend money on her. Kisame shot Boruto a disapproving glance and replied with disinterest, I have long abstained from the company of women. Be gone. Boruto erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Very well, your presence is no longer needed. You may leave. As you wish, esteemed guest, the maid responded. Once she had departed, Kisame turned to Boruto with a serious demeanor. Uzumaki Boruto, what exactly are you intending to auction? I would like to have some clarity. You shall find out in due time. There is no need for anxiety, Boruto replied. Boruto turned to Sarada with a concerned expression and said, Sarada, if things get chaotic here, make sure to find Itachi, understood? Rest assured, Boruto, I won't be a hindrance, Sarada replied, her gaze resolute as she nodded. Meanwhile, the auction commenced below. Through the window, Boruto observed a strikingly beautiful figure at the center of the grand crystal stage, adorned in a flowing crystal gown, with a crown that accentuated her elegance. It was evident that she was the host of the auction, and her presence ignited the atmosphere, particularly among the more audacious attendees. According to Boruto's intel, the woman was the eldest daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Snow. It was perplexing why the daimyo would allow his daughter to preside over the auction, but such matters were trivial to Boruto. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my homeland, the Land of Snow. I am Leonardo, the daughter of the daimyo, and I will be your host for this auction, she announced, her sweet voice further invigorating the crowd. After calming the audience, Leonardo continued, without further ado, let us unveil the first item for bidding. The first item gradually came into view, a sealed jar. As some guests expressed confusion, Leonardo provided an introduction. This jar contains the chakra of the legendary beast, the Six Tails. As her words fell, all eyes fixated on the jar, especially those hidden in the shadows of the Akatsuki. According to the timeline, they had yet to initiate their plans to capture the Six Tails. Among them, Meitorumi, the new Mizukage, frowned at the sealed jar, seemingly displeased. She raised her voice to question, may I inquire? That Six Tails is my village's Jinchuriki, though he has turned rogue. How do you possess his chakra? Ah, the new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, quite the beauty, someone mused. However, it seems the policies of Blood Mist from the Hidden Mist have been overturned by the woman before us, quite formidable indeed. Excitement buzzed among the attendees, the arena resembling a bustling marketplace as voices clashed. Everyone, please quiet down. To address the Mizukage's inquiry, I shall provide clarification, Leonardo said, composed and unhurried. The chakra of the Six Tails was exchanged by my merchant group at the border of the Land of Water with a mysterious individual. Furthermore, this individual mentioned that the chakra within this jar can bestow the power of the tailed beast, but it has one significant drawback. It is consumable, and once depleted, it is irrevocably lost. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, igniting an explosion of fervor among the attendees, their gazes fixated on the jar, brimming with avarice. Although it could not compare to the continuous chakra supply offered by a Jinchuriki, it was sufficiently enticing to incite madness without evoking the image of a monster. Indeed, the auction did not disappoint, commencing with such a treasure. The starting bid was set at 100,000 ryo, with increments of no less than 10,000 ryo. Upon this announcement, every individual present, their eyes ablaze with desire, eagerly entered the bidding war. In the blink of an eye, the jar of chakra soared to 35 million ryo. Ultimately, it was purchased by a noble for 60 million ryo. With this initial excitement, the subsequent auction became significantly more animated. Items such as high-grade ninja tools, superior soldier pills, and an array of peculiar artifacts were presented, each fetching exorbitant prices. Within the private box, Kaku's eyes nearly glowed crimson, as if he were witnessing vast sums of wealth beckoning him. Were it not for Boruto's restraint, he would have dashed forward, seizing all that should rightfully belong to him. In essence, it was a declaration, all of this is mine. Soon, the main event arrived, and Boruto's gaze sharpened with anticipation. Now, let us welcome our next item for auction, Leonardo announced. Behind him, a staff member emerged, bearing a platter covered by a crimson cloth, obscuring the object beneath. This artifact was fortuitously discovered by archaeologists from a merchant caravan at the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon professional examination, it was deemed a relic of ancient origin, possessing significant collectible value. As the crimson cloth was lifted, Boruto sprang to his feet in astonishment. It was indeed the plow that facilitated the transportation of Sasuke and Vortex Boruto to another dimension. When he had bestowed it upon Sasuke, he had secretly inscribed a mark. And at that moment of revelation, he had realized its significance. However, upon inspecting the current state of the plow, he noted a crack forming on its rear, indicating it was not in optimal condition. Detecting weak temporal fluctuations. Should absorption occur? Upon hearing the system's query, Boruto furrowed his brow. Weak? This implied that the plow before him was on the verge of losing its original transdimensional capabilities. Boruto's piercing gaze swept towards Kakazu, and he said thoughtfully, no matter what, ensure that this item is secured. Feeling the predatory glint in Boruto's eyes, Kakazu inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Understanding the gravity of the situation. Chapter 101. The memory of the plow. The starting bid was set at 100,000 Ryo, with each increment not to be less than 1,000 Ryo. As Leonardo's voice faded, the atmosphere, which had previously been vibrant, now felt particularly subdued. Through the large screen, everyone noticed the unremarkable fossil, which bore mysterious runes upon its shell, reminiscent of a certain clan's emblem. Notably, a distinct crack marred the emblem, clearly visible. In an instant, the crowd's interest in the damaged item waned, leading to an awkward silence. Leonardo scanned the room, and, witnessing the imminent failure of the auction for this item, a flicker of disappointment surfaced in his eyes. Just as he was about to accept the item would go unsold, a voice slowly emerged from one of the private boxes. I bid 110,000. The sudden declaration drew the attention of everyone present to the box marked for. The voice emanating from this box was none other than Kakashi's. Lord Jiraiya, this item has been personally designated for auction by Lord Danzo. I am merely carrying out orders, so please refrain from delving too deeply, Kakashi replied, as Jiraiya questioned him from within box 4. Faced with Kakashi's response, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, pondering, Kakashi, could it be that you too? I bid 150,000 Ryo. At that moment, a voice from box 1 chimed in, which belonged to Boruto, with Kakazu calling out the amount. However, he felt a pang of regret as he uttered the figure. Box 1 bids 150,000 Ryo. Is there any further bidding from the esteemed guests? Box 4, 170,000 Ryo. Box 1, 200,000 Ryo. 220,000 Ryo. 250,000 Ryo. The bidding war between Box 1 and Box 4 immediately stirred a commotion, with onlookers expressing their curiosity about how such a seemingly trivial item could soar in value, reaching an astonishing 50,000 taels in such a short span of time. Concealed within the crowd, Orochimaru's gaze fixated upon Boruto's booth, a knowing smile gracing his lips. So, Boruto-kun, your quarry is this unassuming object. I find myself intrigued as to what it is that captivates you so deeply. Even the Akatsuki members lurking in the shadows were poised to act, aware that if Boruto succeeded in acquiring what he desired, the revelry would draw ever closer. Yet, among them, only Black Zetsu wore a countenance that spoke of dismay. He may not recognize the plow on the stage, but he certainly knew the emblem emblazoned upon it, the insignia of his mother's clan, the Otsutsuki. He yearned to reclaim anything connected to his lineage. Yet that fateful night had unveiled horrors. The essence of power emanating from Boruto bore an unsettling resemblance to that of his mother. Moreover, Boruto had audaciously proclaimed his intent to aid in her rescue. Initially, Black Zetsu believed they shared a common purpose. But upon hearing Boruto's intention to absorb his mother's strength, he was rendered utterly bewildered. It was not that he doubted Boruto's words. He had witnessed the divine power firsthand, thus he placed his faith in him. As events unfolded, Black Zetsu suddenly realized that his meticulously crafted scheme, spanning millennia, was beginning to unravel. He felt trapped in a predicament akin to a mute person consuming bittergall caught in a dilemma with no resolution. To save his mother meant risking death. To refrain from acting meant she would remain eternally sealed, an impasse that felt insurmountable. The weight of despair bore down on him. Moments later, the plow reached a staggering valuation of 30 million taels, leaving everyone astounded, breath held in collective disbelief, even Leonardo, the host, momentarily stunned. While 30 million taels may not seem substantial at first glance, the value of such a flawed artifact was undeniably shocking. Ultimately, however, it was Boruto who secured the item for a sum of 45 million taels. Once the plow was brought into Boruto's booth, he took possession of it. Immediately sensing the emanation of temporal power resonating from the artifact, Boruto attempted to infuse chakra into the plow, seeking to awaken it, yet there was no response whatsoever. A faint fluctuation of temporal and spatial energy was detected. Should it be absorbed? The voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. The temporal and spatial fluctuations emanating from the plow are minimal. Is there still potential for you to upgrade? The system reassured him. Rest assured, dear host. This system prioritizes quality over quantity. As long as there is a trace of temporal and spatial fluctuation, an upgrade is indeed possible. Ah, now it becomes clear. Boruto gleaned a general understanding, and a thought emerged in his mind. He recalled that within the ninja world, there existed a dragon vein that possessed the ability to traverse dimensions. It seemed he ought to explore it one day. However, upon noticing that the plow in his hand had lost all hope of salvation, Boruto hesitated not a moment. System, upgrade. This upgrade would require 24 hours, and with it, permissions had been unlocked, allowing the host to wield the dual traversal gates at will, enabling him to take one person at random into another realm. The system detected that the items necessary for this upgrade were not of this time-space. Upon completion, a portal to another dimension would be opened. Upon hearing the series of notifications from the system, Boruto's eyes lit up. The prospect of opening a portal to another dimension indicated that this system was not limited to just one connection. This revelation was nothing short of a delightful surprise for Boruto. However, after a brief moment of elation, as the system absorbed the plow, Boruto's pure eye unexpectedly activated, resonating with the plow and pulling his consciousness into a peculiar space. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Boruto next beheld two familiar figures. His master Sasuke, along with another version of himself from an alternate dimension. Gazing upon those two recognizable silhouettes, Boruto's pupils constricted in shock. Was this scene the process of their return to their respective time-space? Could this possibly be the plow's memory? Boruto attempted to call out to the two of them, but to his dismay, it proved utterly futile, leaving him to linger as a mere spectator. Just as Boruto found himself engulfed in astonishment, the entire expanse of space suddenly quivered violently, culminating in a moment where he beheld the fracture of the dimensional pathway. An indescribable force struck the plow, and simultaneously, the ruptured space ensnared his mentor Sasuke and another version of himself, while the plow, having just endured that blow, was ejected from the temporal corridor. So this is the essence of the plow's memories? Boruto witnessed it all, a flicker of concern for his mentor and the other self evident in his eyes. As Boruto's consciousness gradually withdrew from that memory, the plow in his hand had long been absorbed by the system, rendered as inconsequential as a worthless stone. With his objective accomplished, his gaze shifted towards Kakuzu, offering him a reassuring glance. Upon receiving Boruto's signal, Kakuzu could no longer contain the greed that flickered in his eyes. However, at that moment, from the fourth VIP box outside the arena, Kakashi's voice resonated. Boruto Uzumaki, the rogue ninja of Konoha, be sure to safeguard your possession, for it is a rare artifact imbued with the power of time and space. Kakashi-sensei? Boruto furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Was he being manipulated? Given his understanding of Kakashi, he was certain that his mentor would not betray him. If such a scenario were true, it could only mean one thing. Even Kakashi and his companions had fallen under the control of that mysterious individual. Yet before Boruto could fully comprehend the situation, Kakashi's revelation ignited a surge of fervor among those present. What? An item with the power of time and space? And that Boruto Uzumaki. There's a bounty of 100 million Ryo on his head. Chapter 102. Turmoil in an instant. The atmosphere within the arena plunged into silence, the sound of heavy, rapid breaths echoing clearly. 100 million Ryo. An artifact capable of traversing time and space. These two revelations were sufficient to shake the hearts of everyone present, especially Jiraiya, who, upon hearing Kakashi mention Boruto, was taken aback, realizing that the boy was just next door. When Boruto dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance, he approached the window, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. Boruto Uzumaki, it seems this situation is spiraling out of control. Kakuzu slowly materialized before Boruto. a mocking expression on his face. Isn't it just perfect? I can help alleviate some of the pressure for you guys. You should be thanking me. A subtle smile danced on Boruto's lips. Boruto Uzumaki, the rogue ninja of Konoha. If I capture you, I can exchange you for that bounty of 100 million Ryo. Moreover, the artifact you possess is invaluable. 45 million Ryo hardly reflects its worth, so hand it over immediately. In the face of such chaotic accusations, Boruto let out a cold laugh and proclaimed loudly, if you want it, come and take it yourself. Damn it, how arrogant. That bounty and the artifact should belong to us, the Cloud Village. Preposterous. The bounty and the time-space artifact are destined for my stone village. Ladies and gentlemen, while you quarrel, we of the Mist Village shall remain uninvolved. In that fleeting moment, everyone present surged towards Boruto, plunging the scene into chaos. The ninjas of the Snow Village found themselves unable to control the situation, and even the daimyo of the Land of Snow was engulfed in panic, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. Ha ha ha, how lively. As an artist, I invite you all to appreciate my unique artistry. Art is an explosion. As the scene descended into utter chaos, the Akatsuki, concealed in the shadows, sensed the opportune moment to make their presence known, heralded by Deidara's grand entrance. Suddenly, a multitude of diminutive white spiders erupted from the ground at the center of the arena. At Deidara's command, with a resounding boom, these countless little creatures detonated like fireworks, their explosive sounds resonating throughout the venue. In the wake of this explosion, the entirety of the Akatsuki mobilized. Today, they would boldly proclaim their resurgence in the ninja world, instilling fear across the realm. What transpired? The sudden upheaval caught everyone off guard. Deidara, you traitor, return to me at once. Not far away, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, hovering in midair, immediately recognized his rogue disciple and erupted in furious expletives. You old fool, I refuse to return to Awagakure. Today is my day to perform. Deidara, standing atop a dragon-like creature crafted from white clay, showed no deference to Inoki and retorted defiantly. In an instant, the entire arena transformed into a battleground of various jutsu. The spectators, no longer mere observers, joined the fray alongside the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, in particular, reveled in the chaos as foreign nobles, merchants, and high-bounty individuals fell victim to his plundering, akin to gathering riches. Kakuzu had never felt such exhilaration. It was as if he were merely collecting money, each target neatly bagged for future ransom. While Kakuzu busied himself, the other Akatsuki members were equally occupied. Itachi employed genjutsu to manipulate the masses. Haiden morphed into a sinister harbinger, seeking exquisite offerings among the ninjas. Kisame, on the other hand, preferred a straightforward approach, mercilessly dispatching foes with his sword. Amidst this turmoil, Black Zetsu, known as the sixth member, utilized the technique of the mayfly to drag individuals underground, a truly insidious tactic. Witnessing this spectacle, the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and other formidable ninjas, who had initially intended to besiege Boruto, were compelled to abandon their pursuit of him and confront the sudden emergence of the Akatsuki. Observing the unfolding drama, Orochimaru revealed a long-forgotten smile of delight. I never anticipated that Boruto would orchestrate such an extraordinary spectacle. He has truly opened my eyes. He was further astonished by Boruto's ability to persuade the members of the Akatsuki. As a former colleague, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the arrogance harbored by those within the Akatsuki. Beside him, Sasuke scoffed, "What is so impressive? I could do that too." Yet, when Sasuke caught sight of Itachi, his clenched fist crackled with tension. Uchiha Itachi. Amidst the tumult, Boruto, ensnared in the vortex of chaos, cast a calm glance around, preparing to depart. However, just as Boruto was about to depart, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi, and everyone else. "Boruto, pray tell, have you joined Akatsuki?" Jiraiya inquired with a grave expression. To be candid, Jiraiya found it difficult to believe that Boruto had aligned himself with Akatsuki. Yet he felt compelled to seek confirmation from Naruto. With a smile, Boruto shook his head. "Master Jiraiya, rest assured, I have not joined the Akatsuki. I am merely collaborating with them. I, Uzumaki Boruto, a rogue ninja from Konoha, have been commanded by Danzo to apprehend you and bring you back to the village. You should come along quietly." Kakashi's gaze was sharp and devoid of any emotion. "It seems you two have fallen under his illusion, Kakashi," Boruto remarked, his eyes reflecting an unspoken bitterness. He had subtly deduced the identity of that person. He was not foolish. He recalled the jutsu employed during their previous encounter and everything else. An illusion. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Kakashi, confirming his suspicions. However, Boruto, I have previously attempted to dispel the illusion with hand seals, but to no avail. Jiraiya's concerns were met with a faint smile from Boruto, who thought to himself, the illusion cast by the Byakugan is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary jutsu. To dispel it, one must utilize the Byakugan itself. Uzumaki Boruto, it appears you have resolved not to cooperate with us, Kakashi declared, activating his Sharingan, preparing to launch an attack on Boruto. The others also prepared their jutsu against him. Yet, in that critical moment, Boruto slowly opened his eyes, the Byakugan manifesting. With one hand raised toward them, he declared, illusion release. The Byakugan emitted a pale blue wave of light, enveloping Kakashi and the others. Instantly, they found themselves immobilized, as if frozen in time. A moment later, Kakashi was the first to regain consciousness. Shaking his dizzy head, he looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and familiar faces. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. Boruto greeted him with a warm smile. Boruto? Where are we? I'm not, Kakashi suddenly recalled, panic flashing across his face as he exclaimed, Boruto. There's someone behind Danzo. He controlling everyone in the village. Kakashi-sensei, I'm already aware of that. Boruto interjected quickly, reassuring him. Do not worry. I will definitely rescue everyone in the village. Chapter 103, the common enemy of the ninja world. As Boruto's familiar companions gradually awakened within the chamber, he felt a genuine joy swell within him. He then inquired about Jiraiya and Kakashi's plans moving forward. The responses from these two were evidently within Boruto's expectations. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi-sensei, have you both decided to return to Konoha? Boruto gazed at the two individuals, a fleeting glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Jiraiya spoke with solemnity, indeed. To prevent Danzo from shrouding Konoha in chaos, we must return. Kakashi added, simultaneously, we must remain vigilant against that enigmatic figure. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Boruto's expression dimmed, and he said, Kakashi, Lord Jiraiya, and everyone, please come here for a moment. What is it, Boruto? To safeguard you from that individual's genjutsu, I shall implant a counter-technique within you. Under the expectant gazes of his companions, Boruto slowly raised his gaze, his pure eyes shimmering. Boruto, what's with your eyes? Several exclaimed in surprise. Fear not, this is my ocular technique. Simply gaze into them. They exchanged glances, their eyes locking onto Boruto's. Suddenly, the space rippled, and the unique energy emanating from his eyes embedded deeply within their own. This energy was imperceptible to Jiraiya and the others. Only Boruto was aware of its true nature. All done. Boruto cast a glance at the chaotic scene outside and addressed Jiraiya and the others, saying, everyone, the matters here are nearing their conclusion. It is time for us to part ways. I believe we shall reunite one day. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Boruto, accompanied by Sarada, transformed into a flash of light and vanished from the arena. Following his departure, the Akatsuki's cleanup efforts were also drawing to a close. Upon witnessing Boruto's exit, several members of the Akatsuki, engaged with the Tsuchikage and Reikage, broke free from their opponents and promptly turned to flee. After being repelled by Kisame Samehada, Reikage furiously shouted at the battling Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, damn it. Uchiha Itachi, do not escape. Seeing Deidara preparing to leave, Tsuchikage and Noki similarly sought to halt them, exclaiming, rebellious disciple, do not go. Return with me to Iwagakure. The two Kage pursued recklessly, leading to a cataclysmic battle erupting in a distant location, yet ultimately allowing the Akatsuki to escape with ease. When the Tsuchikage and Reikage returned, they bore numerous injuries. It was no jest. Each member of the Akatsuki possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage, and attempting to thwart them with merely two individuals was indeed a fool's errand. The fact that they returned unscathed was a testament to the Akatsuki's desire to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. After all, their objective had been achieved, and further entanglements were futile. As for the Land of Snow, the hosting nation, what began as a well-organized auction concluded in utter disarray, leaving the venue in ruins. Almost all the ninjas and nobles had suffered substantial losses, with a significant portion of them having been abducted by the Akatsuki. If the Land of Snow fails to handle this situation appropriately, it would face condemnation and pressure from other nations. Meanwhile, Boruto, one of the instigators of the incident, found himself at the border of the Land of Snow, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the Akatsuki. Before long, several small figures appeared in the distance, approaching at a noticeable speed, members of the Akatsuki. You're late, Boruto remarked, teasingly observing them. Kid, what grandiose claims are you making? If you're capable, Go challenge those two Kage, Deidara retorted with a scowl. Enough of this useless banter, Deidara, Itachi, as the elder brother in Pain's absence, advised. Then cast a subtle glance at Boruto, asking, Vortex Boruto, your plans have come to fruition. Using us as a weapon and exposing us to the gaze of the ninja world. Will you not provide us with an answer? Boruto met the gaze of Uchiha Itachi and nodded, stating, what I previously mentioned holds true. I can assist you in swiftly capturing the tailed beasts. However, this does not signify my allegiance to your cause. Rather, it is a collaboration between us, one that benefits both parties. With his assurance, they felt at ease to return and report their findings. Upon receiving the desired confirmation, Uchiha Itachi turned to leave but paused momentarily, slightly tilting his body to glance at Sarada, who remained silent beside him. He murmured a few words in lip language that Boruto could comprehend before departing from his sight with the Akatsuki members. The following day, the audacious resurgence of the Akatsuki and the news of the rogue ninja Boruto from Konoha swept through the ninja world like a tempest. The unrestrained actions of the Akatsuki incited fury among countless ninja villages. Moreover, the rogue Boruto, particularly drawing the ire of the two major villages, Humogakure and Iwagakure, faced immense pressure from a coalition of villages against Konoha. Simultaneously, in response to the abduction of numerous ninjas and nobles from the land of snow by the Akatsuki, they expressed their willingness to cooperate fully in apprehending the members of the Akatsuki while also offering compensation for some of the losses incurred. Amidst the turmoil in the ninja world, the currency exchange offices in various nations were also in an uproar. The reason was simple. Kakuzu and other Akatsuki members arrived to redeem their hefty bounties. In no time, all financial flows converged into Kakuzu's pockets, leaving the exchange offices across the ninja world in distress. Kakuzu, on the other hand, wore a grin that seemed unending. Concurrently, he made it known through the exchange offices that those who sought the individuals in his possession should come bearing riches, with the exchange rate solely determined by him. Upon hearing this news, chaos ensued as the implications of wealth accumulating in Kakuzu's hands became evident. The sheer magnitude of currency could potentially elevate an entire nation. As the saying goes, some find joy while others despair, and Kakuzu was reveling in his fortune, reflecting on the unceasing flow of riches into his coffers. One could only marvel at the vastness of it all. He felt that the loss of 45 million on Boruto's side was insignificant. Conan remarked, my little Jiraiya, it's all up to you now. Whether my explosive tags can break through depends on your efforts. A series of astonishing news erupted like bamboo shoots after a rain, shaking the entire ninja world. Given the audacity of the Akatsuki organization, nearly all factions within the ninja realm found it intolerable. However, with hostages in Jiraiya's possession, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and obediently pay the ransom. Yet, just as the ninja world fell into a fleeting calm, the 5 great villages, Cloud, Rock, Mist, Leaf, and Sand, united to issue an SSS-level bounty against the Akatsuki and the rogue ninja Boruto Uzumaki. In an instant, the Akatsuki and Boruto became the #1 enemies that everyone in the ninja world sought to eliminate. However, amidst the chaos, Boruto, one of the key figures, found himself in a state of profound frustration. The reason? His system had inexplicably malfunctioned. Chapter 104. The operation begins. Old Purple, it's in hand. At this moment, in the land of water, within a certain crevice of a ravine, Boruto concealed himself in this place, and his countenance at this moment was exceedingly grim. The reason for his distress was none other than the system experiencing a rare and unprecedented malfunction. System, repeat that for me once more. What does it mean to be unable to open the gateway to another dimension? The system had encountered an unknown fault, rendering it incapable of opening the portal for interdimensional travel. To phrase it differently, there existed an unstable factor within this timeline, a force that severed the connection to the gateway, leaving the system unable to communicate. Boruto wore a grim expression, feeling utterly exasperated by this unreliable system. What remedy could be found? It is imperative for the host to eliminate the destabilizing factors of this time and space to forge a new temporal gateway. The phrase destabilizing factors echoed in Boruto's mind, and he began to grasp its significance as the image of a certain individual surfaced in his thoughts. It appeared that eventually, the two of them would inevitably cross paths. However, at this moment, he was confronted by what seemed to be his own fully realized self. The system issued a new task. The host is required to swiftly gather all 9 tailed beasts, with a reward of enhanced random ninjutsu potency. Just as Boruto was lost in contemplation, the system's voice resounded once more. Accelerate the collection of the tailed beasts. It seems the time for action has come. Boruto brushed off the dust from his attire and called out to Sarada, who was standing nearby to keep watch. Sarada, it's time for us to depart. All right, she replied. Soon, Boruto, accompanied by Sarada, utilized a technique acquired from Kakuza to establish contact with the Akatsuki, notifying them of their plans and setting their sights on their first objective, the Four Tails, Son Goku, in a Wagakure. Inside the towering structure of a Wagakure, the esteemed Noki, that Tsuchikage, was incensed upon receiving reports from his Umbu. He slammed his palm against the table, exclaiming, "These Akatsuki members are utterly audacious, disregarding my authority as Tsuchikage and daring to covet Old Purple." Old Purple referred to the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Son Goku. "What are our next steps, Tsuchikage?" inquired a senior official. Akatsuki, in a grave tone, suggested, as always, the most prudent course of action would be to request reinforcements, for we cannot underestimate their strength. "Do you truly believe that I, an old man, cannot handle a few rash youngsters?" Noki retorted, his face reddening with indignation. In his vexation, he inadvertently exerted pressure on his waist, eliciting a pained gasp. "Ouch, that hurts. Grandfather, where is Deidara?" Kuratsuchi softly reminded him. At the mention of Deidara, Naki's fury intensified. "Humph, that traitor went to join the Akatsuki. I shall not spare him." Ultimately, after a consensus was reached among the higher-ups, Noki had no choice but to send out requests for assistance to Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Konohagakure. In response, several hidden villages dispatched their ninjas toward a Wagakure, simultaneously replying to Noki with a clear message. "Assistance must not come without a price. We expect our due resources." Upon reading the messages, Noki was nearly beside himself with rage. Although these ninja villages had formed a cooperative relationship, the underlying rivalries and scheming were as pronounced as ever, far removed from the unity that Naruto had once fostered in the previous timeline. However, just as a Wagakure was preparing for the impending confrontation, Boruto and the Akatsuki had already convened. In the confines of the place where Old Purple was kept under surveillance, a voice remarked, "You have arrived quite early." Boruto cast a fleeting glance, noting that Itachi and Kisame had arrived. Kisame grumbled, "You're late, brat. Now, let us commence our operation." Itachi glanced at Boruto before continuing. "The Four Tails Jinchuriki, named Rashi, is at odds with the Tsuchikage and has been confined in this place. The surrounding ninjas have already been dealt with by Kisame and me. Only this barrier remains. Although Kisame could shatter it alone, it would require a significant amount of time. However, I sense a multitude of ninjas approaching our location, and we simply do not have the luxury of time. Well, there is no need to elaborate further." Boruto, seemingly unfazed, directed his gaze towards a house formed by earth release and sealing techniques. "Can this flimsy barrier truly impede me?" He lightly touched the barrier and scoffed. "Do not underestimate this barrier, for it is." Kisame was about to elaborate when he heard Boruto's sharp command. In an instant, Boruto executed a sweeping kick, shattering the entire barrier. Kisame's words were abruptly silenced. "What an infuriating little brat! Who dares disturb my slumber?" Soon, the commotion outside roused the elder Aozi. As he opened the door, he barely had time to react before he was met with a merciless kick. The tremendous force sent Aozi crashing through the wall, propelling him several thousand meters away, devastating several small hills in the process. Ultimately, he was embedded in a withered, yellowed mountain, unconscious. Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame were momentarily taken aback. Had they been the ones to engage, it would have taken considerable effort to subdue Aozi. Yet, this vortex Boruto managed to do so with a single move, leading them to a newfound respect for Boruto's prowess. "We must depart. Someone is approaching," Boruto urged as he lifted Aozi. The group quickly vacated the area, and as they did, a multitude of ninjas began to converge upon their location. "Damn it, they've escaped." Observing the destruction surrounding them and the absence of Aozi, Darui, who had come to support, cursed vehemently. "Yun Hidden, what are you IWA ninjas doing? You couldn't even hold one person. IWA, Yun, spare us your sarcastic comments. If you're so capable, why don't you step up?" "Misty, it's all Konoha's fault. They've sent nothing but useless individuals, hindering our forces." "Misty, what do you mean by that?" Kuratsuchi, leading the team, sighed as she watched the squabbling factions. Indeed, unity seemed elusive. How long could such an alliance endure? Resigned, Kuratsuchi emerged to mediate. "Enough bickering. The priority now is to ascertain Akatsuki's next move and implement defensive measures. We must return. Darui, take your team back. As the major ninja villages returned empty-handed, Itachi led Boruto to Akatsuki's secret rendezvous point. It was a mountain gorge, reminiscent of the scene when I was first drawn into Gaara's fate, featuring a massive magical array at its center, surrounded by several half-tall stone pillars. Soon after, under Itachi's guidance, shadows began to manifest upon the pillars. As the leader, Pain, slowly opened his Rinnegan, Boruto playfully greeted him. Pain, we meet again. Boruto Uzumaki. Enough with the pleasantries. First, place the four tails in the center of the array. Chapter 105. The beautiful eyes on the moon as the ceremony commenced. It bore a striking resemblance to the one with Gaara. After extracting the four tails from Old Purple, it became evident that the aura surrounding him was gradually diminishing. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto swiftly utilized his space-time ninjutsu to draw Old Zetsu into his dimensional space. This space, a remarkable tool, was a recent discovery of Boruto's. At that moment, Sarada was also present within this dimension. Noticing Boruto and Old Zetsu's simultaneous arrival, she hurriedly approached them. Boruto, what is happening outside? Boruto has drawn a score of 0k. Rest assured, everything proceeds as usual. Subsequently, Boruto infused the power of the sun into Old Purple, thereby halting the relentless ebbing of his life force. Aren't you a member of the Akatsuki? Why do you wish to save me? Old Purple gradually opened his eyes, his voice barely a whisper, laden with exhaustion. My apologies, esteemed Old Purple. To ensure the plan remains unimpeded, I must impose upon you for the time being. Please remain here. Once the matter is resolved, I shall release you without delay. After Boruto uttered an apology, he found that a sphere of chakra, as searing as molten lava, had mysteriously manifested in his palm. This chakra was none other than the Four Tails chakra that Boruto had discreetly extracted from Old Purple earlier. Upon transferring the chakra into Old Purple's body, the latter's complexion visibly brightened, and one could distinctly sense the steady revival of his life force. How is this possible? Old Purple murmured, gazing at the transformation of his own body. The tailed beast has been stripped away. Logically, shouldn't that mean death? How did you accomplish this? His eyes were filled with astonishment. Old Purple, what truly matters is that you are not dead. That is sufficient, Boruto replied with a chuckle. However, you cannot leave just yet. You must remain here for a while, but rest assured, this place is quite safe. With a curious expression, Old Purple surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Young man, where exactly is this place? Boruto explained, This is my domain, a space-type ninjutsu. Due to the necessity of the plan. Elder Jiraiya, you must remain here. Oh, must I? The elder's expression hinted at reluctance. What if I refuse? In that case, I wouldn't mind requesting Elder Jiraiya to take a nap for a while. In the gentlest of tones, Boruto uttered the most cutting words. Ahem. The elder Zetsu regarded the young man before him, seemingly unconcerned, and feigned a light cough. Given that you have revived me, I shall not hold your previous actions against you, and I will remain in this space for a while. With the elder's assurance secured, Boruto promptly withdrew from the Kamui dimension. Where has the Four Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Boruto gone? Having just emerged from the realm of Kamui, Boruto was confronted by Pain, who questioned him with a calm yet intense demeanor. Are you inquiring of me? Boruto retorted with a cold laugh. I have already fulfilled your objectives. As for the rest, it is no longer your concern, is it? Must I seek your approval for my actions? Remember, we are merely partners in this venture. I, Uzumaki Boruto, undertake my endeavors without the necessity of explaining every detail to you. Pain's previously dark expression faded in an instant, and he replied in a composed manner, Very well. Since the goal has been achieved, a mere corpse is inconsequential. Let us consider it a mutual benefit. Agreed. Boruto nodded, then inquired. What is our next target among the tailed beasts? The Five Tails, Pain answered. We shall commence our operation in 3 days, accompanied by Haiden and Kakuzu. Understood. I shall see you in 3 days. After solidifying their plans for the upcoming mission, Boruto promptly exited the Akatsuki stronghold. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and a magnificent moon hung in the air, casting a serene glow. A gentle breeze swept through, allowing Boruto and Sarada to relish this hard-won tranquility. Boruto, when shall we return? Sarada's voice broke the silence as Boruto gazed up at the luminous moon. Do you long for home, Sarada? He inquired. Adjusting her glasses, Sarada replied, Yes, having been away for such an extended period, I wonder how my parents are faring. I do miss them somewhat. Moreover, I feel as though I am of little assistance to you here. Boruto gazed at Sarada for a considerable time, as if a resolution had formed within him. He spoke, Sarada, since you wish to see Master and Aunt Sakura, perhaps I should accompany you back. The reasons for Boruto's decision to escort Sarada were twofold. Firstly, Sarada had been away from home for an extended period, and Boruto anticipated being quite occupied, leaving him unable to look after her properly. More critically, he feared that engaging in battle with that individual might endanger Sarada. Secondly, having been away from home for so long, he yearned for his parents, and he was still troubled by the unresolved situation regarding Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although he had shared information with his father concerning Otsutsuki's abilities, he remained apprehensive. He had not forgotten that his true home lay in that direction. Sarada paused for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. Is it really possible for you, Boruto? Boruto nodded, saying, Indeed. I have noticed that my ability to traverse dimensions has significantly strengthened this time. The previous limitations have been lifted, allowing me to take you away whenever I wish. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Sarada's eyes brightened with excitement. Boruto shifted his gaze from Sarada to the sky and murmured, however, before returning, I must make a trip to the moon. The moon? Sarada inquired, puzzled. Boruto nodded slightly, having previously focused on Kaguya Otsutsuki. He almost forgot that there exists another descendant of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Boruto, is there an Otsutsuki up there? Sarada inquired, astonished. Indeed. He is the younger brother of Kaguya Otsutsuki, a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. Boruto, what do you seek from him? I simply find the eyes of those on the moon to be quite beautiful, Boruto replied with a smile directed at Sarada. Before we return, as an older brother, I must prepare a gift for my little sister, Aoi. The pivotal question arose. So how do we get up there? Sarada queried. Upon reaching the crux of the matter, Boruto bestowed upon her a mysterious smile. Sarada, you should return to the Kamui space. When I summon you, you will naturally arrive. Although Sarada was unaware of what Boruto was scheming, she obediently returned to the Kamui space. With everything in place, Boruto activated the wedge mode, attempting several times to open a passage to the moon. This was one of the latent abilities of the wedge mode, which Boruto had been diligently researching as of late. However, opening a passageway to the moon was no trivial task, as his wedge mode was not entirely compatible. After numerous attempts exceeding 10, he finally succeeded in opening a passage to the moon. Simultaneously, at the moment Boruto opened the lunar passage, someone far away in Kanahagakure seemed to sense it, abruptly gazing towards the moon. The moon, Vortex Boruto, are you intending to seek Otsutsuki Shin? Chapter 106. To hell with you. As Boruto traversed the passage and arrived on the lunar surface, the moment he set foot on this land, he was met with a scene of majestic palatial architecture. Everywhere he looked, there were stone pillars, dome structures, and walls adorned with luminous crystals that radiated a brilliant light. The ground was paved with smooth stone slabs, imparting an overall sensation of coldness and solemnity. Boruto released Sarada, and as expected, she was immediately struck with profound astonishment. She could hardly fathom the magnificent structures that adorned the moon. Boruto, is this truly the palace of the Otsutsuki clan? Sarada inquired, her voice measured and deliberate, her gaze brimming with curiosity, never wavering from the grandeur of the architecture before her. Boruto nodded silently, his gaze fixed intently in a particular direction, his expression abruptly turning grave. The reason for his seriousness became evident as a multitude of dark figures raced towards them from afar. Sarada, stop looking, the enemy is approaching. With Boruto's warning, Sarada quickly regained her composure, activating her Sharingan to peer in the direction Boruto indicated. Indeed, an innumerable horde of humanoid entities was advancing towards them. Boruto, what are these? She inquired. Puppets, he replied, his eyes sharpening with intensity. These are the puppets controlled by Otsutsuki Shin. But there are far too many. There's nothing surprising about it. That is one of his abilities. The puppets he commands are beyond the capabilities of the ninja world. In the next moment, Boruto and Sarada found themselves encircled by the dense throng of humanoid puppets, each bearing a crescent moon emblem on their foreheads and armed with multiple blades that could extend from their joints, all laced with deadly poison. One puppet approached Boruto, producing a discordant metallic screech as it awkwardly proclaimed, "Intruders, this is not a place you are permitted to enter. Please leave at once. If you do not comply, we shall resort to violence." Observing these puppets, Boruto couldn't help but remark, these puppets are rather polite. However, returning to the matter at hand, Boruto certainly had no intention of retreating so easily. He called out to the leading puppet, Go inform Otsutsuki Shin that I have come seeking him. And thus we will not be departing from this place lightly. Warning! Warning! Initiating forceful measures, echoed the puppets in unison. Instantly, their faces glowed red. And a multitude of them launched an assault on Boruto and Sarada. Boruto, there are too many. We cannot handle them all, Sarada exclaimed, her expression turning pale and her voice urgent. Fear not. We still have allies, Boruto replied with a smirk, and in the blink of an eye, Aji appeared before him. Huh? Where is this place? Aji surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, but upon seeing the dense cluster of puppets, his face turned ashen. Kid, where have you brought me? Senior Aji, you've been enjoying a leisurely time in my dimension. Surely you owe some lodging fees. Please help us deal with these puppets. Is that too much to ask? Observing Boruto's infuriating expression, Aji felt a sense of helplessness. Kid, remember this. With no choice but to join the fray, Aji unleashed his lava release, obliterating a significant number of the puppets. However, those puppets were not mere targets. Before long, countless yellow orbs began to coalesce in front of them. Senior Aji, Sarada, scatter. These fellows are about to unleash something big. Let me handle this, Boruto declared as a multitude of yellow rings shot toward them. He positioned himself in front of his comrades and swiftly absorbed all the energy from the incoming orbs. Yet, this was far from over. In an instant, two colossal energy spheres, one black and one yellow, materialized in Boruto's hands. Surrounded by dark lightning that reduced the nearby structures to mere dust, this young man possesses such formidable power, yet he still calls upon me. Witnessing Boruto's world-destroying capabilities left the old sage, Otsutsuki, in profound shock. This brat is truly infuriating. Boom. A force capable of annihilating all living beings erupted within the buildings. Enough. Mortal beings, cease your unreasonable actions. A commanding voice reverberated through the air, causing the entire space to appear suspended in time. The remnants of the explosion frozen in the moment prior. A figure slowly emerged, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with a distinctive magatama at the collar. Possessing long hair of blue and white, and skin as pale as death, particularly accentuated by those blue-white eyes. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself? Boruto gazed at Otsutsuki Shinjur, who in an instant summoned back Old Purple and Sarada into the Kamui dimension, deeming them unfit for the ensuing battle. Do you recognize me, mortal? Shinjur inquired. Indeed, I not only recognize you, but I also have a matter of importance to discuss. Shinjur, perplexed, was unaware of Boruto's identity and the implications of his words. What matter? He asked. Your eyes are quite beautiful, thus, I wish to borrow them for a time. It was then that Otsutsuki Shinjur realized that the other party was seeking confrontation, fixating on his eyes, and a flicker of anger manifested between his brows. If you desire my eyes, let us see if you possess the capability to obtain them. Just as a clash between the two seemed imminent, an ill-timed voice suddenly echoed in their ears. What a commotion! Uzumaki Boruto, I did not anticipate that you would set your sights on Otsutsuki Shinjur. The figure, cloaked and obscured, revealed only a pair of eyes. It's you. Boruto's gaze shifted, his eyes reflecting surprise. He had not expected that his arrival on the moon would attract this person, as he maintained a complex and wary stare. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a hand on Otsutsuki Shinjur. Is that so? And what if I choose to disregard that? The wedge mode of Boruto quietly activated, accompanied by the emergence of the pure eye. It seemed as if a connection existed between the two, for under the cloak, that individual silently mirrored the same actions. The pale blue gaze of the pure eye, accentuated by the black cloak, appeared particularly enigmatic. The impending clash between the two was palpable, and even that individual, facing Boruto, showed no desire to suppress their own abilities. After all, they had transcended the shinobi world. Their battle would not ripple into that realm, allowing for a full-throttle engagement. Pure eye. You possess the pure eye. Yet, just as the tension escalated between them, the voice of Otsutsuki Kinshiki resonated with excitement in their ears. Pure eye, my bloodline. My child. However, before Kinshiki could finish, Boruto's brow furrowed, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. He conjured a Rasengan, exclaiming, Damn you. The Rasengan swiftly struck Kinshiki, sending him hurtling away. To Boruto's unexpected outburst, even the individual beside him astonishingly refrained from intervening. There was no other reason. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the bloodline of his parents. Chapter 107. Boruto Uzumaki versus Boruto Uzumaki, the initial confrontation despite his dissatisfaction with Kinshiki. The individual nonetheless took action, materializing beside him and absorbing the spiraling chakra emanating from Kinshiki. Kinshiki, I kindly ask you to keep your mouth in check from now on. Should I hear any more inappropriate remarks, your luck may not hold out next time. After warning Kinshiki, his gaze returned to Boruto, his voice low and hoarse. Boruto Uzumaki. As long as I am here, you shall not slay Kinshiki today. I did not expect you to defend Kinshiki. Are you unaware of what he just uttered? Boruto replied, his gaze calm and unwavering. Boruto Uzumaki, do not presume you can provoke me. To me, Kinshiki is but a fleeting cloud. You are my primary target. In Boruto's eyes flickered an indescribable complexity, and he murmured, Vortex Boruto, why must it be this way? You and I are but one. Beneath the cloak. Vortex Boruto snorted softly, silently raising the Kusanagi sword towards Boruto. It seems you have discerned my true identity. It appears that today, one of us must perish. No longer bound by the realm of ninjas, I can finally act without restraint. Before Vortex Boruto's words had fully escaped his lips, his figure abruptly materialized behind Boruto. A chilling glint flashing as the Kusanagi sword sliced towards Boruto's back. Clang. Sparks erupted, and the crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air as the two Kusanagi swords scraped against each other. Boruto gritted his teeth, his gaze slightly ferocious as he fixed his stare upon his adversary, forcing a ghastly smile. It utterly perplexed him, despite being of the same flesh. Why did you harbor such intense animosity towards me? Furthermore, where has Master Sasuke vanished to? Why does he not intervene? You, the one who has thrown time and space into utter chaos, are the reason I have lost everything. The swirling vortex within the cloak spoke words that Boruto could not comprehend, his voice growing colder as he declared, You wish to know Master Sasuke's whereabouts? When your demise approaches, I shall reveal it to you. With that, a highly compressed miniature Rasengan materialized in his hand, hurtling towards Boruto. His expression shifted as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, creating distance between them. Subsequently, both of them simultaneously entered the wedge mode, their eyes gleaming with determination. In the next instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted, the heavens themselves altering hue, dimming into obscurity. Their afterimages moved with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them. An array of jutsu unfolded, obliterating the structures upon the moon into mere dust. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kinshiki trembled in the shadows, lamenting, Whom have I offended? I was merely minding my own business on the moon when two strangers appeared and demolished my home over a trivial disagreement. Yet, as time wore on, the intensity of the battle escalated. Ultimately, this confrontation boiled down to a clash of chakra. However, Boruto found himself at a disadvantage against an alternate version of himself. Fully wielding the Otsutsuki powers, while his own chakra reserves felt alarmingly scant. His wedge mode had barely been unlocked to half its potential, rendering him unable to contend with his counterpart. In a swift moment, the alternate Boruto seized upon a tactical blunder, gathering an orb of Rasengan far more colossal than the moon itself. From the skies, the murmurs of the alternate Boruto echoed, Divine Path, Super Rasengan Meteor Strike. At that instant, it appeared as though twin moons adorned the heavens, leaving many within the ninja world in stunned silence. Ninjas exclaimed, What is this? Why are there two moons in the sky? The assembled Akatsuki members, sensing the anomaly above, looked skyward. With pain narrowing his eyes, I can feel the power of a deity. Danzo, observing from below, remarked, Is this the work of that individual? Truly terrifying. In the face of such power, can any strategy hold weight? Orochimaru mused, This power is indeed formidable. Sasuke interjected, Orochimaru, I too desire such strength. Do you possess it? In an instant, the entire ninja world trembled with unrest, speculating the sudden emergence of the second moon. However, before they could recover from the shock, calamity struck as the gargantuan Rasengan, under the control of the alternate Boruto, descended upon the moon with cataclysmic force. Boom! The spiraling sphere made intimate contact with the moon, transforming it into mere rubble in an instant. Countless lunar fragments cascaded down upon the ninja world like a meteor shower, a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic despair. Within moments, the moon resembled a breathtaking display of fireworks, obliterated to dust. The heavens dimmed, plunging the entire ninja world into darkness, inciting widespread panic among its denizens. Amidst the turmoil, Boruto Uzumaki, suspended in the cosmos, searched for his own presence. Yet, apart from the sightless Otsutsuki Shin, who floated quietly in space, Boruto's figure eluded detection. At that moment, he sensed a fluctuation in the space around him. Had he escaped? Boruto, feeling the spatial disturbance before him, endeavored to breach that realm. But to no avail. With a resigned scoff, he muttered, Boruto Uzumaki, Consider yourself fortunate. It would be best if you never returned. Shifting his gaze back to the shattered moon he had wrought, he glanced once more at the half-conscious Otsutsuki Shin, and with a clap of his hands, his voice resonated through the expanse. Deva Path, Ultra, Heavenly Star. In the next instant, the nearby asteroid debris and scattered fragments from the ninja world seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging in the sky. Before long, a new moon was birthed in the ninja world. Simultaneously, Boruto regarded Otsutsuki Shin, sighed softly, and opened his right eye, which shimmered with a pale blue aura. Bringing his hands together, he whispered, Deva Path, Yin-Yang Reversal, Soul Reposition. In the blink of an eye, Shin's hands twitched slightly, and after a moment, he gradually awakened. However, his Rinnegan was lost to Boruto, leaving him without its power. Boruto approached Otsutsuki Shin, observing his vacant gaze, and cautioned, Otsutsuki Shin, take care to heal your eyes. Confronted by this enigmatic individual capable of dismantling his very home and even reviving him, Shin remained in a daze. Having just awakened his Rinnegan, he had envisioned a path of dominance in the lower realm, only to be met with a resounding slap of reality. Boruto's thoughts on Shin's perspective were of little concern. He leaned closer to Shin's ear, murmuring a few words before vanishing into thin air. As he departed, Shin's once vacant eyes seemed to regain clarity, and he muttered softly, the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hanabi. So that's it, I understand now. Chapter 108, The Sky Has Fallen. And my father has been captured again. In the original timeline of Boruto, a resounding bang echoed as I finally returned, just narrowly escaping a dire fate. Boruto emerged from the portal, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. In that moment of respite, his nearly depleted chakra swiftly replenished, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Boruto sat up, recalling the harrowing moment he had just experienced, a lingering sense of trepidation still gripping his heart. Boruto truly lives up to his name. Presently, I find myself far from being a match for my other self. Even a solitary flying thunder god technique is executed with remarkable finesse. Were it not for his immunity to physical attacks bestowed by the power of Shinra, he would have endured countless assaults from the Vortex Boruto. Fortunately, as that Rasengan descended, he activated the system's temporal gateway, simultaneously retrieving the reincarnation eye of Shirin. Boruto glanced at the eye of reincarnation in his hand before carefully placing it into a vessel. After surveying his surroundings, he realized he was still far from the confines of that secret chamber. Having been away from home for so many days, he couldn't help but wonder how his parents were faring. And what of Sarada? At that moment, Boruto recalled Sarada. Boruto, how are you? Sarada inquired immediately upon her release, her concern evident. Rest assured, I am fine. Moreover, we have returned, he reassured her. Sarada surveyed her surroundings and confirmed that they were indeed in the very place they had traversed from. Let us go. We have been absent for such a lengthy period, and everyone must be anxious for our return. However, as they made their entrance, their movements drew attention from the outside. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, and Nara Shikamaru entered with heavy steps, his expression etched with worry. Boruto, you have finally returned. Uncle Shikamaru. Upon encountering Shikamaru, Boruto greeted him. Yet as he observed Shikamaru's troubled expression, a sense of unease gripped his heart. He tentatively inquired, Uncle Shikamaru, what troubles you? Has something happened in Konoha? Shikamaru nodded slightly. Upon hearing that Sasuke was in trouble, Sarada's heart raced with anxiety. Uncle Shikamaru, what has happened to my father? Sarada, you must calm yourself. We all know Sasuke's formidable strength. He is unlikely to encounter any dire situation. After soothing Sarada, Shikamaru began to elucidate the seventh Hokage, Sasuke, and the other four Kage are trapped within the dimension created by Kinshiki Otsutsuki, and at this moment, we are unable to establish contact with them. Boruto's brows furrowed as he absorbed Shikamaru's account. Did I not inform you all of Otsutsuki's abilities and how to counter them? In response to Boruto's confusion, Shikamaru clarified, Boruto, we did follow the strategies you provided regarding Otsutsuki's powers, and they were indeed effective. However, facing Boruto's skepticism, Shikamaru continued, shortly after your departure, Kinshiki Otsutsuki suddenly descended upon Konoha, seemingly in pursuit of something. Following his appearance, the seventh Hokage and Sasuke joined forces to pursue him. According to the intelligence you provided, they did manage to defeat Kinshiki, yet he still managed to escape. Boruto listened intently, feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Just 2 days prior, a stranger who identified himself as Otsutsuki Ishiki had appeared, accompanied by Urashiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Boruto was taken aback when he unexpectedly learned this name from Shikamaru's lips. When did these two come together? Boruto, do you know this person? Boruto nodded, a hint of regret creeping in as he reflected. I initially thought that with the Otsutsuki clan's selfishness and greed, Urashiki would not seek out Ishiki, but I underestimated the situation. By the way, my grandfather, Minato Namikaze, and the first Hokage are also involved. They were both drawn into that space during the time of the 7th Hokage and Sasuke. All right, Uncle Shikamaru. Leave my father and master to me. I will rescue them before addressing anything else. And please reassure my mother that she need not worry. Fortunately, during his time in that dimension, Boruto had absorbed another Urashiki, allowing him to easily sense the spatial coordinates of his counterpart. As long as he tore through the fabric of space, he could immediately feel it. However, just as Boruto was about to depart, Sarada called out loudly from behind, Boruto, please allow me to accompany you. I must save my father. With her Sharingan activated, the 3 tomos spinning within her eyes, Sarada's gaze radiated an unprecedented determination. All right, Sarada. You can come with me. Uncle Shikamaru, please inform my mother as well. Watching Boruto open the spatial portal and enter with Sarada, a weight lifted from Shikamaru's heart, and he finally managed to smile. He had been restless for days, even losing several strands of hair. Of course, it was still too early to relax. Although Boruto's timely return had alleviated some tension, they could not afford to be complacent and needed to prepare a contingency plan. Just as Shikamaru was about to return to inform Hinata and Sakura of their safety, a messenger reported from outside. Commander Shikamaru, Orochimaru requests an audience outside of Konoha. In Urashiki's realm, on the vast and desolate land, a tranquil lake cradled a withered divine tree. Respected 7th Hokage, why put yourself through this? If you had simply surrendered Kawaki as requested, we would not have reached this point of hostility. Naruto's limbs were pinned to the tree trunk by chakra rods. Facing Otsutsuki Ishiki and Urashiki, with the latter extracting chakra from Naruto's body. Urashiki smirked, mockingly saying, I say, Ishiki-senpai, why bother lecturing this fox? It is merely an inferior creature, a waste of breath. Kawaki is my child, and I will never allow you to use him as your vessel. Naruto's expression was grim, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, as his gaze fell upon the unconscious Kawaki held by Ishiki. He struggled to call out, Kawaki. Wake up. Yet, despite Naruto's desperate pleas, Kawaki remained unresponsive, ensnared in a profound state of unconsciousness. Ishiki observed the so-called father-son bond with a calm demeanor, mocking protection. Can you truly protect him now? You, along with that man in the black robe with the Rinnegan beneath, and those 2 undead beings, including the so-called shadows, are merely relics of a bygone era. What change can you possibly effectuate? After casting a dispassionate glance at the disheveled Naruto, Ishiki turned his attention to Urashiki, stating coolly, Urashiki, our transaction has concluded. I shall not partake in the events unfolding here. My current focus rests solely on the vessel. Understood, Ishiki-senpai. I shall find an opportunity to repay this kindness. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Ishiki surveyed the barely conscious Sasuke, the first Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the 4 shadows on the ground, devoid of any compassion, as he opened a portal to depart. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Ishiki prepared to step into the portal with the unconscious Kawaki, he was met with an unassuming-looking sphere. Rasengan, Tsuya. Chapter 109, The Otsutsuki. Not just any hand can annihilate. Boom. The sudden assault left Ishiki no time to react as the Tsuya struck forcefully against his face. In an instant, the vessel he bore, Chikyu, suffered a catastrophic collapse of its cheek, causing the unconscious Kawaki to slip from his grasp and crash heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What is happening? Ishiki-senpai. Realizing the unexpected shift, Urashiki halted his absorption of the Nine-Tails chakra. I've captured 2 wild Otsutsuki. As Boruto and Sarada slowly emerged from the spatial passage, all present gazed in astonishment at the duo suspended in midair. Urashiki's expression narrowed, the son of the fox. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Naruto's brows quivered as he laboriously raised his eyes, catching sight of that well-known figure, his voice laden with weakness. Boruto. The moment Sarada appeared, she immediately sought the silhouette of Sasuke. Upon discovering him pinned to the ground by a chakra rod, her expression shifted dramatically. Father, Sarada exclaimed. You have returned, Sarada. Sasuke, in his frail state, regarded her with tender affection. Yes, Dad, we're back, Sarada cried, desperately tugging at the chakra rod embedded in the ground. Yet, despite exerting all her strength, it remained immovable. Sarada, it's futile. With your current abilities, you cannot extract the chakra rod. You must leave with Boruto. This place is not meant for you. Apologize to your mother when you return. No, I must convey it myself. You must tell her in person. I will never abandon you like this. Sarada's eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, spun incessantly as she gritted her teeth, inadvertently unleashing her hidden strength, causing the chakra rod to shift slightly. Boruto, help me. Sarada bellowed. Boruto materialized beside Sarada, gently patting her shoulder before effortlessly extracting all the chakra from Sasuke's limbs. Sarada gradually assisted Sasuke to his feet. Weakly, Sasuke remarked, Boruto, my chakra has been completely drained. Rest assured, Master, we must face the upcoming challenges together. Boruto slowly raised his left hand, advising, now, you simply need to place your hand in mine. Although uncertain of Boruto's intentions, Sasuke chose to trust his disciple, aligning his palm with Boruto's. Predictably, the dark energy seemed to have rediscovered its rightful master, continuously infusing Sasuke's body with vitality. The hidden dark energy within Sasuke's lineage appeared to be drawn forth, reactivating and diligently mending his injuries while his chakra rapidly replenished. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, how do you feel? Boruto, is this the dark energy? As the soul man compatible with this power, Sasuke recognized its essence. He had previously expended all his dark energy to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki. Master, esteemed Kages and grandfather, the first Hokage, I entrust this to you. I still need to rescue my father. He cannot remain suspended like that. Absolutely. As Boruto's gaze met that of Urashiki, the latter scrutinized him with equal intensity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Boruto vanished into thin air, leaving Urashiki momentarily astonished. Before he could fully comprehend the sudden turn of events, a menacing aura surged through his mind like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a searing pain that coursed through his back. Boom. In a manner reminiscent of the previous encounter, Boruto delivered a powerful kick, sending Urashiki crashing to the ground. Father, are you all right? Boruto approached Naruto, promptly dispelling the chakra that bound his limbs and gently supporting him as he descended. Dad, please hold your tongue for now. Boruto lifted Naruto's hand slightly, infusing him with the power of Yang. Just like Sasuke, Naruto's body possessed the remarkable healing abilities of the Nine Tails. With the enhancement of Yang's energy, his recovery accelerated at an alarming rate, rendering him seemingly unscathed moments later. Boruto, how did you acquire Yang's power? It was a stroke of fortune, Dad. But let's not dwell on that now. I must first deal with these two Otsutsuki. Boruto, do you intend to confront both Otsutsuki alone? Naruto's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, they are merely two Otsutsuki. Isn't it as simple as raising a hand to obliterate them? However, before anything, please keep an eye on that Otsutsuki's technique. Although he is currently restrained by my jutsu, it is prudent to be cautious and prevent his organization from rescuing him. Once I handle this Urashiki, I will attend to the other. You cheeky brat, now you're giving orders to your father. Naruto observed the confident expression on his son's face, fist to palm, grinning as he replied, but I am quite pleased to do so. You've thoroughly incited my wrath, Fox's son. Urashiki roared from within the smoke, his fury palpable. A dignified Otsutsuki, struck down by an inferior being, was nothing short of a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly, a red hook shot forth from the smoke, darting towards Boruto with remarkable agility. Boruto, watch out. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. Instinct as a father compelled him to shield Boruto from this impending attack. However, in a critical moment, just as the hook was about to ensnare Boruto, a hand firmly grasped Urashiki's red hook. How is this possible? As the smoke cleared, Urashiki gritted his teeth, revealing a sinister expression. Urashiki, if you wish to fish, I shall indulge you to the fullest. Let us see whether you, the hunter, can drag me, the prey, away, or if I, the prey, shall transform into the hunter. Boruto's arrogance left Urashiki feeling utterly insulted. The two soon erupted into battle. However, with Boruto's remarkable enhancements in combat skills, ninjutsu, clear vision, and the use of the wedge mode, not to mention his prior experience fighting Urashiki, the latter was swiftly defeated. Bang! Urashiki crashed heavily to the ground, his body already covered in injuries. How is this possible? Urashiki's gaze reflected disbelief, even after activating his second form, the crane form. He found himself unable to match the son of the fox before him, a thought he could not comprehend. Urashiki, there are many things you fail to understand. Is it necessary for me to explain them all to you? After today, you may rest easy. Your power shall be inherited by me. Boruto's gaze held not the slightest hint of compassion as he summoned the swirling power of the Otsutsuki. With a gentle lift of his hand, he struck down heavily upon Urashiki. Moments later, a pure essence of Otsutsuki power flowed into Boruto's being, transforming it into his own. Boruto gazed intently at the spot where Urashiki had vanished, murmuring, "With Urashiki dealt with, it is now time for Ishiki." In Chapter 110, the ground beneath them quaked violently, fracturing as the very fabric of space began to crumble, revealing ominous signs of collapse. This unforeseen event left Naruto and the others within the space utterly unprepared. What is happening? Is the space about to collapse? It seems that Boruto has already dealt with Urashiki. We must hasten our departure from this realm. But what shall we do about this Otsutsuki Ishiki? The seventh Hokage, if I may suggest, we should eliminate him at once. Kawaki, awakened by Naruto, glared fiercely at Ishiki, his chakra surging tumultuously around him. In the next instant, his right arm began to transform. The ordinary skin was swiftly enveloped by a layer of dark, mysterious patterns. His fingers contorted, encased in a thick, callous layer, gradually sharpening into lethal claws that glimmered with a chilling light. Wait, Kawaki. Naruto's expression shifted as he realized Kawaki was about to strike Ishiki, desperately attempting to intervene. But just then, a flash of cold brilliance emanated from the Kusanagi sword. Clang! The sword met Kawaki's arm, creating a shower of sparks, effectively deflecting his attack. Who are you? Kawaki spun around abruptly. Listen, Kawaki. The head of Ishiki is not for you to claim. If you wish to kill him, have you consulted me first? Boruto approached slowly, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Kawaki. Boruto did not anticipate that upon his return, his father would introduce him to a new brother. His feelings towards this Kawaki were rather indifferent. Although it was their first encounter, the moment Kawaki laid eyes on Boruto, an undeniable sense of displeasure surged within him. Particularly upon hearing Boruto refer to him as Little Kawaki, the annoyance in his heart escalated into a profound sense of rivalry. Boruto gazed at Kawaki with a predatory glint in his eyes and taunted, "What's the matter? With that look, do you wish to engage in a fight?" Meanwhile, Sarada, intending to support Boruto, was halted by Sasuke, who cautioned, "Sarada, this concerns Naruto's family. It is not our place to interfere. The situation here is on the verge of collapse. We must exit." "All right, father," she replied. Subsequently, Sasuke opened a spatial portal, and the other four Kage, along with Minato Namikaze, cast a glance at Naruto's family before following the first Hokage into the passage. Observing the palpable tension between the two young men, Naruto swiftly positioned himself between them, sweat beading on his forehead as he urged, "Please, Boruto, refrain from confronting Kawaki like that. He has endured considerable torment from Ishiki and possesses a rather peculiar disposition. You should show him some leniency." Boruto observed his father's demeanor towards Kawaki, rolling his eyes in rare exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "Father, who is truly your son?" Nevertheless, Boruto would not stoop to the pettiness of a child, vying for affection, despite still being a somewhat older child himself. Father, I could not care less about competing with him. Let us hasten our departure from this place." However, as Boruto prepared to draw Ishiki into the realm of the divine, he noticed something amiss with Ishiki. Oh, a fake. As Boruto activated his pure eye, he immediately discerned that the figure before him lacked any chakra fluctuations. Yet, at the moment he struck with the Uzumaki, he had indeed sensed a chakra presence emanating from this entity. A puppet? Upon closer inspection, Boruto noticed certain peculiarities, a smirk gracing his lips. It was no wonder that this figure would not easily surrender. However, a sense of trepidation gripped Boruto. The entity, known as Shirjima, or more formally as Jigen, had managed to create a puppet so lifelike that it could even deceive the likes of Urashiki. This was decidedly bad news. "Boruto, what's wrong?" Naruto inquired as Boruto momentarily lost himself in thought. "Dad, it's nothing. Let us go. This Shirjima is merely a puppet." A puppet? Both Naruto and Kawaki's gazes sharpened, their attention riveted on Shirjima, scrutinizing him closely, noting the distinct differences. They had not anticipated that the puppet technique could be executed with such finesse, achieving a level of realism that was astonishing. Subsequently, Boruto destroyed the puppet and departed the space with Naruto and Kawaki. Inside the Shell organization, within the realm of Otsutsuki Shirjima, Jigen received the troubling news. The plan to capture Kawaki has failed, and puppet number 1 has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Amato, who had been meticulously monitoring the puppet's movements from the laboratory, hastened to Jigen's domain. Destroyed, you say? Jigen, adorned in a white haori and bearing a distinctive mark upon his visage, slowly opened his eyes, revealing no discernible emotion beneath their surface. He murmured, "Is there anything left?" The puppet transmitted intelligence before its destruction, Amato replied, piquing Jigen's interest. In the next moment, Amato presented a metallic orb resembling an eye. As he pressed a switch, a translucent screen emerged above it. Jigen raised his gaze to observe the unfolding imagery. The screen displayed a sequence of frames, showcasing the puppet's capabilities. It possessed a quarter of Jigen's strength and, when coupled with Urashiki, easily subdued foreshadows, along with the fox and the man with the Rinnegan, in addition to two undead entities. Yet, when Jigen beheld Boruto's appearance, an expression of displeasure flickered across his features. Is this the vessel of the peach? It seems there is still a pure eye. After a moment of contemplation, Jigen's eyes glimmered with intrigue, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. How fascinating. The child of destiny. It appears I have entangled myself with someone extraordinary. It seems a visit may be in order. Just as Jigen reached a decision in his mind, Amato's voice interrupted once more. Jigen, the initial puppet experiment has yielded satisfactory results. The practical application revealed both strengths and weaknesses. Do elaborate, Jigen urged. With her delicate eyes gently closed, Sichuan cradled her chin in one hand while lightly tapping the armrest with the other. Amato, holding a report in his hands, earnestly recounted the details of the puppet experiment. From various data perspectives, puppet number 1 was barely deemed acceptable. However, its shortcomings were glaringly apparent, particularly the insufficient chakra supply, which could lead to a significant decline in performance during operations. This decline was notably linear. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Sichuan's sonorous voice, imbued with an air of authority that brooked no opposition, resonated. Amato, I am not interested in the process. I demand results. Complete the puppet at your earliest convenience. Sichuan's gaze lifted slightly, her eyes glinting with a sharp intensity as she fixed her stare upon Amato. Do not delay my plans, understood? Understood, my lady. I shall resume development immediately. Chapter 111. A gift for the sunflower. As Boruto followed Naruto through the illuminated streets of Konoha, night had already fallen. To spare his wife and daughter from unnecessary worry, Naruto resolved to return home, first to reassure them. In the brightly lit Hokage residence, Hinata stood outside with Himawari, gazing into the distance, seemingly anxious for something. Previously, through Shikamaru, she had received word that her son had set out to rescue his father, which alleviated some of the tension in her heart. Now, all she could do was quietly await the return of the father-son duo. Just as the mother and daughter stood at the door, eagerly anticipating their arrival, four figures gradually emerged in the distance, with Kawaki still sporting that familiar expression, as if the world owed him a debt. Boruto chose to disregard his opponent, while Naruto found himself caught between the two, seemingly acting as a mediator. Behind them stood Minato, embodying an ethereal presence, watching Naruto's flustered state with a bemused smile. Witnessing this scene caused Hinata to tremble, tears welling up in her eyes. Mama. It's my brother and Kawaki, along with father. The voice of Himawari echoed in Hinata's ears, jolting her back to reality. Boruto, Kawaki, Naruto-kun, you have finally returned. Hinata exclaimed. It's Hinata and Himawari. They are eagerly awaiting us. Hurry over. Naruto encouraged as he noticed Hinata rushing towards them, as if she had discovered a beacon of hope. The two boys recognized this as well and gravitated towards one another. Observing the unfriendly demeanor of the two youngsters, Naruto felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, accompanied by a sense of unease. Brother, father. Hinata launched herself into Naruto's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks, while he offered her continuous comfort. Boruto embraced Himawari, while only Kawaki stood there, appearing particularly out of place. Fortunately, Naruto noticed this and brought Kawaki over. Boruto, with a playful squint, inquired, Kawaki, have you missed your brother? I have, she replied. Just how much? I missed you immensely. Such a good girl, he said, and as a reward, I have brought you a special gift. Boruto gently touched Himawari's forehead, adopting an air of mystery. Upon hearing that her brother had brought her a gift, Himawari's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, what is the gift? Even Naruto and Hinata, who stood nearby, were drawn in by the intrigue. Naruto exclaimed, Boruto, where have you been? And you even brought a gift for little Kawaii? Boruto nodded, expressing his hunger. Let us head home first. I'm famished. After I eat, I'll present a gift to Himawari, all right? Sure, brother, let us hurry for dinner. Mom has prepared a plethora of delicious dishes. With Naruto safely returned, the family could finally enjoy a joyful meal together. Throughout the dinner, Boruto recounted amusing and perilous tales from his recent journey. Naturally, with Kawaki present, Boruto merely reframed his experiences of traversing dimensions as a mere vacation. However, beyond Kawaki, both Hinata and Minato understood Boruto's reservations and chose not to expose his little fib. Even Naruto, unusually, refrained from questioning him. After all, the fewer people who were aware of Boruto's extraordinary travels, the safer it was for him. He was quite astute about that. After the family had their fill, Hinata was washing the dishes while Naruto and Boruto reclined on the sofa, and Kawaki maintained his aloof demeanor in his room. "Brother, you promised to give me a gift. Where is it?" Boruto, still digesting, suddenly felt a peculiar sensation around his neck as small hands quietly encircled him. At the same time, he heard Himawari's adorable voice, and he met her expectant gaze. "How could I forget about the gift for our little Himawari? Look into my eyes, Himawari," he instructed. She instinctively met his gaze, but in the next moment, she unexpectedly fainted. Himawari. Naruto, initially curious about what Boruto had bought for his daughter, was taken aback as he witnessed her sudden collapse. "Boruto, what have you done?" The abrupt turn of events caused Hinata, who was washing dishes, to accidentally shatter a plate as she rushed over. Minato, who had been resting on the roof, appeared in the living room in an instant, his brow furrowed. "What is wrong with my granddaughter?" Even Kawaki, who had been secluded in the house, hurried out, his expression grim as he glared at Boruto. As an outsider who had resided in the 7th Hokage's household for quite some time, Kawaki found the little girl endearing and had grown close to her. He would not tolerate any harm coming to Himawari. Seeing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Boruto quickly clarified, "Dad, don't worry. I merely cast a small illusion on Himawari to help her drift off momentarily. The gift I have for her might be a bit startling, so it's best she takes a little nap first." Upon hearing Boruto's explanation, everyone in the room let out a collective sigh of relief. "Boruto, you must inform us beforehand about such things. You nearly gave us a fright." Naruto chastised him, albeit in a light-hearted manner. "Understood, Dad." Naruto then asked earnestly, "So, what is this mysterious gift you have for Himawari?" Boruto subsequently produced a vessel containing the reincarnation eye. "The reincarnation eye?" Naruto and Hinata exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual shock. "Boruto, how did you obtain these eyes?" Naruto and Hinata nearly spoke in unison, but their voices faltered midway, as the implications dawned upon them. After all, their son had traversed time. Thus, these eyes must belong to Otsutsuki Kaguya. The reincarnation eye? Minato and Kawaki were perplexed, for they had not experienced the era when Naruto and Hinata's bond was forged, leaving them curious. "Dad, I can only say that the power of these eyes is formidable." As Naruto reminisced about confessing his feelings to Hinata, he exchanged a bashful glance with her, feeling the warmth of embarrassment, and could only provide a vague explanation. Boruto observed his parents, their faces flushed as they struggled to contain their laughter. "Dad, you needn't be so astonished. This was merely an unexpected acquisition from a relic. You and Mom need not react so dramatically. Are you planning to transplant these eyes to your sister?" Naruto immediately discerned Boruto's intentions. "Indeed, Dad," Boruto nodded, his expression turning grave. "Firstly, it would empower my sister to protect herself, and secondly, should I ever be absent, she would be able to safeguard you both." "Foolish boy. What nonsense are you spouting?" Naruto remarked half-jokingly, patting Boruto's shoulder, asserting his duty as a father to protect both siblings. Yet Boruto, burdened with concerns, insisted, "Dad, please hear me out. After the transplant, I need you and Mom to nurture Himawari alongside Grandpa. With her potential and the enhancement of the rebirth eye, she will surely be able to protect you in the future." Seeing the worry etched in Boruto's eyes, an expression Naruto had never witnessed before, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "All right, Dad promises you that. By the way, could you call Aunt Sakura over to assist? My self-healing is formidable. Yet I am utterly ignorant when it comes to medical matters." Naruto nodded, pleased with Boruto's thoughtfulness. "I understand. I will inform Sasuke right away." Chapter 112. Sasuke's heartwarming moments at the Uchiha residence. Sasuke remarked, "Sarada, I did not expect your journey with Boruto to entail so much." The Uchiha family gathered at the dinner table, enjoying a harmonious meal while listening to Sarada recount her thrilling adventures. "Yes, Dad, I now possess the 3 Tomo Sharingan." Sarada proudly revealed her eyes, eagerly awaiting her father's praise. "Impressive, Sarada. To awaken the three Tomo in such a brief time. Your journey must have been quite perilous, Sasuke remarked, affectionately brushing Sarada's forehead, his gaze filled with warmth. Indeed, but I feel I did not assist Boruto as much as I should have. I merely followed behind him. Dad, did I hinder his progress? How could you? If that kid dares to complain about you holding him back, I would break his legs first, asked Sarada's mother. Sakura had been discreetly informed by Sasuke about Boruto's ability to traverse time. Thus, upon grasping the situation, Sakura suddenly interjected, her clenched fist cracking ominously. Come now, Mom. It's not that serious, Sarada said, embarrassed. I heard you even encountered your uncle, didn't he you? Sasuke interjected, redirecting Sakura's ire. His voice noticeably softened when discussing Itachi Uchiha. Though Sasuke had come to terms with the past long ago, a sense of nostalgia lingered when Itachi's name was mentioned. Yes, Dad. Uncle was very gentle, Sarada replied. Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with emotion as he murmured, Indeed, he truly was gentle. Indeed, Father, I have a gift for you, which also happens to be a present from Uncle. Sasuke snapped back to reality, observing Sarada as she scurried to the side, rummaging through her bag. When Sarada produced a slightly wrinkled photograph and placed it before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Is this what he gave you? Sasuke gently picked up the photo, his hand visibly trembling. Yes, Sarada fervently nodded. I see. A subtle smile crept upon Sasuke's lips. Darling, hand it to me, Sakura. As his devoted wife, recognized the profound significance this photograph held for Sasuke. She took the photo and sought out a suitable frame from the storage room, carefully encasing it and positioning it in the family's cherished spot. This space already housed images of Sasuke as a child riding on Itachi's back, alongside Makoto and Sasuke, Fugaku and Sasuke, and then Naruto with Sasuke, Team 7, culminating with Sarada and the family of Sakura. At the center of these treasured memories, the family reunion photograph was finally complete. Consider this a humble tribute, haha. Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the photographs, just as the home phone interrupted the warmth of the moment. Sakura dashed to answer it, and upon hearing Naruto's voice and the purpose of the call, she nodded repeatedly. Sakura, what's the matter? Sasuke inquired after she hung up. It's Naruto. He wants me to come over to assist with a surgery for Aoi's eye transplant. Sarada murmured thoughtfully, is Boruto so eager to help Aoi with her eye transplant? Eyes. Sasuke glanced at Sarada before turning to say, I will accompany you. Soon after, the three of them made their way to a secluded room within the medical facility. At that moment, Naruto's family awaited Sakura's arrival. Upon her entrance, Boruto explained the situation, and after Sakura prepared for the various tasks of the transplant, she guided Hinata into the operating room. As the surgical lights illuminated the room, Sasuke turned to Naruto, his brow furrowed in concern. What is the reason behind this eye transplant for your daughter? Has something happened to her Byakugan? It's Boruto who wishes to provide Aoi with the transplant, Naruto revealed. Sasuke's surprise was palpable. However, upon learning that the transplanted eyes were those of the rebirth eye, his astonishment transformed into shock. Is it Sharon's eyes? Sasuke inquired cautiously. Naruto nodded in affirmation, and Sasuke fell silent. As time passed slowly, tension filled the air when the surgical lights finally dimmed. Sakura emerged from the operating room, and Hinata was the first to ask, Sakura, how did it go? Rest assured, you all know my capabilities. It was merely a minor transplant procedure, and it was highly successful. Upon hearing the news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boruto, did you hear? Little Koi. When Naruto was about to inform Boruto of Little Koi's successful surgery, he discovered that Boruto was inexplicably absent. Yet, only Sarada knew the reason for Boruto's sudden disappearance. However, Sarada's subtle demeanor did not escape the notice of her father, Sasuke. Leaning down, he gently inquired, Sarada, during your journey, is there something you are concealing from us? At Sasuke's question, all eyes turned towards Sarada. Sarada, if there is something troubling you, please do not hesitate to share, if you cannot resolve it. Remember that we adults are here to help. Father, the seventh Hokage, I promised Boruto that I wouldn't say a word. Sarada shook her head, visibly conflicted. Is that so? Noticing Sarada's struggle, both Sasuke and Naruto chose not to press her further. It seems a conversation with that troublesome boy is in order. Host, Boruto age, 12 strength, sage level chakra, 1000 calories title, master of ninjutsu physique, unparalleled, Otsutsuki physique ninjutsu, SS rank, toad sage technique, dragonland sage technique. Pure eye, proficiency, 50, In release, flying thunder god, lightning release. Kirin, Contract mode, ceiling degree, 3530, 8 gates, Yang release, time reversal, spiraling sphere, Tia, Yomi's slope. S rank, lightning nature transformation spiraling sphere, vanished spiraling sphere, Kamui, defense, In release, under development, 0, Tia, illusion, a rank, spiraling sphere, standard, multiple shadow clone technique. Sealing evil technique, mouth escape B rank, wind release, gale palm, wind release, vacuum wave, water release, clear water wave, color induction technique, harem technique. C rank, 3 body technique. The pure water part is omitted. The energy absorbed this time has unsealed his wedge to 30% and granted him the abilities of Yomi's slope. The gains are commendable. Yet they remain insufficient, far from enough. Boruto reclined on a grassy slope, gazing up at the night sky of Konohagakure. His consciousness brushed against his attribute panel. The proficiency of his clear sight was steadily advancing, and the ability of his wedge technique was on the verge of complete unsealing, yet he found himself lacking in ninjutsu. To confront that individual, his current strength was woefully inadequate. Boruto sighed softly, burdened by his worries. What troubles you, my dear boy? Do I not have the right to hear your concerns as your father? Chapter 113, Naruto's decision. Father, what brings you here? Has little Himawari's transplant surgery been successful? Upon hearing the commotion, Boruto quickly regained his focus and, noticing his father approaching, inquired about his sister's condition. Sitting beside Boruto, Naruto leaned back, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and replied, your sister's surgery was very successful. A sense of relief flickered in Boruto's eyes as he redirected his gaze. Boruto, the weather this evening is quite pleasant. Boruto looked at Naruto with a hint of astonishment, awkwardly replying, it's quite good. A brief silence enveloped the two. Is there nothing you wish to share with your father? Naruto's sudden inquiry momentarily left Boruto at a loss for words. What do you mean? You underestimate me, my son. Surely, I can discern that you harbor some concerns. The troubles that weigh heavily on your mind must be significant indeed. It's nothing troublesome. In an effort to spare Naruto any worry, Boruto resolved to fabricate a lie. Yet, how could such a deception possibly elude Naruto's keen perception? You little rascal. Lying to your father? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Boruto, murmuring, though I am unaware of the predicament you are reluctant to discuss, let me assure you, no matter the circumstances, I shall always be your steadfast support. Even if you find yourself in peril, I will stand guard behind you. Not just I, but your master as well. Boruto felt a surge of emotion, exhaling a heavy breath as he lay on the verdant grass, the fragrant aroma of the greenery soothing his restless thoughts. He took a moment to steady his feelings and spoke softly. Dad, there, I encountered another version of myself. The evening breeze danced through Boruto's hair, and his simple yet profound statement lingered in the air, momentarily startling both Naruto and Sasuke, who stood nearby, observing Boruto intently. Subsequently, Boruto began to recount his encounter with this alternate self and the intentions behind it. However, as Boruto delved deeper into his narrative, Naruto's expression grew increasingly solemn. Dad, the other me is truly formidable, Boruto said, casting his gaze upward at the moon illuminating the sky above Konoha, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. I see. Naruto replied, seemingly lost in thought as he recalled his own experiences. Turning his gaze towards Boruto, he spoke in a calm yet measured tone. When faced with an opponent stronger than oneself, Boruto, particularly when confronting your own self, how do you intend to respond? Boruto hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he murmured, I am not quite sure. All I can do now is strive to grow stronger. We are destined to face each other in a true battle, yet the disparity in our abilities compels me to prepare for the worst. Just as Boruto found himself engulfed in confusion, Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This is not the son I know. Have you truly been daunted by such a trivial challenge? Boruto, I have made up my mind. The next time you embark on a journey to the past, take me with you. Naruto's words struck Boruto like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Dad, please don't look at me like that. Do not forget, I just said that no matter what happens, as your father, I will do everything in my power to stand by your side. A promise is a promise, and that is the way of your father's ninja way. Boruto felt a surge of emotion, yet he voiced his confusion. But Dad, you are the Hokage. What will happen to the village if you leave? Naruto chuckled. It's heartening to see you care for the village. Worry not, for I shall leave a shadow clone behind, and your master along with Shikamaru will be here as well. Moreover, I won't be departing immediately. I must ensure all matters are settled before I can comfortably accompany you. After all, it's my duty as a father to intervene when my two sons are at odds, even if we are in different realms. Now, let us hasten back. We still have to attend to Himawari. As they departed, Boruto's inquisitive voice filled the air. By the way, Dad, do you have any regrets in this life? Regrets, you say? Let me ponder. The following morning. Dad, Mom, brother. In Himawari's room, she gradually awakened. Hearing the commotion, Hinata was the first to enter. Himawari, how are you? Do you feel anything unusual? Mom, what are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine. As Himawari rubbed her eyes, she opened them to find that they appeared just like any other day, yet they seemed to shimmer with newfound clarity. Strange. It feels like I can see even better now. Hinata smiled warmly. Of course. This is a gift from your brother, allowing you to perceive the world more vividly. A gift from brother, Himawari murmured, her voice rising with excitement, her eyes sparkling with realization. This was indeed her brother's present. Himawari, are you awake? Boruto and Kawaki entered the room of the sunflower in succession, followed closely by Naruto. As Boruto made his entrance, Himawari leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother, thank you. I absolutely adore your gift. To which Boruto replied, What need is there for thanks between us siblings? In my absence, I trust you to look after Mom and Dad. He gently patted Himawari's back before setting her down. I promise, brother, I will protect Mom and Dad, she assured him. This heartwarming scene stirred a bittersweet sensation within Kawaki, as if he were contemplating a decision. Come on, Himawari. To help you swiftly adapt to these new eyes and better safeguard our parents, let us engage in some special training. Special training? At the Konoha training grounds, Naruto's family was joined by Sasuke's family, along with the first Hokage and Minato. Surrounding them were dozens of Umbu operatives standing guard. Excellent, Himawari. Just like that, keep pace with my attack speed. Observe my movements closely and anticipate your opponent's actions. As Boruto arrived at the scene, he became the inaugural training partner for Himawari. With his explanations, Boruto's expertise as a ninjutsu doctor began to subtly take effect. Although Himawari had not yet reached the age to engage with ninjutsu and taijutsu as time passed, her remarkable learning ability, augmented by the insight of her Tenseigan and Boruto's support, enabled her to progress astonishingly. She transitioned from clumsily responding to Boruto's attacks to gradually acclimating herself, ultimately transforming her passive stance into an active one, allowing her to spar with Boruto in taijutsu with reciprocal exchanges. Her extraordinary capacity for learning left the onlookers in awe. However, in the final moments, Boruto applied a slight force, gradually pushing Himawari back, creating the impression that she was on the verge of being struck. Those watching, particularly Naruto, wore anxious expressions as they inquired of Sasuke. Hey, why is Boruto suddenly taking this seriously? Is little Aoi going to be alright? You asked this about your own son? Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes. Regardless, Boruto would never harm Aoi. Alright then. As time progressed, under the high-pressure training imposed by Boruto, the Tenseigan of Himawari finally radiated a soft blue glow. It worked. Boruto felt a surge of joy. In the next moment, Himawari was enveloped by a rich green chakra, resembling a miniature chakra storm. This chakra storm rapidly coalesced into a seeker's orb, which Himawari grasped tightly, containing the power to annihilate worlds. Subsequently, the orb began to morph, elongating and transforming into an enormous golden chakra sword, its blade shining brilliantly. Upon witnessing the scene, Boruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. In Chapter 114, Hidden Mountain Village, Sunflower wielded her sword with a single hand, and the formidable sword energy surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, seemingly tearing through the heavens, aimed directly at Boruto. At that moment, panic ensued among the onlookers. They could scarcely believe that Sunflower, the seemingly fragile young girl, could unleash such a terrifying force. However, just as they attempted to intervene, the colossal golden sword, imbued with immense energy, descended upon Boruto's head. Should this attack land, the consequences would be dire, not only for Boruto but also for the surrounding area, which would undoubtedly be obliterated, potentially affecting the entire Hidden Leaf Village. In the nick of time, Boruto sprang into action. With a split-second maneuver, he absorbed the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion using the power of the wedge just before it struck. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the spectators. They were astonished at the remarkable compatibility between Boruto's eyes and Sunflower's abilities, enabling him to effortlessly wield the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Gazing at the wedge in his hand, Boruto marveled inwardly at Sunflower's nascent mastery of these eyes. Although her power was still volatile, the force of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion had diminished significantly. Yet, Despite its reduced potency, Boruto recognized the immense potential within Sunflower. Given time and experience, she would undoubtedly grow formidable. However, after executing the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion, Sunflower closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Naruto was quick to catch her, gazing fondly at his daughter. Really, it was merely a routine training session. Was it necessary to go this far? Naruto's voice carried a hint of playful complaint. Father, you should take Sunflower home to let her rest properly, Boruto advised. As he prepared to leave, Naruto furrowed his brow and inquired, Boruto, where are you headed? Don't worry, Dad, Mom, and everyone else. I'm just going out for a stroll. As Boruto bid farewell to all present and prepared to leave the village of Konoha, he noticed several unfamiliar figures at the entrance. I would kindly request that you inform your Hokage that the envoy from the Hidden Stone Village seeks an audience. We have heard of your village's commitment to peace. Hence we require your protection. Very well, please wait here while I notify our 7th Hokage. Bozai paused not far away, clearly hearing the words of the other party, and secretly pondered, Chunin Village? How have I never heard of it? Could it be an obscure little hidden village? And what is this talk of rescue? Is there perhaps a conflict? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. Boruto cast aside these distracting thoughts. Just as he was about to step out of the village of Konoha, Naruto appeared unexpectedly. Boruto, why are you still within the village? Weren't you supposed to go out and clear your mind? As he was about to leave, his father remarked, as the Hokage, how can you personally come to meet the envoy? Shouldn't they come to see you instead? Naruto chuckled lightly, saying, oh, I happen to be nearby. So I just thought I would drop by. It's not a big deal, and besides, I'm not that rigid. Upon noticing the situation, Boruto's sixth sense urged him to flee. Just as he was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt Naruto's right hand, which was bound with a strap, resting upon his shoulder. Boruto, wait. Since we haven't departed yet, let us first take a look at the state of the Hidden Sand Village. Boruto turned around and caught sight of Naruto, who was gazing at him with a broad smile. Instantly, he was overcome by an uncomfortable sensation, akin to a thorn in his back or a lump in his throat. Boruto swallowed hard, addressing his father with a respectful tone. Hello, I am the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure. What brings you here? Upon witnessing the Hokage's majestic robe, the ninjas from the so-called Hidden Mountain Village immediately knelt down in supplication. Please, esteemed Hokage, save our Hidden Mountain Village. Naruto helped them to their feet and replied earnestly. First, tell me what has transpired, so I may consider your plight appropriately. After exchanging glances, one of the ninjas began to recount their tale. As Boruto listened intently, he learned that the Hidden Mountain Village seemed to be embroiled in a conflict with another hidden village, and it was evident that they had suffered defeat. The root cause of such village conflicts often boiled down to resources, a recurring theme throughout history. For the 5 great allied ninja villages, as long as large-scale wars were absent, incursions such as these between smaller villages were tacitly accepted by Konoha and the other 4 hidden villages. However, the 5 great hidden villages were forbidden from directly intervening in the disputes of smaller villages. Any involvement could lead to catastrophic repercussions. From the villagers' accounts, Boruto discovered that the Hidden Mountain Village thrived on mining operations, rich in mineral resources, which had drawn the attention of other hidden villages, leading to the outbreak of war. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and although Naruto expressed his sympathy upon hearing their story, he recognized that in his youth, he might have recklessly rushed to their aid. Now, as Hokage, he must prioritize the greater good. I deeply empathize with your situation. However, as the foremost hidden village, Konoha cannot be the first to breach established protocols. The villagers' hopes dimmed instantly, yet one of them, unwilling to accept the situation, shouted angrily, "What nonsense is this, Konoha? A bunch of hypocrites who refuse to help? If the opposing side had utilized conventional ninja techniques, we would have nothing to say, but they are employing a puppet technique we have never encountered before." Boruto, though internally critiquing their audacity, couldn't help but take note of the mention of puppets. What manner of puppet could induce such despair? Unbidden, he recalled the puppet that had slain Ishiki. Young man, what does this puppet look like? What characteristics does it possess? After all, puppets are common in the ninja world. Yet your description suggests something rather extraordinary. Boruto, feeling out of place, abruptly interjected. Who are you? Calling someone a young lad, you little brat. He was taken aback. However, Boruto chose not to hold a grudge against him and simply pointed to Naruto beside him. I am his son. In an instant, the man who had just insulted Boruto turned crimson, wishing desperately to find a hole in the ground to hide. Boruto received the photograph taken by the other party, and within it lay the unmistakable form of a puppet. This was, after all, a creation that required the combined efforts of the hidden sand village, resulting in the demise of several lives to bring it down. Boruto scrutinized the puppet in the photograph, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Naruto leaned in closer, inquiring, "Boruto, have you discerned anything unusual?" No," Boruto replied. Naruto was taken aback by his son's lack of insight, even as he displayed such enthusiasm in his search. Ultimately, Boruto could not uncover any clues and returned the photograph, perhaps suspecting he was overthinking the situation. Just as he began to collect his thoughts, Naruto's voice echoed in his ear. "Boruto, regarding the circumstances in the hidden mountain village, we in Konoha cannot intervene directly, as you are aware. Therefore, I have decided to send you there to gather information and strive for a peaceful resolution between the parties involved. This mission is classified as a secret operation, with an SS-level confidentiality rating." "What? No way," Boruto exclaimed, nearly shouting in disbelief. "Dad, what do you mean by this? Do not be so hasty. You wanted to take a break from the village, did you not? This just so happens to assist me in resolving this matter." Seeing Naruto's smug expression, Boruto felt a strong urge to punch the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, I am simply residing peacefully within. Who have I offended?" At that moment, a few representatives from the Hidden Stone Village interjected awkwardly, questioning, "Lord Hokage, is your son truly capable of this?" In a moment of fervor, Boruto declared, "Dare to question me, and I shall unleash a Rasengan upon you." Chapter 115. Puppets Hidden Away. The village of the mountain lies at the intersection of the land of fire and the land of earth. As Boruto ambled along the path to the village, a group of mountain hidden village ninjas walked ahead, with him trailing behind in a languid manner, their paths not intersecting. The disdainful attitude of the mountain ninjas towards Boruto was palpable. To them, he was merely a second-generation heir, lacking any real skill. However, this fragile tranquility was soon shattered. "What was the name of the 7th Hokage's son again?" "Uzumaki something," inquired an older nin ninja, known to Boruto as Yamashiro-ken. "Uzumaki Boruto," he replied with a roll of his eyes. "Yes, Uzumaki Boruto, the 7th Hokage has summoned you to accompany us. Don't you think they are worried?" Yamashiro's implication was clear. If anything were to happen to Boruto, they would bear the burden of responsibility. "Do you think I wish to accompany you?" Boruto shot back, casting a sidelong glance. "Rest assured, should any misfortune befall me, you need not concern yourselves." Faced with the unmasking of his ulterior motives, Yamashiro's expression turned awkward. The others cast him scornful glances, one among them bluntly stating, "Humph, just you? A mere boy, still in his youth, dispatched by the 7th Hokage. You must be the neglected child in your family. How do you know? I am not the only one in my family. Recently, my father even took in an adopted son, treating him as his own," Boruto retorted. "See, I was right," the mountain village ninja replied. After this exchange, silence enveloped them once more as they neared the mountain hidden village. "Wait," Boruto suddenly sensed something as they approached the village. "What is the matter? Regretting your decision to accompany us?" The group turned impatiently towards him. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. We have entered the enemy's encirclement. One more step forward, and you should be wary of your own lives." "Enemies?" Yamashiro, being a seasoned ninja, furrowed his brow and asked Boruto, "Are you a sensory-type ninja?" "You may interpret it as such," Boruto replied. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro's dismissiveness faded as he began to survey their surroundings. If there was an ambush, his first suspicion would naturally fall upon the opposing hidden village of darkness. To those lurking in the shadows, "I grant you 3 seconds to reveal yourselves. If not, I shall personally come to invite you out," Boruto announced, a smirk forming on his lips, his voice echoing through the air. At last, amidst the stillness, movement stirred from a hidden corner. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, 7 figures emerged from the underbrush with uncanny stealth. "Kid, I never anticipated you to be a perceptive talent. We have concealed ourselves so deeply. Yet you managed to uncover us." The leader, with a fierce countenance, spoke to Bo-Run in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, they were the individuals from the hidden black village. Boruto cast a fleeting glance at his adversaries and noted the black insignia resembling a flickering flame etched upon their forehead protectors. In a calm tone, he remarked, "Yinshan, these individuals must be the ones who instigated the conflict with you." Indeed, these individuals were ninjas from the Shadow Village, likely having overheard our plea for assistance from Konoha and sought to ambush us en route. Yinshan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he nervously explained, There are no other hidden villages near our mountain hidden village. These intruders appear to have materialized from thin air, invading our territory under the guise of their enigmatic puppets. Yinshan, I had instructed your mountain hidden village to remain within your confines, yet here you are, brazenly seeking aid? The leader of the Shadow Village pointed at Boruto, sneering. You cannot be serious. After all this effort, you have merely summoned this blonde-haired boy? The laughter of the Shadow Village rang out, echoing mockingly, with allies like you. You are utterly useless. Faced with such derision, the five from Mountain Hidden Village displayed visible distress. What a predicament! What shall we do next? Among the five opponents, one was a Jonin and another an elite Jonin. While we possess only 4 Chunin, and Uncle Yen is merely a Chunin, we are no match for them. The members of Mountain Hidden Village were about to urge Boruto to flee, realizing that their demise would be inconsequential. But if the Prince of Konoha were to perish en route to the Mountain Hidden Village, the repercussions would far exceed the threat posed by the Shadow Village. However, when they turned to counsel Boruto, they were astonished to find him already absent. While they quietly exhaled in relief, a wry smile crept upon their lips. This Prince of Konoha, son of the Hokage, was revealed to be a coward. Hey, why are you all standing there in a daze? Just as despair enveloped them, Boruto's voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears, prompting them to turn in astonishment. Wait, what is happening? Upon turning, they beheld 5 ninjas from the Shadow Village sprawled on the ground at Boruto's feet. Notably, the very elite Jonin who had just mocked him was now pinned beneath Boruto's foot, rendered utterly immobile. This sight left the Mountain Hidden Village utterly dumbfounded, their cheeks aflame with embarrassment as they recalled their earlier disdain for the Hokage's son. Boy, release me at once. If you provoke the Shadow Village, prepare to be hunted down. The elite Jonin struggled beneath Boruto's foot, yet his body remained unyielding, growing heavier by the moment. You've thoroughly enraged me, Konoha brat. The leader of the Shadow Village bellowed, activate the puppet. A shadowy figure of a puppet materialized before Boruto. I've been waiting for you. Boruto's lips curled into a subtle smile as he scrutinized the puppet before him. This puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to the Jonin at his feet, displaying none of the awkwardness typically associated with such constructs. The intricate details were so exquisite that it could easily be mistaken for a living being. Notably, Boruto observed that the puppet lacked any visible chakra threads for manipulation. Just as he was examining the puppet, it unexpectedly spoke. Kid, release my body. Indeed, like the puppet of Ishiki, it possessed the ability to converse. Could it possibly have independent consciousness? A flicker of astonishment crossed Boruto's mind. After all, even shadow clones lacked such autonomy. This puppet had captured his attention. Previously, he had been careless, fearing that Ishiki might have been up to something sinister, leading him to destroy that particular puppet. However, the one before him posed no threat, thus he deemed it suitable to take it away for further study. Noticing Boruto's silence, the puppet seemed to grow impatient and initiated a jutsu. Lightning release, lightning ball. The puppet formed hand seals, launching a blue sphere of electricity towards Boruto. Faced with such a rudimentary technique, Boruto effortlessly evaded it, instantaneously appearing before the puppet. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he disassembled the puppet's limbs and retrieved a sealing scroll to encapsulate it. This fluid display left the ninjas from the hidden mountain village in awe. Is that it? Chapter 116. The Mind No. My puppet. Return my puppet to me. I will fight you. Once freed from Boruto's restraint, the Jonin's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Boruto. Bang! In the next moment, the Jonin was sent crashing to the ground. Tell me, where did this puppet come from? Boruto's gaze was piercing as he lifted the opponent, speaking in a low, commanding tone. Do not dare to deceive me by claiming that this contraption was created in your village. With a slight exertion of strength, Boruto caused the Jonin to cry out in pain, grimacing as he replied, I do not know. This was assigned to us by Lord Kaguya. Beyond that, I am merely an ordinary Jonin. Then why does your hidden shadow village target the hidden mountain village? Ow, ow, ow. I have no idea. All I know is that our objective is solely the mine located in the hidden mountain village. Everything else escapes my knowledge. The mine? Boruto seized upon this key word, pondering aloud, what is so special about the mine of the hidden mountain village? However, despite Boruto's persistent inquiries, the individual remained oblivious to further details. It appeared that his limited status prevented any further revelations. Boruto fell into deep contemplation, realizing he would need to engage in a discussion with the hidden shadow village's Kage. I have disclosed all that I can. Will you not release me now? The Jonin implored, wincing from the pain. Boruto raised his eyes, casting a glance at the Jonin. and mockingly remarked, "Release? As an ambusher, you lack even the resolve to face death. In your next life, do refrain from pursuing the path of a ninja." Boruto detached the limbs of his opponent and handed them over to the group of shinobi from the Hidden Stone Village. Unsurprisingly, the black-clad Jonin met his demise at the hands of the stone ninjas. The Hidden Stone Village, nestled amidst towering mountains, did not boast the same level of transportation infrastructure as the Leaf Village. Under the guidance of the rugged terrain navigators, Boruto finally glimpsed the outline of what was referred to as the Hidden Stone Village. Yinsheng, brimming with excitement, pointed ahead and proclaimed, "My lord, we have arrived." That is the Hidden Stone Village. Following Boruto's effortless defeat of a Jonin and 5 Chunin previously, Yinsheng and his companions underwent a complete transformation in their demeanor towards Boruto. They now even addressed him as "my lord." As they approached the village, Boruto gained a clearer understanding of the stone village's true nature. The entire settlement was composed of stone houses, with the ground crafted from a unique mineral. Even the surrounding walls were made of the marble Boruto was familiar with. And not far away, iron tracks connected various points within the village, culminating at the base of a nearby rocky mountain range. Upon entering the village, Boruto's first impression could be encapsulated in 2 words: simplicity and sincerity. The villagers predominantly adorned themselves in garments crafted from animal hides, their foreheads bearing a pattern reminiscent of mountain silhouettes. The men were robustly muscular, while the women possessed a stature more imposing than the average. Meanwhile, the children frolicked about, blissfully carefree. The arrival of Boruto piqued the curiosity of the children, who, undeterred by the presence of a stranger, gathered around him, scrutinizing him with wide-eyed wonder. "Big brother, are you the savior that Uncle Yin brought back from Konoha? Big brother, why does your forehead protector have a horizontal line? Big brother, I heard that Konoha village is vast and has a plethora of delicious food. Is that true? If so, I can trade you stones for some." Overwhelmed by the chatter and the swarm of inquisitive children, Boruto found himself momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he spotted Yin, the village leader, accompanied by a robust elder. "Lord Mountain Shadow, this is the esteemed visitor from Konoha, Boruto Uzumaki, the son of the 7th Hokage. Sent by the Hokage to assist us in our predicament," Yin introduced, bridging the 2 parties. "Lord Boruto, this is our Mountain Shadow, Lord Shankyu-jin." Shankyu-jin did not underestimate Boruto. Upon Yan's return, he had been briefed on the journey's developments. He was confident that the Hokage's son could indeed resolve their issues. Thus, he welcomed Boruto into the Mountain Shadow building, constructed from unique minerals, with great warmth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Boruto felt compelled to address the pressing matter at hand. "Lord Mountain Shadow, when can we expect the marauders from the Shadow Village to arrive?" The Mountain Shadow could not provide Boruto with a precise timeline regarding the marauders from Shadow Village, as their arrivals were unpredictable. Sensing the shift in conversation, Boruto redirected his inquiry. "Lord Mountain Shadow, may I visit the mountains where you conduct your mining operations?" Shankyu-jin paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes before he sighed. "Since the Hokage's son shows such keen interest for your safety, I shall have Yin accompany you there tomorrow morning." As time swiftly passed, the following day arrived in the mountain hideout village. Early in the morning, Boruto requested Yin to escort him to the mine. They ascended along the iron tracks of the mine carts until Boruto reached the entrance of the mine. At that moment, the villagers of Mountain Hideout were fervently engaged in mining. Upon noticing Boruto's arrival, they merely cast him a fleeting glance, too absorbed in their own tasks to pay him much mind. Boruto arrived at a deserted mining site, where he casually picked up a peculiar-looking mineral and scrutinized it intently. The ore displayed a grayish-brown hue, its surface smooth and even, exuding a distinctive aroma reminiscent of the coal from his previous life. As Boruto examined the surroundings, he did not perceive anything unusual. However, he did notice one particular detail. The texture of the ore seemed familiar to him, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pondered its significance. Boruto abruptly lifted his head, recalling the time when he had destroyed a puppet. The texture revealed at that moment bore a striking resemblance to the mineral before him. Subsequently, Boruto retrieved a sealing scroll, extracting a segment of the puppet's severed arm, which he then snapped into 2. With a sharp crack, the core of the broken piece unveiled its original form. Indeed, Boruto's eyes narrowed slightly. The puppet of Ishiki and that of this elite shinobi were of the same kind. Unsurprisingly, this mineral was one of the primary materials used to forge such puppets. Yet, a question lingered in Boruto's mind. Despite the capability of this mineral to be fashioned into puppets, its hardness was somewhat lacking. Why would Ishiki choose to utilize this mineral for puppet creation? Boruto, is there something amiss with this mineral? Yamashiro Yin inquired, noticing Boruto's furrowed brow as he fell into contemplation. Yamashiro Yin, I have a question. Where are these minerals sold? At this query, Yamashiro Yin appeared momentarily taken aback. Before explaining, the minerals excavated in our hidden mountain are predominantly sold or exchanged with neighboring countries, with the Land of Earth being our most frequent trading partner. The Land of Earth, you say? Chapter 117. Journey to Hidden Black Village. Oh no. Yamashiro Yin, those rascals from Hidden Black Village are coming. Just as Boruto was deep in thought, a hurried voice from outside the mine interrupted his musings. A Genin rushed up to Yamashiro Yin, panting heavily, his face flushed. Upon hearing the news from the Genin, Yamashiro Yin's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed anxiously, What did you say? Those fellows from Hidden Black Village are approaching? The Genin nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly, Yamashiro Yin, we must hurry back. If we delay, our mineral resources will be plundered once more. Yamashiro Yin cast a worried glance at Boruto. Let us go. Boruto collected some minerals and followed the two back to Hidden Mountain Village. Yamashiro Jin, you have 5 seconds to hand over the ninja who killed our elite shinobi. Of course, you may choose not to comply. But the consequence will be that Hidden Mountain Village shall cease to exist in the world of shinobi. An elite shinobi from Hidden Black Village bellowed arrogantly. Yamashiro Jin rapped his cane, retorting in a voice that resonated like thunder, You from Hidden Black Village have been incessantly invading our Hidden Mountain Village for months. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You merely wish to exploit our labor under the guise of strength. We have tolerated your aggression, yet your repeated provocations, even inciting ninjas to ambush our esteemed guests, are intolerable. Do not push us too far. If you continue to test our limits, we shall retaliate. At once, the villagers of Hidden Mountain and several ninjas brandished their weapons in collective fury. Since you are so ungrateful, everyone, attack. The elite Jonin's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he issued a low command, prompting several Chunin and another Jonin behind him to swiftly dart towards the Hidden Mountain Village. He, however, stood alone, confronting a formidable adversary from the Hidden Mountain Village, equally of elite Jonin caliber. Just as the ninjas from the Hidden Black Village were on the brink of clashing with the ninjas and villagers of the Hidden Mountain Village, a blade of light descended from the heavens like a streak of lightning, crashing heavily into the ground. One unfortunate Chunin from the Hidden Black Village was impaled directly into the earth, stirring up a billowing cloud of dust. Who goes there? The elite Jonin exclaimed in surprise. Yet before he could react, a kunai materialized, stealthily pressing against the juncture of his jaw and neck. The icy chill emanating from the kunai caused the Jonin to stiffen, abruptly bringing him back to his senses. The villagers of the Hidden Mountain, along with Shan Xiangjin, beamed with joy upon seeing the figure. The elite Jonin's throat quivered. To have someone appear behind him without his notice surely indicated that this individual surpassed his own prowess. May I inquire as to your identity? This matter concerns the grievances between my village and the Hidden Mountain Village, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from intervening, he said cautiously. My apologies. But I have been entrusted with a role in this affair, Boruto replied with a sly grin. Do you truly wish to oppose my Hidden Black Village? Oppose? If you have any issues, take them to the 7th Hokage of Konoha. He is my father. You are the son of the Hokage. Did they not claim that the hidden villages of the 5 great nations would not interfere in the matters of smaller ninja villages? You are openly violating that agreement. Regrettably, my current status is that of a rogue ninja from Konoha, not a representative of it, Boruto said, the weight of the kunai intensifying, a droplet of blood trickling down the edge. Now, tell me, do you think you will return alive today? At this, the elite Jonin felt a chill course through him, his hair standing on end as he stammered. What do you want? You are quite astute, Boruto replied, a smirk forming on his lips. Since you are here, why not take me on a little tour of your Hidden Black Village? Ultimately, the elite Jonin capitulated. Boruto then sealed him, along with the other unconscious ninjas, and transported them into a dimensional space. With the crisis averted, the villagers of the Hidden Mountain and the timely arrived Shan Xingyin gathered around Boruto, their faces glowing with relief. Thank you, son of the Hokage, for your timely intervention. We, the Hidden Mountain Village, will forever remember your kindness, Shan Xiangjin declared as the shadow of the village leader. The other villagers expressed their gratitude, even the children circling around Boruto. That day, the Hidden Mountain Village basked in joy, and apart from the elite Jonin they retained, Boruto entrusted the remaining ninjas from the hidden Black Village to the villagers for their own resolution. Unbeknownst to Boruto, after his departure, all the ninjas of the hidden Black Village were conscripted as free labor. Following a night of warm hospitality, the next morning, Boruto resolved to bid farewell to the hidden mountain village and set forth towards the hidden Black Village. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the residents of the hidden mountain village, Boruto embarked on his journey to the hidden Black Village. Boruto released the elite Jonin from the hidden Shadow Village from the Kamui dimension. However, upon his release, Boruto was astonished to find that the individual was in a deplorable state, with not a single part of him unscathed. In that moment, Boruto suddenly recalled the presence of the old Zetsu within the Kamui space, leaving him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, it was a relief. The other party appeared considerably more docile, sparing Boruto the burden of exerting himself. Concurrently, Boruto gleaned some valuable intelligence from this elite Jonin. For instance, the village's hierarchy was delineated into ordinary citizens, outer members, and core members, culminating in that enigmatic shadow. This unusual stratification piqued Boruto's curiosity. The individual before him was merely an outer member. "Lead the way," Boruto commanded, fixing a gaze upon the elite Jonin that was as calm as it was ominous. Confronted by Boruto's fearsome stare, the elite Jonin, with no other option, guided him towards the hidden Black Village. As they wound their way through the terrain, they unknowingly crossed into the land of Earth. Ultimately, they arrived at a secluded mountain range not far from the hidden Stone Village. Here, Boruto beheld the true visage of the hidden Black Village. "Here it is. Our hidden Black Village, sir," the Jonin announced. However, just as they were about to enter, they were halted by a voice. "Stop. No unauthorized personnel are permitted entry into the village." The elite Jonin, upon recognizing the voice, hastily interjected, "Taz, it's me, Ikazumi. I know it's you, Ikazumi. But how dare you bring an outsider into the village? You must